I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots and the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots on the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Keep holding on, show him how to make your miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Keep holding on, show him how to make your miracle. On this day, I take my place in this legacy of dust. I ricochet all in your face, and it quenches my bloodlust. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can make me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can make me. I let you try to take me I got you in my crosshairs. I hope you like the taste of pain. The only thing between me and you is a bullet with your name. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can make me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can make me. I let you try to take me Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can make me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can make me. I let you try to take me on. You can break me.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
What you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that poofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, Hennessy is mine lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
It's so subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Woo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Summer sauce, dripping, dripping. Woo. Got it. Yeah, yeah, got it. Yeah, got it. You know, yeah, you know. I'm only making moves. There ain't no other option. There ain't no other option. So if you're talking juice, well, damn, you know I got it. Yeah, you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
Nobody got it like. Yeah. I got the juice. I got it. From a dropping in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well damn you know I got it. Damn you know I got it.
nobody got it like
Yeah, 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 yeah. You know it, yeah. From the top. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know.
got it like
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
nobody got it like
Nobody got it like me. Step up on the stage, turn it in a crime scene. Yeah. Some killers only. Oh yeah, stay winning me and the whole team. I'm tripping, juice tripping. I got the king, vice gripping, no permission. Everything green, night vision. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. I'm tripping, trip, trip, drip, drip. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. got this.
You thought that I was blind, but to be honest I don't mind, cause I don't feel the same way I used to do. Every time I see you, I know the truth, cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you ran away. I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can see my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah. I don't care as if, cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you and I know people come and go away, away. Sun is low, that's my time to shine again, again. Cause baby, every fucking time you play me,
You call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no sex. They say Don, it's why you sad. I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it, you sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey.
yeah. Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort, yeah, your corpse getting severed, the industry dry, it's a desert, do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better, straight double use, that's my letter, don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy, they tryna figure out what's on our plate, infinity sideways, we already ate, skipping is basic, skipping is classic, stay out of trouble, now I can relate, nevertheless, again, I'm doing great, I just finished this thing, ain't no debate, you ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate, yeah, I take my place at the summit, I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds, I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming, and some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running, but very soon I'ma run it, I demand it, man, I want it, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, ayy, they not gon' like this, don't like surprises, I cause a crisis, man I'm a scientist, with the music I spice things, up to my liking, man I want nice things, that's not an AK, it's a Uzi, I pull up and shoot it to movie, I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie, cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci, word of my niggas from the 021, you count 6 shots and I count 2 guns, some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun, yeah, you can come over here, swear it's like no career, swear you got no idea, soon you have no career, take a good look in the mirror, they need to know that I'm here, don't you act like it ain't clear, yeah, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator, let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes.
How do you feel? Oh, I'm feeling totally fine today. I mean, I'm the best player in the world. I just press 1 and 2, then I press 3, and then I press 4, then I press 1 again, and then I won. It's pretty easy. That's why I'm the best player in the world. But they don't let me compete with the others, so I'm just standing beside and, yeah.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
So many days of Counter-Strike, and it is time for the crescendo. Yes, we've been slowly building in anticipation of crowning a champion of Season 11 of ESL Pro League. And what better way than a rematch of the Season 10 finals? It was over in Unsa after dashing Astralis' dreams of a home victory in the semis. We did see Mouse Sports crush the Swedes in order to lift that trophy. Now, defending champions step into the grand finals up against the very same adversary 1 year on. You can see Fnatic versus Mouse is on the card, and of course we're going to be bringing you the action from the Americas. Of course, regionally divided, you'll get to see Liquid EG again. Will EG have anything to show with the new look, of course, with their coach Zeus recently announced? It's all coming up on today's show. I think today it's safe to say your plans are Counter-Strike, and so are mine. Let's get on with it.
We are ready.
My, oh my, yes, the CS Money pre-show, it starts, and this one has a very clear objective. We want you to be completely and totally well-equipped for the grand finals of Season 11. It is just around the corner. Mouse Sports Fnatic, and of course, I have got the very best to equip you with all the right tools. Henry Greer.
The best available.
Yeah, I mean, what I could find. I looked around the couch, I found this dusty Australian...
These are best tools, biggest tools, probably.
Okay.
I noticed both of you have brought the collar out on the final day. Now, I ordered some new stuff to arrive, but considering the situation, it didn't quite make it.
I really like the way he says the color of the things he ordered. Could you tell me the color of the shirt you ordered?
It's lilac.
Lilac.
So like a kind of purpley sort of vibe.
Yeah.
More of a like a masculine purple, but but lilac. Doesn't it sound nicer like that?
No, it sounds lovely.
Than lilac. That's what we say. Boring. Rushed. Lilac. And we don't lack the information, of course, to fill you in with how this all shaped up. It was first started in Stage 1. This was divided into, well, 18 teams for the European division. You can see groups of 6. And in Group A, Astralis, they did manage to stand tall. Initial wobble versus the Ninjas in Pajamas, who did manage to secure a top 3 spot, which took them into the play-ins. Didn't quite convert it, and Group B, that housed Na'Vi.
It did. You got some massive names within this Group B. You can see Na'Vi and Fnatic at the very top there. What you would expect, but it didn't start off so smooth for Na'Vi, actually suffering losses to North and Big. 2-0s had to kick things off, but they battled their way through. The names we expected there, Na'Vi and Fnatic at the very top. Fours, another big name, they're in that ranks there. Managed to get a third place, but lost out. I think it was to FaZe 2-0 in the play-ins there. So we got the names we wanted, but still a bumpy ride for Na'Vi in Group B.
Yeah, that's for sure. And then Group D or Group C for some of you out there saw Mouse Spots become the best international team. If you didn't already know it, they're able to topple their adversaries in FaZe, OG, G2. Actually, OG, I think that's the only hurdle for Mouse Spots right there, who have been on a bit of a redemption arc ever since. Obviously, Virtus.pro and Tyloo not really showing us much chops, and G2, well, they were the biggest omission from Group D, not making it through to even the play-in stage.
Yeah, and of course, as the second stage, this is, of course, after winning your play-in match, which we saw FaZe do versus Fours. You saw OG do so comfortably as well. Ooh. Unfortunately for both of them, once they got to stage 2, it seemed it was a little too hot.
Yeah, FaZe were looking great in the group stages, but they just couldn't turn up in stage 2 whatsoever.
So close, though.
Yeah, the thing is, that's right. They had so many series where FaZe looked like they had the team. They had their hand around the throat at one point. They couldn't close them out. Same story for OG. Some great performances. I think we even said at the end, sure, they didn't get the results they needed, but they turned all their heads there.
Yeah, and it's that final 4 teams, right? Fnatic booking themselves a spot within that grand final going on today with a massive victory within the last day of stage 2, right? That round robin with all the matches going on at the same time. Fnatic able to pick up a big win there, guarantee themselves a spot within that grand final. But then it was the other names, right? Na'Vi were battling against Fnatic for survival. Obviously, we had to think about Mouse Spots, who lost their game 2-0 to Astralis, had to sit there waiting to see the outcome of that game just to know if they would be advancing. And here we are today.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm throwing you under the bus here, but could you give me a quick recap of the entire format? It's up on our screens.
I can do it.
Fill me in.
I've been practicing, Alex. The round robins, that was stage 1. We kicked it off. Everybody played everybody within their respective groups. If you came first, you went straight through to the stage 2 groups there within the middle of your screen. If you came second and third respectively, you would have been in the play-ins. You can see there, FaZe 2 over Fours, Fnatic 2-1 over NIP, and right there, OG taking down Vitality, MBK getting his revenge. From there, the stage 2 groups, it was round robins once again, the best teams in the world going toe-to-toe and best of 3s. Exactly what we love to see. And that's where we got Astralis and Mousesports coming out in the second and third positions for that playoff bracket that we covered yesterday. And today's the best of 5 grand final.
And I think it would be foolish to not recap Astralis versus Mouse. Now, this series, it was a rematch. Of course, we talked a little bit about it, not only being a 16-1, 16-3 the first time they met, but in this one, it was a stark contrast and quite the game.
It was quite the game. So many epic moments here. This is the Mousesports you want to see turn up to the grand final. The day before, they certainly looked very weak. It was 16-1 and 16-3. We opened up with the same maps as well. They battled back, and we actually got Voxic, Frozen, everyone turning up and looking sharp as hell.
Yeah, that was good stuff. And this play here from Frozen was instrumental to be closing out a match against Astralis on what historically was one of their best 2 maps. We consider Nuke and Inferno home maps for Astralis here. So for Mousesports to do it, and a third map decided taking them down here on one of those maps, it's huge props to them. But this is a bit of a redemption arc story. I want to start with the Mousesports guys, right? They lost to OG in a 2-1 fashion. They came back. They beat them 2-0. They lost to Astralis in the 16-1, 16-3. That's a pantsing, right? That is an embarrassing loss right there. They bounced back, and as I mentioned, took them out in the third map on one of the Astralis home maps. Today, well, they've already lost to Fnatic. They lost to Fnatic within stage 2. They get the chance to have revenge on them as well. That's the only 3 losses for Mousesports within the entirety of this season of Pro League. So if they beat Fnatic, so they've beaten everybody.
They have. They've managed to do it all if they can complete the set with Fnatic and in the grand final, quite appropriately. Another fun game that we're going to be playing today, what with it being the grand finals, is the discussion of those 3 letters that many players avoid, or many players are scared to talk about. It's MVP, most valuable player. And we talked about it at the desk. We came up with 4 candidates, 2 for each team. And why don't we start the conversation with the Mousesports boys?
That's
this
the
duo,
easy one right there, yeah.
Well,
Frozen
Rops, Frozen
right?
up there,
yeah.
for sure.
That's
he's been amazing.
We picked these 2 individuals, right, because they've been consistent throughout. And then when we were looking at just the results within stage 2, just the stats, these 2 individuals and their constant performances were the workhorse for Mousesports, right? You look at it, they are just consistent individuals. And what Frozen's been able to do with some of the clutches, especially yesterday, was huge.
And speaking of the Season 10 Grand Finals as well, it was Frozen and Rops have really stood up to actually lift the trophy as well. So if they can replicate that form from the last Grand Final, another best of 5, I think they could do this. I feel like this combo, this duo is the real deal, but legit.
Yeah, they are just completely and totally legitimizing themselves over the course of what has been a month of straight Counter-Strike.
And with some deagles from Rops, right? That's how they closed out yesterday's match. For those people who aren't familiar, Rops won the HLTV.org MVP from Season 10. So maybe he can get back-to-back MVP awards here. But just some of the plays that this kid's been able to make. When we watched him, his first tournament that I ever remember seeing him in was a Pro League, right? And this is going back many years now. The fact that he is considered probably one of the best players in the world right now, I'd say he'd have to be in the conversation for a top 10 player just with how consistent he is as an individual. He's clutching, his success in opening duels, but he doesn't use the revolver, Henry.
He doesn't use the revolver. There's only one man that does, and that's JW. You can see 218 sniper kills so far, but he has had consistency issue. He's certainly an impact player for Fnatic. We need him to be on in this grand final for them to stand a chance. It was the opening game in stage 1 against Big. We started to notice some of his flaws, over-aggression, a little bit stubborn at times, but when he starts hitting his shots, the R8 comes online, and it all comes together. JW is still a beast that can get it done.
He certainly is. A certain style, a certain flair that I cannot wait to see blossom on the grand final stage. Now, he's not alone, of course. There is another name in the Fnatic camp.
What a name it is.
And it's Brolan. Yes, he gets one last ride. Ladies and gentlemen, the weapon you're going to see a lot in these highlights, the Krieg. Yes, it has received changes, but playing on the old patch. And a grand final will be the center stage for Brolan's swan song with his favorite weapon.
Imagine this, Shed, your rookie year as well, and you're being picked out as one of the potential MVP candidates. So young, so inexperienced, but leading the way with the entry frags there. He's right up there with the thick of it, with JW, trying to find opening duels with the aforementioned Krieg. Now, whether that'll be sustainable going forward is another question altogether, but today we have the Krieg, and hopefully Brolan can show us everything he's made of, because I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's lucky for him that we are still playing on the old patch, right? Because we were talking about some of his woes with that weapon, or lack of that weapon throughout. But him as an individual, we even heard from Chris J within our post-game interview saying when Brolan's alive, he can win any situation. So he's a name to look out for today.
Bear in mind, Mousesports are one of those teams that don't invest in the Krieg as much, so they are going to try and limit him in that respect.
Yeah, and I think I remember watching Brolan just basically go outside every round and kill Nico. It was just a case of, oh, Nico's dead again, Nico's dead again. That's the power of Brolan, especially when he's got his favorite weapon. But those are the candidates, and you can let us know which one over the course of this entire best of 5 grand final. Just head to Twitter, ESLCS, and you'll see those 4 names. So as the gameplay continues, cast your vote, and the winner will be getting a nice and juicy prize from CS Money. That's enough from us in the CS Money pre-show, because when we come back, we're going to be diving into the nitty-gritty, finding out the maps of this best of 5, or at least the order. It's all coming up. Fnatic Mouse around the corner.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
Two boxes to get by Nico. That was a god! Go to hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Oh, if that doesn't whet your appetite, I hope this will. We're getting ready for Fnatic versus Mouse Sports, our grand final, our best of 5 affair to determine whether or not the defending champions Mouse Sports will be able to pick up 2 in a row. And there's only a few teams that have managed to get multiple in a row, and Fnatic may very well be one of them. I'm joined at the desk by Sponge and Henry G. They can call me Machine or not.
Machine TV, I call it.
Machine TV, of course, my original alias. When Machine TV was taken, I became Machine E.
Well, now it's Machine Egg, so...
I really detest the egg, but yes, I am Machine Egg.
It's all right, you can feel me with the sponge, so it's like, they kind of fit the same void.
They definitely do, yeah.
Now, one thing that you just said, which is historical to do with Pro League, is to do with Fnatic, you know, as one of the names who have won back-to-back. They won Season 1 and Season 2 of Pro League. If you flick forward to Season 7 and Season 8, that was Astralis. Mouse Sports won Season 10. They have the opportunity to win Season 11. They'll be the 3rd team to win back-to-back. But... if Fnatic win, they will be the first organization, and I suppose the core 3, to win 3 EPL titles. So that's a lot of firsts to potentially come on through today right here. But we always have these, Alex, and you left me for a little while in best of 5 grand finals for desks, and you would still remember that we'd come on here and be like, it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? In a best of 5 final. So I hope everyone at home has all their snacks ready, because this could be another 7 or 8 hour affair.
And maybe if you haven't got your treats, maybe I can give you one from my mystery box. I want to quickly remind you guys at home about the MSI mystery box giveaway. Normally when we have arenas, you know, we're in fancy places and you guys are all sitting down and actually we can do this whole face-to-face interaction thing. We can't though, but we'll do the internet version. Using the hashtag MSI mystery box, we're giving away one of these every day. It'll be over at the end of the show with Trace and the gang. But if you want to get involved, there's a question. It's over on ESL CS using that hashtag, and the winner will be drawn after the NA Grand Finals. It's been like GPUs, laptops.
Yeah, it looks weighty, that
This one's actually got some good weight to it. I would say if you didn't enter yesterday and regretted not winning the monitor, I reckon today, whatever is in here,
Easter eggs,
is worth it. It might just be chocolate, but I'd probably still be quite excited about that, to be honest. Love a bit of chocolate, but something that's much more sweet is getting you ready for the Counter-Strike. I want to talk a little bit about Fnatic coming into this one, because I find that the Swedish roster has... like their story has actually kind of been undersold, I think. The idea of Flusha taking 8 months, 7 months away from the game completely, not DMing every day, genuinely just taking a full break, and then coming back and lifting a trophy on home soil, and they've run with that into 2020, and it's translating into a grand final in Pro League.
It's an odd one, right? Because when we were in DreamHack Masters in Malmo, I definitely didn't see Fnatic lifting the trophy, let alone making it to the playoffs, right? I thought Swedish Counter-Strike was in a lot of trouble, but since that trio of Flusha, Crims, and JW has been reunited with Golden back in the mix as the in-game leader, things have been looking fantastic. And I haven't even mentioned the up-and-coming young name of Brolin right there. However, this team have reinvented themselves by somehow still staying off meta, which has kind of been their brand the whole time.
But you're saying that with conviction. They're still playing their brand of Counter-Strike.
They're still having fun out there. And with the new coach, Samuelson, as well, they're still Fnatic. They're still down to their core. They're still the loose veterans. They run around the map, enjoy themselves, use the R8. But they've got structure to fall back onto now as well. Samuelson has brought in executions. He's brought in discipline, and they are displaying that as well. We just need to see it at the right times.
One of the things that Fnatic has, Henry, and I don't know if you agree with this, is natural chemistry like no other team, right? Because that trio, when we had Brolin on for the interview, we asked him about the kniving shenanigans and stuff. He was like, well, that's the trio, you know, they're always up to those things. But that's how it's always been with that team, right? Those three have always stuck together in that way. And after playing together for so long, after winning those majors, you've built that chemistry and understanding of how each individual likes to approach the game. JW, hyper-aggressive, Flusha in the backlines using SMGs, winning crazy clutches, and Crim single-handedly locking down positions on maps and becoming iconic for that. You throw Golden into the mix, who he was in the academy team. Now he's in the main roster. He even went over to North America and played in Cloud9 for a little while. And then the young and up-and-comer star like Brolin, it's looking fantastic here.
I genuinely don't think that they're going to ever let Golden go again. I think that the fact
Keep their hands on him.
Yeah, like the fact that they let him slip away and then felt the ramifications of losing his insight and bringing him back, I think he's now worth his weight in gold.
Oh, nice. Jokes today too, Alex.
A psychological point of view as well. We've interviewed him a few times. You can see he's a ray of sunshine himself. He actually brings good vibes to the team, which I think the other guys need. They're a little bit quiet. I feel like he raises morale. He isn't fragging amazingly this tournament, but I would say generally speaking, in the last few months, he has looked excellent as an individual. One of the best fragging in-game leaders.
We throw him into that impact player category, don't we? So we look at him, JW, and I'd say for this final overall, we could throw Carrigan and Chris J in the mix, right? They would be our 4 individuals who we'd look at as like impact players. players. Now, not necessarily to be carrying, not necessarily to be running away with anything, but when you see Carrigan running in first and opening up a bomb site, or you see a 4v2 situation and Chris J steps out with an AWP and gets 3 massive kills, that's the impact we're talking about from these type of individuals. So today, we're going to do our absolute best to highlight those if and when they happen.
I have lost count of the amount of times we've been like, you know, having a mild conversation because we know it's going to be a very quick round and very one-sided, and then suddenly we have to cut our conversation dead because Carrigan's halfway up Banana, halfway up Arch with a MAC-10, and the smoke's already on the side.
Yeah, bear in mind, don't take anything for granted in this best of 5 final. With the amount of eco victories and partial buy victories from both of these teams we've seen, it's been insane. I'm not talking about Desert Eagles. USPs and 1 Desert Eagles has been enough for both of these teams to find successful rounds. We saw Mousesports close it out against Astralis yesterday with Desert Eagles, right? So there is a big chance you're going to see some huge upsets and some crazy moments.
And I'm so glad you brought up the Deagles, because something that we've seen only from Mouse, and we'll talk about it later once we're in game, is this only pistol Kevlar vest from Chris J on full buys. Of course, we'll dig into it when we've got the Counter-Strike in front of us, because for now, we have to work out what arenas the Counter-Strike is going to be going down on. Now, a best of 5, it gets a bit... Is there much of a conversation to even have?
It depends on the maps and what order they come in, right? Because they played each other a couple of days ago, right? That was on Nuke and Inferno. It were comprehensive victories for Fnatic coming up in that one. And also they made Nuke and Inferno against Na'Vi as well. They also found a 2-0. So you think they're going to be very strong maps coming into this one for this team?
Well, I saw Regin yesterday on Twitter. Someone asked him to ban Inferno, and he said, I'll ban Inferno, which is not the historic ban.
What would we be expecting?
We would be expecting Mouse to remove Overpass, right? That's what they've been removing so far. So if they remove Inferno, like he said he would, that's interesting. Fnatic removing Train, we expected that. That's the strongest map there for Mouse. That's what they did.
And that's only possible because Fnatic are comfortable in all 7.
Yeah, so we heard from Golden the other day. So that's the curveball right there. Mouse have thrown in a curveball here, which means that Fnatic should punish right now with the Overpass pick. That's what I would do. The last time that we saw Mousesports play Overpass was on the 22nd of December last year, and it was a 16-14 victory over EG.
Okay.
Yeah. And last time Fnatic played it was against FaZe in this tournament. It was 16-11 victory, so they will be picking Overpass and actually looking like a very strong
bounced back from that NIP game. Remember, they got obliterated by those creeps.
Right.
So Fnatic not shying away from that, and that's a punish pick right here. So Fnatic also have the high seed advantage. So they get the first ban and the first 2 maps in the first 3, if that makes sense.
So they'll have within the best of 3, within the best of 5, they will have their first 2 maps.
So right now, if I was Fnatic, I'd probably... Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm not complaining. We have not seen any Vertigo in Stage 2.
Vertigo is a very interesting one. So Fnatic have played it once against North, I believe, and actually they won that map. I don't think we've seen it really at all from Mousesports in this tournament so far. Very interesting for them to bring in. Fnatic, that is. Dust2, just to note as well, it was Mousesports taking down Astralis in overtime in that one, so they've got a good chance there. This could really go the full distance here. It's really not clear in a best of 5 as always, but still a very interesting map. I like the curveball. Set things up quite nicely there. Fnatic weren't expecting that.
I didn't expect Fnatic to pick Vertigo.
No, I
thought they might float it through into the last because I know it's something that the players didn't necessarily love when they were talking about it a couple of months ago, but it's obviously something they've had to work into their game because so many teams have been picking it, and we have seen Fnatic pick it up. But within the early stages of Vertigo, we were just singing Mousesports praises for one tournament, right? They had those really cool B lobby Molotovs. That's our 3rd map, so maybe we'll wait till
let's bite our tongues. You know what? Let's start at the very beginning with predictions. It's grand final time, boys. I'm going to twist your thumbs. I need to know who is taking the grand final.
Is this one worth a bit more? Can we say it's worth like 3
10
points?
points,
Let's say 10 points.
I'd like it to be worth 10 points.
Winner takes all here. 10 points.
All right, why don't we do it on a map-by-map basis then? So we can keep that way we get 1 point per map, and then we can keep going.
I want your series prediction, and then we can predict per map.
Okay.
You can go against yourself.
I'm going to go Mousesports. I think it's going to go the whole distance.
Okay. 5-er?
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be...
4-5.
Yeah, 5-er with 3-2 in favour of Mousesports here. Vertigo, I have no idea which way it's going to go. I hope Fnatic got something spicy up their sleeve, as Chad said. Mousesports competitive on it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Fnatic because Sam Matthews said something nice about us the other day. So Fnatic for me. I'm very easy. I'm a bit of a shill.
Okay, well, while you're busy shilling, I'm busy thinking because I actually think I'm on board with the Mousesports victory. I like the idea of these guys firmly placing themselves within top 3 international team with all these different personalities and cultures all clashing and working. I think that's a really beautiful story, and that story could get very sweet for Mousesports. We're just moments away. Let's get this grand final started.
Look at the mask and what are we doing? What's on the racket? I'm just living my life while you relax. Taking the back to the
Just the pistols to play with. They needed the kill. Guardian's got to make up for it. He's tapping in, but he can't find it. Fallen's on the defuse. Fallen is on the
a grand final of grand proportions. Fnatic, will they be the team to do it thrice? Or will Mousesport string together two Season 10 champions defending their throne? Fnatic looking to overthrow and over on Overpass. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Henry G and Sponge, and it's time to get this party started.
It certainly is, Alex. The grand final starts here on Overpass, the pick of Fnatic, and Mousesport opting for a four-man stack towards the B side of the map here. Karrigan alone towards A, hunting for information, and there are a couple of players crossing over towards our playground position. One smoke, a couple of flashes here, no upgraded pistols on either side, and it means it's going to be quite a basic finish here from Fnatic. Making their way for Connector right now, looks to be an A finish, and no CT presence in this stage of the map so far, so very quiet and tense scenes here as Golden confirms middle is clear.
Very slow start throughout the Pro League. We've been seeing much faster pistols, CTs pushing on in, taking it very, very aggressive, but to kick things off here, just feeling each other out, nobody wanting to make the first move.
At least Rushley's moving, I can see him.
Hey, Green.
He's concentrating, he can't communicate right now. Right now, I don't blame him, because so are Fnatic. Gathering towards toilets, they plan to assault Karrigan's defensive position. He has zero info, and he's going to go from 0 to 100 here. And oh, wow, Golden doesn't get even a chance into the round. Catches a bullet. Karrigan's going to be forced off. His teammates are on the rotate. Cavalry has arrived by the name of Chris J, but he doesn't even get a chance to pull the trigger. Brolin has found his first of this grand final.
It was looking so good there. A lovely shot from Karrigan to open things up, but the overwhelming presence from Fnatic has yielded a bomb plant here. 4-on-4, Karrigan down to 1 HP, and Brolan happy to fight this. Up close and personal with the Glock. Flashbang available as well. Very effective. Karrigan surely going down here, but he hits a wonderful shot, gives him the edge.
Yeah, that's huge. Karrigan winning a duel now with 1 HP. He might even go hunting finally. Crims, make sure Karrigan meets his maker. Kit on frozen, time half gone. They're gonna have to close these gaps, and that's the Kit loose. The bodies are dropping, it's all Crims. A triple kill from him. Rops just doesn't have the time. Fnatic will take the pistol round. An A assault. Crims confirms it with the quad, and the Swedes take the first.
Very slow approach here from Fnatic, making sure they ran their default, hunted out any sort of aggressive plays from Mousesport there, and found nothing at all. It was a B stack from Mousesport there with Karrigan with a solo anchor hold towards A. He actually did a really good job. He manages to get the first kill. He stays alive, but 4 players in towards bathrooms. He wasn't ready for it. 1 flash, 1 smoke down, quick plant. They just couldn't retake.
We will see the force spike come out here from Mouse, but I just want to preface this game before we get stuck on in. 112 days since Mousesports played their last official on Overpass, so expect some gambly, more interesting plays coming out of Karrigan's squad here. They might need to take a risk or two in map number 1.
Right, okay, so you've got a best of 5 ahead of you, and you start with a map you're uncomfortable on. That can't bleed into your mentality too much.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to ban Inferno as well. Means they are led to this position where Fnatic have a firm upper hand. They're not a perfect team on it, as Chad pointed out, though. Had a massive defeat against NIP, but did bounce back.
And that was at the hand of the Krieg. They used that as an excuse. NIP masters of the weapon, and the weapon still as viable in this grand final. Last hurrah for the Krieg.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Roland, a bit of a specialist on this particular map with the Krieg. You'll see him going in first, working those bathrooms, and if he gets on the CT side, you're in a lot of trouble indeed. Opening kill has been found. Fnatic will take down Voxic. That's going to be the hands of Golden here. 1 minute on the clock, still with smokes. 3 rifles in total, a couple of Galils, good to see that. A lot of teams opting for SMGs these days. I want to see more of the Galil, to be honest with you. And Karrigan, our impact player, looking to find some damage here, does nail the first shot. JW down to 29.
Ooh, that could have been a start for Karrigan. He misses his shots, and Golden just wing clipping him a little bit. How is he ready and willing to take that fight again? Galil v Scout, and Scout wins out. 4v4, another tag from Karrigan. He's contributing to so much. A kill and 2 tags. Can't ask for much more.
Yeah, it should be enough at this point to get a couple of kills. I don't think they win the round with it just by virtue of the smokes available here, but the grenades could do enough.
Another one.
Yeah, so they are very low indeed, but they have no kit here, and now no further utility apart from the flashbang. So I'm not really sure how they get into this. The boost behind APC, nice idea to get a kill towards long. Will it work out for them? It certainly will. Flusher goes down.
Okay, well, that's some kills. Now what's the call? Bomb, 3 quarters left on the timer. Brolin gets his duel on Optimus, and it's Unoptimal for Frozen. He's flashbang. Chris J gets the trade into the site. 2v2, no smoke for the defuse and no kit. So victory not imminent for Mouse, but damage as you requested, Hank, has been delivered.
Yeah, and that's absolutely fine. They've gathered a Galil. They've still got the Desert Eagle, a 5-7, which can be dropped by Frozen as well. So they get another go at it in the next round here. It will be a Fnatic victory, but it cost them 3 players.
And that reminds me, just because we saw Inferno yesterday, Rops taught us just how powerful those exit frags essentially can be. He'd crippled their CT economy on Inferno yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot to be done. Every kill has a knock-on effect and repercussions, and these ones with the 5-7s, it could be enough to win the follow-up round and then break them down completely if they do manage to pick this up. It will be a laboured round, of course, with just one Galil, the 5-7, the Desert Eagle, but as we mentioned in the pre-game, Alex, the amount of rounds that have been won was so little in EPL so far has been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, take no round for granted, I think, has been the motto for ESL Pro League Season 11. No round for granted. When you're watching it, when you're playing, really cannot assume anything is yours for free.
Well, a slight timeout here and a chance for Fnatic to plan their move. Now, Chad, you know there's a Galil out there. You know there's a couple of Deagles. We've seen a lot of B rushes in EPL so far. That's the one thing we probably don't want to see. But is this just one of those rounds where we're just saying to them, right, default into execution, 5-man approach, or are you throwing caution to the wind and going for a fast pounce here?
Normally what we would see is Flusher go into the round with just a Glock in hand. So the fact that
That's
he's invested tells me they're going to do something a little bit more serious than that. That's a full set of nades. I think that the way we saw Fnatic win that nuke game the other day against Mouse Sports was a masterclass in the second half. They were walking around the map exploiting every single gap. I think they're going to have a similar game plan here on Overpass. Just take their time, you know the rotations. Even the old demos of Overpass, it's still out there. Mouse Sports can have retooled, they can come up with some new ideas, they can try to counter-strat what you have, but their general approach to the map will still be the same as it was 112 days ago.
It's a good point. And for now, it is a very slow approach from Fnatic, as you'd like to see. Smoke down towards bathrooms, going for the motions here, making sure there's no one close range. Molotov towards the bench position. And in terms of the stack, you can see 4 CT players towards B once again. They started off with this setup in the pistol round. Didn't work out for them, but going for a boost here. That Galil trying to find any picks available to them. Looking towards Connector. Nothing there for now. Do they rotate back towards A? I think they probably will.
We have seen a lot of Overpass games finishing quite heavily on B. Like Overpass T sides, it seems like the leniency has been going in favor of B by a large margin.
It was Astralis that really showed us how powerful a B execution could be, but there's been multiple teams now that's kind of tinkering that execution, making it better and better. It's really difficult to hold off, especially if you use your utility at the start. We're getting to the final few moments of this round. We'll see whether Mouse Sports got anything to say about this. Maybe not. 1 kill found so far by Robs. It's still a 4 versus 3, and that grenade does a boatload of damage. Carrigan and Chris J drowning at this stage with 1 player remaining. He's got the 5-7, maybe good for 1 kill considering he's behind enemy lines, as it were, but they're going to take him down momentarily. Good job there on a dink, but doesn't find Brolan and doesn't punish the money.
First 3 Krieg kills for Brolan right there. Now, this is something which, as an individual, he could arguably be one of the best players in the world, if not the best, right? I think that's up for discussion. But ever since the new patches come on in, the Krieg, as you know it at home, has been changed. It has been nerfed. We are still currently playing on the old patch, so you will see Brolan at full force here for one final time.
He even took to Twitter. If you're not a Twitter user, you may have missed it. Brolan saying, hey, can I retire at 17?
Oh, double orbs have come out very early here. First gun round, Carrigan's picked one up.
Yeah, I like that. He is a serviceable AWPer. He can get the job done. He'd have to roll back the years a little bit, but back in the TSM days on Mirage, we are seeing a wallband open things up, though. Flusher straight through the wooden boards there. No helmet.
Just walking in.
Towards Frozen. He is stunned at this point. Carrigan's have to try and pull a kill back. He's got the AWP there in mind, but Golden takes care of that. Removed quickly. A 5-on-3 before the round even gets going. A wallband kill forces a bit of a reaction there from Carrigan. He has to level the playing field out, and he's lost that AWP. Still recoverable here for Mouse Sports, but it's not looking good. Bit of a bonus situation, this Galil out as well, and Flusher is making it work.
Ooh, he had the perfect crosshair placement. Rob's claws 1 back. Galil, penetration minimal. Sounds like a lot of us at the moment. Chris J, however, is potentially dancing with JW. Oh, dear.
Yeah, very close here. Tense now. 4 versus 3, and JW's going to catch Chris.
Unless he chair. No, he's going to hold this corner, though.
He has tucked in.
He's paranoid, paranoid about Long, so much so that he just loses his life to a walk-up from J-Dubs. Now he's got the full sight. The team, however, are outside B. This is going to keep the CTs completely focused elsewhere.
This is beautiful. So they've killed 2 players towards B. A very convincing fake towards A. You've smoked off CD steps. Molotov bang. flank. You've got a player there who's already found a kill towards A, and they're actually bringing the bomb up as well. No one has any idea on the CT side as to what's happening right now, and we still have Golden coming in for the backstab kills over towards B. He'll come through CT spawn and Graffiti eventually, and that's going to be the round. Brolan, lovely shot. We said he's a special to Krieg. It's starting to see it now.
Did Woxic even get a chance to shoot an AWP bullet in that
No,
round?
good point. No one did. Carrigan got his removed too.
They invested a whole lot right there on the Mousesports side of things. I think that with the way this is trending, it is only the first 4 rounds, but it continues to go this way for the next 4 or 5 on top of that. Map 1 could be very, very quick, but after that, I expect us to get right underway. Dust 2 being map number 2, we should see Mousesports back at full force almost instantaneously.
Yeah, after that victory against Scarlet yesterday, you'd think they could actually put up a real battle here, but not looking too good on the CD side of Overpass. Their money is in the bin. Even with the maximum loss bonus, all 5 players going down yields them $3,400 per player. You can see Flush at that opening kill. Beautiful scenes here. JW can't believe his luck. The easiest kill he'll probably find all series, as we'll see them close it out with the Krieg there. Like I said, money broken, has to be another partial buy here, but if EPL's anything to go by so far, this will probably be where Mousesports find their first round. There's the Eagles, a scout, a few bits of basic utility, a smoke and an HE grenade, and a faster approach towards B potentially from Fnatic here. 3 players towards the side of the map.
When we saw them go up against Mousesports on Nuke, oh my
Hello.
God, Carrigan with the opening kills and the aggression. He did it at A within the first few, now he's doing it over towards B.
Yeah, and he had such faith in the flashbang that he took his extra time to ensure it was a scout headshot. You saw his initial spot, didn't take a panic shot, instead waited to steady his aim, counting on the flashbang to keep gold and white screened. And now, here we go. Take no round for granted. We said it, we meant it. Now that AK, which was picked up, I'm pretty sure, will probably be passed off to the healthy Frozen with a Kevlar vest, perhaps Robs. Carrigan looking to do some more damage, and he does. Inflicts good damage into Flusher. A 3 versus 4, highly in favor of Mousesports. It didn't start this way, but it very well could end.
Yeah, we said that Deagles were potent. This kill, though, very important. Brolan just about finds it there, and he'll smoke off towards the A side. That means the A side is open, but the bomb is very far away, and there is a player towards Connector. Voxic yet to frag could save the day here. Perfect position to shut this one down. 50 seconds on the clock, but they go towards long. Crimson the bomb here. Voxic will get one. Does he know about Crims, though? Slowing it right down. 3 versus 2. Massive advantage for
He can chill here. He has no reason to leave now. He's got Rops watching his back. He can swing for the plant should they go for it, but they're so far away for even considering it. 30 seconds. Brolan needs another one.
Yeah, right now.
Crims has a smoke. He can plan in that at least, but you're right. Brolan has to search here.
And he is. Oh, he knows. He has got a very good idea of where Woxic's hiding and finds his head. Back turned, though, for the trade. It comes in from Rops' Deeg. 2 versus 1. 15 on the clock. Crims will likely get this plant down. Planting Bankside, though, that could be his death sentence because Frozen, like a little marmot, pops out of his hidey hole and pops his head right off.
Well, there it is. Desert Eagles and a Scout and a Carrigan opening shot there. We said he was an impact player, Chad. He won't get the most kills in the series, but the rounds he's finding for them, that's really instrumental to their success. The opening kill, it really spirals out of control, it gains the map territory, and Fnatic start to shrink.
Yeah, he also did some damage there onto Flusher, which came on in for that frag as he tried to round Fountain. So Carrigan looking hot to trot early, trying to get the troops in line and seeing if he can inspire them with some heroics. That's a big round to win right there.
Yeah, it doesn't quite break the bank of Fnatic at the moment. We're taking a slight technical pause here, but they do save an AK and a Krieg for Robs here. So their defense has been boosted somewhat, especially in the hands of Robs. He's going to do a lot of good work with that. They're 2-star players now with T-sided weapon on the CT side. This is where they could really come online.
They need to. I mean, you were starting to paint quite a bleak picture, Chad, about Overpass and should another 4 rounds go the way of Fnatic. Well, Mousesports with a miraculous eco victory have put the first on the board, but we'll see how the trend continues. Woxic, not a great sign of things to come, but only, of course, a few rounds in. We do need to see him wake on up.
Yeah, these two teams are very similar when you kind of paint the picture. You heard us talking about the impact players before. Carrigan and Christian on one side of things, JW and Golden on the other. And then if you have a look at the individuals who are stars, we've been talking about Frozen and Rops, that combo. They are fantastic throughout. And then on the other side of things, it's Crims and Brolan. Now, Brolan with the Krieg on the T side is quite an aggressive factor. On the CT side, you look at Crims and Brolan, they're locking down key parts of the map on their own. And then you bring in in these X factors. We have Flusher. He is a big game player. He turns up when we get into the playoffs, when we get into the finals. Remember Katowice 2018?
I can't forget it.
And then on the other side of things, it's Woxic. We know that he and the AWP have quite an intimate relationship, but whether or not they're always on best terms, that's we wake up and see every single day, right?
Absolutely. We sit in the drive here. It feels like a 1 in 3 games. He just won't turn up, and it will be a real disappointing showing from him. It's very early days here on Fnatic's pick, and he has only had the AWP once. So we'll see how he builds into the series. He sometimes has quiet maps and then just erupts on the second.
Yeah.
So Dust 2 coming up next. He's considered one of the best Dust 2 players on the planet right now. So still plenty of time for Voxy to show us what he can do.
And he can do it with the AWP as well. There's 2 stats that have recently hit my eardrums from you, Henry, I believe. But it was when you told me that even in their defeat, their like 16-1 defeat on Dust 2, he managed to have more AWP frags than Astralis.
Over 2 series, and they got 16-1 and 16-3. He had more AWP kills than Device for 14.
That's
so
not
he's
bad.
the only player keeping up in an absolute
And
pound.
in their victory, in their rematch versus Astralis, he actually came in with 27 AWP frags in their overtime first map. So incredible work from Woxic, and I need to see more of that. I want to see more of the Turkish sniper just popping off. We are 5 rounds in, though, and they did just pick up that eco victory. I've received word that we're about 30 seconds out, so no stress. Don't leave or walk too far away from the set. I mean, we're living in the future now. You can just walk around with the game in the palm of your hand wherever you go.
Yeah, it's a beautiful time.
We're
to be
mobile.
alive.
We're like in people's bathrooms. Some people
Some people could be in the bathroom right now watching this.
Yeah, don't push. Take your time. No rush.
There's no rush. Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend the phone in the shower. Tried that once, didn't work out for me.
You don't have a waterproof case that makes your phone like 10 times bigger?
Yeah, I haven't got that yet.
I have.
Yeah, is it working out?
It makes me feel like an army man. You know, it's like I've got a whole walkie-talkie. And it does mean we can stop talking about my shower phone situation and instead focus on the Counter-Strike situation.
Well, like we said, T-sided weaponry available in spades here. Frozen, Crims, Rops, rocking the AK-47 and Krieg respectively. That means they're going to be very powerful now on the CT side. Double AWP setup once again, but this time it's Voxic and Chris J, more traditional double AWP setup. This is where they want to be. This is their default. This is their full gun round now. And hopefully we'll start seeing them post a few rounds in a row to show us they can be competitive here on Overpass. So, Voxic, not super aggressive towards short, but looks at that first pick. Players towards connector.
If he wasn't scoped in, he'd have seen the top of JW's head on that jump there.
He's trying to land on the pipe so he can peer just across the sandbags. Now he thinks better of it, but I don't know if JW will be trying to jump up there anymore. As this round progresses, just note the lack of utility on the mouse spot side of things, and that there's only 1 defuse kit in play here.
Yeah, so that's on Frozen. So keep track of that. We do have them highlighted when they drop on the ground as well to try and find them.
This might happen. I have a feeling JW's going to do it one more time, and that flick of the wrist.
That'll come through.
It could come through.
I think he might be right.
Go on, J-Dubs. No, looks like he's got other missions.
No, he's thinking about
other objectives. Here we go.
Here
Go on,
we go.
Woxic. Flick, 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 flick.
Oh, they've got him if they...
Oh, they might if they boost. I feel like there's even more of a shot here. They want to boost him for short?
They haven't
Guys, Fnatic, what are you
necessarily
up
been
to?
working on this a lot, but
Okay.
let's see what they can do with it. Here we go. Crims now.
Okay.
Let's cancel that.
Yeah. So this is the grand finals, by the way, as we slowly watch. We watched Mouse Sports
did it yesterday
Yeah, I
on
was
Dust 2
gonna
at
say.
Long Doors. They were trying to gift device kills, and he still couldn't get them. So both teams struggle some with the boost, and that's going to put Fnatic in a situation where they've lost the opening kill, and now the clock is the biggest issue. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, they've wasted a good 30 seconds there. They have to just limp into B and hope for the best. And there's flashbangs available here. We said a lack of utility, but the flash is perfect. And it will be leading them to a kill. Carrigan's got a couple here. A very underwhelming round for Fnatic. They're focusing too much on the boost. Obviously, haven't dry ran that in a while, and it ultimately cost them the round. That was a good 30 seconds they wasted. Lost the pick in the meanwhile, and at that point, had to go in towards B. And he saw a very underwhelming, lackluster walk in towards B. With the flashbang set up, you can see how blind Flasher was, and Carrigan is mowing them down. No problem whatsoever, really.
Yeah, he didn't have to do much there in the end, just punishing the mistake with that double kill.
We said Carrigan might not necessarily end the game with the most kills. Well, he currently has the most for his team. 7 to his name. He's also got 2 assists. He's been doing a lot of damage. He's the only player on his team with assists so far. So huge impact from Carrigan within the early stages of this one right here. But Fnatic, as they opt to take a little bit of a pistol upgrade.
Yeah.
They get 2,400 next round, so we will see the guns come out. The AWP, probably not.
Probably not required at this point. Like JW, very good at the rifles as well. The AWP's not finding them a ton of opening kills, and it slows them down. We sit there a nimble team, like to be a little bit looser. Maybe that's a place that they'll go for, considering the way the rounds have gone down the last 2. Either way, though, Desert Eagles, a couple of sets of Kevlar, Crims with a helmet. Not going to help out JW. Does land the dink, but he'll meet Chris J. No helmet for him. Punished for that fact, and the first orb shot fired off does lead to a kill. Roland removed as well as the bomb is dropped in the bathrooms. Looks like we're all done here in round number 7.
Yeah, and Golden, he was elephant footing, so now he's going to have 3 CTs peeking him at once with a flashbang. He tucks in. He may very well win the duel on Rops. Crosshair was just a little off and costs him his life. Flusher. No armor, Desert Eagle perhaps. The bomb could be retrieved, but you'd need a couple of heroic kills, and the Crosshair's just not quite where it needs to be. Another shot to Rops, but that's his double. And another for Mouse Sports, clean as well.
Yeah, and they hold on to that T-sided weaponry we talked about. The Krieg, the AK-47, the double orb setup as well. Chris J, M4 right now. Will Carrigan want to hand over the orb once again? Time will tell, but the way he's playing with the Scout so far, maybe he wants to show us what he's capable of with the AWP as well. That's going to be 3 rounds in a row for Mouse Sports. They fended off the Deagle investment from Fnatic, and here comes another gun round. Chad, you mentioned the Flusher is a bit of a master of all weaponry. The cheesiest player I'd probably say in CSGO. He's entered the T side with a UMP instead of the Galil. He's got $750 residual cash, so could have got the rifle for sure, but opted for the SMG.
Yeah, the armor penetration of the UMP does make it viable against that head armor, but still, there's questions to be asked here. Flusher will probably make it work, but can Carrigan make this boost work?
I like it.
Well aware that Fnatic like to take these individual duels across the map and limp out and taking territory here. JW not taking anything for granted.
The fact that doors been naded off, I think, is alarm bells regardless. Did he spot the little shoe there? Apparently not. Carrigan would have adjusted his crosshair as he waits patiently now. So does JW. Tries a flow of flashes to bait him out, suggests he's towards short, and it might work out here. So close.
He knows he's there. The bullets, the flashes from the muzzle, but JW knows his angles. He knows what he's going to be exposed to. And T-Tors in chat. Rushley.
Poor Rush. He waited for like
30
seconds
so
there.
long. You waited so long. Bless your cotton socks.
Oh, he's going to be tilted now.
Yeah.
That's going to be it for the final, I reckon.
Yeah, we've got a tilted observer.
Get Bastion in.
Get the sub in. Get the sub in. He's mad as hell.
Well, 5-on-3. Fnatic maybe a little bit tilted as well. Their slow approaches here have yielded nothing but opening picks from Mouse Sports as they make their way towards the A side. 30 seconds remain again. Good flashbang comes out from Voxic. It's time to come online here, baiting in his rifle of Robs. Remember, Krieg in hand. Such a good position with the AWP on side as well. It's going to take so much aggro away. Carrigan chiming in with his second kill of the round here, looking fantastic. The in-game leader showing us he can still deliver on the big stage here, and we will have a 4-4 scoreline. Mouse Sports with 4 in a row. Lost bonus racking up, but still not enough there for Fnatic to buy in this round.
In the last 4 rounds that have been thrown up on the board from Mouse Sports, there's one common theme. They found the opening picks in all of them. Carrigan kicked it off with the Scout on that low buy scenario, and then Chris J in, well, would have been round 6 and 7. Was able to find the openings, and then Carrigan yet again in round number 8. So one-way traffic right here in terms of opening duels, but I would expect Fnatic to potentially change the pace here. They're getting picked off individually. They're not able to trade. So now we might see them group on up and go for more of a set piece when they get those guns back out.
CZ's P250s. An iconic Fnatic setup back in the day. You have to roll back the years slightly, but CZ's and Smokes, they can make this work.
They've had a variety of different weapons in their logo. It was Fnatic CZ for a while, then it was the Fnatic knives. I think the revolver's next.
Yeah, Fnatic with Tech 9 as well.
Fnatic,
that was the original one, right? That was 2015.
Olaf Meister with the Tech 9. That was quite a spectacle.
Which has had a slight adjustment as of late.
Keep your eyes on FaZe Clan.
You never know.
5 Tech 9s barreling up long.
Here they come now. Not missing a single kill. Clean sweep.
It's like a helicopter taking off.
It really is. And for now, Fnatic will have to try and make the smaller pistol work out here, making their way towards A. They can smoke off CT spawn, flash the site, go for a bomb plant. That'll be their first objective. If they're successful in that, let's see what happens.
Okay, so this is a lot of control that's been given to them. Forfeit by Mouse Sports, and Chris J's on the flank, but Flusher's been given the role of scavenging away this flank, and it does just go 1 for 1. That works for Fnatic. A rifle now, and perhaps a plant. It's on Brawler, and he is going to be punching the digits for a toilet side plant. Golden is cut down to size before he can get too much of an after plant set up, and Rops, he's had enough of this. They get the bomb plant, but that's all they take. 2 kills as well. Fnatic fight back.
Not a bad round for Fnatic there. Entering with just pistols and 1 smoke, they managed to get a bomb down, a couple of kills. Could have been 1 more there as well. They'll leave with nothing, but they do manage to get the extra money coming forward. You can see an extra $800 on top of their maximum loss bonus here as well. So AWP available for JW if he really wants it. As we stated, though, it's not a requirement on the T side. If you want to stick around as a group and be a tight-knit unit, they're better off having the AK-47. That's what he's gone for here. And will they still be up against the double AWPs? Yes, they will. Voxic and Carrigan, not Chris J. The way Carrigan's playing right now, I don't mind it at all.
Knowing the AWP was over towards B, a B rush could come in here, right? You could get up, barrel up that short position. Right. We've seen some good set pieces come on in. You might want to snowball that AWP because Carrigan, look, he's proficient, but is he able to get it done under pressure?
I feel like a B execution would be the perfect call here. Alex already highlighted it, how powerful they are in today's game, and this is Frozen trying to counteract that, trying to shut down any approach they've got at the start of the round. Now any set piece for 5 players, that's off the menu. They can't do that anymore by virtue of that aggressive play. They've read this so well. Carrigan now holding Monster with the AWP. So whatever execution they had in mind, that's been thwarted. And all 4 players are committed towards B. They found an opening and got themselves back in the round.
Yeah, that's Flush's impact right there.
Yeah.
When he shows up, he finds the frags that truly matter. Equalizer and good damage onto Chris J. There is no follow-up, though. He was on a bit of a lone wolf adventure.
He knows what Flush is up to there. Drops the smoke, and he was in front of it. HE just after, and he managed to take him down, but they're trading blows at this point. 1 minute left, 3 on 3. Having to do it old school. Clawing their way back into round. Fnatic going for a boost here. Now, the boosts haven't been amazing so far. Will they fumble this one? Nailing the jump now. Silent as you like. Third players rotate as well, so they're going back towards A, I believe. Oh, he just hits him.
Chris J hit that?
That's a kind of insane.
Oh, God.
That wasn't through the wooden boards.
No,
either,
that was
right?
straight through the concrete.
Okay, well, that just happened.
Okay, so Golden's not really sure, and well, GW2 caught by Rops.
This is now 5 rounds in a row, by the way. They were 4-0 down.
Yeah.
Our squads apparently don't really play that map as much, but they look very comfortable right now. Boxy's got the bomb, 20 seconds remaining. He nails the last player as well. That's Golden going down 6 rounds in a row. Mouse squad's in 5th gear.
Now, people, sorry, just quickly, people are probably wondering how Frozen got to that position so quickly. We didn't quite catch it, but Chris J actually run boosted Frozen.
I wondered why he had so much momentum.
Run boosted him on the wooden planks within the B bomb site, and he was able to get there behind those flames in sewer much quicker than what Fnatic were thinking was possible, and that's where the opening came from there. So this is openings galore right now for Mouse Squads.
He ran boosting from the bomb site itself, you said.
I can show you, Henry. I can't show the viewers at home
give me
right
a
now.
so
I can show you. So check this out. Chris J and Frozen. They run boosted. Yeah, good try, Rush. That's look at that.
That is actually kind of
But
sick.
we'll show people later. I
Yeah.
can bring it up in the post game.
Yeah, so they did it from all the way around the bomb site there towards the corner of short. Maybe they need to get there very quickly. Find the first kill through an HE smoke as well. But it will be 6 rounds in a row for Mouse Sports here. They are looking very good indeed. Look at their money just stacking up as well. Frozen with $13,000, feeling very flush indeed on the pick of Fnatic here. No warp once again on that T side. Yet to see an execution, just because Mouse Sports throwing in that a bit of aggression in the previous round did slow them right down.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, worth mentioning, Woxic actually dropped an AWP for a Creed.
Hits him.
And he hits the shot as well. Golden leg down. And Flush has lost his health as well. These AWPs are just barreling into Fnatic. They don't get to start the round with health.
Yeah, that's a real difficult scenario to get yourself out of now. Flush and Golden nullified in round number 11. Double AWP setup, very effective. No kills found, but they know how much damage they've done at this stage. Incendiary over, trying to deny any sort of boost there on the other side. And speaking of boost, we'll one toward the flower bed. Voxer takes care of that. Bit of a gardener himself. Dropping the smoke, knows there's another player towards short. Trying to stay alive at this stage. And does take a few bullets down to 45, but focuses towards long.
I like this maneuver. He means he does, yes, forgo the site, but will not go down and has a 1-for-1 duel with potentially an advantage.
He's got Robs behind him as well, with the rifle as well. So the flashbang over, looking to reposition, and it's actually worked out quite nicely. Doesn't take any damage there. Back in this strong position with the orb, looking towards bathrooms. 45 seconds here. Fnatic will receive the incendiary. They got to hold up for 7 more seconds. Flashbang towards long, so Robs can challenge, and he's going to go for full long control here. So now they can't be split. They can't be pinned towards the site. It means that Voxy can really focus that AWP towards the site. Flashed off, misses the shot, and they have made access.
Wow, the move from Golden was huge, even as the bomb on his back. With 10 HP, a leg shot would have done, but he jumps, strafes over the tight line. That's the only option Woxic had, given the Molotov that was thrown out by his teammates. It works perfectly. He's gotten the bomb down. He's gotten a frag. He could very well find a second. Golden! This is the impact we were talking about. A double kill. Crims will find the third. And now a 2 versus 2 in the afterplank, closing in from both angles. One from Bank, one from Long. Rops and Chris J respectively. Half gone on the bomb. They have kits. It's the frags they need now. Spotted. Closing him down. Crims playing the clock beautifully. JW in support, and Chris J can't even close the gap. Fnatic finally break the silence.
It was a real brawler around there towards the end. After suffering 2 leg shots at the start, Fnatic continued their assault towards the A bomb site, executing nicely, managing to apply so much pressure towards the AWP. He had to fall back towards the bank, and you said it, the impact kills there from Golden were absolutely everything. Crims and JW working in perfect tandem here. Lovely shot to close things out. They break the spell. There were 6 rounds in the hole there, but finally pulling one back has not broken the bank accounts just yet. Chris J back on the secondary AWP. One more buy left here from Mousesports, maybe another with Frozen $9,000 here. And they haven't really committed to a set piece as of yet because there's been so much aggression. Voxic presenting it once again. Not as successful as Frozen.
Yeah, that was a very ballsy maneuver, and you feel like a bit of a plum when it doesn't work out.
Sure.
Caught off, very aggressive positioning from Crims. He made sure that he was in a spot to catch any speedy aggression. No run boost this time, didn't have the leg up that Frozen got. Into round 12 we go.
Rops is pushing A long right here, so he's going to get full information that this part of the map is clear as he jiggles and makes sure every single corner is covered. Doesn't want to give anything away, but that information with a man down, it doesn't really do a whole lot for them.
Yeah, they have no idea if they're in connector or bathrooms right now. We do have Chris J still towards the A side of the map, confirming that position's clear. He'll probably rotate towards B now, considering Rops has got all that intel. He'll hold towards playground. There's a smoke down at B. Very well timed smoke as well. Arrogant with the flashbang towards Monster.
And into the side they go. JW's already drawn blood. Frozen's playing passive. He's hoping the shots from Chris J will draw their aim, and it doesn't work out. Brollan's just got them all. Quick double into the site. And Rops, he's a little late on the flank. He will catch Crims, but that's just the last loose thread. There's 4 members of Fnatic, and they are hungry to find him. Do chase him down towards Monster Tunnels. Flush is the one to find the frag, and with a couple of bullets into the corpse, they confirm the 6th.
Well, trying that aggression again. It was the AK-47 that was successful before towards short. This time, Voxic challenging with that double AWP setup. Doesn't work out. Crims just way ahead of the position he anticipated there, right behind the flames. He gets that first kill, and then at that point, Rops has to go hunting for information. They get the intel, but can't hit the shots. It will be Fnatic with 2 rounds in a row now, but as we mentioned, there was so much cash built up after winning 6 rounds in a row. Mousesports still have enough for a double AWP setup. Karrigan and Voxic trying to work in tandem once again. They're taking their first US Air Force tactical timeout here as we go 6-6, entering round 13. Do or die, really. If Mousesports lose this round, this is where Fnatic can really close the half out with a 9-6 scoreline.
Yeah, I think Fnatic could be pretty happy with 6 as it is, but if they can pile on any more and make this map as quick as possible, that would be the goal right here. We said before, best of 5s, they're a marathon, not a sprint, so if you can make sure that you close these maps out when you do have big advantages, that's going to be very important as the day trickles on. 5 maps of Counter-Strike. We've had it before. I think 7 or 8 hours was the Fnatic versus FaZe one back in Katowice a few years ago.
Someone's waiting for them. Boop, boop. Frozen's lost all of his health.
Right into it. He did indeed. Well, that hurts a lot. Frozen will be given the AWP. Don't see it on it too often, but let's see what he's made of. Needs to be careful those wall bangs. JW to open things up. Finds Chris J. That was in towards middle by the fountain. Got another one here potentially, but Voxic, we know he's fast. Brings it back to a 4-4. Lots of time on the clock here. Flashbang towards middle. Bomb currently sits in T-spawn, so no fast moves coming in from Fnatic anytime soon, but they're going to boost behind this smoke, I would say, on the sandbag.
They've been loving this, and they like to kind of leave someone there on top of the sandbags as they continue to maneuver around. He can peek the barrel position. It's very effective, and of course, an off angle for a lot of heaven. You can peek over the roof. Not people expecting that one, but forced off by the incendiary. It is extinguished, but now he doesn't have his boost. Flusher into the site. He does come in, and Frozen got the info, but he was flashed before he could pull the trigger. Fnatic are committing, and that low health AWP is still connecting. Nice work from Frozen. Keeping things level. Bomb will be planted, but Rops looking to contest, and he's done well to find the first. In the smoke, he knows another lingers. Can't find Flusher just yet. Defensive maneuvers. Nade just chunks both of them as they retreat.
And there are flashes and incendiaries available. That incendiary goes down towards short, cool around done. They'll have no way of fending this one off, and Rops is ready and waiting. There's the incendiary. The defuse should be coming in momentarily, but I like this. What a maneuver.
Did they
They're going
really?
for the boost. This is not going to be anticipated at all. I didn't see this coming. Can they even see the bomb?
Oh my God.
They can! They work it out though. No boost available anymore. He's lost his teammate. Voxic's on the defuse. Flusher needs 2 frags here. Rops defending. He gets it with grenade fire, and he hasn't got time. Fnatic. They wrote history at the site, and it's Flusher to do it this time.
Flusher planted that bomb. Flusher knew.
He knew.
He knew. He was prepping for that post-plant scenario from the second they got into that bomb site.
Yeah, that's a galaxy brain play there.
Oh.
My God, Robs looked like he'd done enough at that point, but the boost, low HP, the only play they can make. I said it, that incendiary goes down towards short, they are done for. It comes through, but they think on their feet, knowing that the bomb was planted, the boost comes in, the kill was found. It was still a 2-on-1. Flasher had to get one kill there. The diffuser is the only one he could find to win the round. He nails the shot. He goes down, but it was enough, and has led Mouse Sports to a tragic situation here. No money available. Desert Eagles, a bit of armor. Like we said, a 9-6 half, very possible now after picking that round up. And Carrigan first play the drop here. Mac 10's out, farming that cash, and Crims has found access towards B.
Yeah, you're not going to get far with USPs. Frozen's defending the B side with one, and well, he's met by a Mac 10. And just one clawed back for Mouse. It was Robs' Deagle just catching the lurk, but he's already gone down. So Armored Deagle and 5-7 likely just going to be looking to keep hold of that and perhaps take a rifle away from any hunting Fnatic members. But that round is still echoing into the next. Sports shell-shocked.
Yeah, that's the highlight of the half so far. Excellent work from Fnatic. After a spell of 6 rounds from Mouse Sports, they've now answered back with 4. Voxic and Chris J. Wait patiently with their pistols, looking to upgrade here. In terms of their lost bonus, they're going to get $2,900 per player into the next round. So AWP's available. I don't think we'll go for a double AWP setup. Hasn't really worked out the last few rounds. The aggression towards short hasn't really been working in their favor. It's now 2-1 and leading towards Fnatic. Christian is connector, and KW looking to knife him. We haven't seen one yet. Misses out on the opportunity. You can see the frustration there. Wanted the knife. He's got the bloodthirst. And here's the replay. Flush up, nothing too special here. This is the Mac 10, farming the cash, keeping it simple, throw him in first. If he goes down, it's not a big deal. And he even ran through the flames there towards short.
Style points, I think you get for those those kind of plays.
Yeah,
Maybe
walking on hot coals.
Watching too many Tony Robertson videos where he's telling people you can run over the flames. It's all in your head, Alex.
It's all in your mind,
It's all in your mind, okay.
Well, final round of this first half. Fnatic on for that 9-6, but the triple AWP setup, I beg your pardon, has come out.
The double AWPs wasn't working, Henry, but the triple AWP might.
Damn, okay, that's not a call I was expecting. I thought they might shy away from the double AWPs. They've actually upped the ante.
Triple down.
The Trop.
The Trop is out. And, well, Woxic's already lost his, so we are bound down to the Dorp. Couple nades towards the barrel position. Looks like a triple, in fact, actually, towards the pillar. That's often an angle adopted by the AWPer. Robs has lost his life in toilets, and, oh, Carrigan's caught out. Just these 1v1s. This is a Fnatic T-side when everything's going right. They just take their jaws all across the map at the same time, and they lose absolutely all of them. They, of course, being Mouse Sports. 4-1. Christian's got no health and no hope.
He'll give it his best shot. He'll do what he can here. Pad stats at the very least, but a very convincing finish here for Fnatic at round number 15. Bomb will go down. Chris J will just limp into the bomb site here, hoping to cause a bit of damage, but what a resounding victory that was Fnatic there. 4-0 up, then lost 6 rounds in a row, and then answered back with a perfect streak themselves. 9-6 at half. Fnatic on their pick, looking very strong indeed, but Mouse Sports have turned up the play. We will take a break and be back with the second half very, very shortly indeed.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been getting distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Every day I wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy.
A best of 5 final, and Fnatic, they chose to pick Overpass. It was supposed to be a punish. Mousesports, however, have displayed a fair share of comfort upon the map to keep the half competitive, and we find ourselves at a 9-6 scoreline.
Yeah, an interesting finish to the first half there with a triple AWP setup on the CT side. You don't see it too often, but it didn't work out. We are going to see Mousesports swim to the T side now. We'll see whether they can bounce back. 9-6 deficit, going to need this pistol in my opinion. No upgraded pistols, but they do have a lot of utility here. 2 smokes, flashbangs and a Molotov, and a nice headshot towards JW to keep things going. And they'll make their way back towards B. And there's a 4-man stack here from Fnatic. Smoke's going down. Early commitment coming through. Oh, and Frozen's missed throwing up.
They're committing without a smoke.
There's no heaven smoke. Well, for now, it doesn't matter. It's Crims on Monster who's causing damage, but no headshots connect. It's a bit of a nightmare. Crims, however, he does resolve it in the end. My goodness, second clip, a whole lot better than the first. Mousesports, bit of an oopsie.
If you missed the first half and the early stages of that, you would have heard me saying that Mousesports, this isn't a map that they tend to play. It's a map that they tend to ban. We haven't seen them play it in 2020 at all. It's a map that they last played in December of last year at Epicenter.
Yeah, that was very clumsy.
Yeah.
Well, how many days was it since they last played Overpass?
112 officially.
112 official.
So look, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're expecting them not to look at home here. They've taken a risk in this veto. They removed Inferno, which is Fnatic's best map, which Overpass was always going to be leaning in the Fnatic camp.
If I'd have missed that smoke, though, I'd be calling for the cancel. I swear. Like, if you missed a vital part of the strategy, like that upper smoke, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and they might continue to be here as 2 kills are found by that MP9. That will be Brolan and JW applying the pressure once again. 4 SMGs, 1 rifle, working out very well against this force by yet to take really any significant damage. It's now a 5-on-2. The round pretty much over already.
Yeah, nothing Robson Chris J can do about it, really. Not dying to an MP9 would be a nice start.
Talk about that bonus situation they're going to have. There's a full eco coming up next to Mousesports here. And they'll probably keep the MP9s up. They don't suffer any casualties. They'll have 4 of them, now 3. See if another kill comes from this Desert Eagle.
Brolan wants his 3rd. He's probably going to get it. Attention drawn elsewhere in the swing. Very effective. Flusher's job finished off by Brolan and Fnatic. Almost a clean and perfect round. Running at them with their MP9s, just ripping those deagles and armor away before they can find too many long-range fights.
Exactly. Getting stuck in, pushing towards middle, playground, finding the opening 2 kills there, farming a lot of money, and leaving them with a position to do so even further. Now they're up against Glocks and not much else. These MP9s can really do a lot of damage. You'll probably see a very similar approach. Get stuck in towards connector, try and find early frags. It's not a big deal if a couple of players go down. They've got a lot of money into the next round. And we'll probably want to get rid of a couple of those MP9s if possible. We'll see aggression from Brolan here. Like I said, just wants to get stuck in.
And nade looks promising. Just waited out by Mouse Sports, but there was a second where that came from, and Crim's bullets are following the nade's trajectory. Good work from Mouse. Karrigan and Rops both finding a frag each, which does, as we said, not necessarily have huge follow-on effects for Fnatic, but does give them a fighting chance to do more. The M4 for Karrigan, that's quite the prize to pull out of an eco victory.
Oh, I'm surprised JW's dropped back here. He can cover off that connector push to make sure they can't go back down if he was to stay in that more postured forward position. So by dropping back here, there is a window. They're lucky that they're just going to head over towards A long in this scenario.
Yeah, well, Flush up, trying to keep his eye on towards that middle position, but there is a chance of a plant here. Maybe a bit more. 3 versus 2. MP9s are out. M4 available, but such low HP on these two remaining players from Mouse Sports. They'll walk up towards long. They have a smoke for CT spawn. They have one for bank, but it'll be very telegraphed. It might just be better off a contact play here. Either way, if Golden spots him, even if he swings, he's got both.
No, he didn't see anything.
He didn't. So if Karrigan was to hit the perfect headshot here, okay, not what he got, not what they get. Now Golden, he knows one of them's low. You can see these little bursty pre-fires. He's just trying to catch them off. Through the smoke, he throws bullets, and it's Karrigan caught. Nothing the low HP on Rops can do. Golden will find both. Blocks down the long, recovers the M4. Pretty damn good day in the office, if you ask me.
So those 2 MP9s now. That does pose a massive question here in round number 19. Do they go for something super aggressive, a short push, try and get stuck in towards connector? This is a bit of a bonus situation. I've seen one of the MP9s thrown over towards Crims. Now, that does enable them to go for some short control. They could push towards that position and try and throw a curveball in, try and assert their dominance early on in the game, or play a very passive and crossfire mentality. We'll see what comes forward.
They haven't paired the MP9s together. Brolin and Crims are split up here, so I'm going to be interested to how they use them respectively. But to note, Woxic doesn't have the AWP. He opted for the Krieg buy.
Good point. Is that aggressive for sure? Ambitious from Crims. Have a little peek, sure, but he really committed to that. Voxic would take him out, and now trying to pull a kill back. Can a good kill.
Oh, that's a nasty way to go. Brolin was just so procedural with his clears. His jiggle revealed just enough of Chris J. So a 4v4, Karrigan does manage to get under the crosshair of Flusher, so this is going to make things very difficult. Surprise, surprise! JW knife out. Now sent to the grave. Golden straight through the wall, actually claws one back. They go for the boost. We see Fnatic get away with this a lot. And Karrigan's no longer on barrels, but he's still exposed, and Flusher's caught him. Get across, they have to overcome the sandbag's position. They play this so well, and now from Heaven, he's back up Heaven, and he's found a double.
He was everywhere then. I want to point out here, Brolin's pushing is probably what triggered them to go towards that site, right? Because Brolin is normally very aggressive towards A, so when you see his name fill the kill feed, you're like, oh, it's a standard. Brolin's aggressive on his own. We can potentially isolate these B rotators or these B defenders. Karrigan did a fantastic job to find that opening, but I just love how Flusher played around this situation. He played off his teammates. Picture perfect.
Started off in the water, ended up towards Heaven, closes things out as well, and that all started with 2 MP9s, bear in mind. They lost the first kill, re-aggressed towards connector, managed to pick up an AK-47, close the round out, and maybe even a map here. They're going to have to enter round number 20 with just Desert Eagles as scouts. Karrigan has been hitting some wonderful shots with the weapon, but I'm not sure they're going to break through here. Good timing. Passes him on the reload, and that will find the first kill.
Yeah, this was looking good, and Tag perhaps can still shape up for Mouse Sports. It's on to Crims. He's the one to stop this bomb plant, and he's in a pretty damn good position to do it. A 1 dig from Frozen, maybe Roxas M4 does connect. At a very heavy loss of life, he's down to just 2. No boost for JW on these sandbags, but he can still continue to be an element of surprise. And oh, Rops is so low, but the duck is just enough. More damage this time into Karrigan, converted. Numbers favoring Fnatic, extended by Flusher, just Frozen, a Deagle and Kevlar.
Good luck, my friend. They know you're coming from short as well by the looks of things. He nails the first shot, a chance of the second as well. Oh, there it is. Can he do it? The defuser's coming in. If he gets this kill, there's a chance now. The bomb ticking away at some pace. And he assumes it's being defused there. The defuse will actually come through in the end. Very close, good effort. Deagle Armor brought it right down to the wire, but Fnatic still win the round.
Flusher has balls of steel. He throws the smoke on the bomb, fakes it, and then just stands there as it's getting so dangerously close as his teammates are dying around him, but he knows the duel's coming. Frozen can't afford not to check it.
He had to spam it.
Yeah.
He had to take the risk and go for it, and that's when Flusher knew he'd won the round. Great stuff from Flusher once again. The Watchman from the tower here just spraying them down from multiple positions once again, just making it look easy. And that will be 14-6 now. That was the partial buy for Mousesports, running out of time here as they have the AK-47s, the sniper for Voxic, and he's entering towards Connector right now.
There's any fight left in Mousesports in map number 1. We need to see it here. This one is looking like it could be done and dusted with a 16-6 scoreline if this one falls in favor of Fnatic. They're looking comfortable. It's good to see all the individuals online right now.
Yeah,
things are as we expect.
They're yet to give up a round in the second half. That's going to be 5-0. The only round that's given up is that spell of 6 that Mousesports found in the first half. Since then, nothing but Fnatic. Slow and patient from Mousesports so far, waiting for the aggression from the CT side. They've presented some, but running themselves in towards short. Happy to hold control with the piped position. That's going to be JW.
So Fnatic, they hear those flashes on long. They will be aware that that's a gap that needs to be filled, and you can see Brolin and Flusher both responding. Brolin's going to be the one on contact, though, flashed in by his teammates, and he does have an opportunity to eliminate the threat. Woxic's gone, has info on Frozen, knows retreat's not an option because his teammate's holding the line, and Flusher and Brolin get the job done.
Karrigan down at 2 HP in that interaction as well. It's a 4 versus 2, I would say. Robs gets a taste as well. Crims inflicts massive damage. Looking for round 15 here. They might have done enough. Smoke's available, flashes as well. They throw one over towards middle. Flash spots 2, doesn't want to challenge again. Oh, the flash is beautiful.
Look at this.
Beautiful work. Bombs down, round's over. Chris J with 10 seconds, and down he goes. Fnatic just dominating the second half.
Yeah, I mean, this was the pick your poison result for anyone that's joined in halfway through this map and is like, okay, Mousesports didn't show up today. Have no fear, have some faith. This is a best of 5, and there was going to be a gap in Mousesports map pool one way or the other. Inferno, Fnatic's strength, or Mousesports' weakness of Overpass. Chad's been highlighting it all game long, but that's your final reminder.
I just smirked there because I saw Frozen and Rops before we cut to that replay buy into the Kriegs. We know that Mousesports have been limiting the amount they purchase it, but when the chips are down, when it gets to overtime, when the game, it needs a change-up, they bring them out.
And the scout working out again for Karrigan. He has found plenty of kills.
That was his nade as well.
Yeah.
He did the full dunk, the HE into the scout peak dunk onto the AWP, and now Chris J into the side, and he's found 2. That's the Chris J round we talked about in the pre-match. There's always 1 or 2 every single map, and this time he's just made the B site his.
Well, it opened things up. That was the scout, and now upgraded to an AK-47. Voxy with the AWP as well. 5 versus 2 there. Do well to lose this one. Ball makes his way into an open B site, as Crims and Brolan with no option but to save their weapons at this point, try and pick out some players with them. Frozen still towards middle, and Frozen having a rough game, 8-15. They're not going to win this map, but him starting to line here, a couple of key frags could be beneficial. He doesn't land it. Crims absolutely destroys him with the M4.
Quick reactions from Crims, and he's going to be happy to take the upgrade. Frozen delivers one.
Yep. Express
delivery straight to Fnatic's doorstep.
So now you got Brolan for Krieg, Crims with one as well. This is not looking good.
Yeah, with this round's buffer, I suppose, Fnatic have to work with here, you will just see them take the safer option, the safer route. There's no rush, right? We were talking about this yesterday as well. When you are up in this kind of a scoreline, you can bide your time. And that was massive gambles being taken by Mouse, right? Chris literally just walked into the B-bomb side without any tells. We heard from him early within the interviews for Mousesports, talking about the attitude of not really caring in terms of about his decision-making, going with his gut, you know, not worrying about the protocols. Well, that's why he is probably one of our players who we've highlighted as an impact player, and why he can pull off moves like that. The same can be said for JW, right? They throw that rule book, or at least the fundamental Counter-Strike out the window and go with the gut feeling.
They
can I find this gap?
others' expectations.
Yeah, exactly. That's a fantastic way of labeling it right there.
Well, is this the final round? The 2 Kriegs on the CT side of JW Orb certainly suggest it could be. Frozen bravely makes his way through the flames here, trying to avoid the flashbangs as well. It's not going to slow him down at all. Can he get his first kill? Certainly can. It's time to look better here. First 2 kills for Mousesports with JW will reply with 1 AWP shot.
It's like Carrigan just said, go fight.
Yeah.
And he does. Early frags found, now with this advantage. This is familiar territory from the round prior. Can they convert in the same way? That's a risky fight to be taken, and JW's AWP, it does connect, but through the concrete gives Frozen a second lease of life. He lives on, may very well be given that AWP, okay. Bogdan's Law strong in 2020. 4 versus 3, JW's holding the tight line. Is Frozen going to be anticipating something this? I mean, this is an AWP duel, right? This is something he's not going to be particularly familiar with taking. If he does strafe into it, looks like he's clearing it.
He's ready. The shot, though, JW doesn't miss many. And that brings it back to a 3-on-2 in favor of Fnatic. Rox will go down as well. Voxic looking to keep the dream alive here, but it's looking very unlikely as he'll hold towards long. 3 versus 1. Fnatic have done it.
Nice shot. Does eliminate the JW. That was a duel AWP versus AK at range in a wide open long. Bomb retrieved from Woxic, and now a 1 versus 3 to keep Mousesport's chances of an overpass victory.
Does he go towards B? Does he knife out and hope for the best here?
It looks like he's moving in that way, in that angle, but as he sweeps toilets, perhaps he's got other plans. 19 seconds, and he's walking straight towards the domain of both CTs. They're playing retake B, hedging their bets.
Gives him his position now. Has to go for the plant, which he'll probably get down, but they're going to swarm him as soon as he does.
Okay.
I like that.
They don't even know he repositioned.
What? They didn't even know. Golden's completely caught off guard. Woxic on for the 1v3. There's one more man to find. It's Crims. Already a double, looking for his triple. And Woxic, he just evaporated off of that bomb plant. Smooth move. And Crims. He'll check this corner. It will just come down to the duel. He doesn't even check. Woxic's done it. Quad kill in the round.
Oh,
a 1 versus 3. Up against Fnatic in the best of 5.
Well, there we go. He keeps them alive there. It looked like it was done. The 1 versus 3, 30 seconds remaining. He somehow gets the plant through, gets this great shot towards long, and then he repositions. They had no idea. It was Golden that goes down first, leaving Crims in this impossible 1v1 situation. He waited for the aggression towards CT spawn. It never came through, and Mousesports keep their head above water for now. The revolver's out. The first round, we're going to see it. The R8.
Check your clocks.
Will this be where it ends?
If he wins it with this after giving away that 1v3 to Woxic right there, we know it was all planned.
So he could get 1 revolver round. And, well, not today. In fact, JW going down early is a different trend to be discussed at a later date. That's big from Golden. Here comes the impact. Double kill with just the Deagle, and suddenly a round that Fnatic had no voice in. They can start to be heard across overpass. He's surely not getting another one. This is ridiculous. Golden with just body shots. He wails on Rops.
How's he alive? Frolan gets away with that. It could all end here with a revolver and Desert Eagles. It's Golden with 3.
3. The flashbang was perfect. He did it all himself.
And now they walk in towards B. Flush up.
The flank.
Hot on their heels. This is surely it now. 4-on-2. Vox still alive. They've got utility in the bomb. He's going to spot at least one of them.
Oh, he can't hit it. Panics. Backs are turned. It's a scary shot. And Woxic into the site. Maybe Mouse can get themselves out of this chaotic nightmare, but Flush has got other plans. Nice jiggle. Finishes off, just chipping away every time Frozen exposes himself. And whoa, I'm feeling exposed after that one. Dirty from Frozen.
And now he's got the bomb and smoked him off. Another chance at the clutch here. The bomb will be planted. Advantage Frozen. Flusher with the Desert Eagle needs to land 1 shot here. Molotov available towards short. Repositions now. Did Flusher spot him? I don't think so.
Smoke's promising.
Oh, the gap is done.
The gap. Frozen's won the clutch. Taking it in turns. Voxic and Frozen both deliver to keep Mousesports in the game, but my goodness, is it close.
Back-to-back 1v3s just to keep their head above water. That's one thing. But you have to consider if this does start to spiral back and Fnatic get pushed, right? There are only 6 more rounds in this for Mousesports to tie it up.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of chances for Fnatic to close it that they've dropped.
you're just frustrating them at this point, right? You're just getting under their skin. They want to close this one out. They want to win it. They're now having to buy in with low economy with the MP9. Sure, there's an AWP there still, but every round Mousesports get is frustrating like that in a 1 versus 3. Their chances are actually starting to increase in this best of 5.
And not only that, their individuals are getting more match time, so they're getting more warmed in. You saw some whiffs from Frozen, but then he got to course correct with a confidence-boosting 1-on-3.
Yeah, the 1-on-3 is worth its weight in gold. Absolutely. He had a really rough map up until that moment. Now his confidence is going to be flowing. They get a couple more rounds here, get to double digits. They're going to start feeling like, okay, we don't even play this map.
And
it's fine.
It stops Fnatic feeling like they just, picked up a hot win. The momentum's really running.
Well, I think that's already happened here. There's 3 rounds in a row, especially the clutches coming through. 3 kills with the Desert Eagle from gold. It still wasn't enough. Can they close it here? Like I said, a hamstrung investment with the MP9 in the hands of Crims here. They have 1 kit available, and now only a couple of smokes. Towards barrels.
I'm just running through this T side from Mouse and how many hero plays have got them here. It was Chris J who single-handedly just walked B contact.
That's right.
Then we had a 1v3 from Voxic. Then we had a 1v3 from Frozen. If they get even close to 15 here, Fnatic are going to feel really hard done by. They're going to be certainly having to reset, even though the victory could very well go their way. And it should. I will reiterate, this should be Fnatic's and caught out. JW wasn't ready for that and now into the site. 3 quick kills. Voxic's flash enables it all to go down.
Well, a few more twists and turns yet, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Mousesports are here to put up a fight.
Wow.
We have got 1 player remaining, that's Brolan, and their money's going to be ruined after this. They're going to get $2,900. Double digits found. Mousesports really coming online towards that B side of the map.
I was already prepping my post-game segment. I was getting all my clips ready. I was getting the round timeline up. I was working out what I was going to say, and now that's all been thrown into question here. It still feels like it's a matter of time for Fnatic to close, but if they keep getting put in these situations where they have the huge number advantage, they do all the damage early, and they're not able to close that door.
Could you do some maths together with me, both of you?
All right.
With, let's say, Mousesports continue this spree, how many buy rounds did Fnatic get until it's overtime?
So next round, as Henry said, they're going to get 2,900. They're going to take a save, right?
Yeah.
Unless they want to force buy behind this Brolan
They will do a
rifle.
partial, they'll do Deagle armor with this right now with the maximum credits next.
Then they get 3,400
so
every single round from here on out.
So they will probably keep just going, throwing, like, 1 round half, 1 round full.
Yeah, so if they keep saving
you get about
rifles,
2 more rifles, 3 more rifle rounds.
If they keep saving rifles, if they save 2 to 3 rifles, then they can probably drop across and continue to buy in that fashion. That's up to Mousesports to hunt. And Mousesports at this point of the game, they probably should just be hunting in a lot of these situations to make the rounds easier for themselves going forward.
A cat and mouse game, you could say.
Yeah, and I will remind you now, coming into this one, that good grief, every round in Counter-Strike can be won, and this one is no different. We saw how close they got with just the Deagles. Now the hero M4 has already drawn blood.
Lovely boost down in the connector, catches off Carrigan. Been a lot of boosts this game, a lot of failed boosts as well. 15-10. Mousesports with 4 in a row, looking for 5 here. Chris J trying to bust up his B side successfully. Makes the first decision, and Frozen catches the second as well. That first pick nullified now. B side is there, smoke towards heaven. Removes the vision of the scout, and Crims is in trouble here.
Just like that, Mousesports will find another. JW's revolver, though, does he have the lineup? The spin isn't going to get him far. No pressure being applied to Woxic, but he gets the bomb down all the same. This is the player to watch at this point. Well, he was. Rops is just carefully tapped away at his dome. Trimmed his fringe. Rops, meets the R8 revolver. Damage inflicted, but not converted. And that is 11 for Mousesports. What was the half? 10-5? And now Mousesports have really managed to build into the T side.
Well, 4 to go. Mousesports will take a tactical timeout here after finding 5 in a row themselves. This is where we can start the conversation now. Double digits achieved. Heroic clutches found, and Mousesports, their stars are starting to shine at this point. Robs has the revolver as well. It's all looking good for them. This is where things start to turn around, and they just need 4 rounds to get to overtime. Imagine if they did it. It would be unbelievable, considering the fact they went 6-0 down. That was the find map point here, and since then they found 5. Mousesports have got back on their feet, even if they don't win the map here. It's an admirable effort.
Just to note, it came when the Kriegs came out.
Exactly.
As soon as the Kriegs and Caution got thrown to the wind, Mousesports started picking up rounds. It is through individual heroics, but regardless, they're rounds nonetheless.
Yeah, every round counts. Even if it is clutches and ridiculous 1v1s that come down to the wire in 10 HP.
4 more to take us to overtime. It would be just crazy if they did that.
I still feel like this should just be a moment, a matter of time, right?
Sure.
At some point, Fnatic will erode and convert their opening pick.
With 2 1-3s, it should be done already, but somehow, some way,
Look at them.
The aggression has come back to bite them. Crimson find the first 2, nothing but headshots here. Golden for the 3rd, and he's actually knocked him out by the flames. It looks like we're done here. A great effort from Mouse Sports. Gets them back on their feet, but it's 5-on-2, surely not possible.
There's been some spectacular clutches here at EPL, but a 2 versus 5, I think it might just be a little beyond the realms of possibility. Carrigan's going to try and change my mind. He's walking on up to toilets.
If there was any damage done there, we could start the conversation. Maybe there's a chance. Carrigan goes down, 5 versus 1. Voxic, it's all going to come crashing down, but like I said, a great effort nonetheless.
Yeah, and that's going to do wonders for Mouse Sports. It's going to feel a whole lot better. I will correct myself as well. I said 10-5 half was 9-6, 9-2 Fnatic. And you can see then the resistance from Mouse Sports has been admirable considering how low this is in their map popularity. Voxic has given it a go though, and looks like what Brolin's holding the perfect line. 16-11, our first map of our grand final, and it goes the way of those that picked it. The punish overpass is Fnatic's.
No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Well, the grand finals kicked off with a bit of a bang there. Mouse Sports making it interesting towards the tail end of Overpass with a couple of 1v3 clutches. You don't see them every day, but Fnatic will still pick up map number 1, their choice here. Overpass was left open, and Brolin, the babyface killer, he punished. 24 kills to his name, the Krieger in full force, and things looking good. It did get dicey, it did get a little bit closer than what we here at ESL Pro League Season 11 were expecting map number 1 to be, but Fnatic, they're out in force. They started with some very, very solid Counter-Strike, methodical across the board, and then it only was a matter of time until they could close this one out. We're going to take a look here at a couple of the highlights from Brolin, and once we're done and dusted with that, we're going to jump into some of the rounds that I enjoyed watching with that one. So let's take a look at the round timeline right here. We're going to talk about the spree of openings that came on through for the Mouse Sports side, these 6 rounds right here, and how they managed to do that. It was all through opening frags. They had the double up on Karrigan, Chrisjo was picking it up, Wasik as well, and then we have this move that I actually want to highlight right here. We didn't get it during the match, but take a look at this. This was a innovative way for, I think it was Chris J, with Frozen to run boost into the sewer position to find an opening pick. So you're about to see the 2 individuals run past your screen. Chris J gets mounted by Frozen. Away they go. Run boost around the corner. Gets him there earlier than they were expecting. And he finds this opening onto Brolin. So that's a huge kill. But we'll bring the round timeline back up right here. And there is a round that I do want to talk about. And that is going to be round number 13. Maybe you guys remember how that one went down. If you don't, we're going to catch you up to speed. It's Flusher with his massive brain. So over towards this B site, you can see Fnatic. They're posturing. They're boosting up on the sandbags. They've been smoked off. There's mollies, there's flashes, there's all that good stuff. Flusher outside towards Monster. Fnatic are just setting up for a B hit. Now, they're going to get pushed on back by a bit of utility here, but the hit will come on through. Now, check out these flashes to get Flusher across. There's been a flash from Crims any moment here that'll force Frozen off the line with the AWP, and they're actually able to get into the bomb site, even though they do lose Brolin. What I want to do is, when you see this smoke go down, is notice where Flusher is planning. He kills Karrigan. Let's take a pause. This is very important. Where Flusher is planning right here, I need you to remember that. Keep focus on that. It's not the normal plant position. Normally, you'd see over here towards the boxes. Maybe they go towards the sandbags, or if they're a little bit worried about nades, they'll go here in their own smoke. This is a unorthodox plant here from Flusher. So we'll keep playing this one out. Golden's going to get taken down in the fray of all this. It's going to leave them in a 2 on, I believe it was 3 situation here. So you can see they're grouping up towards Catwalk. Nade comes in, huge damage. Both players now 1 bullet away from death. The retake, it's coming on through. Rops, he doesn't want to push the smoke. He's waiting for his team. The rotation's coming on in. But check this out. Flusher in the sewer position communicates to Crims. They're about to the boost right here. Camera angle, we're going to change it so you can see their perspective. The boost is coming up over the top. Crims gets on. Probably curious as to what's going down here. Gets the kill here. Look at this. The line of sight towards the bomb box. Takes the planner out of the diffuser out of the equation. We'll keep it going. He gets taken down. Immediate retort. It's now a 1-on-2 situation. Flusher low on HP from that earlier grenade. He has to kill the planner. He has to make sure he gets this kill because otherwise the diffuse will just come on through. Gets the big kill, left in a 1-on-1, goes down, there's not enough time, and Rops is unable to win the round. This was a massive play from Flusher and stuff I love to see. We got the next map coming up. We got some Flusher highlights. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
You love it,
you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
There's 2 boxes to get by Nico. Diamonds are gone! Go to hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
Oh, all of that fragging, and I'm hoping to see more of it on our second map. The grand finals continue for ESL Pro League Season 11. Fnatic and Mousesports about to clash and duke it out on Dust 2. Now, the brain trust of Counter-Strike joining me, Mr. Sponge and Henry Greer. Hi. So help me out here. Dust 2, now we've just seen Overpass, the punish pick, as Chad has helped us understand on our first. That goes Fnatic's way after some oopsies towards the end. Dust 2, though, this is what Mousesports chose to bring into the battle.
This is where it's all decided for me, whether Fnatic are going to find the 3-0 or whether they're going to bounce back and we're going to see a full 5-map affair go down here. We didn't see much from Frozen and Voxic in the first map, but they did win those 1 versus 3 clutches, meaning they came back to life, and I feel like they can perform here on Dust 2. They've looked pretty good in Pro League so far. Fnatic, they've managed to play Dust 2, 5 times, managing to win 3 of those against big names. It's been a mixed bag, but Mousesports have played it a lot. Happy to do so. They have lost to Astralis 16-1, but they also beat them 16-19 as well.
Yeah, so they had that overtime game yesterday to get on through. So we won't worry about the 16-1 result, but there is a man whose results I am interested in, and that's Rush. We've got to understand it. He's winning the predictions right now, and I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to get him on the line. Rush, are you with us?
Hello.
You are with us.
Hello,
That's good.
Rush.
I'm glad we've got you here. Now, Rush, we wanted to do some quick fire questions with you right now, just to kind of, because we didn't get to introduce you before. So quickly, the 1998 1998 animated films, Ants or A Bug's Life, which one were you a bigger fan of?
I think Bug's Life.
Okay. How did you manage to move away from Carrigan while he was standing on the box waiting for the JW duel?
Was this the, this is the one into the toilets?
The infamous shot.
Everyone's talking about it, Rush. Everyone.
I'm chilling out. I'm on the guy's angle for like 20 minutes.
What's your mindset after that moment? Did you feel like you were still in the game?
Yeah, that's just timing, right? I didn't feel too bad about that. It was just annoying. I was watching the little long fight coming in the whole time, and I was just watching him creeping. I'm checking the POV, watching the creep, checking the POV. I'm like, okay, this fight's never happening. Switch to the other, and of course, you know how it went down.
I know how it works. Right, you've got some hand stretches to do, Rush. You got to go do your bridges and your bear claws, and while he does that for prepare for map 2, we are just around the corner of it. Dust 2. So we said we do it on a map-by-map basis.
Sure.
You said it's determined here.
Yep. I feel like Fnatic, that should have been a more comprehensive victory than we saw. It was great that Mousesports clawed their way back into it. I feel like Fnatic, the way they're performing, we're seeing great levels from Crims, especially. Broadland, that Krieg's looking fantastic. It's down to the AWP. If JW's too aggressive here, I feel like you could give up too much. But for me, Fnatic, they're taking the second map.
Yeah, well, when we did watch Mousesports beat Astralis the other day, it was down to the heroics of Carrigan having some massive clutches, massive impact there. We've highlighted in Overpass. We need it again in Dust 2. The in-game leader needs to step up with some phenomenal calling here and hope that his stars can show up and shine right now, because I'm leaning towards Fnatic. I'm liking what I'm seeing. The Swedes are back in action, and let's get it underway.
Let's get it on then. A rematch of Season 10 Grand Finals, this time online, this time perhaps a different result. Mousesports, they've got Season 10 trophy in the cabinet, and the Season 11 sits behind us here in the Cologne studio into the pistol.
Yeah, bear in mind, they got the 3-0 clean sweep there in Season 10. So Mousesports feeling the pain after that first one. We move on to Dust 2 now. It's a slow start. No crazy fragging to kick things off for JW with the flank towards long. Mousesports are 4 players there. Flashbangs in hand as well. They could get caught out. Flash towards top of middle. They will hear that coming. JW also T-spawn instead.
Okay. So they've got 2 smokes for the cross. It makes sense, but a loose cannon on all of this is Frozen. He's gonna be eventually ending up as the pincer on B, catching the rotates perhaps by doors. For now, it's Flusher who's been getting the information. He's only actually seen Rops, but with the smoke blooming and now a shoulder spotted, he's going to be calling and playing back for the retake. Falling out of the sight, letting them have it, and going to perhaps pincer in with the boosted movement, but Carrigan's destabilized that. A 4v5.
Yep, no chance of the boost now. A jump shot would do it, though. And he's going for it. Golden lands a couple of shots, denies the plant initially, but it will go down. Frozen, though, towards the middle doors. Does he get a kill here? Apparently not. Bomb planted, and the retake begins. There is a kit down in CT spawn, recovered by Golden. And here comes the retake now. Turtling up on the bomb site. Voxy trying to find the attention for Chris J to swing out and punish when they get close.
He's doing well to keep them at bay. They want less duel, and he's doing well to keep them interested, but not go down. This is his entire objective. The clock is Mousesport's best friend here. Half gone. Now, closing in, and Flusher finally does punish the Woxic jiggle. Chris J's low and has managed to find one with the Glock. Rops and Carrigan standing tall, 2 on the site, 1 on the site. It's all down to Flusher, and he's been tapped away at by the ever-precise Rops. Double kill from him. That P250 investment pays off.
We see a lot of A retakes come through, and Fnatic managing to find that first incision. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough there. It was down to Carrigan. The fact he denied that boost to actually find the plants as well was very important. We saw Rops, P250 and armor combination as well. That's why he's got it for a bit of range, the one-tap potential, and it's certainly realized. As we get to the second round, we do have the force buy from Fnatic, and those scouts have been a massive talking point of EPL this season. Will they be able to bounce back with a force buy of their own? Golden investigating towards T-Spawn. Nothing there for now, but a player could be re-peeking. That'll be Vox got his scouts. Waits at T-Spawn now. He's got the bomb on his back as well. He needs to be very careful here.
Yeah, I feel like they were almost firing off those shots from JW to bait the fight, to have the Golden peak a little lower down. But with Woxic's position, he cannot be caught by the CT peeking closed doors, and so he is safe and sound. Chris J, he's always been a little bit of a believer in the MP7. He's brought it back out. Not an SMG we get to see too often.
This is really scary. Yesterday, Mouse, they suffered a lot of tags. They actually had a 2-on-4 situation where they needed Carrigan to bail them out of this exact situation. This time round, they've gone almost a minute without taking any damage whatsoever. So much better signs here. They can set up towards Catwalk and go for a clean execute onto the bomb site.
The problem is, Chad, there are still 3 smokes available for the CT side, and Incendiary as well. There won't be a whole lot left to speak of for Mousesports once they fully commit to this. Smoke down the side, Molotov will land a Goose. Good damage to JW. They finish him off, and Golden had one chance there to find a quick headshot. Doesn't find him, and surely goes down here.
Yeah, he had no idea he was going to get overwhelmed, overrun. Bollen, this flash actually looks promising. Rops has eaten it completely, and he's tucked himself in the corner and wins the duel. Damn, I thought Bollen had done enough there, but played the survival well enough. Vision restored and frag found. Rops keeps hold of his AK.
Certainly does. That's going to be the round as well. 5 versus 2. Flusher left alone as Crims is found towards long. Good recovery from Rops. Fully flashed towards top of middle, makes it work.
Big problem here for Fnatic going forward. If Flusher goes down, if he isn't able to hold on to these and they can't do any damage with their eco in the following, you start to ask some questions about that first gun round that's just around the corner, which will be coming in round number 4. Fnatic will have a lower buy, right? They won't have all the goodies. They won't have all the utility. They won't have a double AWP set up.
They haven't done that move where they've kept the AWP at $1,000 like usually. So
it's all in. It's been an all-in approach here. So that first gun round means that if Mousesports keep it clean in this one right here, they can hold on to these SMGs, these lower purchases of weapons, and then punish what is most likely the lack of head armor in the following. So let's see how the flow-on effects of Fnatic not even finding any damage on their force buy goes. Normally when you force buy, it's close rounds, you know, you're getting a couple tags. Here, it was almost flawless from Mousesports. So a great approach from them here and avoiding what almost happened yesterday.
Well, it is going to be round number 3. Just the scouts and some residual utility. It's going to be Flusher dropping the scout over to JW. He had a CZ as well, so he still has the Incendiary, the HE grenade, brought him with the flash, hoping they take long. And they actually have, so that flash could be working out for them here. Carrigan, though, sprays the first player down. Rops will join in, but Crims picks one up. Doesn't look good for the round itself, but causing a bit of damage is always welcomed. As Chris J continues to find player after player here, the MP7 working out very nicely for him. Final kill should be coming in, and there it is. A nice headshot to close things out, find a 3-0. A flying start here for Mousesports. And like we said, the money is going to be weak for Fnatic. They can't go for a double AWP setup. They might not even be able to justify a single sniper going into this first gun round. And they can't. So the AUG for Brolan.
A single kit. Oof.
Yeah, this one here is a tough one, right? Because Mousesports can throw anything, including the kitchen sink at Fnatic right here if they would like. They're pacing, it's up to them. They can go really slow, they can milk out the utility, they can go really fast and throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At least Fnatic went for helmets, I'll say that much. The MP7 not going to be as potent. Same story for the Galil. And there's no AWP on the T side yet. Voxy with the scout. So still a fighting chance here for Fnatic. Default though, 2 players top and middle. 2 towards tunnels, 1 watching long. Standard as it gets, really. Initial smoke to draw out some utility. As Chad mentioned, this round is going to be a little bit strange. Mousesports will likely pounce as a 5-man unit, do something a little bit faster pace. And that 1 smoke suggests they could be going towards B, so it does force out a bit of a response here from Fnatic. They're jumping in with the HE grenades, the flashes, and they're coordinating back towards B, feeling that they've baited out enough. Same smoke will go in. And a flashbang to follow, potentially. Is this the full commitment now?
It must be, right? This is so coordinated. A re-smoke, though. Do you respect it?
They can wait.
Shave 30 seconds off. They want to walk through. A flash does enable Chris J to come out, and he's fully into the site. Brolin hasn't even pulled the trigger yet. Not sure what's going on with Chris. May have caught a flash of his own. But now Brolin can stand vigilant. Smoke's fading. Frozen and Rops both taking the fight, and now they arrive in the kill feed. Missed spray from Brolin does clip the head of Frozen. And so with Woxic and Rops do evade the spray through the doors, but the numbers favoring Fnatic in such a large way.
Yeah. Will they be able to even get the bomb down at this point? I'm not sure. So much damage being inflicted. A smoke down towards the doors, a chance to plant the C4, but do they just run through at this point, knowing that 1 player has been taken out of the equation? They do, and it works out. Fnatic keep 3 players alive here. A must-win round considering the circumstances. In the 4th buy in the 2nd, they enter with no sniper, but they'll leave with some AK-47s here. Lovely stuff there from Fnatic. Good retake, and that's a good pound set. Knowing the plant's coming in, it's 3.5 seconds, that player's removed. They had the plant then, so you might as well swing it together, isolate the 1 player that's defending, and once they've done that, which they did very well, the round is over. They keep 3 players alive.
That's a very important kill there from Crims as well. If his teammate had dropped that magic number of 3, wouldn't have been surviving for Fnatic, and then dropping guns across going into round number 5 would have been much more difficult. We know Mousesports are strapped for cash. They got the plant, they had the bonus rounds, and look at this. They've got the aggression straight down middle here.
Ready for a fast-paced round. Straight up towards short. And flush out, nowhere to be seen. Smoke goes down. Going to take the pace off slightly as well as Fnatic readjust. Peeling off players from the long position. Focusing their efforts towards short. I think they want to claim this territory.
They've got to move. There's nades being lined up here. This looks like Fnatic know exactly what Mousesports want to do.
Oh, the flashes are beautiful.
Deep flash for even the player playing close. And then the Molotov, and then the push. He's so blind, Carrigan can't do anything. That's the move. Woxic, Chris J, all under scrutiny. It's actually going to be Chris to fall next. Flush has found 1 straight through the smoke, and he's not quite done leaping through. He's found his 3rd. There's nothing Robs can do or say.
He's found his mojo as well. That's a classic Flusher maneuver. 3 kills found. And Golden will chime in as well. A clean sweep here from Fnatic, answering straight back. Even doing a little bit of damage themselves with looks things there. I'm not sure how Flusher took so much, but either way, still alive. 45 seconds here. Foxy to hold the AWP. I don't think he will. Nice shot. They know where he is now. Do they want to hunt him? It's up to Crims to nail the shot towards the cross. Doesn't quite nail it, but he does find the kill.
Now check this out, guys. This was the move right here from Fnatic in the site. They even had a smoke that didn't land. This is assuming to drop and cut off any other players who might be trying to cover, but this is fantastic. This is a pre-rehearsed move. We haven't seen this one come out of the Fnatic camp so far. They're looking ready today.
Is that because you feel like they lost long control early on and they felt like they had to reclaim territory towards short? That was very well done, very procedural, making sure that the flashes especially was so overwhelming. Carrigan didn't stand a chance. The Molotov landing towards that lineup position as well for the catwalk smoke, it's a thing of beauty. As we'll see those 3 AK-47s on the CT side now. The residual orb for Woxic. See whether this investment of his will be enough to win the round. Remember, he did go down, so he's had to spend a lot of money to bring this AWP out. But he is one of those superstar AWPers. Deagles and a sniper kill from him can be more than enough. They're going to try and set him up here. They're not going to run boost Woxic, but try and take the attention away towards short so he can hit the shot. No one there, but JW waits at the car.
We've seen them win more than enough rounds with the hero AWP. And even on the T side, Woxic can clear this A site. Already getting across. This is huge from Mouse. They're doing so much with so little. Getting across, some missed shots from JW. He's trying to retreat. 1 bullet will do from the pistol. This time it's Chris J. Brolin looking to pick up the pieces. Woxic's shot is everything. Their chances are still present. As more bodies are dropped, Rops and Carrigan, both with the P250, have actually connected. Golden's got to clutch it. He knows there's an AWPer on site. He knows there's a likely presence long. That smoke is perfect to enable him to separate them into 2 1v1s. Jumping for info, gets it. Knows Rops is going to be trying to contest and support. And Woxic will connect. Wow, Mousesports, pistols and an AWP, and they actually convert.
Really well played there. Mousesports getting it done. The bait towards short, the smokes came down, and JW couldn't hit the shots there. Overwhelmed, you saw this Deagle just make their way up towards the A site. As soon as you miss one shot there on that cross, you're in trouble. If they get close for the bomb site, they start planting. He got no one there to defend. He had no one on the ramp with him. Crims did well to get 2 kills here, but the backstab from Robs really did seal the deal here. Lovely work from Voxic, a hero AWP. Gets 2 kills with it, wins the round, and knocks Fnatic onto a US Air Force tactical timeout here. It's their first one so far of Dust 2. Scoreline 4-2 overall. You can see why they have to call this timeout, because the money is in a pretty compromised position. Flush it down to just the FAMAS. Golden with a CZ. They do have the AWP JW. See whether he can step up here. Unable to connect the dots in the previous round. Carrigan has a double AWP setup on the T side of Dust 2 there.
Yeah, worrying signs in the early stages of Dust 2 for JW, 0 and 5 right now, and Frozen also 0 and 4. We saw some struggles from Frozen over there on Overpass, whiffing a couple of sitters that he would normally be taking home every day. So we'll keep our eyes on those two and see how they progress. But it will be the 4-man A-Lean coming out from Fnatic, and Carrigan getting inquisitive towards tunnels.
Yeah, B-Split looks likely to be on the menu tonight. Chris J's already got out those mid doors, waiting for rotating players. He might have one. There was a chance for a kill there, but he lets it slip by. Or does he?
The timing on that.
That's beautiful.
That really punished Brawler. You could see he kind of considered it, switched to his nades, and Golden actually doing huge work with the CZ. How does he lock down and defend B against a full buy with a CZ? I don't know.
Oh, JW's given up the advantage, though. Pushing off short after they just got a 4-on-3. He's lost his AWP, though. That was for nothing. Those CZ kills might be in vain at this point.
Oh, no. And a Molotov stops Crim's swing out CT. He can't really take that risk, take that sound cue.
And these are the sort of pushes from JW were highlighted in the pregame. If they start coming through, he gets too aggressive in these key scenarios, they can cost rounds, and this is a very important one. They fully invested here. They get the first 2 kills required towards B, but now I'm not sure they can even consider this.
This might, I mean, you know, talking about playing the percentages on Dust 2. Well, looks like Fnatic want to at least inquire as to what the situation is, and well, that's bloodshed. 2 players swinging into short, both met by lead. Will be 5 for Mouse Sports on Dust 2. T side as well. I'll remind you that we have been seeing quite the upswing in T halves and leads, big T leads on Dust 2.
Yeah, for sure. And Mouse Sports so good at getting that massive round. The AWP, the pistols, has led them to this position here. Fnatic will be down to just an eco going forward after this one. The loss bonus of $2,400. They had the opening picks. The CZ kills were found, and JW gives his AWP up. Had he just played the passive line there, the catwalk position, dropped off, bought some time, that would have been enough. But the wide swing after 2 kills found in B, that was not the play. This was, though. This was fantastic from Golden. It was lucky the second player was the AWP. As soon as he misses 1 shot, he's in. Should have been the round, though. That should be a round-winning play.
Yeah, you would imagine. And going to be feeling the ramifications of losing that one. Just thrown into a FAMAS on Flusher from the save, and a couple of HEs maybe towards long. Carrigan's evaded that. He's only lost a single point of his armor to that HE, so not $300 well spent, that's for sure. This nade, however, could do a little better. Chris J could catch it. He's playing very far back, though. He knows the options for the CTs are limited. He doesn't need to give them any additional chances. Golden, so good with the CZ, has upgraded to the Deagle for his next round on the Eco.
This is going to be too little too late for Fnatic. The fact they haven't gone for any aggression on this low buy is a big issue right here. We have Mousebots doing the classic Na'Vi towards long. They postured, they waited for any re-aggression. Now they're just making sure they clear out all the common spots, common angles, make sure nobody's posing for information. Chris J's smoke over towards Xbox. It's going to be a little bit late because they've already pushed through the mid doors, but I'm sure at this point, Fnatic already know what's up and they're locked out.
We'll see what happens here. The smokes are down, they're looking very good indeed, and Fnatic can only sit back and wait. Looking for their chance to strike. They've got an HE grenade for the A ramp, but I'm not sure they can even get through these smokes. Maybe a boost would get them out of this mess, but it looks very good for Mousesports right now.
Yeah, they're even throwing in extra flashes just to ensure the smoke pushes are questioned, and Chris was not expecting that. JW, Woxy cannot miss this shot. He doesn't. That's a step in the right direction. They cannot afford now to be too paranoid about short. That smoke is everything. Now they can focus their attention towards any boosts, any CT maneuvers, and they are, speaking of boosts, getting into a position where they could try and set Flusher up for some frags here, drawing the fire, but Flusher can't deal with it, and that's so much information. He knows there's more down there, and a massacre as they try and exit CT.
Nice work from Mousesports there. Stay patient, aware of all the Areas of danger, especially that boost as well. Well handled by Carrigan. Golden resides in CT spawn, should be taken care of in due course as well. He has got the FAMAS.
He's going to go down.
Yeah, he's going to go down with the blast regardless, right? I think even in that corner, he's in trouble. Yeah, so there it is. He's going to lose the FAMAS, and 4 players survive for Mousesport. That's now going to be 6-2.
Full somersault from Golden, though. You've got to give him an extra point for that.
I'll give him 10 out of 10 for the finish. But Carrigan certainly dismantling the defense there. 6-2. Money will enable JW to bring out a glass cannon AWP or go for Kevlar and no nades. He opts for the former, gets himself a smoke and an HE. His AWP with 1 in 7 right now in terms of kills and deaths. Hasn't really got going. Mousesport certainly have.
What's Flasher going to buy here? He spent 4K on armor.
A pistol, a 5.7 probably, or maybe a revolver with 650 to get that out.
A full set of nades.
Has he got a gun down? Perhaps?
Potentially he could have been dropped a gun in spawn here. No.
It's going to have to be a CZ then.
Okay. So this is, once again, we still haven't seen Fnatic have a full buy, right? Even that second round they won, it was still a little bit compromised.
Looks like he might be.
Surely the P250, a CZ.
Buy something. Oh, there was an MP9 on the floor. Right. We couldn't see it. Our eyes. We have been talking about needing glasses.
Well, one today, just in case.
Oh, well, then we still have a problem.
Didn't help out. So either way, Voxic, AWP, great lead for Mousesport so far, but can they keep it up? Remember, they won the pistol on that 3-0 conversion. Fnatic not known for their frugality in Counter-Strike. Quick beat split on the agenda here. Crims is aware of it. Sprays through the smoke, no damage done. Takes a flash to the face. Maybe a nade as well.
Re-smoking CT to try and keep the CTs stationary.
They only have 1 smoke left, and we still have a minute left in the round. This is wild. They have dumped a lot of their utility very early here, Mousesports.
So Carrigan has enough for the catwalk smokers. Sure, we saw him just line that up. Opting to smoke down towards that CT spawn instead. Indeed. So at this point, Crims knows he'll have a bit of vision towards short. AWP is there. JW hasn't hit many shots so far, but this is his chance.
Oh, the spray from Crims is nuts. Plugs Chris J out of the air despite starting with his target on Carrigan. And speaking of the devil, he strikes again. Back of JW turned and access to the site granted.
That was just 1 smoke, bear in mind. They had really nothing there, and JW had almost 0 idea. Yeah, he could be flanked from the A ramp. They really are not holding on to this bomb site very well at all. Rob certainly is, though. 3 versus 2. MP9 towards long, waiting for a chance to steal away this AWP from Carrigan. Whether that chance will be realized is another question altogether, because Carrigan's been very patient. Watching the long doors, he'll still hit the shot.
Carrigan's in some good form today. Early scenes over there in Overpass, and now here on Dust 2, continuing to pile up the frags. 11 to his name, the most in the server right now.
Again.
Rops has got 10, so he's trying to keep up with the in-game leader. He's doing his best right now. It's a big round to win. That was another full investment. All the money from Fnatic. It's been squandered once again.
Yeah, they can't get anything going on at all. This is what I'm talking about. So they've got no one protecting JW. Normally you have someone on the side being baited in, kind of ducking and weaving around the utility, but JW now been caught out twice from the basic A execution. I say that with punctuated only because at this point, 1 smoke, a couple of flashes, that surely is enough for JW to pick up at least 1 kill there. Shut down again. Remember, he had no armor. And scouts are being drawn. P250s, a 5-7. They've partially invested once again. They've reached maximum loss bonus, but can they find any success with the 5-7s here?
Oops. Molotov's left side. Often designed to bounce onto the right. More common close corner and more close corners to be Molotoved. JW forced into the action and he's met by Carrigan's spray. There's more around the corner. It's Crims who's managed to find a good one with the 5-7. Numbers for Mouse though, 4v3. They'll take the advantage and they'll run with it. Talking of running, perhaps straight up short. Exposed, Golden with his scout. They change their mind and start dashing towards the open B site.
Well, that's going to be the round, surely. As they do so much damage there towards CT spawn, the flashbangs are coming in as well. Golden just hoping he can find 1 kill before he's dropped. Just 3 points of health to his name. Bomb to be planted right now. And a lovely shot from Carrigan, continuing this strong form. Can he get a hat trick here? Oh, that's the shot he was looking for. Won't get anything more than that, but still a great effort nonetheless. Carrigan with 2 kills in the round, Frozen with 2 as well, and the money back on track for Fnatic. Will we see the double AWP set up though? I don't think they can even justify it.
Well, the AWP hasn't been working for them at all,
No.
right? It doesn't even feel like I've remembered them getting any AWP kills.
Like, I think we saw JW tested on long once, and it was with the pistols. He missed his shots, they were punished, and they lost the round.
That's right.
That's the only time the AWP could have swung it for Fnatic.
Well, they'll take another tactical timeout now. Their second. Golden yet to invest, 4,400, might go for the UMP, opt to the M4 instead of no helmet.
Just one kit again here, so they're more than happy just to limp into these rounds with one defuse kit. If Brolin goes down and the kit gets isolated, remember that for post-plant situations. But look as well, the Creeks come out in Rops' hands here. That's a little bit early.
Yeah, it was working out for them on Overpass, to be honest, so why not?
And when they were playing Astralis on Dust 2, they pulled it out in the last few rounds and even caught Magisk on the cross to B.
That's right.
That was that Carrigan got that kill as well, I think? Yeah, that was kind of insane after losing 16-1 the day before. Either way, Robs makes his way out towards long now. Cross towards the pit is clear. The smoke's at the corner, but Flusher through the smoke. He finds him an advantage. Just what they needed, to be honest. They haven't found many of those so far.
Yeah, they'll take what they get. Straight through the smoke. Flusher, good read, but Carrigan just charging out the doors. What's going on with this man? He is just finding such a resurgence in form. 2 CTs to deal with. He's already taken down JW. He's doing it all himself. He just does have pressure from the doors as well. He's going to have to be worried about the Flusher push. Does duel out with Golden. Perfectly flashed. Trade comes in from Flusher. First on long, second from doors. He's all over the map. But the CTs have lost A, and Woxic has taken down that single kit. Brolin dropping it in CT.
Yeah. Limbs in a smoke. It's desperate at this stage. You have no kits, 1 flashbang, and they've got a 3 versus 2. There is a chance they win this, but Frozen gets up top. And this has been such a great position in EPL so far. Overlooked so many times, maybe again, as he does swing out. Flusher finds him, back to the 2-on-2. All available towards long on Voxy, but the flashbang catches him. They don't cross over, but Flusher's got a challenge. I think he gets his kill, no problem. Have they bounced back at this point? They certainly have.
Ace.
Fnatic break the spell of 5 rounds in a row. It's an ace for Flusher. He opened things up with a kill through the smoke and continues to find every single kill after.
Wow, he did everything for them. And of course, that's easy to say when there's 5 kills next to his name. But truly, I mean, for the opening kill, he then rotated through to CT to catch Carrigan on the duel with Golden. I mean, let's see them all. This is the sequence from Flusher. He could understand that with the long smoke down, it was a threat, caught Rops. And these last few frags, this adjustment into Frozen something but dropping so that Woxic's scope was going to be a very hard adjustment for him to hit. Lovely play.
Not sustainable, though. You can't ask Flusher to get an ace every single round.
True.
And gonna have to pull their socks up, generally speaking. JW especially, 1 in 10. We talked about that. Going into this best of 5, he sometimes has these performances where he's over-aggressive, not hitting his shots. He'll be tested here and misses another sitter. By his standards, that player should be dead.
Yeah, now he's got a lot to juggle, a lot of plates to spin. Golden's filling the gap in mid as the smokes have come over, but so do Mousesports tagging up Carrigan. He looks to reposition.
Buys some time in the incendiary and his teammates can reposition there. Golden, nice idea, gets through the smoke, but greeted by a bullet and it still can't find these orb shots. Legs Chris J through the wall.
He's tagged 2 of them this round. At least he's getting some assists, and there they come. 2 kills. Mousesports dropped. Should very well be the CT round, but they are making good legway towards the A site. Flusher just wants to end it all. Straight through the Molotov and straight into Woxic with a nade in his hands. Just pantsers him live in a grand final, and Flusher's just furious.
I like that a lot. Flusher with 3 kills once again. JW, sure, still 1 in 10, Chad, but he got 2 tags there at least.
Yeah.
Contributed, that was enough.
He opened the door for that aggressive long push to come in from Crims right there to get the kill on the flank. So he didn't add anything to his tally, but he assisted them in winning that round right there. So good stuff. If he hits those shots, it'll make it even easier for his teammates going forward. But this half is still salvageable right now for Fnatic as they now post 4. This is possible for them to get 7.
Yeah, Alex already stated, in today's CSGO, Dust 2 lends itself to a fast T side that's momentum-based. The money's the main issue on the CT side usually. The weak buys don't yield much fruit, and we'll see whether we can actually string a few rounds together for Fnatic. They've now got 2 in a row. Looking for an 8-7 scoreline if possible. They now have a double AWP set up. Golden and JW as their final formers where they want to be. Flash over and a peek from JW, 1 in 10 still. Voxic has nailed him so far. This time, JW starting to wake up. Second frag found, 5-on-4 advantage. Flash to be tested in the pit.
A crucial frag. Round 13, map 2. You really have got a chance here as Fnatic with an opening frag could close this gap. 8-7 sounds a whole lot better than 11-4.
Yeah, got to deal with this player towards blue bin. That's Chris J. And the timing couldn't be better. Oh, the shot could have been, to be fair. And Karrigan now low. Flashbangs being exchanged. The smoke not required. Flasher is trying to buy some time.
You can play around that a little bit and choosing to take the fight. It's ballsy from Flusher, but he lives on. He's done well to slow and to quell the long control of Mouse, but
There's always a suggestion he could jump up through that smoke on towards the ledge as well and be on the left-hand side. They're not sure.
If he just lives, look at how much time he's buying. All he has to do is stay alive here. He is doing an absolutely gargantuan task here of just holding Mouse Sports at bay. What's the plan?
That CT smoke that's just coming as well means they have to face check it from the ledge. Will have the advantage. You know, have a full body exposed. And that's going to have to be the first Karrigan. He's the one that lobs the sniper down in towards the pit. And Flusher just whittling down the time. The round's over. They've got 10 seconds. He's done so much work there and only got 1 kill.
That's 3 rounds in a row Flusher has won for Fnatic.
Stalemate right there. That's that one there. Look, they couldn't get back because they were scared about him picking. They couldn't leave him because it should be a free kill once he's isolated in that scenario. But he just did so much. That's like anchoring the pit on Inferno. You know, we talk about playing around that bike. He's done the same thing with the pit position.
With an underhand smoke.
Yeah, that smoke towards the top, it means they can't just take a nice little face check with just their head exposed, right? Making it a really difficult shot for him. He'd actually have the advantage. They'd be shooting down. He'd be looking up at a full body. He does a lot of damage, finds out where they are, and then as soon as he drops the smoke, that's when the round changes. His teammate then doubles down, gives him the secondary smokes. That's 30 seconds board alone. And this is where Flusher really gets inside their heads. That's a beautiful round from him. 3 in a row, to be fair. Only needs 1 kill in that one, and a lot of Mouse Sports players survive. So they've still got cash here, but the bank accounts are running thin. Yeah, everyone fully invested here.
They lose this, they get 2,900 going into the last round of the half, which is going to, well, without a plant, mean that it'll just be the pistols unless they save weapons again. So Fnatic, they're doing a fantastic job, or at least should we say Flusher, at stealing this one back and making it competitive.
I said it wasn't sustainable, but apparently it's good for 3 rounds.
Yeah,
the Flusher show.
The Flusher delivery.
Yeah.
3 whole rounds brought by 1 player in your squad. You can't complain.
And
JW tested.
They've had some absolute blunders thrown in the mix there as well. Baited out by the footsteps of Karrigan. Yields 2 kills from Mouse Sports. 5 versus 3, back into the B split. They got to catch transitioning players and they know it, but Golden's got the sniper. He nails his first shot, they got a chance, but he doesn't get anywhere near. He's in trouble now.
No scope into one, and he's getting pressed by the other. Chris J's locked him out of the sight. Ring around a rosy, pressure everywhere, and not so rosy for Fnatic as it comes in. Voxic's final frag, 9-5. Final round of the first half on Dust 2. Let's see if the 6th is within reach. Valve Sports avoid the economic downturn that you were talking about. Will have everything they desire for the final round. Look at the ADR on Karrigan for this half. My goodness, he's done it again.
He has had a mammoth performance out there. Really excellent work. Very confident as well. Assertive pushes through the double doors, making his way up short, single-handedly dismantling defenses on the A site. He's been fantastic there. The in-game leader shining brightly. In comparison, Golden, on the other side, 7-11. Hasn't got as many kills. It's been Flusher that's been leading the charge there. The only player that's really kept them alive, to be honest with you. Crims with a solid contribution, but JW on Dust 2 as a sniper towards the A side of the map with 2 kills so far, it's just not good enough.
You need to be hitting a couple more shots than that, old JW, but, you know, we have to note for Brolin and old mate Golden having to rotate over towards that A site time and time again.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's a tough retake. There's a lot of corners to have to clear here, so if Fnatic can get 6 to end this half, they'll be very happy with that. They'll be happy with the turnaround. I think they'd probably even be happy with 5, considering how this game's been looking. Limping into the last round, Flusher, the man with all the action, he'll be left with only an MP9. So let's see if he can make some magic with that one. As Karrigan, he's fast out long.
He's done it again, and he's got the kill. Amazing scenes here from Karrigan.
He's a beast. Plucking Chris J out of the air, and JW takes 2. Crims is there for quick support, and wow, just like that, the round is not yet over, but Voxic has a chance to make a statement. A 1 versus 3, leaping into the site to try and close out the gap on Flusher. He has played this so well, though, because Voxic's just assuming it's clear, and he can collect the frag with an open mind. 9-6. Mouse Sports, they are on the advantage in Fnatic's territory. This is a fragging turf. Mouse Sports picked it and are doing work. Will they equalize, or will Fnatic 2-0 to start this best of 5?
claiming that we the one. Never one-on-one, teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Grand finals of season 11, Dust 296. Mouse Sports do have the advantage, but a little discussion in that break. Seems Henry and Chad have a sneaking suspicion there's more Fnatic to show on Dust 2.
I think so. Some good signs of life there, especially from the likes of Flusher.
My goodness.
Many great moments there. The huge ace, keeping them alive in 3 rounds there, and they close things off with a 9-6 half. Actually a serviceable performance considering the T-side bias we have right now in Dust 2. If they win this pistol, they're right back into the action here, and we have got Frozen. Challenging towards that position in middle, but no damage inflicted, but certainly lots towards B. Brolan, great shot there towards the bomb site. Frozen, he's challenged once again. Finds his feet on the B bomb site, and they're pushing off towards short as well. Fnatic might recalibrate, go towards long.
Look at him, he's just moonwalking up, and that shot is all over. Crims, he's just lost the bomb. It was so separate. They thought they'd exploited the gap. They thought showing 2 players tons had forced the rotate, and they were right. But we're not with the bomb. The rotate towards long. Woxic with a 180. That high sensitivity pays dividends in the pistol.
Well, just golden remaining. He has got a small chance of doing this. He gets the first kill, but he's got a second player to deal with towards the mid doors. Surely they're challenging here. This would be a nightmare if he gets this kill. He has a chance now. USP claimed 2 versus 1. Voxic and Chris J hold towards top and middle. They have control of C4.
A minute on the clock. He has so many options. He could even go all the way around through B tunnels if he wanted to take a duel, which might be a little bit more advantageous for him. The worst thing he could do is go long. That would be the absolute worst decision Golden could make right now, and he's keeping it open. He's going through middle. Just 2 shots to find. The USP now, it's evened up this range battle. Don't worry so much about the HP.
Well, it comes down to the 1 tabs here. Chris J watches the bomb like a hawk. Now it's been spotted. That's going to be it. Nice crossfire, good positioning there from Mouse Sports, and another pistol in the bag. They converted the first half to a 3-0 lead. Can they do the same here, knowing the force buy comes in either now from Fnatic or the next with AKs?
It'll be in the next, because we've noted that Fnatic, when they don't get the plant on pistol round, they just go with the standard full eco with those Glocks, right? They get round 2 out of the way as quickly as possible, and then with round number 3, we've seen them buying on in here. But that second shot from Woxic was absolutely everything. That was wild.
Golden's gone for a Deagle armor combination here.
Curious.
So we'll see whether he's going to use his long spawn to any sort of effect. Gets himself close, but absolutely wrecked there by the flashbang of Carrigan. Frozen's MP9. I see what he's doing there. He hit the long spawns, wanted to have a bit of armor to go with it, so he could actually challenge, maybe take a couple of grenades, go for the 1 Deag. Didn't work out, and now they need to try and get the bomb down if possible. It's gallivanting up and towards the A side, but it's been dropped down. Not short, round over, and just Flusher remains.
We wanted to see more from Woxic, right? We've been singing his praises when he does very well, but it's been the Frozen and Rops duo that's been lighting it up for Mouse.
Yeah.
Woxic has just hit, like, I know it was against Glocks just then, but the second shot he hit here as well, just nice little flick. That one, that first one, not even the second one. That was nice. He's looking like he's getting on form right here. So these are really good signs for Mouse Sports.
Yeah, remember we said it towards the end of Overpass. Even though the map was over, Voxic winning a 1v3, Frozen winning a 1v3. These are confidence-building plays, and that shows them they're still capable of winning big rounds and moving on to their map pick now, looking very good. Both pistols in the bag, but here comes the force buy from Fnatic. That third round AK purchase, and they've swung for the fences, going towards bomb, but Carrigan gets his 21st frag at the top of the table so far, and he runs away.
Chris J did it again, by the way, worth mentioning. He knows he's going up against the full AKs on this bonus round of sorts, and instead of investing into a new weapon, he's just gone for Deagle and utility. It gives him $5,000 in his bank account, which I think is Mousesport's band-aid solution to the fragile CT economy.
And not only that, they took a gamble stack off of it, right? They knew they had these lower weapons, so they hedged 3 players over towards B. The fact that Carrigan gets an opening kill through the smokes against the AKs, that's just a bonus right here for Mousesports. Things are looking fantastic over there.
Yeah, this couldn't be better now. Barely took any damage for the first kill. Golden's gone, the in-game leader removed. JW, though, a chance towards short. Voxic steps, times it well, gets the shot, M4 connects, and Carrigan now looking for his second. The smoke is pretty woeful as they try and cross over. It's all they've got there. The flashbang's perfect, Crim's fighting back.
Good gap. He fills it with bullets, but Chris J, he lines it up and hits 2 fantastic Deagle shots. Another one onto Brawl, and he's chipping away at both of them. Now a headshot connects. Mousesports, this bonus round, this Deagle he's deliberately decided is all he needs. And it has proven to be effective. Mousesports, oh my goodness, the molly burns him. He turns away from the flash. And another for Chris J. Double kill, the most frags alongside Woxic.
He gets a Krieg, $9,000, can certainly drop the orb if required. And we get ourselves a 12-6 scoreline where Fnatic have no choice but to partially invest. Lost bonus will be at $3,400 going forward, but Chris J getting it done again. Of course, it's the headshot, gets 2 in total, closes things out. It all starts to make sense now as he collects the Krieg. So, a few smokes. We said it would be a partial investment. This is more knocking on the door of an eco. They've only got a couple of sets of Kevlar. Long spawn does not find the initial headshot. Good try from Flusher. But this is looking like a 13-6.
Yeah, Flusher's done everything he possibly can in this game, especially on that CT side to try and keep them in it. You could see even there within that round towards the A side, trying to juke around the flashes and stay alive for as long as possible. But now it's Fnatic's turn to see if one of these cat pouncers can bear them any fruit. We saw it happen for Mouse, but it had the AWP buy behind it.
So all they can really do, smoke the catwalk, smoke the CT boxes, flash over, send everyone up, and hope these AWP shots miss. The flashbangs are crucial. So there's a CT box smoke. Actually goes CT spawn, so that's missed. Whether they want to jump down, I'm not sure, but I think they wanted to get it for the cross here. Frozen's going to have so many kills available.
Oh, nobody's looking. It's an absolute slaughter. 3 kills from Frozen with all body shots. That's testament to just how little Fnatic were expecting that one. Just hiding in the off angle. He has the shadows.
As soon as the smoke goes awry like that, it kind of causes a bit of communication problems. Everyone's not sure whether they still commit to it. Are they still waiting? Are they going to re-smoke it? And you can see they don't check common positions like that. Frozen recognized the missed smoke and manages to capitalize. Great stuff from him. As we go 13-6. Last few lives here for Fnatic from Dust 2. Shots through the door. Ambitious for the AK. No damage landed. And maybe just a B rushing with flashes. There's the first. Just waiting for the reaction. So they had 4 players on that side of the map. Mollied off through one flashbang towards the bomb side, but Chris J holds onto his can of flames here.
Fnatic are running out of chances, running out of lives. Looks like they intend to be running out of doors. They clear out the close with the flame. Roland continuing to show that B presence, wants to keep Chris J static, and Well, that Molotov's done a lot of work, actually, just enticing him further forward. Yeah, to see the opening frag. Woxy seems primed to find it. Another Mouse Sports defensive opener.
Yeah, very basic approach here from Fnatic. Underwhelming start there. JW goes 4-17. Goes down first again. We'll have a look at his opening duel ratings in a second, see where he currently sits, but can't be too good for him. Either way now, 5 versus 4. Towards middle they go, decent incendiary, but Frozen, caught up in the chaos, will have to fall back here. Charm, they don't check Ross's position with scaffolding, going for the big 4-man spray down. Frozen chimes in as well, but they deliver on all fronts. It feels like this map might be done.
Yeah, I think I'm having a similar suspicion. It looked like there was a very good chance. T-side does too, could forge a comeback, but oh wow, every single member of Mouse Sports is having no issues on this map. They chose to pick it, and we're seeing why. A victory versus Astralis yesterday to secure the grand final, and well, Dust 2 going swimmingly for Mouse here to keep things close. A charge.
Oh, is it at the B commitment this time? They were held off by the incendiary before. That's dropped again. Could just be the contact smoke. Make their way through. I think that's the only play they can make. They've got one player out towards middle, that's Crims. Oh, the nade could be everything. It doesn't quite land in the right position. Here they come, the full commitment, and the big spray down. Chris J on that Krieg. He manages to get 3.
It's done.
And Crims now limps in towards the B side. He might get a couple of kills here, below HP, and he will do. He'll probably get a plant as well. Now we're on to something. Now a conversation can start, whether he can actually find an ace clutch.
Okay, that third shot's got me interested. My ears have perked up, my pupils have dilated, and Crims, his eyes are on the prize. Tapping at the head of Carrigan, can't convert. 15-6, a very valiant attempt from Mr. Crims. I want to see that third shot again. These are nice, opens up the sight, but that is just robotic.
Yeah, extra spicy there from Crims, but it's all in vain, I'm afraid, unless he wins that round. The score remains the same, 15-6. Map point for Mouse Sports and then map pick himself, and we'll take a tactical timeout for Mouse Sports here. Just going to be talking over their options. How do they close this one out? What are they up against? What kind of money are Fnatic got right now? And we know tenacity is even within the ranks of Fnatic here. They've got a lot of power with SMGs, pistols. And JW brings out the AWP again, 4-18. Glass cannon AWP on the T side. I don't think that's going to be saving the day here. A very slow performance from him on an AWP's paradise like Dust 2. In comparison, we have got Voxic, 21 kills. Considered to be one of the strongest snipers on Dust 2, delivering on all fronts.
Yeah, he found the opener as well in the 21st.
Carrigan, by the way, is 5-1 in opening duels. That's
Jeez
Carrigan.
Louise. Carrigan has come into this grand final a man with a mission.
Yeah, a man possessed at this stage. 103 ADR as well, at the very tippity top of the scoreboard. Amazing performance in Dust 2. No damage through the double doors at the start here. The boost does get JW his 5th.
Express delivery. Chris J will take the upgrade, and oh wow, not even double zooming. Hits a close quarter shot, and he can't find Crims. Anticipated, but Fnatic, they do overrun middle. Puts a lot of pressure on Robs. He would have to have quite the hero moment here. But Carrigan's flank is so well timed. Crims is just too aware. And it's just getting impossible for Robs. You can see the options were getting a little overwhelming, and this round will go Fnatic's way, albeit with only the one casualty.
Frozen will sit in CT spawn here. He's got the Krieg, and he might as well hold on to it. The round is certainly going in favor of Fnatic. Money, not a massive talking point here. They're going to be able to buy up next round. You want to hold on to that T-sided weapon if possible. Currently residing in CT spawn, but that was a very nice job there, especially for the likes of Crims. Showing us of a side of things coming map 3 potentially, because I don't feel like they'll be pulling this one back. It's going to require 9 rounds in a row, and at this point, 8. Frozen looking to cause any damage he can on the exit.
That'll work. Stops the AWP retrieval. Don't know if they wanted double AWPs for the T side, but...
Well, they gave it a go on the mouse board side of
true.
things. If ever there was a map to give it a go, Train or Dust 2 would probably be in that conversation. And does he survive the Krieg? No, not quite. He still gets money for the next round being on the CT side there, but it would have been nice to have the Krieg going forward, might have sealed the deal. But they still have plenty of cash, of course. Frozen with $10,000, so he'll drop the AWP as we get into round number 23.
It's the same story as what we were feeling over there on Overpass. Right now, it's just a matter of time until Mousesports should close this out. It's the CT side. It's their map choice. You feel that they can take a couple of gambles. If they lose to a few gimmicky plays or nutmegs through smoke, you're not too worried about it because you think that this last round will be coming. So let's see if Fnatic can put 8 more on the board to take us to overtime here.
Yeah, they would have to play a perfect game of Counter-Strike at this stage. Not impossible, but very improbable. You see them make their way towards middle here, and there's no presence there right now from the CT side. Frozen looking to make up for that. Flashbang comes through, enables Chris J to peek towards the Xbox area. Player there and spotted. He jumps up towards short.
Short control is Fnatic's. 3 smokes remaining, so could be the 2 we're used to seeing. Your Vanguard smokes, if you will.
Yeah, but Fnatic have missed those now a couple of times. But I'm going to be lining them up now. See if they can nail it. Smoke down towards CT spawn. JW inquiring that position with the AWP. Smoke's going down at this stage. This one looking better. First shot for Voxig though, looking to close things out. He's peering above, got one through the smoke, that's Crims. He's baiting his teammate as well. Frozen towards the Gandalf position is good for 1.
That could be enough to help Voxic out. Oof. Sachi Carrigan taking down Golden. Looks like Mousesports have done enough. JW, a tag, it's just not enough, it's insufficient. 16-7. We see Mousesports take it, and this one will go all the way. I can feel it in my waters. 5 maps on the cards, and we've got Vertigo next.
So far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' dive in.
What you finna do? No defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shorty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us, 12 asking how much be that boofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show what's that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine, only THC, NSC is minor lean. We no longer up next on top. Lay your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shorty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
It's so high from here.
Well, both teams have opened up the best of 5 grand final with a victory on their map pick. It's Mousesports most recently on Dust 2, and that is what we're here today to discuss before we jump into our third and continue to get excited about, personally, Vertigo. We get to see it this time in the grand finals. It was likely to show up in a best of 5, and we do as our third map. But first, introductions are in order. We're not alone at this panel.
It'd be weird if you were.
It would.
It would be
Henry
a
G,
strange show.
Sponge, not just me, but also a guest joining us over at the window. We have our esteemed colleague and analyst turned streamer / 24 hours a day fragger. I feel like that's all I've seen you doing. Jacob Pimp Vinegar joining us in the studio. Are you still on this ridiculous grind? I feel like I saw you tweet like 16 days, 17 days in a row.
Yeah, I think we're up to 33 now.
Oh.
So we're definitely going strong still.
And there's a mustache going on as well.
What's wrong with your lip, mate? What's happened there?
Yeah, well, I made a promise to the stream that if I hit a certain amount of subs, I would shave my face without the lip. So we kind of hit that sub goal, and now I'm stuck with it.
Oh, so you did it. You broke 50 subs. Congratulations, Jacob.
Yeah, thanks, man.
That's big. That's big. But no, I want to ask you some genuine questions. Apparently, you were watching that last half, so I guess we could actually pull some analyst strings, dust off your analyst work, and let us know what you thought about that one. Was that just Mousesports map pick and it was obvious?
I think so. I think Mousesports have been looking very strong as of lately. I know we constantly talk about online Counter-Strike and how much emphasis we can put on it, but Mousesports and in general, the map pool right now seems pretty strong. Dust 2 seems like a map where Kerrigan in particular leads by example, right? You said it yourself during the cast. He's great at the entry fragment department. He's great at finding the openings, and I think he controls the pace super well. So I, for once, was actually not worried on Mousesports' behalf. I was pretty convinced they were going to win they were going to win Dust 2, and that they did it that convincingly. That was maybe a bit surprising, but still, it's Mousesports map pick, and I think they're playing some solid Counter-Strike at the moment.
Jacob, where does this resurgence of Kerrigan come from? A lot of people would say he's not known for his fragging capabilities, but in EPL so far, he's been fantastic. Like you said, leading the charge. Has he always had this potential, in your opinion, or is this like a special performance from him?
I think he's always had the potential. I think you got to look back at Kerrigan's career and think to yourself, when he was in FaZe Clan, there was a 2-year stint where there was no room for him fragging, right? He was not supposed to be the top fragger of a team filled with superstars. So I think he took a step back, but we also saw in FaZe Clan, we also saw in TSM, or Astralis for that matter, when he was playing for them, that he had the fragging potential. It hasn't been on a consistent basis, and I think that's when you can criticize him a little bit, that there's a lot more potential hidden in Kerrigan, I feel, but it's good to see him finally shine through, and maybe this time around he went about it a little bit differently. Instead of building only the team around the players he has, at his disposal, maybe also give himself a little bit of that responsibility in terms of fracking. I think he's delivering so far.
And Jacob, just for fun, I see the Liquid jersey behind you, so I am going to ask you for predictions for both of the finals that are coming up today. Liquid EG in the at the end of the day, who do you think is going to take that one?
I think Liquid have been looking strong. I think it's still too soon for EG to implement Zeus as the coach. It's a fun match, right? Considering that Zeus was the coach of Liquid for a year and a half, even when I was playing for those guys. So he must know a few things about Liquid that maybe EG can expose and take advantage of. But a close game, surely, but Liquid should be the stronger teams. And for this one, I think Mousesports have it in the back. The map pool and the way Mousesports is playing right now, I think it's pretty impressive.
All right, so that puts us 2 for 2. If you had Jacob and me, we've got 2 for Mouse, 2 for Fnatic. And Jacob, that's all that we've got time for. Thank you for stopping by.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Love that. We get our guest appearances. The power of the internet is revealed once again. We're taking a break. Vertigo is up next. Our best of 5 grand final continues with map 3 when we return.
And with the little gun, it's a big
right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
There's 2 boxes to get by Nico. Die with the god! Go to Blades on the ramp though. He knows he's there.
See the subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight to be go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
A victory versus Na'Vi and a victory versus Astralis. That's what got these two teams here. On to map 3 of our grand final for Season 11 of Pro League, and we're going to vertigo to the 3rd map. I'm very excited to see whether or not this pick from Fnatic, they've got anything hidden, anything extra up their sleeve. It's a map that hasn't seen too much play in Stage 2, so it's been a while since we saw these teams on it.
We've seen them once each here in EPL so far, but against names you wouldn't be too excited about. So Fnatic took down North on it, 16-12, and then on the other side of things, we had Mousesports playing Virtus Pro. They won 16-12 as well. So at the same time, they both play it, but there's not a go-to map for them. So it was a bit of a curveball removing Inferno here, but it means they knew they'd be playing Vertigo. Does that mean that Mousesports have been practicing or Fnatic have? Who do you think's got the edge
I would
here?
say Fnatic have the fact that they picked it, and this for me is the swing map, right? And the reason I say that is because what version of Fnatic we get here, their level of preparation and what take on Vertigo they're going to have is going to either inspire me or is going to shut down my hopes for Fnatic as the rest of the series goes on. The fact that they picked this means that they must have been working on something, right? That they didn't go for, well, I suppose they didn't want to go for Nuke because yesterday Mousesports took down Astralis on Nuke, but it's a map where I think that if Fnatic have done their homework and have a couple of gimmicks, they can basically win the whole game off 1 or 2 strategies to really throw a loop around Mousesports in this one.
And let's cover our general expectations of Vertigo as well. I think we're digging through the stats, and Vertigo is the most T-sided across the board.
Within EPL Season 11, it is, the highest win percentage for the T-side.
So keep that in mind. Keep that one in mind. You will expect to see, again, similar to Dust 2, some T-side dominance. However, it was too much, of course, for Mousesports to overcome. We do have ourselves a split series right down the middle, and we venture forth into our 3rd map. Overpass has gone Fnatic's way. Dust 2 is in Mousesports' pocket. Where will the 3rd be placed? It finds out on the newest addition to the map pool, Vertigo. It's been a bit of an unloved child at times. We've seen Karrigan and the Mousesports boys seen as the innovators of Vertigo initially. Upon its release at the tail end of 2019, we got to see them kind of forge somewhat of a meta, the site to be hit. Let's see if anything's changed as we venture into it deep into April.
It will be the CT star for Mousesports here, and Fnatic enter the A side. All 5 players crossing the bridge here. They're not slowing down either. Focusing towards the scaffolding. They're making their way up quickly. There'll be no execution here. They are just going in with brute force by the looks of things. Brolan up towards the lane position. Smoke deployed. Commitment coming in very quickly. JW presumably Molotoving towards the boost position.
I see 2 flashes on Chris J. He's holding them for the retake of sorts, and Karrigan's getting a lot of pressure thrown through the smoke. His headshot angle exposed. Still no plan, and Brolan close quarters having a duel. He has to win it. Bomb is going down. Golden's got it. Numbers favoring the T side as well as Fnatic. They take cover. They know the retake is on.
It certainly is.
Molly for the bomb here, just to note.
Yep, that's perfect for JW. Save that for post-plan here, so that Molotov will be delivered
They haven't thrown it? They're just going to defuse?
Are they actually... What's just happened there?
Okay, well, I wasn't quite expecting the round to end so swiftly. We just see a defuse on Chris J. He had the kit, heads up onto the site, and there's enough resistance from Frozen, they can't even contest it.
That's kind of insane. It was going so well for Fnatic there. In the chaos as well, they came out on top with the man advantage. A bomb was down. They had the post-plant Molotov available, but it was never thrown, as Chad said. And they get the defuse going in and all the shots going off. They didn't hear it, I assume, and then the defuse comes through, and Fnatic get a bye in the 2nd round now.
Notice the CT response, though. They haven't gone for as many SMGs. They know the bomb went down, and they've gone rifles. 4 of them. They're aware that Fnatic are bringing in quite the arsenal into this one. We're seeing Galil's, Mac-10s for those close quarters encounters. Flush is going to be trying to, well, excuse the pun, flush out towards the boxes, and now with the smokes pluming, Flusher can tuck in. He can relax, and that bomb should go down. Look at that Molotov. It was so perfect, but it just caught the edge of the smoke. And now the plant can go down, but that's pretty much all Fnatic can get excited about here.
Mousesports are looking fantastic here on this retake. 3 kills found, none given away, and JW and Brolan, they've got to defend in a 5-on-2 scenario here. Brolan with no grenades, but he does have a Galil. He's going to have to do something absolutely astonishing here to even stand a chance. They can smoke the bomb momentarily, go for the defuse. JW's been smoked off as well. It will be a Mousesports round, but how expensive will it be? Brolan finds a first. Does he want to hold on to Galil here or try and challenge for a few more? Looks like it's the latter. Defuse will be coming in. Chris J to get it once again. And he finds 1 kill in the round, another defuse, and 4 players survive. Now, Chad, the bomb goes down twice in a row. They have got enough to buy like that again with the Galils and the armor. With 1 kill found, would you even be able to justify that? I don't think you could, right?
No, look, I think that they should take the save here.
Hold on.
Never mind, the AK's out in JW's hands. It's
I
a
think
hero AK.
Just the one, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to be left with 1,000 left in the back pocket, assuming he doesn't buy anything from this point. He's going to get 2,900 in the following, which will guarantee him AK and head armor going forward. So seeing if he can crack it open right here. But you're right, this is probably more about just trying to keep that CT economy from ballooning. If they were to take the full save and it was a clean sweep and they had all 5 survive, probably going to hurt them further down the track here. But the fact that JW has this AK, that means they need to find some kills. They need to do some damage right here.
Late incendiary from Voxic is perfect. They wanted to try and attack the toolbox position, but now they have to sit back and wait. They've got a boost towards the window as well. Really enjoying this from Mousesports. They are looking clinical on the CT side of Vertigo. Only seen 2 rounds so far, but the maneuvers they've made, the synergy they're displaying right now, it's very impressive.
I imagine part of that subliminally because you just saw them retake A, which is notorious to be so damn difficult.
It was beautiful. Like the fact they didn't even take any casualties then. They're just one on Broland being left in a 1 versus 5. It was such a great retake. It instills me with confidence in Mousesports here. They have been very clever with this Vita. They're very prepared for Vertigo. I can see it already. And Fnatic, they might have bitten off more than they can chew here.
Well, they definitely had a couple of moves that they wanted to discuss, just like the pistol, but not able to stick the landing. Let's see if JW can convert this time round. That smoke, it hasn't landed exactly where they wanted it to. It's meant to cause a bit of a one-way that they can see under. However, JW is using it to his advantage to clear off the boost position.
We've seen, though. And at this point, JW, 1 kill, his teammates will explode from the site. JW goes down quickly, though. Still a chance to pounce. A lot of damage inflicted here. Bomb to be planted, maybe. How are the Flames not touching Golden? He's 8 HP. The bomb does go down, finally. The Flames lick him, and it's going to be flush up with the AK-47. Not for long, though. Back to the 3-on-2. Trying to scramble towards the rifle here. He can smoke the bomb and defuse, and that's pretty much all that's going to happen here, as the knife attempt will have to come in from Broland, potentially.
He's calling the bluff. He hasn't revealed his close push. The smoke will be up enough for him to go for the element of surprise a second time. Frozen's on it. He knows this one's the real one. He's just diffusing it in the smoke. Broland, are you lost? He doesn't contest it. He'll get one, but it goes straight down after another diffuse under the nose of Fnatic players. 3-0.
I think he was just hoping for that moment where the third defuse is a fake, and then maybe he can deny the actual real defuse, and then it'll be too late to do anything with it. So he goes for the hero play there. Doesn't work out, but they got the bomb planted. Bear in mind that JW invested heavily into that around the AK, the armor, saved himself $1,000. So the fact they get the bomb down, it means he gets a nice healthy buy going forward here. So the hero AK, it actually works out. For a couple of kills, the bomb plant is all fine, but Mousesports do have a 3-0 start.
Oh my God.
That's a big start, an ambitious play. It doesn't quite work out for him, but a statement nonetheless.
Yeah, I think if ever I see that again, you know, this is going to be a case of Fnatic just being conditioned to be cautious of that fast B. Straight out the window, 30 full damage, strafing down. Love to see that. I want to see that connect. I'm stealing that one.
Yeah, that's sick.
On a map like this, where you can just see the heads around the map peering over some of these headshot boxes, Broland's Krieg becomes even more potent here. If he can land one onto the A site, that could be the door to at least get the bomb down and see if we can get another one of these post-plant scenarios ensuing. There it is, Chris J's AWP taken out of the picture. And we know Woxic in the past, this isn't a map that he loves AWPing on. It can be very difficult to AWP on a map like Vertigo. We talk about the struggles of Zywoo and co.
Good point.
Carrigan clearly has no issues, as he will best Broland. 4 versus 4, 50 seconds on that clock. So plenty of time for Fnatic to piece this one back together again. The early advantage now squandered.
And they haven't been able to get room like they normally would off of an opening pick. There haven't been any doors, no spaces being granted. Rop's here, he'll drop this smoke as soon as he spots one coming up these stairs. It's the alarm system.
Oh, that was silly. Oh, that was real silly. Just decided the smoke, but he's got to move before the smoke bloomed, and well, that could have cost him the round. Frozen's clawed one back. Bomb down B. Frozen from mid-window. There's 2 members of Fnatic given that responsibility of staring at it. If he finds any kills here, maybe Carrigan finding that frag could draw them away, but they're both dedicated to stopping this mid-window leap. Carrigan closing his gap on the site. Frozen's being patient, and as he should be, but this will be the end. Frozen, Flush has been waiting.
Oh, that kill could be enough. The defuse. It will force Grims out. He doesn't have full vision here, and the shot comes through. Carrigan, he doesn't save the day once again, but a very, very good effort there. 3 kills in total. Could have been the quad. Money slightly broken here, but Rob says $7,000. He could dig them out of this with a force buy, but it would be a couple of FAMASs dropped and then 4 for himself. I don't think they should go for it. I say that. The MP9s are out here. We know what to do here, boys.
MP9s rush
We
mid.
know the call. We've all been here.
We've lived this life.
We have been in this scenario so many times. You bring the MP9s out, you rush middle, you get stuck in, and they're not going to go for that.
Well, they obviously haven't been playing matchmaking with us.
They don't know the rules.
They need to learn a thing or two.
MV9's mid-second round. It's a notorious strategy. You can Take it to your own games.
We always lose the pistol, so we always say it right. MP9's mid.
Aggressive down the ramp, using the smoke. If they push at the same time, Brolin has no way of transferring into both.
With the flash coming through as well, they could be coming as the smoke dissipates. That could be great. We'll see what they've got lines here. They just sneak through and Carrigan steals one away. Need to be very careful. The smoke is beautiful. A stroke of genius. They can recover the rifle, and if they get away with this, they've got a 5-on-4. The Krieg found, and now they've actually got a say in the round here.
Frozen can lock down that part of the map on his own. They need to react.
Well, Flush is going to. Up towards B he goes, and he's got teammates behind him as well. Desert Eagle to defend. Voxic trying to bait in his teammate there. He's got the AWP. It's Robs, not known to be a sniper, holding towards a quad position right now.
Spotted, baited, and not quite converted. Flusher does go down. Now Rops' AWP has put the bomb loose on site. Mousesports, with this force buy in the 5th, could very well be stealing this round away from the full AK buy of Fnatic. Just 2 remaining.
What a brilliant little play it was, but they're not done yet. Still need to find multiple kills. The MP9 at Carrigan, not as crispy as you like, but it's enough to convert the kill for Rops. Crim's now 3 versus 1. Time to win it. Oh, there's so much being thrown around here. The bomb's still down that site. He can't hightail it towards A, but still has a fighting chance here. MP9 in the Desert Eagle. Can't nail the first kill, trying to work it together, and it works out in the end. Carrigan with 2, recovers the AWP, and it all started that push towards the A ramp. They managed to get the kill towards Brolan, smoke off the bridge, recover the Krieg, push him in towards that B site, and it was Rops waiting with the AWP there, joined by Voxy. For some reason, that's the way the weapons fell down, and they will have a very successful full investment there. MP9s, 1 rifle, couple of pistols.
No complaints, I'm sure.
Brolan taking pretty much a full eco here. Glock, 1 smoke, 1 flash. You consider him the star player of the team. And he's gone for the smoke from T-Spawn here to land at the A side. Flash over as well as his teammates get ready. They're sending it to high heaven here. Can they get the bomb down?
It's really been the only thing they've been capable of doing, actually, Fnatic. They got the bomb down.
First 3 rounds, they got it planted.
The first 3, yeah, good catch. They did good damage as well, and so does Carrigan's spray. They're so well equipped for this. Frozen, you can notice his position. He's entirely there for the incendiary. He's just going to be throwing a perfect bottle of flame towards the site should he hear the plant. His teammates are keeping them at arm's reach, though, so no need for him just yet. Oh, well, $700 beats the 5,000. Only for the first. Golden does go down alongside his squad, and they all fall and crumble.
Carrigan, double digits again at the very top of the scoreboard. What a time to peek into EPL. The grand final, best of 5, in-game leader, known to be a weaker fragger in the landscape of CSGO. And in EPL, it's been nothing but success for him. This best of 5, especially on the previous map as well, looked astonishingly good.
He just starts so strong, right?
Yeah.
He thrives within the chaos of the initial battle for economy.
I love the trust given to him now as well. As kind of pinpointed out, in the previous teams like FaZe, he was surrounded by stars, right? Players that wanted him to be the in-game leader, but not much else. He's given so many opening responsibilities in his squad to show his true potential. It's astonishing. And again, he's going for it, Alex, but this time not as successful. Brolan will punish him with the Krieg. You'll see a lot of that as Crims will chime him as well. They haven't won many so far on the T side, but a 5-on-3 surely gets in their second.
Yeah, this looks like a save. You can see the 3 CTs on B are just going to start to hightail it towards spawn, knife out. Fnatic taking all of that space that they've been afforded. It is worth mentioning that they haven't actually committed to the site yet. They've given so much respect to the Mousesports CT setups that they're only just now getting towards the site. The CTs have been able to rotate in. There is not an impossible after plant. Fnatic are being so cautious. Now we see the bomb being planted.
Chris J's done the maneuver where he only takes the deagle in, but as we are assuming this will be a save round, they're just waiting to see if any little fishies want to go swimming in their direction. That Carrigan discussion, I think the key point within Mousesports compared to FaZe and compared to Astralis is the fact that he hasn't lost the faith of his teammates yet. Think about the Astralis story, think about the FaZe story. When they get to these finals, they keep losing in quarterfinals or in the grand finals, and they're unable to convert. Eventually, the faith will be lost in your in-game leader when some big calls are being missed, are being made, and they're not able to convert right there. Mousesports, they only really have trophies with Carrigan in the team.
My issue as well is that that's going to be such a common trend just because of the psychology of it all. When you're, when you're all dedicating yourself to a common goal and it doesn't happen, it's much easier to point fingers at the person that said, you 5 do this, than to point fingers at people's numbers on the scoreboard. It's much easier to just say, oh, it was the call. It wasn't my execution of the call. And I think that scapegoating on towards in-game leaders has haunted many players over their careers.
Oh, for sure.
There's a team called Ents. I don't know if you've heard about them.
They
have
a
very similar story
to
that one right there. Yeah,
yeah,
they had this in-game leader, and then, well, he's gone. But
Has he made a new team of completely mismatched international stars and already beaten all of the teams that they were kicked from?
You might be onto something.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
So here we go, round 8. Fnatic breaking this spell. 5-2, but remember, the most T-sided map we have in the pool, at least by EPL standards.
He's doing it again. Chris only has a deagle once more.
That's
insane. 2 rounds in a row now.
I need to ask why he does this. I get it. I understand.
They keep dismissing it as such a nonchalant, it's just an economical
decision.
But
he's got $5,000 and you're in the best of 5 final here. You could get a rifle, and now you're on a 5-on-4. I guess he can pick up that.
Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. You're converted already.
I guess that's the idea. He can go collect that, which he probably will do. Either way, Brawler now.
He's got it.
Krieg in hand, and he has got the M4. It all checks out. Their money's going to be very strong, I suppose, going forward.
Well, they need the rounds, so let's see if they can convert something here, because Frozen's going to alley-oop Chris J in to clear out the alley position. Flash will come on through, and it's just perfectly timed to stall this execute out for a moment. Molotov is going to force one forward.
Oh, wow. JW winning that duel is so much for his squad. Now they can flood into the A site. Nothing much Frozen can say about this one. Maybe a frag through the wall. Good damage. Brolin gets away with truly just the skin left on his teeth. 1 HP. Good grief.
It's looking better for Fnatic, though.
2 successful A hits.
Starting to find that confidence. JW runs through the flames, blind as well. Manages to get that opening kill, and that was the start of the end. And we're going to see Mousesports trying to hold on to what they have at this point. The AWP, the M4. Money not in a great spot, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. They have one more buy in them if they keep these 2 weapons up. If they don't, however, probably down to a partial. Making their way towards B.
I don't mind this approach to keep going back towards this A bomb site. You're staying away from Rops, who, as we've highlighted, is definitely one of the heaviest hitters in EPL Season 11 so far. So avoiding him, avoiding his multi-frags, not letting him really munch into too many. He's only got 5 kills to his name, and keep peppering that A bomb site. If Frozen is struggling with some of these scenarios, which we have seen definitely back on Overpass, things have changed a little with that Dust 2 map they're able to pick on up there. They might be on to a winning recipe. We do know that a map like Vertigo can be T-side biased. We're still learning. We haven't actually seen it played enough to have a definitive, but the stats are saying right now it is a T map, at least within the Pro League. So Fnatic here, they want at least 8. That's the benchmark that's been set for them. Right. If they want to get 8 rounds, that's a good T-half.
I would present the argument that it is kind of designed. You can see now people have solved it. The A site is 1 kill, 2 smokes, and a Molotov away from a plan. That's why I think the T-bias has been so concrete since its inception. We haven't seen CT sides kind of resolve that yet. Some have mastered the retakes and play a lot more commonly for the retakes on the A side, don't contest early.
G2 most
prime example.
Yeah. They're the ones who really do shine in that department. But Mousesports are not bad either. We see multiple retake attempts from them, but remember, Fnatic.
They're going to boost for mid here.
Oh, this is actually kind of sick. I do like this one. Allows you to look right down towards the mid corner.
JW. Okay, Rush, if you switch away, you're getting a slap on the wrist, young man. Okay, maybe you can. You're allowed. You're allowed. I forgive you.
He's got it.
Oh, he hits the shot as well. Not an easy one. Woxic draws blood.
That's a great little play. I love that one. It means you have to send 3 players towards B at the start, obviously to protect the stack.
Sure.
But it does work if you get the opening kill. It's a very common position on the default to try and work the pick. And it works out wonderfully here for Mousesports. It will force him in towards A, however. Damage inflicted towards Brolan, and Krim's going for the wallbang shots. It's actually going to work out for a nade kill. Frozen goes down. Carrigan now, known to be rock solid at the A bomb site. Frozen Incendiary to deny the plant, buy some time here.
Was Frozen stack naded then? I know the assist came in for Golden. I just don't know how he got the assist. I'll look back at it. For now, Carrigan actually does manage to equalize and keep the advantage in favor of Mousesports.
Oof, this moment here.
Don't need to peek it, but he wants to. Ooh, calls it clear. Flash in his hands. He wants another look. Heard the pin pulled. Crims is playing it well. Advantage is still Mousesports though, but Chris J taking this fight. He's exposed to sandbags. He saw the bomb. Ooh. He does not quite manage to adjust into Golden, but he had a shot at that.
Yeah, good attempt to say at the very least. That grenade will do some damage as well towards Golden. Lands at his front door, but he still pulls a kill back. 2-on-2 now. Huge round here.
They have to go A. They have to come up short.
Yep. There's no time remaining. 10 seconds here. Carrigan, if he gets one of these kills, Voxy will have enough. Flashbang is perfect. 10 seconds remain. Doesn't get the frag. Voxy looking to deny now.
Oh, and I think that might have been enough.
What's
Crims, what's he going to do? He has to fight, and Woxic, he still stands his ground. He does not move, he does not falter, and a triple kill for the 6th.
They needed that one, Alex. They desperately needed it. There's no money left even after winning the round. So it is going to be Voxic saving the day there. He actually won it after the first kill, but he did knife down, try to get to the corner. There's still a chance the AK can come around pre-firing him all the corners. So he's better off staying there and fighting, just like he did. Remember, it all started with this boost as well. We don't see that much in professional play, actually converting to an opening frag like that. So very well done. Gets 3 kills in total. Carrigan, a lot of damage there with the grenades as well. And you can see them still desperate into this round. Chris J back on the Desert Eagle as the MP9's brought out for Carrigan.
Well, he told us he was going to equip the revolver, but we haven't seen that come through. We have seen the MP9s towards ramp, and this time Carrigan won't be getting away with a kill. He's dealt with. Fnatic are able to stabilize early. Frozen doing his best to get some territory back, but now the number advantage to the Swedes.
The flickering scope, audible. And back turned from Crims. He will not find any more. Chris J again with just this Desert Eagle. He does manage to connect and find frags, and crucial ones at that. Golden's only got 3 HP. Flusher continuing his idle adventures on B. He is entirely alone, so should they call a rotate, there's so much time they could even afford to knife out, silently rotate. And they are.
The case, they are going towards B. Rob's nowhere to be seen. Currently towards middle. Flush up. Getting more and more information that B bomb site is wide open. He can tuck himself into the most advantageous position here. Look towards CT spawn as he gets closer and closer. Oh, he's going to catch Rob's here. Should be a guaranteed frag for himself and the round of that kill. Just Voxic remaining, and sure, he's capable of winning 3 versus 1s, but he's so far away. Just going to look to hold on to the sniper here.
Flusher just clearing B while his whole team are having a brawl on the A ramp. It's again, it's kind of how the Vertigo T-side is going to be playing, right? Main body of your assault, Chad, over towards A early for the default and having that little gap being probed.
It's
for.
exactly what Flusher does on Inferno as well, for example.
Good
His whole
point.
teammates will be working towards A. Flusher is always the one patrolling in B, sometimes just walking into the side by himself there. He's very happy to do it, and he's very good at getting that gut feeling, that instinct of walking into the bomb sites, knowing we'll have a chance to actually crack the side open alone. Calls to the rotations, job's a good one, and only Voxic survives. He said that bated breath, he's got players around him, but he looks like he's absolutely fine. Will he make it? He will. So there we go. The AWP saved, and we saw it before. A Voxic AWP and a few pistols is enough to win a round.
Yeah, a few problems, though, is the fact that Fnatic are leaning towards this A site consistently. I know they finished on B this time round, but it's always early pressure. And Alex was asking the question before, as we get into a US Air Force tactical timeout from Mousesports, about the grenade harassment over towards that headshot position or boost position on that A site. I went back and I watched it. Brolin and Golden had set nades for Frozen's position. So if Carrigan and Frozen's game plan on that A site is to play retake, one from the elevated room, one from that boost box, as soon as they get identified, they will be harassed by grenades. And the utility usage for Fnatic, at least throughout stage 2, we're looking at their ADR with grenades as the absolute best. So they are going to be pinpoint accurate with those weapons. Or
I feel like
utility.
every time you did the stats check-in, it was Astralis pistol gods and Fnatic utility damage.
Basically, that was the way we were.
Every week we checked in, it was the same 2 logos.
Yeah, so they've been consistent with that, that's for sure. And here, well, they will have to defend against the upgraded pistols, the saved AWP one more time. If Fnatic can actually walk away with it this time, they set themselves up for a really good first half, because $1,900, that's the loss bonus going into next.
Well, they are fully invested, apart from Chris J, of course, always has a ton of money. 2,400 behind his Desert Eagle again. And JW looking for this mid-push. Chris will just tuck himself in behind the dumpster. Flashbang to come through it, and he hasn't considered this position. You can see a couple of holes in the Fnatic game. That's quite a common spot. Didn't even consider it. Down he goes. Quick kill. They don't recover the weapon, but they do send another man towards A. That's going to be the AWP as well. And that's, again, I talked about this on the previous map. JW dying first with no frags is a common trend, and they really don't want it to happen this round. Pistols and the AWP and the force buy, he's given up a kill for free again. Remember, he got picked off by the booster Voxic in the round 2 rounds ago.
Good point. 3v4. Feels like it could very well be a Mousesports round. I mean, what's Flusher up to? If I'm looking at the 3 remaining players, I'm worried that the B side's being cleared, as this time he's right at the forefront of the assault. Regrouped with his squad, does have a nade for the boost box, but with it being the only one, it's not going to quite get him far enough. Lines it up, throws out the Molotov perhaps, but no, just the nade. 40 seconds.
You can see how up for this Voxic is. Molotov down. The reposition, the flashbang pretty spot on, allows him to cross over. He's aware of it. Gonna find big kills here.
Good shot.
Only one. It might not be enough here. 2 on 2 now.
Rotates coming in thick and fast. Chris J's going to be the first on the scene. He has an AWP, though. That's just not ideal. And Golden still on the site, trying to moonwalk back, but Chris J spotted him. He knows the options. He knows what Golden's working with, and it's just a matter of time. He has to peek in, and, well, he's met by AWP.
They have got a smoke for the bomb and a kit now. Chris J just picked one up. They can smoke the C4, get a diffuse going, start the spray from Crims. That's all that has to be done here. Where's the smoke gonna land?
Come on now. Come on, Robs. There it is.
Now Chris J has to defuse.
Chris J's the one with a kit. Rob's a babysit. Only the Deagle, elevating himself for an element of surprise, and does peek out. The transfer's not quick enough, and it will be a Mousesport's 7th. Crims, a shake of frustration, and round 12 could very well go the same. Take a look at what Fnatic are posting. There's some with 1,600, some with 7,000. Quite the diverse spread. This is how this round started. There was no way JW was expecting that angle of assault, and Chris J lined up his crosshair before the flash popped and took his shot.
That's 2 rounds now Chris J has diffused under their nose. It was the pistol round to kick things off with the fluffed or late Molotov from the side of Fnatic there. And once again, well, that's the impact. We didn't say he was going to have the most frags, but it's going to be felt because if Fnatic lose this one, their money is in a bit of trouble.
They've got to start reading these financial situations better. Why is your AWP solo peeking towards middle when you know they've got Desert Eagles, MP9s, that sort of buy? It just beggars belief sometimes. JW needs to reel it in. That gives them that round towards Mousesports, and now the fast B actually like this. They've actually broken through. Robs is uncomfortable and surely gets sprayed down here. Indeed he will. They've got access towards B.
Yeah, complete change up from Fnatic. Attack from Woxic's not going to get him far enough. Grim's still alive and kicking at 21, but the peak comes in. It's what Woxic wanted, and he's even hunting for a second, not far off. In the meantime, though, his teammates have done all the hard work. Frozen's even separated the final player, and he's taken him down as well.
Chris J only had a Deagle again.
Yep. He's just...
He won the last round, and he only had a Deagle again.
Yeah, dude, he recently actually invested in the world's first scavenger perk for Counter-Strike.
Wow, I did. When did we... Well, okay, I haven't been looking at the updates so much recently.
Yeah, it's a brand new perk, Chris J exclusive. He can just pick up people's weapons and use them.
And he can just keep Voxic...
Fed AWPs.
Yeah, the sniper constantly, I suppose. But at the same time, this is an amazing retake. We talked about it towards A, but this was really fantastic from Frozen there. 3 kills in total, 8-4. Remember we said this is a T-sided map, statistically the most T-sided map in EPL so far.
Deagle time.
And there will be again. It doesn't make any sense for this one. You just won 2 rounds in a row and you're still on Deagle.
You're 8-4 up, it's a grand final, and you're not buying weapons when you can.
It doesn't...
Chris de Jong. Younger.
I love it, but at the same time, hate it. But let's keep going.
It's not as bad as the revolver.
No, it's definitely not. Let's talk about that for a second. Grand final, best of 5.
No revolvers.
And you've got you've bought it 4 times. You've got 0 kills with it. I'm telling you, they had a deal. They probably won a couple of rounds by virtue of JW Desert.
Oh, you're back to the hate train. You were loving it for a while.
In the final, I do have to be a little bit more
Okay, he's buttoning up the revolver hate. 4 versus 5, though. That early pick again. It's Summit's Flusher. Sent to the grave for a 10th time on our 3rd map and through the smoke Carrigan's caught. Brolin's been doing everything he can to get them into these A sites, and this looks promising. Runs out of bullets, just a little short of the mark. Frozen lives on. Hectic action for Brolin, but he's contained it well. Bomb's gone down and he continues to lurk over this smoke. While it lingers, so will he. But as it clears, he might want to consider a reposition. That smoke's fading. 5 seconds. He needs this frag, and he gets away with it. He continues to put bullets into the wall as well. Brolin's doing so much for Fnatic here.
I think they're better off saving. The money's very low on the CT side. It's a 4 versus 3. The bomb's halfway gone. Great effort here from Fnatic. They're going to keep 4 players up, but the AWP recovered by Robs. 2 AK-47s as well. Much better off to saving the weapons, but that wasn't really worth it. Voxic goes down, but luckily, Chris J has so much money because he doesn't buy rifles. He'll be able to drop him. No problem.
Robs has to save the AWP, though. And thank God. A reserved USP from him. Nice tap away to maintain a powerful weapon into the next. They're going to need that, considering the broken buy.
If Chris drops the AK now and goes Desert Eagle, like it's going to be
drop
amazing.
2 rifles.
Yeah.
He could drop an M4, an AK, and then buy Deagle, and he'd be fine because he had 4K. So
that's probably what's going to happen.
He's got more than enough.
So they'll surely take a tactical timeout here. Normally taking the last few seconds of the round, but let's see.
Oh, he's taking a gun this round.
He's having a gun.
Wogsik's turn. It's Wogsik's turn to struggle. Passing the Deagle around like a hot potato. Fast towards B, and ooh, Flusher wanted to punish Rops' aggression there. But quick Scarpa from the Estonian Wonder Child. Fnatic have set the precedent that they can hit B. We saw that.
Yeah.
So now they have to respect it. There's 2 CTs currently just dueling and juking out with Flusher. I'm miles away from the rest of the assault.
Yeah, they've managed to get the bomb down a lot towards A, but they haven't been closing out the rounds. Flusher, as we mentioned, normally found poking and probing towards the extremities of the map while his teammates work towards the other. 4 and 10 right now for him. Looking for the 8-7 scoreline. This could be the first shot to find it. Doesn't connect. Flusher just being a nuisance as usual.
It's just a reaction game for him. Place the crosshair and try and shoot the jiggle. Not easy, not fun. Chris J's doing well though, getting the information safely. That's entirely his purpose on B. He even has support and unannounced AWPing presence on Rops.
How is Brolin already here? They're just able to slip into this site with the simple smoke. Follow-up's going to come through. The Molotov to deny the boost position. The plant should be coming down any second, and over the top again. Brolin, we've seen this before.
He's a burning in the Molotov, but he still stands his ground now, pushing in off the flash. Wogsik's jumping. He can't finish the job neat and tidy, but he can now. Woof, 2 taps. And another body added to the list. Chris J's gone. Fnatic, they're looking at 6 here, and this one's perfect. Complete and total clean win.
Well, that's how you abuse the retake setup there. Mousesport's playing so far back that Brolin can actually just walk up towards the bomb site, get himself up top, and manage to find 3 kills. They were scrappy ones. He had to throw a really awkward flashbang in towards the elevators, but still gets the 3 kills. Job's good, and Rob's now his only job is to hold on to the AWP for the final round of this first half. They've got enough rounds on the CT side. One more would be great. That's if he can survive with the AWP. I don't think he will. JW looks like he's bested him here. Out-positioned, out-maneuvered, and we will see the 6th on the board for Fnatic here with 4 players surviving. Money is ruined on the Mousesport side of things. They can go for MP9's mid. Would love to see it. Maybe a push down towards the A ramp again. That was successful for them before.
He got the ding through the wall, so I think he was expecting the next bullet to be more than enough.
Yeah.
But look, he gets a 3 in the end there, and now Mousesports, well, they're left with just some pistols. Familiar territory for Chris J and Wogsik within the last few rounds, that's for sure. Some nades to go along with it, and even a defuse kit if they can make this one close. We've seen them find success on 2 of these rounds so far within Vertigo, so let's see if they can make it a 3rd.
It's more like it from JW. First bit of success there towards middle.
Was that the FAMAS, the only rifle as well?
Yeah, I think so. Chris J's got a kill here, though. Well, I say that. It's going to be Rob's.
Didn't have to announce it. Maybe that was deliberate.
Exactly. Well, the Deagles again, close range. We've seen a lot of that this week. Only picking up 1 this time. Carrigan at least evens the playing field here. 3 on 3. They've recovered a Krieg. That's in the hands of Chris J here. Not too used to using the rifles, but we'll see what he can do with the Krieg in hand.
Smoke's going out.
Big old backstab from JW coming in here. Looking towards CD Sport as well. He might just catch Chris J. Oh, he fluffed it.
That's actually really costly. Fnatic had the disadvantage now. They don't have control of the A site, and they've already used their utility. Frozen's completely set up, so they have to go B. But who is waiting in the wings? It's Chris J, who's just tucked in at the perfect time, but Crims receives him, and he'll be doing gymnastics off the side of the building for the rest of this round. Last round of the half, map 3 of our best of 5 grand final. Golden keeping Crims safe and sound, and Fnatic, they've turned it around.
Yeah, they really have. This was looking desperate at one point, but their T side has managed to find 3 rounds in a row towards the tail end of the first half, leaving just the AK and FAMAS here. I say that. They haven't won this one just yet. It's looking good, though. That should confirm it. As Frozen with no grenades, no kit, just the FAMAS. These 2 perfect kills. He jumps through the window. It's ambitious. It's looking not pretty good, to be honest with you. The Crims will have no problem closing this one out. It is 8-7 in favor of Mousesports here, but Fnatic are fighting back. We will take a break. We'll be back at the second half of this best of 5 grand final very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere.
crowd I'm watching from Paris to popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Not with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. You know.
Well, Vertigo has delivered. We've got ourselves split down the middle, and of course, it couldn't be more balanced. Thanos is a big fan of this one. I can't pronounce it properly. I'm sorry, I'm not a comic book guy, but we do see an 8-7 half right down the middle, 1-1 in series, a best-of-5 grand final with absolutely everything to play for, and GG.bet have provided the odds and agree. Right, impossible to separate. A slight lead, however, to Mouse Sports, and I'm not sure Henry or Chad would disagree.
Well, it all comes down to this pistol, I would say. Flush Out will be the one defending this. The Rush, by the looks of things, managed to get a shot through the smoke as well. Frozen dropped to the floor as the bomb is planted. Flush has done a good job to fend them off here. That's only his 5th frag so far. 5 versus 4 retake, block headshot connects, and this is still looking good for Mouse Sports.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they can do. Golden has some ideas, though. And the ideas of Brolin, well, they're splattered all over B. Nice catch with the B250. Carrigan biding his time, waiting to strike, and as JW connects, so does Carrigan. A double with the pistol. Chris J to clutch, but already copped a dink. He's going to have to work with this 1v1 and just 13 HP. There are 2 kits on the site, right in front of Crims, but none in his grasp. A 10-second defuse is his reality. He's pushing in. He's running out of time. And Chris J's just straight up won the round. Look at this. He can't even find the fight. Congratulations, Crims. You get the consolation frag. But Chris J, without having to fire a bullet, has pulled home the 9th.
Oh, balls of steel there. I love that from Chris J. There were 2 kids down on the site. A full defuse potential there. But, of course, he just sits there, waits, bleeds him out, and Crims can do nothing.
He's the hero in both pistol rounds. In the first pistol, he defused the bomb.
That's right.
Under their nose,
yes.
and here winning that one-on-one situation. So big stuff from Chris J. He may only have 10 kills to his name, but his impact and the way that reverbs into the next few rounds for Fnatic, it will be felt.
Well, they're going to have to force buy here. The CZs are out, no R8s to speak of, and we have got a FAMAS for Crims as well. So can they answer back quickly on the CT side? 9-7 down. This will be for double digits for Mouse Sports here, and they've got a huge advantage. Not focusing on the SMGs this time. They've got 4 rifles, 3 AKs, 1 Galil. Flash to defend on the B side. Aggressive, of course.
Of course. This is a risk, but you can see why he's taking it. Gets a quick dink and manages to live to tell the tale, albeit with most of his limbs hanging on by a thread. He's got 1 HP, but see the weapons swap out, giving Chris J with his full health the rifle of choice.
Yeah, makes sense, and Robs is just inquiring towards middle. He's got the AKs. He doesn't want to fully commit to this, wants to be very procedural about it. Takes a bullet to the face himself, and now things are starting to get a bit dicey. Luckily, it's through the corner of that box. He doesn't go down. They're going to have to hold towards toolbox now, and he continues to push on. Golden waiting for it.
Oh, the patience of Robs here.
Yeah. With his HP as well, he knows he's such a he is under threat from every member of Fnatic. But his position is so powerful as well. That's the balance he's currently dealing with. Charging up the ramp, that's going to be audible. Golden would have conveyed that information to them. And the rotate, you can see, is on its way. Crimson's only got the FAMAS, so double dink necessary. And now they boost. This is the powerful boost we see G2, and we talked about their retakes. A big part of that is here, and spray from Crims connecting already. Crossing to the site was a bit of a risk from Frozen, but he's going for the plant all the same. This is a bit of a Hail Mary. Will he get off the site? It doesn't look good. No, caught. Rifle to be scavenged, and Brolin doesn't even need it. Oh, he tried to pull the trigger, but there were no bullets. Oh my goodness.
Oh wait, Voxy can deny this.
He has to pick.
He will. Denies it. Now they know exactly where he is, and with his health, he shouldn't be able to get a single other frag. He's spraying frantically. He will be forced off the angle. Rops to clutch with no HP. And a kit for J-Dubs. Golden has to be clean, and he is. We have a 9-8, and we continue to trade blows.
Well, they won the pistol, but the second round eludes them there, taking so much damage at the very start of the round, going down to 10 points of health from 2 players. They limp back in towards the A bomb side there. Fnatic fighting back. It's Brolin with 2 kills. The CZ delivering on all fronts there. And Rops managing to get a kill with the wallbang. Still wasn't quite enough. I thought Voxy's position there. I thought that was enough. It felt good. After he denied that first defuse attempt there, there shouldn't have been enough time, but of course they made it work. And now, an eco from Mousesports. Not forcing into the situation. Chris J's gone for Deagle Armor, as usual. There's a normal gun round for him.
I'm surprised they had a kit in that whole situation.
Yeah,
I didn't think they'd be prioritizing that.
Oof, Brolin. He finds Carrigan, and now with the Deagles, and just a single vest for Mr. Chris J, who currently lurks in that smoke that was deployed by Flusha. And, well, he let me get the word right, emerges from the smoke. Thank you.
Well, at this stage, Frozen, Rops, well, now it is Voxic and Frozen, are in a lot of trouble. This is where Fnatic can really start to apply some pressure here. JW hasn't had the best showing on Vertigo so far, but starting to warm up, looking for double digits.
There's no way they turn around after the CT's drop yet another smoke towards the ramp. You wouldn't expect most players to be pushing it, but JW, an exception to that rule.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them potentially here as well. Yep.
Does he want the knife? Just come on, JW. There we go.
He made it look as stylish as he could while still not knifing. You know, I think that was his decision making. You can see the quick process of.
Just let you know, I've been watching you.
I've been watching you. I want you to know that this was easy for me. Is what I'm trying to communicate.
There's no teabagging though. He wasn't spamming the bodies, so
No,
we lost a little bit of that JW flair.
I think the fact that it's a grand final and currently it couldn't be closer, I reckon that's got something to do with it. 9-9. And I'm not talking about an angry German. That is the scoreline here in round 19. Continues to deliver. Golden's going for the play straight down and pre-fire, of course. It was actually straight towards Chris J's position, and you wouldn't believe it. He's only got a Deagle.
Chris J and the Desert Eagle. The trend continues, but they did lose 2 rounds in a row. Money
Yeah, more of an excuse here.
Exactly. He brought up Deagle Armor in the previous round as well, so he's limiting himself at the get-go. The first kill coming in for Fnatic, and the second. They've got to fight for this third, but Crims is doing such a great job. They've recovered the AK here. Chris J will dispatch of Brolan, but still, round should be secure. 4-on-2. AK picked up. If he kills Crims, we're on to something here, but such a great angle. Not going to happen.
Yeah, just as he's rounding the corner and starting to prepare to clear sandbags, Crims is there.
That's a classic off angle, we'd call that. And at this point, Rob's just looking to cause any sort of financial damage he can. Use this as a tactical timeout as well. Discuss your options going forward. Their loss bonus is at $2,400 going to the next round. So at absolute 0, there's going to be more of the same. P250s, maybe some Kevlar, but not much more. They can't really partially buy into it. Have to be more on the side of an eco.
I'd like to see them run what they did on their pistol round again. I really like the progression of their smokes. A lot of people may have missed it, but they had 2 smokes from spawn, one of which would land between the gen and I suppose the first. It's the T shape of the Tetris piece as you come on into the site. And they also just had the basic one that goes through and covers off the window. So they had those 2 smokes real quick. And the reason, mainly the secondary smoke there, not the window smoke, the one landing site, is important is because it lands so quick that most players in current meta are sitting there jiggle peeking that top corner. And then their second fallback line is from the Jennies as they try and cross into the bomb site. That line is immediately taken out of the picture. So if they want to do that on a force buy or a low buy scenario, they might be able to overrun Flusher or Golden, depending on who wants to be holding that B bomb site in the following. I was very impressed by that quick execute from Mouse on their pistol. So let's see what they've got up their sleeve with this saved AK-47 on the back of Rops.
Well, they've lost the lead, unfortunately. Fnatic will go 10-9 up. Here's Crims getting it done, providing that covering fire for his teammate with the FAMAS. Works out exceptionally well. That's a lovely angle towards the sandbags headers to round things off. So 10-9. We did say the money would be broken here, and Robs, he's gone with the saved AK. Desert Eagles around him. Can he do anything with this? $0. You get nothing for surviving the clock. At this stage, Fnatic don't have to do much. They've got AK-47s out in threes on the CT side of Vertigo here. And all for JW. Crims will have to make do of the M4, but they've got Diffuse gets across the board here, a lot of money.
And taking all of that early space, they've seen that there's sacrifices being made, and so investing in taking that early space just gives them so much more comfort in standing their ground. Crims jiggling for info, confirms there's one down there, so Brollan will perhaps be a little nervous. They're going to boost him for this. This is to kill the jiggle. Oh, it's such a perfect angle, but he fires his shot a little prematurely. That sucks.
That's the only rifle as well, so unless he gets an opening kill, they have to start again. Start from scratch.
Reset.
Work out another avenue of approach, and he'll choose towards the A ramp.
I reckon Carrigan may have called that there is going to be a chance for a push down, so maybe this is Robs' chance, and never mind, a quick adjustment. Brollan just brings the fight to them. A double kill will work.
It will work, but it might not be enough. Crims here in trouble. Same position he played before, and down he goes, a Desert Eagle. They're being too aggressive.
Two rifles now.
Fnatic are in trouble. JW hasn't hit all the greatest shots today, and the flick will not connect.
JW is sitting in that smoke. He's trying to nutmeg. Meanwhile, his team... Oh, and Chris Chase caught them both. Straight through the smoke. A clutch for Flusher required. Nade looks promising. Will chip away at Frozen's health, but Woxic's already pushed up. And the fact that they had Kevlar vests for all the AKs they hoovered up, it was enough. 2 frags, and suddenly Mousesports were equally as equipped as Fnatic.
Sure, Brollan gets the 2 frags there, but at what cost? He sacrifices the life of his AWP stuck on the side there. Crims was in a really awkward position. They could have had a crossfire. They could have actually fended off the Deagles, no armor, together, but instead they chose to push down the A ramp with no signaling towards B whatsoever. They just push down and get caught out. He gets the first 2 frags, but it's the opening of the door there. Remember, they got denied access towards B there. It's not like they've done a massive amount of work on that side of the map. They were recalibrating towards A. As we get into this next buy, plenty of money for Fnatic, but that one's going to hurt.
That nade early onto JW. It is the AWPer, so it's not the end of the world here, but just that conditioning of, hey, you can't play the toolbox position.
Yeah, don't go for early info mid, or you'll lose half your health. It's quite the message to send, 10-10.
That is very important here. They push back the jiggle peak of Flusher. That can give them a bit of map territory and force Fnatic not to be able to stack, but once again, it's the jiggle. Flusher, he won't peek again. Those bullets, they mean trouble. Flash on out.
Caught the nade. Nice lineup from Mouse. I mean, it was a matter of time before someone found up a perfect lineup for the jiggle P corner, because it is commonplace upon the setups.
So look at that. They've completely left the B bomb site now. They've sent 4 over towards A, and this duel right here could be everything for Brollan.
It really is, and he's not going to win it. Carrigan, successful once again. Takes a lot of damage, but he's cracked open the A site here. Golden floundering, getting wall bangs, down to 30 HP himself. Needs to try and get back to the safety of the smoke, but they know exactly where he is. Chris Chase spots him.
He's taken so much space. Crims isn't even staring at the smoke. Golden could get caught out here.
Oh, the nades.
The barrage of nades. Oh. And just as the Molotov arrives, Chris J exits the smoke. It's perfect. They're completely caught in transition, and JW loses his life too. AWP on the ground, Chris J. He has done it all. He might even find the 4th here. Flusher's going to make sure that doesn't happen, but the round is won, and the Dutchman's done it all.
I love that from Chris. The confidence as well. He knew he had won that round. The moment he got towards the bomb side there, you could see the conviction in his play. Running forward, bayoneting CT players in front of him, face-cracking JW with the AK towards that connector position as well. And Flusher will have to pick up the pieces here. No way he's winning the round, but can he stay alive with the M4? Money is wrecked. They will get $1,900 into the next round here, and it'll be Mousesports claiming the lead once again. 11-10, and maybe a couple more off the bounce of this. 3 players to survive at Carrigan, Frozen, and Robs.
Right now, Henry, if we reflect on how Mousesports have got to this point, think about their first half. They had 2 Deagle rounds that went in their favor.
Yep.
They had the pistol round here in the second half. Chris J won the pistol round yet again for them.
Sure.
They are massive rounds, but Fnatic are staying in this right here. If Mouse are able to have a nice, clean round going forward to what we can only assume will be that saved M4 in the hands of Flusher and probably some upgraded pistols, then things are looking real good for Mouse to take map number 3 here.
I definitely agree. You can see Fnatic feeling the pressure now. They take a US Air Force tactical timeout here. Their first of Vertigo. And remember, although it doesn't really matter too much in best of 5, they did pick this map, technically speaking. So now down 11-10. Mac 10's out for Chris J, Chad. We know that's the perfect weapon against unarmored opposition. That's exactly what he's going to find here. So with $2,400 coming in next round, Fnatic can't really justify a force with $2,000 because they can buy him to the next. Flusher still has 3K as well. He can even drop an AWP. So they're going to try and do what they can. They can't even go for PT50s, but a 5-man push somewhere with a Flusher, aim 4 behind them, working the perimeters, it might be enough.
They're going to need a lot of damage from these USPs if Flusher needs to mop on up. You can't really use him that offensively, even though he has those nades. He's been conditioned over towards B. The jiggle has been dealt with time and time again. And, well, that Mac 10 of Chris J, they can farm free information. They're more than happy if he goes down to give that up towards the T's. It shouldn't be the end of the round or the end of the world. But here we go. They are using it aggressively. Pushing forward. Will be spotted.
Yeah, this is where Robs will open things up. Crims goes down. Not the danger man so far, but JW, he sits in the corner there. Very common spot. Robs, bit of a nightmare. He doesn't check it. Gives up an AK-47. They have now 2 rifles on the CT side.
That's something to work with at least.
Yeah, more than so than that. JW's got a Molotov.
And Golden actually just found a frag. That's going to get them paranoid. Suddenly they have to be concerned about their flank, and there's only 3 players. Into the site, Chris J knows that the plant will really rectify the situation. The smoke is enough. Chris J under a lot of scrutiny. There's flames and bullets all being thrown towards the bomb site, but under the guise of the smoke, he stands stationary.
How is he still alive? The flames don't touch him, the bullets didn't catch him, and now it's a 4 versus 3. Still the advantage for Mouse Sports. They've got a good flash here, but it's Chris J that's got it, so he can't really deploy the flash. He needs someone else to deploy it from. So at this point, he hears them go for the big spray down. It looks like it's enough here from Fnatic, and it certainly is. The eco victory. They recover 3 rifles, probably 4 in total. There it is.
They're taking it in turns.
That's insane.
It's like Mouse Sports hit them with 1, then Fnatic just give them a taste of their own medicine right back. Losing a rifle early has huge ramifications. JW gets 3 kills. That's Rops' AK.
Yeah, it's not often Rops doesn't clear every single corner. Normally one of the most meticulous players there, but JW's done him in.
It's one of the most common ones as well. Like Vertigo, you do have to definitely double check it and commit to that corner, but it's not hard. It takes you half a second. You're covered from most angles and you do so. It's just an oversight from Robs and it costs him the round, unfortunately.
Flusher's gone with an MP9 here with 4K left in the bank. Christian and Flusher with some very curious economical decisions.
Flusher does play towards B, doesn't he? So I guess this is being ratty as he likes, but Frolan, he is a raging bull at the A ramp right now. That's going to be the first 2 kills in his favor. 4 on 3. The MP9 still holds towards B, though, and he's starting to rotate back. We have got Chris J helping himself towards his side of the map here. Remember, just the SMG to defend, but at close range, it could come out on top. It's all about the positioning, the utilization of the weapon. And they're going to go back towards B here. Flush is going to try and tuck himself in. He knows he just needs to find 1 kill, delay them as long as he can. He still has all his utility. A smoke just at the top of the stairs now would be great. Considering his options here, he knows he's vulnerable for middle as well. Does he want to push out? He still has all his grenades. If he died without deploying any of them, that would be a massive fail.
He's got no idea Chris is here. Even if he drops the smoke, Chris is going to be straight on him.
Yeah, he's going to pounce on him. As here comes the smoke, and this is Chris J's chance to pounce because he knows he's equipped the smoke. It's so smart. Mouse Sports, they know he's isolated. They know that seeing Robs would prompt the smoke grenade, and Chris J, that's his cue.
Catches him with the smoke in his hand. A 3-on-3 here. Fnatic managed to win the previous round by virtue of USPs. This time, it's all down to Chris J. Wow. Finds the timing, threads the needle, drops the smoke. He's locked them out of the bomb site here. Their only channel of access towards the Jennies, and he knows it. Watching the right-hand side. 1 more kill would do a flashbang, then a peek as well would be glorious. Another flash. He can keep applying the pressure here. He's just locking them out for days.
And now he just takes it as a chance to try and exploit the gap. And, well, damage found, kill found. 2v2 made 2v1. JW doesn't have the chance. He had the kit. He had perhaps just an extra 5-10 seconds to find 2 kills and to find the bomb. But, yeah, an unrealistic goal. And so Mouse Sports will be gifted the 12th. Thank you, Chris J.
Yeah, all down to Chris J there. Very patient. Very methodical, waiting for his moment to pounce, found it, and of course, absolutely ruins them. Once he gets full control there, the smoke down, the flashes that's holding them off, Molotov as well.
He found that gap, but he was so, like, he waited probably 40 seconds when he was under window.
Well, this is him knowing the tendencies of Flusher. We've all casted Fnatic Vertigo games. We know it's Flusher, normally alone, with an SMG towards B. He plays to the pixel gap and he drops a smoker and incendiary. Chris J's waiting for that cue. His teammate give up the peak, and then that's his moment to go round.
Perfect.
It was very well played, and this would be another difficult buy here. Flusher once again on the SMG. No
Nice
AWP
lineup.
spotted on the CT side or T side. Brolan happy to go aggressive again.
Yeah, he seems rather content with this aggression. He's being flashed in by his team, and he's going to call it clear.
All right, well, that's a lot of intel gathered, but maybe false information here. We'll see if Bro's ready for this. Apparently not. Nice positioning. Drops the incendiary as well. That means he guarantees exit. And at this point, Flusher, same approach. He's making sure Chris J's not there this time. Incendiary to kick things off. And that'll buy him a bit more time.
Carrigan's lining something up. Could be the smoke for the B side take. And it is. Ooh, that looks like an easy one. Good lineup. Flash in. Rops has already found Crims, and a 4 versus 3. Flush is going straight through the smoke. Carrigan's bunny hops won't save him, despite the type or the time of year.
That's Easter Sunday for those playing along at home.
Thank you. Golden and Brolan, though, for Woxic, and he has already found the first. He's on for the 3K. Golden around the side too. Spotted and adjusted. Woxic. Oh, I thought he was supposed to lose that. That was how the story, the script was written. But instead, he actually adjusts in time. Golden's going to be kicking himself. He had the advantage there.
It all comes crashing down once again. 2 in a row for Mousesports here, and touching distance are picking up their second map victory. Vertigo, the third of this best of 5. Move on to Nuke next, and well, it couldn't be closer at this stage. Woxic, though, managing to deliver.
I want to see if I can see who shot first. Yeah, Golden, he did take the first shot, but Woxic was so quick to adjust. 13 to 12, that's the biggest lead we've seen established in some time. It was such an inseparable half. 8-7 at the half, and now at the tail end of the second, we're at 13-11. 3 rounds separating Mousesports from a lead in this. Nuke around the corner in our best of 5. We saw Mousesports Nuke look very promising, and we'll remind you in their semi-final bout.
JW has just invested in an AWP here. He has looked much better on Vertigo, but still not his usual self. Very aggressive, hasn't had much of the AWP as of yet, and he's gone for the Hail Mary play here. Investing $6,000, his teammates all hovering around 2K. He's shooting for the moon here. If they lose this round, they'll have nothing left over. An MP9, an AWP, USPs, and JW needs to find an opening kill. He can't sit back and be a turret. He needs to go aggressive, maybe towards his scaffolding position right at the corner, and he is going for it.
And he's already encountered not only a bullet, but pressure, and Carrigan does get caught. JW hits a fantastic flick. Could very well have been the end right there and then, but instead, Fnatic, they bolster their numbers. Isolated is Flusher, but he thrives in this environment, and he takes that as his cue, and he gets the frag, just frantically charging towards them as the pop flash comes in.
Look at him
And he's going to get another one. Just
No.
play. No. Calm down. He charges into Woxic's crosshairs. The rotate, however, has come in. And this hero AWP MP9 is starting to have its legs here.
He's done it before, and he's doing it again.
Double kill.
It's the JW Sniper, an MP9. That's all they brought into this round. Look at Golden and Brolan with USPs only. They're the ones defending B now. Woxic looking to find an incision. He's going to get the bomb first. JW will go down.
That's a big scalp. Big scalp to take.
See if this is where Mousesports commit towards A. They are running out of time here. Big kill coming in. Robs has found it. Just the one towards the A side of the map, and Crims gives it up. The P250's alone. No armor behind it, no nades as well.
Oh, he just completely and totally revealed his chance. Squandered it, perhaps, because now his back is turned, and Woxic's going to find the frag. 2 versus 4 now. All of the hard work of JW and Flusher. They find 3 frags, but those 2 that eluded them have done enough. Brolan, you just can't clutch with a USP no armor when you've got a flank from Rops, who wants his third, armored, geared to the teeth, nades if he needs, but he doesn't. Brolan's just walked into the site. It's hauntingly clear.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he can do with this one. Looking for a weapon, an opportunity, a clue as to where the clue would be great at this point. He can't even find a footstep. He'll maybe get one kill in the back here, but it doesn't help out too much. There's still so much work to do. Bear in mind, he hasn't got a kit. This is where they got the opening kills. They had the B site on the lock and key, but Mousesports bring it right back. Rob's getting most of the kills there. Doesn't pick up the AWP, and one on the T side, apparently. Even after flush and this ridiculousness, they don't win the round.
He did it all. Golden had a perfect supportive flash that enabled him to take that first onto Chris, and he even had a good go at the third. But yeah, Woxic, not only did he stop Flusher after his double, he found the crucial kill to open up the A site. So 26 rounds of play, and Mousesports do have the lead. Will they be taking Fnatic's map pick here and breaking the trend?
Oh, this could be a huge round. 2 MP9s this time. Crims will have the second, and not for long. Carrigan removes it, Frozen with the trade. And the A side should be relatively open here. This kill might decide it. One more player remains on the A side. That's JW. 17 kills to his name. Jumping on the bomb side. Nice damage, but that's not enough. Flusher, we all know he plays towards B. We've talked about it enough. Won't even have a chance to show us what he's made of. Not the cleanest kill, but certainly enough to get the job done. 15-11 now. Map point.
T-side of Mouse is looking better. It's looking much more well-rehearsed. I do want to know if it's the Rops flashbang, Chad. You know that one where I'm seeing him line up at the skylight? He's throwing it towards A. I'm trying to work out what flash keeps catching these aggressive Fnatic members. They keep going for these wide ramp swings, and then by the time that the combat's there at Sandbags, they're just full white.
I think you're right. It's the one from the top of T steps they're throwing.
Yeah, it just needs to blind them for 1 second or so.
That's all it is,
to
right?
give them the entry, yeah. So this time they won't be throwing that one out. They'll just be opting for a bit more of a standard play, but through the smoke, Frozen takes down Crims. You can see there the desperation from Fnatic. They know that they needed to get some room, get some space, but they can't even get that. And now with the 4v5 disadvantage, Fnatic, how are they going to defend against this?
I mean, it's getting worse, isn't it? They just lost another man. Brolin's gone. Down on the lower level. Rops is so set up. He's on the T side in CT Spawn. With 1 minute 15 still on the clock. Flusher, you really can't fault him for not being ready to check that one, and he's got to focus on the B side as well. Actually catching Chris J. Perhaps there's more to be said about this one as he gobbles up his own flashbang, and I think that's all she wrote. Golden, last man standing, knocked on his ass by Rops at a 16-11 scoreline. Vertigo goes the way of Mousesports.
I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can see my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, I said, 'cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you don't. I know people come and go away. Sun is low, that's my time to shine again. 'Cause baby, every fucking time you play me, you call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get extra, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Don, it's why you sad. I said I just
The Mouse gets the cheese over on Vertigo, and it's looking good in the Mouse Sports camp right now as they're up 2-1 in this best-of-5 grand final here. Moving on to their map choice of Nuke coming up as number 4. But Fnatic, they picked into Vertigo, and there were some reasons for that, and we're going to cover a few of them right here. We're going to be kicking this off with the pistol round, the very first pistol round with Fnatic on that T side. So let's get this one playing underway here. It's a very simple approach towards the A bomb site. We've seen it time and time again. I'll talk you through this strat as it slowly appears on your screen. So the first player I want you to notice is the one pushing up here towards the sandbag. The CTs are playing a retake setup. We've got Carrigan passive. We've got Christian over there towards the elevator room. They're just chilling. They're just sitting back. They want this A execute to come on through. Now, they're going to throw the smoke. It's a jump smoke. You'll see it land towards here. A simple flashbang going to land above the alley position, and they can get site control. Everything seeming pretty good for Fnatic at this point, right? Smoke's in, flash over the top. Brolin and JW jumping across the line of sight, pushing on into the bomb site. It gets a little bit chaotic right now. There's Woxic pushing in for some fights, Carrigan harassing as well. Individuals will go down, but the bomb gets planted. Now, this is where it gets a bit funky. This is where things go wrong for Fnatic right here. As we change the camera angle, I want you to note where the bomb is planted. So it's just here in the site towards the position for Golden to potentially peek on. A bit more difficult for Crims from the ramp, but JW right here, well, he actually has a Molotov to throw for this exact post-plant position. Now, what's meant to happen, I believe, in this scenario is Golden is meant to cover the alley position so that JW can throw this Molotov over the top. However, watch this. We play this out. Golden is going to dip back. The bomb's just gone down. He dips back. He tries to cover off with Crims, but Chris J, he's already on the site. He's already started defusing. JW had to move because he needed to cover his own alley push and put that Molotov away. So now, Chris J already defusing. Golden covers it. Molotov comes out. He throws it. Bomb's already defused. This one's done and dusted. So Chris J comes in clutch right there with the first pistol. Let's flick on over with the second half. Once again, you heard me during the game talking about this execute. I love it. They're going to see a fast smoke towards the window. That one's pretty common. But this one that lands here towards the Jennies is huge because a player playing like Mr. Flusher does, he jiggle peats this angle and then would normally drop back and take this fight as they try and cross the site. Check out what happens here. Flush comes over, smokes and everything. She's a good one. And Flusher has to drop straight back. He's going to sit there, falls back into the smoke, gets one through it. That's great. But the rotation, it's already stifled. They only have one lane to deal with. Check this out. The Ts just have to focus here. The CT isn't able to push through this smoke because usually you're anchoring on that bomb site by yourself. As we play this out, they'll get the bomb down. Things are looking pretty good on the side of Fnatic here. They've contained the pushes. You've got Brolin over here towards middle, dealing with Rops. Everything is looking as it should at this point. But I want you to keep your eyes on Chris J, who's playing the post-plant situation from the B stairs. Everyone else on the site is going to go on down. There will be some trades in the fray. But things for Fnatic at this point, it's a 2-on-1 situation. Golden being low is huge because Chris J getting this kill now enables him to milk the clock in this 1-on-1 situation. Just drops on down. Crims here is a bit of a mug. He's waiting for the pick. He's waiting for Chris J to present himself, but he doesn't. Look how far he forces him to come all the way out. Has to even look vertically down to take this fight against Chris J. That's both pistol rounds Chris J was responsible for winning. He also had some deagle impact for them as well. And for me, he was the MVP for this team on Vertigo. You can get the scores on your doors right here. We'll be throwing this one to a break, and we'll be back very soon with Nuke, our 4th map, and potentially the final map.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
There's 2 boxes to get by Nico. Ah! Where's it gone? Go to Blade's on the ramp though. He knows he's there.
This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your fornicated bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay?
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
Grand finals of Pro League, baby, Fnatic and Mouse Sports, and we're going into the business end of this best of 5. But before we can focus too much on what is coming up, because yes, 3 maps are under our belt, and if you're unfamiliar with the territory that is best of 5s, you may be unfamiliar that we give players an extra long break about that 3rd map so that they can go ahead and continue to give us the performance that's entertaining us this entire evening. Now, the reason I'm gesticulating over here is
here we go.
Mystery box,
here it is.
Which is once again still a part of the desk.
Is Sarah in the mystery box? Because I know we've been looking for her.
It's a mystery. We've been looking for her for a long time.
Okay,
maybe.
so maybe
she
Sarah.
could be. And normally it's laptops, GPUs, monitors, that kind of thing. But Sarah could be inside. You want to have a look?
No, a little save.
Okay,
it is grand finals day.
Yeah, you're right. The treat is coming up. A grand final MSI treat for you guys. And there's a question over on Twitter that you can answer to get entered into the giveaway. The question's here. Cloud9 won ESL Pro League Season 4. Who was on the roster at that time? 3 options. Let us know on Twitter, ESLCS, and using that hashtag MSI. Let me get it right. Mystery box. Yeah, it is just that. Hashtag MSI mystery box. And you could be winning whatever's inside.
Can we win or we still can't win?
I'm afraid I've created the rules for this one and you can't win.
Because I know the answer to that one.
He
We
does
were
know
there.
the answer. I reckon he does.
Yeah, maybe
He's
you guys can tweet Chad. He might give you the answer if you want a little upper hand in this battle for whatever's inside. I'm actually going to get it out of the way because it is quite
cumbersome. Isn't it?
Cumbersome, it is. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the MSI mystery box. You guys will
look at
be
that.
having shipped to you.
That's a strong man struggling there. There's a lot of goods.
I didn't lower with my back there. That was a mistake. So we
With
could
the
be having
sharp,
some
jerky motion.
lower back driven kind of hold. But memes aside, we are taking a little bit of an extended break, which means we can reflect on exactly what we've been dealt here. Yes, Mouse Sports and Fnatic, we kind of have leaned towards Mouse Sports in terms of what we've filled you in on. But Fnatic got to the grand finals. In fact, they were the first in the grand finals, locked in and getting that full bye with their performance in stage 2.
It wasn't such a smooth journey, though. Their initial games here weren't the best. You can see Na'Vi actually topped the group here. They actually opened things up against Na'Vi, Chad. Losing 0-2, we thought, okay, against Na'Vi, currently, as by the ESL rankings, the #1 team in the world. They just won Katowice. It kind of makes sense. We move on to NIP, though. Their first map, Overpass. It's a Swedish derby. We're feeling like, okay, this is where Fnatic will show us what they're made of. They lost the first map, if you remember, 16-2. What happened after that?
Well, it wasn't great for them, but I'm going to just take us quickly back to this Na'Vi game, Henry, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
This was the 16-10, 16-11 blowout, right? This was, well, it's not a blowout with a scoreline like that, but it's a 2-0. They weren't able to bounce back with anything to their name in this one here. If we want to kind of investigate the Fnatic journey to this point with players, Brolin has been hot, right? Crims has had some massive moments. We've been talking about his aces. One of the more prickly points is JW, right? Because we've heard from the players in interviews, you know, it's JW doing JW things. We've seen the revolvers come out. We've seen the knives come out. When it works and it looks good, everything looks great within that Fnatic camp, right? But when it doesn't work, you start questioning, should they be going into all these scenarios in 4v5 situations? Now, this is when Na'Vi were battling for survival as well. You could see how that group stacked on up. There was a lot of teams sitting there at 3-2, a lot of teams sitting at 2-3, which, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very close group if you split down the middle in that fashion. But then we got to stage 2, right? Then we got to what Henry was talking about, where they lost to those Kriegs of Overpass versus NIP. And that one right there, we were covering that matchup, right?
Yeah.
And as we were tuning into that, we thought, oh, this is a whole new looking NIP. Threat has done something miraculous with this squad. However, it was just a one-off, right? It was just a one map. It just after that, they bounced back with 2 blowouts of their own.
Yeah, they even had a perfect second half, actually, to kind of close out Train in the 3rd map. You can see just how dominant this Overpass was, and it's upon review, NIP, of course, perhaps overperforming a little bit, but it's a map that they are very comfortable on. Of course, also NIP beating Astralis on that map, worth mentioning. But Overpass is already done in this series. We didn't get to see Train. That was a ban. Made sure that we weren't seeing that one in the finals, despite Fnatic of course, winning it in the end.
Yeah, you can see the Fnatic, after losing the pistol, actually brought this one all the way back and actually finished with a 16-5 scoreline. NIP just got blown out the water after finding 16-2 on that first map. Fnatic went into Swedish Derby. Very nice shot there from Crims as well. Great showing from him.
Well, after this stage, right, things started to get real prickly because we had all best 6 teams, right? Once we got to EU Stage 2, you can see that on your screen right here. And that's where Fnatic, they actually were able to not buy themselves, but earn themselves that grand final spot by topping the group. And that all came down to the final day where 4 teams were in the race. Fnatic, Astralis, Mouse, and Na'Vi. They were the names, all of whom, besides Astralis, could have made that grand final position. And Fnatic were going up against Na'Vi. We weren't too sure how that one was going to play out. We'd already seen them lose that. We've already covered that within the last few minutes, so I hope you haven't forgotten that already.
Yeah.
But this matchup right here was one where Na'Vi just milked the clock down game after game, round after round. And Fnatic, they showed them that, hey, we can hold on to our utility. You look at this half, it looked like it was over.
Right. I think at this point, myself and Henry in particular were kind of starting to talk about what Map 2 was and what we had to look forward to and whether Fnatic could bounce back. Well, the answer was yes, they can, and they can do it in this map alone. The comeback that Fnatic's have, I want to pluralize, the comebacks we've seen from Fnatic so far at Pro League does certainly inspire confidence coming into our 4th map here today.
It certainly does, but it could be their final map coming up here, Alex. This is where it all comes down to on Nuke, and you can see up against Na'Vi, they were able to deliver and find a 69 scoreline, but that's the map coming up next, and Mouse are no strangers to it. It's going to be one epic matchup here, and it could be the final map of the day.
Yeah, we are going to be taking a quick break, but first I want to remind you guys as well that the CS Money MVP is still running. We have given you 4 names that we put our heads together and came up with as the impact players for these squads, of course, statistically as well. And taking a look at the votes at the moment, with Mousesport's upper map, certainly makes sense to see one of them in the lead. You guys have been casting your votes in favor of ROPS, but it is still open, and of course, the grand final is still underway. So keep casting your votes as you continue to indulge and consume this grand final.
There is one little detail there that we got updated as a new detail within the break, actually, is that the winner of that poll will go up against the winner of the North American MVP
That's a good
vote.
point, yeah.
So we have the EG versus Liquid game after this one, and then the winner, the MVP of that one there, will go head-to-head, and well, someone's going to win. Someone gets something.
A popularity contest for skins is what's going on, and that's the CS Money MVP. For now, though, we take a break. When we do come back, we'll be diving into that 4th map with players who've been fed, watered, and ready to frag out on the server.
Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight W's, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this class to stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I see my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my nigga from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy.
Raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah, I aim too far. I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy, what about too hard? Ayy, what about too hard? Ayy, about too hard.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let 'em know.
Nuke up next on the menu tonight. 2 grand finals. The European one, 75% done. We've got ourselves EG Liquid around the corner as well. But with Fnatic, Mouse, and Nuke, we've already set the scene of how both teams got here. We've already recapped Vertigo, which was, of course, Mousesport's second win in this best of 5. So now it's Fnatic on the ropes. And our analysts do seem to be suspecting that there is potential for this one to end in 4. On Nuke. We saw some big Nuke performances from Mousesports not too recently.
We did, but we also saw this exact matchup happen on Nuke 4
Touché.
days ago. So this is where Fnatic won 16-7. We had an amazing performance from Golden and Crims. The names you want to see up there. And unfortunately for Mousesports, no one really showing up. We had Voxic, 18-18. That's the map we remember watching him and saying he's just not having any impact here whatsoever.
That was a really weird game, if I remember rightly. You think about that second half when Fnatic were on their T side and they just walked around the map and were picking Mousesports apart. It was very uncharacteristic. Mousesports didn't even feel like they had a chance to get multi-kills in that
they
matchup.
had Robson Frozen fully online. They had 2 pieces of the puzzle, but as Mouse have already said themselves, they need a couple extra pieces to go with it. Robson Frozen is great, but it's not quite enough. You do need either Chris J, Voxic, maybe a Carrigan performance is enough to take them over the line. And I feel like on Nuke, Carrigan, for me, is one of the best bomb site floor players in the game right now. Not for the amount of kills he gets, just how tenacious he is and the amount of time he can stay alive on the floor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about this matchup right here and work out if it's going to go down anywhere similar with the scoreline as last time. I don't think so. I think that Mousesports are going to definitely have tidied up the mistakes that were made or the gaps that were found. And that is the problem here for Fnatic, because you now put the shoe on the other foot. You won last time 16-7. You're not going to go in thinking that you need to change a lot. Of course, you're going to come in with a couple of things, maybe a new pistol round, maybe a new execute, maybe a new take. You've seen what they've been doing with some counters. But in terms of your approach, you walked all over them last time. So you're going to go in with the same idea or same game plan that you can get away with the same gimmicks.
Right, and what kind of approach have we been seeing in Nuke in general? We've been seeing a lot of extra trends starting to crop up. You know, one thing is that people have been really exploiting these Mac 10s top site. When they know that there isn't enough utility, we're going to be seeing a lot of teams both contesting those top
Especially with
sites.
Carrigan on the server, that's his main thing. That's his trick at the moment. Threading the needle, the Carrigan way.
True.
It's just finding those gaps, exploiting them, and surprising his opposition with the Mac 10 and just jumping through into unexpected positions.
We saw it yesterday as well. Mousesports are throwing this more unique triple smoke
The one
wall
that's
yard.
kind of wide.
Yeah, it's like in front of main towards the yard position, and it kind of spreads across like that. That's a smoke wall that they've been using a bit more. And the reason they want to throw more variations is so they can't just be dealt that hand of the Molotov, extinguishing the wall and causing a lot of issues. So by doing that, there are different variations harder to counter and means more homework has to be done. But then they can pull out the old wall, they can bring out the deep smokes. They've got everything right here. So I think for Fnatic going into this one, I need to see them have a first half where they're looking at least 9 or 10 rounds.
Yeah, we need to see some impact as well from some of those impact fraggers. Golden typically is this good for 2 kind of CT side. I haven't seen that in Vertigo, so perhaps we need to see more from the in-game leader. He's got to pull the strings and call the shots on the T side, but fragging does seem to be his bread and butter when it gets down to those intense situations. Multi-kills required, and across the board for this game, Fnatic are on the ropes, and it's a territory that both teams have confidence and affluence with, and so it will be determined today. Today is the day, Championship Sunday. We're going to be crowning 2 champions of our 11th season of ESL Pro League, the EU Championship culminating here on Nuke. Will the Swedes take us to 5, or will the international roster, who continue to forge a path for the teams beneath them, find another feather in their cap? Back-to-back champs, it's all on the cards. Will Mousesports defend their throne on our 4th map, or we go into Mirage? It starts with a pistol round.
It certainly does, Alex. We're into the action straight away with Mousesports on the T side. They've got a P250 for Robs. He is a nuke specialist at this point. Flashbangs coming in. It suggests a fast approach here. Are they going to use that second flash to actually commit? It does come through. You can see 2 blinded players on the CT side, but Crims, a beautiful shot towards main entrance, has found them the advantage here on the CT side. A lot more to be said about the round. They have got down the vents. A couple of players here. No, surely not all 4.
They do. Just elephant footed down the vents. Woxic's lost. Guys, where did you go? What do I do? And oh no, Fnatic, they've been waiting for it. Golden was down in shadow of all places, ready to receive. Frozen's got to make noise to hunt. Golden's exposed, and he even takes down Robs before he could get to him.
At this point, it's just going to be trying to find a few kills to boost his economy. He can't win the round, probably can't plant either, as Frozen with a minute on the clock here, looking for any transitioning CTs towards a ramp room. His first port of call will be towards Flusher. He's actually done a very good job. A knife could be on the cards here, but he looks around at the right time and found, well, there it is. The shot for Frozen. Still a slight chance of winning this. It'd have to be 1 by 1, finding scenarios like that.
Crims wants the info and confirms that Frozen has not gone towards heaven, so now they can adjust accordingly, get all their pieces and ducks in a row. There's the bomb he so desperately desires, but it's being held by Crims from an elevated position. Brolin to swing on the contact, and yeah, Crims. He opened up the frags and he closes it out as well. Double kill from him, and a spectacular shot into Chris J really opened up the doors. He was the main flank, and if Crims was kept busy a little longer, those guys out of doors could have really converted.
Well, they don't get the bomb planted, but a decent effort there. The flashbangs at the start from Robs, I thought they were fully committing to a fast approach there, but the first flash made a bit of utility, forced a reaction. The second, though, didn't get them much at all. They ran into a grey screener towards that vent room, and we will see a force buy from Mousesports here. Frozen with the Deagle armor, bit of extra cash for the 2 kills he found, but overall, a very difficult round, but the outside smokes have been deployed.
Just to note, this is that wall we were just talking about. It's not the standard secret wall that goes with the red container across. It's much deeper here and harder to deal with, as running through the Molotov will be carrying. He will survive, but over towards ramp is where they want to go. Crim stops the first. Golden's not able to get anything done, but the rotation's already here.
Yeah, the smoke down nullifies their efforts. They're going to have to fall back now, even with Karrigan finding his way down towards lower. He's going to have to backstab now towards Secret. If he can get a kill there, there's still something to be said about this round, but it all comes down to him. Flusher has got himself in a idyllic situation there. I don't think Karrigan finds his kill.
You can't even check it like it's a pretty fair fight. You don't have the element of surprise here. Left eye peek for Karrigan if he does clear his corner with diligence.
Yeah, he'll be aware of this spot, but I don't think he gets the kill. It's too deep from Flusher.
It's so powerful. We saw Glaive doing exactly this before. You can just tuck into the corner, and that is exactly what the fight he was hoping for. Now he'll clean up. Boxic doesn't go down without a fight, though, and with the bomb on his back, a bomb plant seems such a distant chance. He's just going to hope for one more frag. Will drop into the vents, but JW's already set up to receive him. The bait.
He's made it this round, and he has the bomb like you pointed out. Last round, he had the bomb, couldn't make it down the vent. When he died, the bomb dropped topside. So their round was done and dusted as soon as Woxic couldn't do that vent dive. And here with the Deagle.
Go upper, go upper.
1 HP, go for it. I'm not sure he's quite convinced. JW's patience.
Oh, he can still do it. He can still go upper.
The smoke is going to keep the rotate. Crimson's coming towards the vents, though.
Oh, that is going to be the end of it, but still a great effort from Voxic here. He'll just have to run in, hope for the best, try and plant in the smoke. If he gets the bomb down, great stuff.
JW's not going to let that happen. The spray! Oh, Woxic! He actually gets the bomb down. JW couldn't contest through the smoke.
He can't be too mad at that, Voxic. He gets himself a couple of kills, the bomb planted, and what seemed like an impossible scenario to even get that down. That does allow them to buy into the next round with 3 kills. They might be tempted to do so. I would say a partial buy is more likely, but you never know. They could go 5 Galils here.
Well, do the Deagles again, right? You were able to get the bomb down, set yourself in a situation that was a 2 versus 1. Just get the Deagles out one more time because you know it's going to be a bit more difficult for the CTs to reinvest right here.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to go for. Deagle armor, same smokes, presumably. Didn't really work out towards ramp, but they got the plant down in 3 kills. Not too bad. Just a bit of utility thrown.
Oh,
smokes towards outside.
Has a Galil?
Yeah, he still got the same money as his teammates. He was the one to get extra kills with that Desert Eagle. What, he got 2 of them, so he got an extra $600.
Adds up.
Here's the nutmeg attempt from Carrigan.
Flush is just waiting for anyone to step towards main. Using the smoke to hide himself.
He's in.
Carrigan trying to sneak in. That was Flush's cue. Reveals his hidey hole. And top site now under threat. But look how many CTs are there. Fnatic, they're so well equipped for this. They've got 3 on towards this top site. Flush is going to be flanking around behind as they fumble around in lobby. And his flank will be everything. He can call the outside is clear. It's likely lobby or ramp room. Those are the only real options. And so Flusher, as he clears this all out, the threat of the frozen, Mouse Sports Force, or rather partial, Kevlar vests and the Desert Eagle.
Do we get a knife? Oh!
Nothing more than just the double. Triple from Flusher. Easy collection.
On for the ace as well. Just Robs remaining. Desert Eagle towards the ramp. He is fantastic on Nuke, but probably doesn't get much more than this kill. Flusher certainly up for the ace, though. He wants to go for this. Flashing towards the trophy room. Those walls are spammable. Just waiting for another opportunity here. Will Flusher get too greedy? Will he push for the ace?
The ace will come to him.
Indeed. Nice work.
It's his second ace.
That's a good point.
He's picked up 2 in this series so far. Had one over there on Dust 2. That one was all in vain. Let's hope this one on Nuke is not the same, as Mouse Sports will bring out the guns now. Should have everything they need. Shouldn't be any compromises right here. This should be a fully bought up T-sided gun round to kick things on off. And well, Flusher getting to pick up the Galil. I'm sure he doesn't really have any need to upgrade either. So let's see where the chips lie right here and which version of Mouse Sports we're going to get. Is it going to be slow and methodical, or is it going to be quick and to the point?
Flusher would rather have the MP9. Bang from Chris J on the default wall bang just to stop those early CTs around main. Brolin's hanging out at the CT. Such a common duel, just in the blind smoke, both players just throwing magazines upon magazines at each other.
Well then, only one player suffering any damage so far, and that's drops down to 54. They set up their outside smokes once again. Is it a different variation this time? Time will tell. It's the more classic approach here. The T-Red smokes to cross over. You can see one thrown in response there by JW just to block their path towards Secret. Now that's a very nice idea. You can guarantee they won't be pushing that. He can sit towards the Secret room itself and wait for their smokes to expire. So that's a very good way of handling it.
Yeah, it costs you 1, costs them 3.
Yeah, but you do have to have someone towards Secret, but now they can't even get in that position.
And they end up going topside. Brolin's gone down. JW does arrive. And with Flusher in main, they get exploited. Frozen's in the site, but he's got no one on the low to fight.
He spotted him, I think. Frozen knows. Looks towards main. Flush up. Has got past. And Crims is still towards Heaven, bear in mind. He will make his presence known. So will Flusher. It's a perfect round for Fnatic there. 3 players survived. They've recovered AK-47s. Like a little thrown away by Golden in favor of the MP9.
Flusher just took so much aggro there that they all had to focus on his position. The fact that he could have slipped through into the back lines of lobby meant that Crims now had a window, right? We're talking about this rule book, the fundamental CS. You would never expect your Heaven player to be facing before the players on site have taken that aggro, because Heaven is normally the most watched position within that top site. So Flusher just dipping on through, making a motion was more than enough to win that round. Not only did he get the kills, he had the game-winning or round-winning play.
Well, here we go then. The incendiary thrown by Flusher. They're trying to get towards Secret. His MB9 has been glorious so far. It continues to do so as he gets the first kill towards Carrigan. JW handles the AK-47 well down towards lower. They're on for a 5-0 here and a clean sweep in round number 5. Chris J remains with just a Desert Eagle and no real chance of even finding a kill. JW's outflanked him already. Does he know it? Apparently he does, but JW still gets the kill. And that's going to be his 7th. 7-1 now. Looking to take us to a 5th map, 5-0 up.
I can't remember, well, there's been a lot of best-of-5 finals. I can't remember the last ESL best-of-5 final that actually went the distance and delivered in terms of, you know, it would be probably the Fnatic one that they played all the way back in 2018, right?
Yes, I was going to say that. I think that's the last time.
Yeah. We had the EG over Astralis final in New York. That one was pretty hype, but that was more because it was a home team.
Yep, that's a good point. Yeah, best of fives either are really great or really quite underwhelming. This one has been a bit of a mixed bag so far. I hope Mouse Sports can give us a great showing here on Nuke as well. As they smoke towards main this time. That wasn't smoke before. That was where the MP9 really came into its own. Brolan with the Galil this time. Up there in the rafters. Mouse Sports for their first round, but it's the MP9 again that's causing so much damage. Brolan will drop down, and Crims contributing once more. 4 versus 2. Frozen and Karrigan with almost no chance of winning this. With a flashbang attempt, might be enough to yield a frag, but no. Brolan with the fancy footwork. Ducking and weaving around the bomb site there. It's another very convincing round for Fnatic. 6-0 up. Money is out of control as Crims just decimates them there.
Whoa, everyone is starting to hit their stride, and you couldn't ask for a better time from Fnatic. 7-0, worth mentioning, Crims has yet to die on this grand final 4th map. Quite the half he's having, 7-0. Flusher, he's leading the frag total, and I don't even think he's got a single rifle kill.
The specialist here of sticking away from the on-meta weapons, but just reflecting back at the 6 rounds we've had so far, the only plant that came on through was on that Woxic round, the 2nd round of the game, which came down to a 2-on-1 scenario. Otherwise, Mousesports haven't even been able to get into the bomb sites with enough security to plant that and guarantee themselves a little bit of extra cash, and that's why they're strapped right now. That's why we see the Deagles, the Scout, come out yet again. They need to find some openings because these rounds have been quite clean from Fnatic. We get stuck back underway here. There is one smoke in Chris J's hands, potentially going to use that to try and find a bit of an opening. Rops with an AK and head armor, and the Scout, well, 2 pieces of that puzzle are taken out straight away. JW has something to say about that, and Flusher continues. It's just the MP9 show.
Running at them in yard, and they have numbers now. Rob's finding 2 to claw it back into a winnable state. But that is quite the way, quite the statement to make. You're getting rushed at, you're on silo, and there's an MP9 underneath you. You feel like a plum. Chris J clearing out radio. Now there is more to be seen. Around the corner is Golden. 1 frag would pretty much win the round, and well, that's perfect. That was the rifle. Chris J will scavenge away, as always. But now he's been thrust into a 1 versus 3 with the bomb on his back, but Brolan's pushed into the lobby, and Chris doesn't even get to pull the trigger. 7-0, the Swedes looking rather impressive, I think, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a back-and-forth affair. I didn't think Fnatic were going to get away with 7 straight. That's a very clean start. Karrigan right now sitting at the 007, the James Bond 007 to his name. We've obviously got quite a lot of frags coming through for Flusher, and still with the MP9. He's going to upgrade now. He's given himself the AUG, thinks he might splurge a little after banking all that cash, but he has 159 points of ADR. He is looking phenomenal in these early stages.
11-4. Finally, a weapon in Flusher's hands that's a little larger than the MP9, but still off meta as best he can. Got the AUG.
Oh, okay.
Oh, love tap.
A little bit of a dink, but didn't really do any damage whatsoever. Either way, Mousesport's still looking for that first round. Brolan showing no signs of slowing down him. JW is. He'll be dropped first by Chris J. AK-47 position towards lower. Molotov suggests he can go for a swing here, and it's working out. Can he get away with it? Oh, better believe he can.
He played that so well. He's overcoming 2 opponents just by anticipating the cross, separating the second. It's naughty. Round 8 looks like it could be the very same as all of the 7 that preceded it. Chris J has Rops set up on Heaven, but where's that bomb? And can it be planted? Does manage to evade the flame just by waiting it out, but Fnatic, they're bringing the fight to them, and it's given him a chance. Rops surely not anticipating a 3rd from Heaven, though. If he can just sneak away, a smoke to plant within, a Molotov to avoid, it's just so nasty. Rops has to make some choices here.
Well, he can get the bomb down in the smoke, I suppose, but he's biding his time, hoping to find any sort of opening here. But Brolan and Golden sticking together, forcing his hand. He can't go towards the fence at this stage. He is stuck. hoping to find a player towards Squeaky Door. No one there, though. Running out of time here as we hit the 15-second mark. Oh, he's done for. As soon as he crosses over, Brownline gets him 8-0 for Fnatic.
He was so uncomfortable with the fact that they could just stop him as soon as he starts touching the bomb from main and heaven, respectively. He wanted to try and rotate down, but Fnatic, they're one step ahead, 8-0. Mousesports having a bit of a moment here on their T side, just can't seem to find a way in. And you can see that across the board, the absence of frags is testament that the entire squad, every part of this game plan is failing. There is not a weak link. There is not, you know, someone feeling the pressure. This is just one team dominating another.
Well, Fnatic, with Flusher getting multiple kills on the MP9 several rounds in a row, is going to derail whatever T-side maybe they were planning here. But I didn't think the scoreline would be similar to what we saw last time. I didn't think it would be like this, however. I thought we would go down to the wire, a 16-12, maybe 16-14 type of an affair. The way Fnatic are looking right here, if they continue up this form, this is looking more like a 16-3, 16-4 scoreline.
Yeah, this is looking too good for them. That MP9 is dead on. The fact he can just keep making that work, farm the money, drop weapons over, their cash is looking exceptional. Golden with $12,000. Everyone else hovering around 8K. Faster approaches time from Frozen. Hasn't really had a chance to show us what he's made of here on Nuke. 2 and 8. Makes his way towards main. He feels like he's undetected, but there are CTs on the other side of this blue box. Oh, he's done well.
Oh, he's actually managed to go behind Flusher. And before things got too awry, you can see Flusher was getting mobile. He wanted to make sure he could convert that frag. Now he does have the element of surprise. I was going to say onto Crims, but he's worked it out nicely. Now exposed on Heaven, and Mouse have the numbers. Is this their first? JW doesn't think so. Stops the bomb plant in its tracks. Walks it gone. Chris J to react. Is he walking through the smoke to contest it? That is such a JW play. The spray. The nade's a little off. Down to 7, but the bomb does get planted. This is Mousesport's best shot they've had all of Nuke.
It's a 3-on-3. Chris J on 7 points of health, and JW still alive and kicking. Through the smoke, he doesn't connect. Carrigan looking for his first, and he nails it. He's got 2 in the round now, and it's actually a 2 versus 2. Bomb ticking away at some pace, but now it all falls apart once again. Fnatic continue the perfect run here on their CT side of Nuke. Crims once again, 3 kills. You can see him loving it out there now. Only died once, and he manages to hold on to the AK-47. Golden with the Krieg, $16,000 as well. And remember, last time these guys played, Fnatic did beat them 16-7. We might be on track for something even worse.
Jeez, this is looking brutal early. Mouse are getting closer. That's 2 rounds in a row with only 2 players surviving, and they've managed to get the bomb down for the second time within those 9 rounds. So if we're looking at positives, that's them.
But that's Frozen dissecting outside, getting an opening pick towards Flusher. That should be the round in itself, right? That should be enough to win a round, and they even had an equal 3-on-3 post-plant situation still. Crims managing to get 3. It's going to be so frustrating from out there as JW once again heads towards Secret Steps, this time via the vents. And he still has that smoke. We talked about
Look how quick he's there.
Oh, they don't have no idea. Oh, it's happened again. They have to go towards Upper now. They're getting kicked off, but Voxic at least takes Umbrella. Another chance here. Needs to plant that bomb.
JW from Vents should have nothing else to contribute until the chaos is created by his teammates. He should just wait, and he looks like that's his plan for the remaining Golden, Flusher, and Crims to start to close and tighten this noose. Lobby to be cleared, and they start their sweep. Utility being invested to take back this control. Making sure he's making no secret of his presence. He wants eyes on him so JW can strike, and that frag could be his cue. A smoke from his teammate as well enables the pre-fire out of the vent, and Fnatic, they've won another one. They're going for the perfect record. Mousesports, no matter what they do, no matter what they try, Fnatic have an answer here on Nuke.
They have been shut down. The golden run continues, and JW with 2 more kills in the round there. It's 10-0. He couldn't have played this any better. Once again, finding Carrigan towards outside, and Golden shining brightly here with the Krieg in hand, manages to shut them down and just in the nick of time, get the full defuse in, and we'll see round number 11 now. Mousesports, of course, the Krieg's coming out now. They just desperately need a round. Anything would do.
Chris J's on the okay.
Chris J's got the AWP out. Not even Voxic at this point. It's just like anything, anyone that feels they can contribute, go and find a kill, do what you can, fast towards outside, and Flusher's waiting for them. The big spray down comes through. 2.5 kills are found. And is that enough for an 11-0 scoreline?
Oh, it feels like it might be. Chris J can see enough of Golden to convert and at least equalize. But I remember now that call we had with Golden, the winner's interview that got him to the finals, and he was saying, he said to his team after the victory that Nuke might be their best map. He said he seems to think so. And now we're seeing perhaps a demonstration as to why.
It's beautiful. This has been a masterclass of the CT side of Nuke. Not the most traditional, not by the book by any means, but certainly impressive. Towards ramp they go. mousesports still, after 10 rounds of play, looking for their first on the board here. Bear in mind it's Nuke. 11-4 is an okay half. Certainly not great. But they haven't even got a single round yet. Towards lower they go. They can smoke off decon or double doors. Brolan, he's actually at the window. This does not bode well.
It's such a tight line. He's only trying to catch the T that's inquisitive towards the window itself. Unless, now he gets the cue to strike and he finds Woxic. A pinpoint precise shot straight to the dome of the International AWPer. JW opens the door. That's gonna, oh no, he hasn't. No sound cue yet. Now he opens it up to strike. Nice attempt. Rob's low. Brolan to finish. Could this really be 11? No, it was a 3v3. Robs has lost his health, and now I'm losing my mind. Crumbs has found another one at 11-0. I'm starting to lose count. This is getting ridiculous. They're on 3.5k. mousesports can't even present a goodbye.
Remember, it's Mirage to close things out as well. Fnatic special. This Fnatic special. If this is the team that turns up in the 5th map, which is looking very likely right now, they could be our EPO champions. What a turnaround. My God. Well, 11-0 does come through, and mousesports will use their 3rd US Air Force tactical timeout here. The loss bonus only gets you so far, Chad, and they didn't plant the bomb in the previous round. This might even have to be a partial buy entering into one of the dying rounds of this first half.
Yeah, we always talk about the strengths of the T-sided economy, but that's with the assumption that you can get the bomb down more often than not. So far, 11 rounds deep, it's only been planted 3 times. The most damage they've done in a round, and that's happened 4 times in their spread, is getting the CTs down to 2 players only, but it's felt comfortable time and time again. It doesn't really feel like Fnatic have been strained. With these retakes, it's so well rehearsed and coordinated. They're baiting for each other. They're talking through their utility usage. Fnatic don't look phased at all here. And if this is a clean sweep CT side, if this continues to go in this direction, what a statement that would be before going into the last and final map of this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, mousesports, they were sailing. Take a look, 2-1. You can see those squares underneath their name. mousesports, they are 1 map away from a victory and another trophy, defending their title. But now the very team they met and took that trophy against in Season 10 is 11-0 up.
Yeah, they're looking electrifying right now, but they are starting to slow down. There is a 2-on-1 situation, a winnable one as well. Low HP on this first player, but it's too late. The bullet doesn't connect. 12-0 comes through. The partial buy doesn't find him a single thing. Not one member of a mousesports unit has double digits as of yet. Karrigan 2-12. At the very top, it's Robs with 8-12. Normally, especially as the AK on the T side. All powerful Voxic, but it feels like this one might be done already. 12-0. They need 3 rounds in a row here just to stand a chance.
mousesports, they have somewhat of a habit of conceding ridiculous scorelines, don't they?
True.
I mean, they go, this zombie mouse, you called them, it's 16-1, 16-2 versus Stralis, and now it's, well, 12-0 at the moment versus Fnatic. They can have these disappearing acts. And
what? He's vanished.
Yeah, just like that. In a puff of flame, he disappears.
Well, I know they're desperate for opening picks, but that's ridiculous.
Well, I guess he's at one of those points. He's like, well, they won't expect me to be in the flame, so eventually they'll peak.
Right.
He's obviously waited too long there. Hasn't worked out. They've lost the orb. Karrigan's had to pick it up, and this map might just be done. That suggests they don't really have anything left in the tank.
But like, yeah, it's such a nasty way to go, especially considering the 12-3, like you said, with 11-4. It's certainly not.
It's one of those rounds as well where Vox has gone, I'm going to go find a pick a squeaky door. I'll do this. I'll take matters into my own hands. Watch this. And he's died to the incendiary. Karrigan's hit a hell of a shot there. But JW, of course, in response, nails one as well. 4 versus 3. Karrigan at 25 points of health. And, well, make it 0.
So we're not getting any of the impact players finding the 3Ks in these mid-rounds. We're not getting the stars getting the consistent opening frags. We're not getting the AWPer hitting anything. But Rops, maybe he has something to say about that.
The door. Well, I'll walk through it. Chris J, he certainly will. Bomb can go down here.
This is
Have a good chance.
I can feel it. Oh! He lives for just a second. The boy who lived burns. And now Chris J, he's got to find 2. He's on just a mission to find the first for his squad. A smoke and a full defuse. Not like this. Catches him in the smoke. He's done it. Chris J finally does have the impact we talk about. He wins the first round for Mousesports on their T side. A clutch, no less.
Not sure what they're up to there, to be honest with you. As Chad said, defusing at that stage, the bomb was barely half gone.
What was the rush?
I don't know what the rush was. They smoked on top of it. I guess they're trying to force his hand, but yeah, sure, tap the bomb, but you definitely want to take him down together. There was no need. Look at that. It's barely even 3/4 gone. So at this point, why Chris J's given two separate one-on-ones, I couldn't tell you, but there it is. The first round's found.
There
Could
we
be
go.
the 12-3.
Yeah, look, if Mouse get the 12-3 here, convert pistol, win the first gun round, we're back in having a conversation about this one right here. So hold on a minute. There's still some Counter-Strike to be played. Fnatic forgetting what's on the line right here in that last round. A couple of curious pushes.
Can you fault them at 12-0?
Yeah, I can.
You can?
Yeah, we're in the grand final. I can definitely fault them here. So it's looking great, but imagine if that comes back to haunt them right here, right now. They're the ones with the back against the wall. Mouse have one more map up their sleeves. So as we do cautiously wait and see how round 14 will go down. We'll see the late cross towards Secret coming out with these smokes. This time there actually will be a bit of push behind it. We can see several Ts just walking their way, keeping as silent as they possibly can to make sure the CTs aren't 100% positive any rotation has gotten lower.
So, Mousesports get there first, but it hasn't led them to a promising situation. Galil's basic utility and Volksing still unable to really perform here on Nuke. Outside of the AWP right now.
They're not giving him any outside fights.
Well, that's really why the T-side orb's not really used by Astralis, for example. You won't see Device ever really run the T-side orb because it's not really that useful. And we even saw it on Inferno the other day, right? He buys the orb, gets the first pick, goes back and picks up the AK just so he makes sure on these sort of maps he can still be dynamic and nimble, which you have to be at this level of the game. Flusher gets his second frag and JW. Looks like he's confirmed this round 4, make it 5-on-1. And Robs, he's in the hub.
Can you smell it?
I can't. There's nothing. There's no aroma. There's nothing.
No,
especially with 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
No one cooking anything here today. That's for sure.
Well, Fnatic are cooking up a storm on the CT side. I'll say that much. Like a great showing here. Like 5th map was already guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, we can at least start talking about it. Mirage is a 5th map decided, and that's a product of the Inferno ban. We did see that one taken away from Fnatic by Mousesports.
Oh, no money potentially.
Ooh, lives on. Keeps hold of his rifle, needed that. Just something for Mousesports to finish this final round of our 4th map's first half with a win. Mousesports, they're very, very, very worse for wear at this stage of the game. Chris J, he brought home their only round for their T-side. And will that be how it ends? We've got 2 rifles and some deagles to determine the T-side fate. And looks like JW wants to juggle the M4 so we can have both for this final round.
Final round of the first half. We said this one should be a banger.
But it's banging, that's
well,
for sure.
Flusher is banging them outside. That's certainly I'm certain of. And it's going to be an upper push. Maybe a kill here, but Flusher with the Krieg. It looks like he's done enough.
Crossfires just looks so good. Quad kill from Flusher as if he needed more to add to the tally, but it's a 14-1. Looks like the best of 5 might see all 5. Join us in a second.
Step out as a motivator, let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in elevator, useless to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away.
Mouse Sports wondering when the first half's going to start, but for us, the second half is underway. My goodness, 14-1 in our fourth map of this best of 5 grand final. And Fnatic, they have certainly brought the grand and put it in to this fourth map.
Well, Golden said it was their best map, and I guess the proof is in the pudding.
He's onto
Alex.
something. I think he might be onto something.
Yeah,
What did he
could
finish
be.
with? Our nuke's the bomb. I think
Yeah,
that's what he said.
He did. That's right.
That's exactly what he said. Well, they can win the pistol and close it out right here, right now. We'll see if they can do it.
Take note of the...
the Deagle.
Yeah.
That's making an appearance. Carrigan brought that out earlier in EPL on Train, I believe, to get the opening kill.
It's against Na'Vi, and he
It was against Na'Vi, that's
simple
right.
with
yeah,
it or something.
That's
It was
right.
ridiculous.
It was against Na'Vi. In the pistol round, it's the first time we saw it, and that doesn't look like a flashbang that's connected, but the Deagle certainly has. Frozen has said goodnight.
Yeah, he'll be forced to watch as this could very well be the chaos to conclude. Nuke looking like 15. Fnatic, they're not slowing down.
Crims, you want to get a Deagle headshot outside and we'll just watch upper? Sure. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, okay. Chris J might like the sound of a Deagle. That's pretty much his main weapon, actually, at the moment.
Yeah.
So he might be taking that one if he can find it. But the round, unfortunately for him, and jokes aside, has definitely gone awry already. There's a kit on him, but 4 players to find, and well, he's lost his teammate. His partner in crime, he heads to the scene of the crime and looks to just try and find one head. Nothing is going right for Mouse. Of course, it certainly did in the 2 maps they managed to pick up and convert, but here on Nuke, Fnatic have found their map. Ooh, it was a banger too.
It was filthy. No armor, Desert Eagle in hand, and now a desperate scenario for Mouse Sports. Of course, they have to force buy here.
Oh, no.
It's going to be HEs, Deagles, MP9s, and a Mag 7 for Carrigan. I don't think they'll be pulling this one off, but stranger things have happened. Will they be able to find a few consolation rounds here? That's the question. Good run boost. Chris J does get a bit of an advantage towards Squeaky, I suppose, but no one entering that position.
Yeah, he's going straight in. He opens the door, and Crims is not expecting that. Immediate contact. And Chris J tagging up another. Teammates coming in as well. They want to fight. They want to brawl. They just want a round. That's all they want. Flusher to contest. Golden's with him. A flash as well. Frozen's responsible for outside, and that duel is won by Brolin again. He's quite the nemesis for anybody responsible with Yard, and tapping away relentlessly with the Galil, finds the dome of Rops.
Well, the shotgun might be able to deliver here, but it looks like we're all said and done. Voxic, the last player remaining.
17 rounds? Is that really going to be the 4th match
I can't
total?
believe it. It sets up Mirage nicely, though.
It does.
They're both specialists on Mirage, Alex. They are both maybe not fired up this particular map, but Mouse Sports has shown us excellent work on the previous 3. Nuke, not so much, but Fnatic are balling out of control right now.
I'm Mouse. I just want this to end right now.
Yeah, just get it done.
Just get me out of the server, give me my 10 to 15 minute break, let me have a breather, let me go look in the mirror, let me wash my face and recalibrate, because it just becomes a best of 1. Everything you've seen up until this point, it doesn't even matter anymore. And both teams will give it their all. There won't be so much saving. I think we'll see a game with a lot more intensity when we do shift over to Mirage. Unless Woxic wants to win another 1-on-3, it would be his 2nd of the day.
I'm not sure how he'd go about doing it.
Yeah, well, Fnatic are certainly taking their time. Going towards lower. Once the bomb's planted, you can call it done. Because Woxic is nowhere to be seen there. Molotoving off towards the left-hand side. Bomb goes down. They're making sure that every detail is perfect. Not giving anything up here. Voxic has found the AK-47. Decides to go through the smoke. Can't nail the shot. And there we have it. 16-1. It's Fnatic. They take us to a fifth with a perfect performance here on Nuke. And Mouse Sports just didn't show up whatsoever.
I walk a different path. Nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, why you leaving me? Don't you know you can't leave me now? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose.
16-1. Blink and you miss it. That was quick. Fnatic, they make a statement on the fourth map of its best-of-5 grand final here and send Mouse Sports packing to maybe reconsider that choice of Nuke. That one was a quick one, and if you didn't catch the game, well, here's the round timeline. They won one round. This one right here, guess what? It's a 1-on-2. They probably shouldn't have won it. They kind of pushed on in the Fnatic players, and then they decided to try and defuse the bomb in the smoke when they didn't need to. So I think that they were maybe cooling off right there in that situation, but when we flicked on over, they won the pistol, they converted with ease, and they made sure they crossed their T's and dotted their I's. But what I want to talk about right now with Fnatic is how good their top site utility usage has been once they concede the bomb site. The constant harassment of Molotovs and nades, it was a masterclass, and I loved every minute of it. Now, I want to take you into one of these top site retakes. We're currently in a 4-on-4 situation, so let's set this up for you. You got Robson the site. He's floating between players. You got Frozen. His job is to deal with Heaven. You can see he's looking to Heaven from the T vent. Woxic's covering off lobby. He's in the hut position. And Chris J, he can dodge some flashes sitting behind this CT vent position. So they're able to swing off each other. This setup right now is pretty good for Mousesports. They can all help each other. The only player really in danger is Woxic. Now let's look at this from the other side of things. How bleak it is looking for Fnatic right now. Well, Flash is up ladder. He has an AWP. That's not great. You've got JW in the vent. Also not great for a topside retake. Golden coming through lobby. That's not terrible, but considering the post-plant setup we just went over, it's going to be a difficult task. And Crims, well, we can't even see him right now because he's still out there in warehouse. So the bomb's down, topside's under control. Things are looking pretty good for Mouse. Let's start to play this one out. Golden coming through from the lobby position drops this smoke. Now, what does that mean? Well, Frozen, now he has to worry about a couple of different angles. Can they push that smoke? Well, I guess they can. They smoked me off. Do I need to worry about that area? Woxic on notice. Someone's coming lobby. A Jewel is coming at any point. Rops now, knowing that heaven position could potentially get swung on, has to worry about that as well. And Chris J, he's just dodging flashes. So we're going to keep playing this one out. Another smoke is about to come on into Frozen's position, and that's going to be thrown by Crims from Yard. Okay, as soon as that comes down, Frozen doesn't have heaven control anymore, so now Rops can be isolated by Flusher. That frag comes on through, and they swarm onto the site. So I kept that one playing for a second too long. Let's go over that one more time. Golden comes through Hut. He gets the kill onto Woxic. The smoke's in front of Frozen. JW can come up the vent. On the second flash that you're going to see land right here, let's play it out. JW pops up, kills Frozen. Now it's just Chris J isolated behind the CT vent. He's stuck here. He's done and dusted. That's the worst position to be in when all of his teammates fell. So once again, Fnatic, their top site utility usage in these retake situations was so on point throughout. We've seen it throughout ESL Pro League Season 11. It's been great stuff, and I did not think they would win Nuke 16-1. We've got one map left coming after the break. It's Mirage. Tune in for this one. I have a feeling this one should deliver.
That's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up.
And with the little guns, it's a big round!
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
There's 2 boxes to get by Nico. Die with the god! Go to Blades on the ramp though. He knows he's there.
Yeah. Black sheep. I don't even write no more, man.
Tell him, yo,
God.
can't you come over?
On my contract commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my 10. Posted up in my tent. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Get substituted. You're not recruited. Cause you're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless. What? I'm ruthless. I've proved this. Keep capping, I'ma leave you toothless. What? You're so dumb to choose this. Ain't going outside, I make it work. I'm in my bag. That's every purse on my back. Is that your girl? She got it. She make it twerk. And why you mad? I got her first. You say you rap, you got a verse. I say the swag, you probably hurt. Back to the lab, you gotta search. On my contract commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my 10. Posted up in my tent. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Why these boys so stupid? Counting me up now, I'm counting my money. I'm probably gon' cop me a new wrist. Y'all gon' think I'm a nuisance. New style, know me, who this? Yep, I made some improvements. Me and the gang been bowling. Your shawty gon' think we're the coolest. LSA say we got clips. We bout to make it a movie. I make a hit I can't miss. Damn, the charts might sue me. The way I be stacking my chips, probably the bank gon' sue me. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid, cause your mans can't fool me.
On my contract commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my 10. Posted up in my tent. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
A best of 5 grand finals, and it's going all the way. Overpass, Dust 2, Vertigo, Nuke, all under our belt. But it doesn't matter, because it just comes down to one map. Mirage will determine who will be the champions of ESL Pro League Season 11. Will it be Mouse Sports joining a rather exclusive club of back-to-back Pro League victories, or will we see Fnatic write history themselves by being the first team to do it thrice? 3 victories could be on the cards for Fnatic, and with a victory like that on Nuke, Henry, they've made a pretty strong case that they could compete hard on Mirage.
I definitely agree with you, but I've casted most of the best of 5s available in CSGO in the last few years. Let me tell you, if it gets to map number 5, that's where it bangs. That's
Okay.
where we can see a great game happening. The
All
last
right.
game wasn't amazing.
I'm not sold.
I'll say that much. The last game wasn't great. It wasn't no one
right.
wanted to watch that, but we're going to forget about it. Everyone remembers the last map of the series, Chad. Mirage is going to bang.
Okay.
I think Fnatic have got it, but I feel like Mouse Sports are going to come in swinging.
I hope it's a close affair.
Yeah.
I just want a game that's back and forth and a close
Exactly.
affair so that we can get some entertainment delivered here. And JW, he's been keeping that revolver very tightly tucked in his back pocket.
We haven't seen much of it.
So I hope we get a lot of revolver action and knives here on the final map.
Well, actually, speaking of knives, I actually wouldn't mind bringing up that knife round.
Oh,
because
here we
if
go.
I'm Mouse Sports, I really wouldn't mind a CT star. I've just played 15 rounds of T-side and it felt like shit.
That's
so
true.
I'd like to defend first. So this knife round might hold
looking
some
good.
weight. Looking positive. JW to clutch it up. They are both one stab. Oh, no. Oh, he's got a friend as well. And Fnatic win the knife. They'll have the choice of side for our final map.
Just on the Fnatic point while we're there, the back-to-back Fnatic wins of Pro League was Season 1 and Season 2. Season 2 was in 2015.
We should add that's the core, not the whole team. If
Yeah.
you're unfamiliar, the Flusher, Crims, and I'm forgetting your name,
JW, that's the
J-Dubs.
one. That core, right? They won the first and second seasons of Pro League, but that was 5 years ago. So there's been a bit of a drought in Fnatic and winning a Pro League. But last year they were in that final versus Mouse Sports, and as we move into Mirage right here, look. If Fnatic come in and they play their game, right, they play their T-sided game of Counter-Strike, they'll be stringing these jewels out all across the map, but we haven't seen too much of that, unless we reflect back to Overpass, where they had a couple of those rounds come on through their way. Now, Mouse Sports, look, their Mirage, we've seen it twice.
Why are you huffing and puffing?
Well, we've seen it twice. It's a map that they used to play a lot, but we've only seen it twice within Pro League, and they're both wins, right? So you should think that's pretty good. But Fnatic have a lot more match history on it. They've played it 7 times. Now, their win-loss is not fantastic. They've lost probably more than they've won out of those 7 games, but they've got more practice on it. And I think when it gets serious, right, like we saw in the 16-5 decimation of NIP, it's a different-looking Fnatic. Now that it's the final map here, I think we're going to get the Fnatic from those map wins, not the Fnatic from those map losses.
I love that sound.
You know what it
it's
means?
coming. Yeah, it means that the grand finals are on their way. Our final map. Not much more to go before we crown a European champion, and EG Liquid waiting in the wings. Just as you think we've given you too much Counter-Strike, we've got even more. Another best of 5 is on the cards, but first let's focus on this. We're heading into Mirage. It is our final map of the series. It's gone all the way. I would expect nothing less over the course of Season 11. We have had rather a tendency to go all the way, and our final map will be Mirage. As Chad has highlighted, a whole lot more evidence of Fnatic's Mirage, not so much success. Mouse Sports 100% in the Pro League so far on this map, but it's all down to this. And I think that Shaken, that nuke result, will that be in any of those 5 players on the right-hand side of your screen's mind? Will the 16-1 be echoing into Mirage? They can't afford it to happen. And we're into the pistol with a lot of utility and a bit of progress. Straight up ramp. They want to fight. Brawler's just caught the flash, and we're straight into the action. Bloodshed. Mouse Sports want to bring a bit of that momentum and fight Fnatic fire with fire. And already Brawler's standing vigilant on the A site. You don't do that! He's knifed him and tagged him with the pistol. Finally finishes the job. 3 versus 2.
That is such a great way to kick off Mirage here. The bomb is planted, but it's a 3-on-2. Fnatic have been fantastic at retaking these bomb sites. You can see the kit there on the floor, but Chris J watching the perimeter. 3 kills for Brolan. Surely it's enough. Voxy waits towards CT spawn. The bomb half cooked, and he does find the first kill. 2-on-2 now. Bomb needs to be defused, and it's not looking good. It's going to be Voxic nailing the headshots here and brings it down to a 2-on-1.
Yeah, all of that hard work from Brawler means nothing unless Crims hits that shot. He can't. Voxic saves the day for Mouse, and they're aggressive all in on the opener. Pays off.
No one saw it coming, not even us. Normally you do a set piece here. That's a traditional T-side pistol approach.
Right.
You are smoke towards steps, one towards jungle, flash over, eradicate those risks, but they just threw caution to the wind there. Throwing just one flashbang, in they go, but Brolan, he gets 3 kills, and still it's not enough.
Well, if he denied the plant there with that knife, it would have been absolutely everything. But unfortunately for him, unable to convert. And while we're taking stock here, just before this force, okay, it's not a force. Normally we expect that Fnatic force to come on through. They've actually stayed conservative here. Brolan's the only one investing in a pistol. Flusher has a HE in hand. I just wanted to take stock of the series so far. We've been talking a lot about that Rops and Frozen combo throughout. Right now, Frozen has the least amount of frags on his team over the 4 maps that have been played. He only has 45 kills. He's 15 behind the pace compared to Carrigan and Chris J, who are normally the ones down the bottom of that scoreboard. So one of these 2 parts of this potent duo that we've been speaking a lot about hasn't shown up here in this final.
Yeah, dead on there, Chad. It is a bit of a mystery as to where they are right now. Certainly no missing players for Fnatic in the previous map, but they have lost a pistol now. No force buy. Pretty much guarantees this round for Mousesports here. But that does mean the CT buy comes in the third. They're going to be buying up what they can. M4s for masses. Brolan might better bring a bit of extra utility, but it's going to be a very difficult round.
They're convinced it's clear. You can see Carrigan was just checking everything. He wanted to make absolute certain he wasn't getting caught out by a cheeky Swede hiding in a corner with a CZ75, but he is safe, and so are Mouse. This should be a neat and tidy conversion. We may even see a full 10-man save.
It's the unicorn round, we call it.
Oh, that's perfect, yeah.
So they're very spotted. Quite magical when they come through, but we'll see if it happens.
You ever seen one?
A few times.
A unicorn, I mean?
Oh, not unless it's a Counter-Strike round.
Okay.
Not in real life, unfortunately.
Okay.
I'd like to.
Yeah. Shadow advantage. Chris J maybe going to ruin the unicorn round for everyone, and he does. Pocket 600, no complaints from the Dutchman.
But that's exactly why they wanted to stay alive, right? Oh, good HE follow-up there. We'll get the revenge frag, but the reason that Fnatic wanted to try and keep as many players alive here and not dying for those SMGs is to stop Mousesports from being able to farm some free cash, some easy cash. And now as we get underway, well, those MAC-10s, they only managed 1 kill, and going into this gun round, we should see head armor bought for the majority of the players on Fnatic, knowing that there were SMGs on the board just there.
Flusher actually saved the CZ. He might be tempted to keep that. He doesn't. He goes for the FAMAS instead. I was going to say, the trends we've seen so far are anything to go by. He could have just stuck on the pistol there and kept the money, but he goes for the FAMAS. They save for this round here, and they're up against MAC-10s, Galils, and a couple of AKs. Pretty even, to be honest with you. As Brolan makes his way towards underpass. Roll to smoke. Brolan uses the one way. And JW gets that first kill. Lovely work.
We even saw JW earlier in the season, once he got smoked off window, jump out window onto the ledge on the right-hand side and pick top middle from there. So a bunch of moves to harass middle here as Crims, the king of connector, will go down to Carrigan, get spammed through the smoke. The MAC-10, its rate of fire too powerful there, and that's even things up.
It really has. MAC-10 kill comes through. FAMAS. No, Robs gets the better of Flusher. They still have well over a minute on the clock here as well. And the defense is spread very thin indeed. You can see Brolan alone towards A. JW patrolling middle, and Golden alone in B. 3 players heading his position, and he's in that kneecap spot. Means he can spot them crossing over. There is a chance to kill if they walk across, but anyone running, all he can do is really spot and then try and reposition with his smoke. Flash will come over, that won't catch him. Oh, he's gone for the spray. That surely cost him his life here.
Yeah, he's going to be able to drop down that smoke, which at least gives him something to survive in. But Chris J, he's doing it all with the MAC-10. He might even get a chance onto Brolan. The dink already came in. A quick move, yeah, that's all it takes, just as he looks away. And he wins the duel MAC-10 v Rifle.
Amazing scenes. The MAC-10, the MP9s, they're a lot of fun to watch when they actually come online and do massive work in these big rounds. Chris J with 2, upgrades the AUG as well. It's all about the spacing, finding little gaps, exploiting them. Getting the MAC-10 up close and personal. And JW, no choice but to sit back and wait. He got the opening frag in this round as well. Took Frozen down, nowhere near enough to win the round.
Seems like Mousesports aren't too thrown off by the nuke result. Coming in absolutely all guns blazing into Mirage, and seems like Carrigan's done a good job of keeping everyone on a rather tight leash, not letting anyone fall into those individual traps. When you are so, you've just had a beating, it's part of you wants to get that little extra fraggy.
But as you guys mentioned, going into this one, you just got to recognize it as a best of 1 now. You've managed to get it to the final map. You've already got 2 wins under your belts as well. You're up against one of the world's best. Of course, there's going to be blowout performances. There's going to be times you take your eye off the prize and financial decisions don't go your way. Everything's been reset. It's the final map. They know they're serviceable on it. They've got a great start here. Another eco for Fnatic as well. Looking for that 4-0 start on the T side would be fantastic to bounce back from a 16-1 scoreline. Smoke towards steps. Carrigan watching for the pushes. Bomb still down. And they're just trying to bait out some utility here. No one's going to commit off this. Trying to make it look convincing with the Molotov towards Sandwich as well. It's working out what they're up against. They have received a flashbang and a bullet to the face. Brolan, can he get out?
He took Rops down there. That would have been fantastic work, but the damage, maybe it's enough as the deagle tag will come out as well. Towards the B bomb site they go, but that's where the stack is.
Yeah, they've got 2 players waiting and 1 to pincer from CPL. Frozen, he's focusing so much on finding this bench player. I don't think he's ready for Flusher. No knives here. They're not taking any chances, and Fnatic, they're striking with just the deagles. Robs can do nothing. His teammates crumble, and he's only got 6 HP. This just is not functional. A round won by Fnatic. And it's Golden, silent double kill that we didn't quite catch, again finding impact when he needed to.
Can you smell it?
You
Not
need
quite
to stop.
yet.
I can't smell it.
Hold up a second, boys. There's a chance here. Rops.
Oh, you take this one, Chad. Go on.
No, I don't know. Don't give me all
Okay, if you want to build it up, you got to deliver.
I just want the crescendo.
I don't think there's much of a chance here.
They are all on B. I mean,
all on B. That is a good point.
He'll get the plan.
That should be it. That should be where the story ends.
Because he obviously doesn't have the information that he's clear. He's got to go through all the motions here, get this bomb planted, which he has managed to do. Molotov smoke's available. As soon as they smoke that bomb, his chances are pretty much nil.
Can you smell it?
He hasn't planted for himself. So playing ramp...
He's going to go...
Palace?
Palace or save it?
Palace is his best
Palace
bet.
is not the right decision with that Molotov in play, but maybe they won't think he'll go Palace because it's the most obvious spot.
There's the Molotov early, but no one's on the bomb, and there's the smoke. So yeah, as you predicted, this is how it ends. Golden going for a full 10-second defuse, and Rops, he's just going to keep hold of his rifle.
Well,
we can't get the line in for you, Rops, if you're not going to give the clutches a crack, mate.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're trying out here. We're trying to set you up. At least you can deliver a 3 versus 1 moment.
Here are the golden frags.
Yes, indeed.
The Rops didn't give them to us, but Golden did.
Ooh, very nice. And that's much needed as well. This is starting the spiral. 4-0, deficit on the CT side would have been a nightmare to recover. 3-1, you just look at it, we lost the pistol. Now we've got a full buy, everything we need, including the AWP and JW. This is one of his home maps. But that can be a burden as well. When he gets too comfortable and too aggressive, he can be volatile and give away those opening kills. We'll see which JW arrives here on Mirage. Spamming his way through. Doesn't take any damage in response. Crims tickles Chris J, but Carrigan does a lot more than that towards JW. That's the first kill. They've actually gained access towards A.
Yeah, Brolin's going to be under threat as well. Good shot from Chris J. Voxic wakes up. The feed filled with Mousesports members, and now likely going to be seeing that bomb go down. Take note of its position, though. It's top mid. A frag from Crims keeps Fnatic in it, and through the flames, he can't quite spot another. Rops is around and will eventually find the frag. Bomb now on its way into A. Golden's locked out by a smoke.
He'll do very well to do anything with this. 4-on-1, bomb to be planted, and they've been absolutely ruined on the A side here.
I just want to know, on both of the gun rounds, where Carrigan's gone quick towards middle, he found the opening on the MAC-10 towards Crims in the previous.
Sure.
And this time round, he's taken down JW before he's even realized what's happening.
And
so Carrigan's impact there is huge.
JW had an AWP as well, right? Their first gun round, they've just won with pistols. They've got lots of money. They're feeling good. He didn't even go... JW didn't even swing for a peek. He was holding defensively. And Carrigan just comes around, absolutely destroys him, and they're trying to make sure this AWP can't be recovered. Just double downing, making sure it's taken all the way towards spawns. It can't be blown away by the C4. No funny business here. Golden will save the M4, but that's about it.
There's a distinct lack of funny business in the 5th map of a best-of-5 grand final. I'm not surprised.
We haven't seen the R8 yet. We might do. There is a buy available, just to know, for Fnatic, considering they won with pistols. They still have 7 grand. So JW, 1 and 2. He's only died twice so far. And we're into the 6th round, just to note that. And they're 4-1 down. So a lot of saving going on. He buys the AWP again. Was super passive in the previous round. Does he want to throw a Palace peek in there?
He's got the spawn for a fight.
Go for a B aggressive pick. We'll see what happens. He needs to go for an opening kill here, just to kind of fill them with confidence, get something going for them.
Yeah, doesn't quite nail the movement for the speedy peak, but still there before his T opponent, and they both fire off a shot, both with vision obscured, and he wants to throw out a second, but Woxic thinking better of it. They know there's 2 AWPs in play now. That's been made clear.
Oh, the pounds from Palace.
And Brolin's nowhere near it. They're wide open. They're just walking out. Yeah. 2 Ts have full control of A, but the bomb's not with them. Woxic's got to get the hell out of there. He's being chased down by Crims. And phew.
They can just plant their feet now. Brolin's got no idea. That's perfect for Mousesports. This maybe not be... Oh, he hits the shot, but it doesn't quite kill him. Frozen crosses over towards the side. 4 and 4 now, but the bomb needs to make its way over. That's at A ramp right now. Molotov towards jungle. Does JW get hit by it? Apparently not. He's safe in the corner. Smoking the site. Bomb will be planted any second now. Voxic waiting for the smoke to bloom. Molotov will protect him for now. Another one goes down.
He wants to challenge it so badly. He does still get the shot, but Woxic's done his job. Bomb down, disadvantage. JW, he's been hit by everyone's nades. Down to 6, flank from Crims. Oh no, Fnatic, they surely have this one now. Carrigan, Frozen, just the 2 of them. Connector and Palace respectively. Frozen's not really in a position to contest that bomb, and Carrigan's just gone down with half left on the bomb. Frozen's going for the silent flank. Crims is going to have called it clear, but JW's on the bomb already. Frozen's not going to get there in time. He was knife out, hoping to call the bluff, but instead he'll just have to keep hold of his weapon. That's two very familiar territory. Oh, he goes down as well, be forced to rebuy.
Well, there we have it. Fnatic with a very convincing round. This one was getting out of control. At 3-0, it looked like they were destined to find the fourth. Really start hammering it home, but Fnatic won with the pistols. Even with this advantageous position, Fnatic pull it back. It's a flank from Crims. He manages to close things out. Then the full defuse comes in. Frozen can do nothing about it, and that was a miracle of a round for Mousesports. Open A bomb site, 4 players towards middle. You'd think with those picks they'd have enough to work with there. But here we go. Fast again. Carrigan looking for the same opening kill.
And Brollan's right next to him.
Back
turn, they walk straight past him. I'm gonna scream. Carrigan gets both. Another ridiculous round from the in-game leader of Mouse. The round's not done yet, though. His teammates are flooding into the B site, being met by Golden, pulls a pin in front of Rops. Can't believe his lucky stars. Woxic catches the first on the cross. It's JW to clutch, and he misses it. That was a sitter. Woxic with his underwear around his ankles was sitting there and still doesn't hit the shot. Mouse find 5.
Carrigan's doing it again, boys. He even had a bit of a spoon there with one of the players in Connect.
Yeah.
A nice little cuddle, and then moved on. Got 2 headshots. Here's the moment. So he's just like, hello, how's it going? Moves past.
Taps him on the bottom.
And then just gives them a taste of the AK. Beautiful scenes here from Carrigan. Once again, just leading the charge. And he's going to be the impact player of round number 7 there. A US Air Force tactical timeout brought to you by Fnatic at this point. It's their first of this 5th and final map. Voxic is the best performer in this series with a rating of 1.27 and 58 plus total frags. So we'll call it 59.
Yeah, sure, let's do that. There's more to come, Henry. I'm expecting to see the full 60, if believe it or not. But as the timeout's called, this is a wake-up call for Fnatic. They've just witnessed Mousesports actually winning T rounds. They forgot what that felt like after Nuke.
Exactly.
I'm not sure where our stats guy got that number from. You might want to go and recheck that one.
Well, he made it clear he's a text guy and the stats guy.
Okay.
So that's what he considers himself.
Either way, he needs to go and double check that one right there.
He did say 59 plus.
There was a plus.
He also said 1.27 rating, which is unequivocally incorrect.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad we got the fact checker live with us here in the studio. Round 8, final map. And only a CZ75 for JW. Those AWPs that he's been enjoying quite the luxury of, no longer. Tight lip makes it harder for the Ts, or rather the CTs to jump for that info. Golden's only gone for one of them.
Yeah, you also can't peel as far back when you want to throw nades. You need to know where the new threshold is that you can be spotted. But right here for Fnatic, with this back and forth affair of the way that they've been allowed to win a round, it feels like, and then immediately get slapped in the face with the next round loss. Oh my God, what?
That's what you get.
What?
When JW's on the server, that's what I expect. It's only the Mac 10 player, but it's Crims getting the second here.
Oh, destabilizing a fully bought up Mousesports by leaping out of the window 30 seconds into the round and finding the CZ duel you dreamed of. It was only the Mac 10, admittedly, but look at this. They're all starting to go. The foundation's being ripped out of Mousesports in round 8. Only 2 remaining. There's very little damage they can continue to inflict, and just a fraction of Rops' elbow spotted. It's all that Flusher needs, and an off angle from Golden unlike any other. It was actually Brollan who was up there. Woxic hit the shot. He actually killed him. Jesus.
He's fast, boys.
He is fast on that trigger.
Yeah. Well, Fnatic making this one exciting now. We said the 5th map was going to bang. We're getting there now. JW showing us what he's made of there. That's a classic JW move. Golden, very precise at the M4. Voxic did hit that ridiculous shot.
What?
And they will be brought on as our impact player of the previous round. But here we go. Things starting to balance out now. We're closing the gap. Money starting to be drained out of the bank accounts of Mousesports. Crochet exploring his options towards A ramp, but the flashback's pretty spot on. Can he find the kill? Crims looking for 2 here.
Wow.
Nails it, on for a hat trick, and Brollan is there to back him up.
Stop going ramp is the message they send. Get the hell out of our turf. Only Frozen and Rops, but they do manage to find at least one. An injured Brollan still exists, but the injured Brollan has found their head, and that's all over. Rops dead, 5-4. Fnatic completely and totally leveling the lead that Mousesports managed to build.
Yeah, they should do after this round. That's the money broken now. So a partial buy at the very most from Mousesports here. A very lackluster approach there towards the A ramp. Crims saw it coming. Flashbangs in. 3 kills in the round. Brollan backing him up as well. Excellent work. Showing why he is king of connector, as Chad said before. He's nimble, moves around. Nice coordinated strike there towards the A ramp has led them to another victory.
Got a nice beard as well.
He has lots of beards out there right now.
Yeah, shout out to all the...
Do you remember Olof's beard the other day?
Yeah.
That was
working on that one.
luscious.
That was thick.
Yeah.
With 3
Heavy
C's.
beard. Yeah.
Now, this might look a little bit strange, ladies and gentlemen. They're sitting at spawn. They're not doing a lot. Well, they don't have a lot to work with here. So what we've been seeing a lot of with these rounds is the teams
I reckon
they take
Frozen's
their time.
having a pee.
Going to the bathroom.
I'm calling it now. He's peeing live during a grand final.
I think you're right.
It's a luxury he doesn't normally get.
So on
He's in
round
the
10,
ensuite.
when we do the post game, if Mouse Sports win, did Frozen go to the bathroom on round 10?
Did he actually take his hands and mouse? Oh, that was a quick one if it was.
I hope he washed his hands.
Yeah, as you all should be. Spotted. Just going to be continuing to draw out that CT utility while Frozen finishes off. I think he forgot to dry.
No, but seriously for a second, Frozen is underperforming based on his stats for the remainder of the season,
Because he needed
right?
to pee, Chad.
Well, I'm a little bit worried about his performance going into this last map here, because when we flick on over and they're on the CT side, if he's still hemorrhaging and unable to convert with some multi-kills, Fnatic might be able to run away with this. So
Certainly. He's been highlighted. You know, we gave 2 names from both squads as ones to watch, and well, Rops, he was one of them, and he has just justified it with a nice Deagle shot. But Crims, oh, lovely!
Yeah.
A quick collection of all 4, methodically tapping away in towards ramp.
Yeah, really enjoyed that from Crims. He has turned up to play on Mirage, that's for sure. Look at him go, tapping away. He knows he's getting all 4 kills here as well. So confident on the ticket booth. Sends them packing, and we've got 5-5. Mouse Sports, they want to have a timeout here. Apparently not happy to play with the 5 rifles, 1 Krieg spotted for Boxic. Seeing more AWPers transition to that weapon, but maybe not for much longer. We are playing on the old patch. You won't see as many Kriegs going forward in 2020. And a boost towards shore here. You don't have to jump on the box itself, just staying on your teammate's head gives you a better angle. But feeling pressure towards B, they're going to dismount and go back to their default setup.
just to note here, whoever threw the Molotov in the mid window.
Oh, no way. No way. You don't see that too often. It's Frozen as well.
Oh, that's just going to be salt into the wound of the underperforming star. 9th death, extra salty, and more damage actually inflicted. Chris J caught on the way out, down to 61. And just as Karrigan starts to tap, Fnatic feel like they're building into the CT side. It's starting to get a little nuky around here. And I'm not talking about the player. I'm talking about the 16-1 scoreline. Brolin lining him up. Another multi-kill from him. We said he was one to watch, a crucial component in Fnatic victories. And well, he's done it again, a triple kill. Now Chris J, we said he has impact. Well, this is a chance to demonstrate. Molotov will force JW's hand, but oh no. he hesitated too long, and now he gets hunted down. We see 6-5. Fnatic will take the lead after a very strong start from Mouse.
Has to be the eco for Mouse Sports. A flying start for them, 4-1 up. Now Fnatic take the lead. It is the CT side of the map. But how much damage was inflicted here? Insane. Cleanly takes down Frozen, does 50 damage towards Chris J as well. And Brolan, no problem at all getting these final couple of frags here. They're looking sharp. Fnatic have bounced right back on the CT side, and they've managed to pick up 3 AK-47s to go with their setup here.
They did it to him again. Whoever's... Did he throw... No, someone's throwing a Molotov for him and it's not going deep enough. The idea is to put out the smoke. When he threw it for himself, it was deep enough that he could still pick
They're trying to throw the fancy one to like throw it while going to B so that he can still have his, right? So he can throw us behind boxes. Ouch, indeed. Rops gone, walks it. Chris J both down to a rather nasty number. He wants some more, wants to finish off where that nade started. Just the Deagles and scout for Rops this time. Karrigan like a moth to a flame, he is a Dane to a smoke. Does catch the info on that jump, but he's expecting to be watched, and Crims was checking it out. So it's a quick double to open things up. This should very well be a Fnatic round. I don't think I need to tell you that, but
yeah, I think you might be right there. Golden, if you can drive the plant, make this one clean, that would be great. That kill should confirm that. We are going to see the scouts, the Glock, waiting towards the B apartments right now as the AWP is looking towards the kitchen position. Just a matter of time before this one ends, and maybe a knife is on the cards. We
gonna
haven't
be
seen one for a while.
Flusher.
It's been a while.
Let's
have a
do
couple.
it.
Let's have a couple knives. Oh no! Is it gonna work?
Turn it.
Yes!
Let's
It took
go.
us 5 maps, but we get the Fnatic knives out in full force. A double. He matches JW's record of 2 consecutive knife kills.
In one round, and $3,000 farmed there. He gets $32.50 on top of that as well. A lot of money found in the round. A humiliating finish from Mousesports there. It wasn't eco. Won't get too carried away, but still, Fnatic back on track.
Well, in these gun rounds, where they were finding frags, was Carrigan getting close towards that connector smoke. We highlighted earlier in the piece, he had a couple of huge entries when we were back down at that 4-1 scoreline. This time they shy away from middle. Fnatic have done a fantastic job of batting away this constant mid-pressure. Now they're having to take it a little bit more passive, a little bit more slowly. You can see Fnatic, they were expecting that same play. They had 4 individuals leaning towards middle here.
Well, it's a much slower approach from Mousesports. You're dead on. Crims towards CPL right now. 15 kills after 12 rounds of play. He is giving them hell out there. JW with the AWP towards middle. And in terms of the setup here, it is a full buy for Mousesports. The ult for Voxic, I haven't said his name really at all. He's 6 and 7. Round 13. They've got enough for a productive half on the T side, but by Mousesports standards, knowing the Fnatic, the way they've dominated the victories in the rounds, I feel like they will have the upper hand here. If they get 10-5 scoreline, it could be theirs for the taking.
Yeah, I don't think 5 is insufficient, and I think that would be the Mousesports sentiment too. There's 3 members of Fnatic invested into this B site here.
Bear in mind that he won the pistol and got a 3-0 conversion as well, but finally, an advantage here in a gun round. A couple of kills. There's still 2 players towards B.
Yeah, that's going to catch them off guard.
They won't chip
Golden's
this boost.
boosted. Oh, he's going to be surely having an advantage in this one. Crimson's caught Chris. And so 4 versus 2. Golden only getting 1 from the boost could prove to be the problem for Fnatic. But Crims, he's been far from the problem. He's been a solution in a lot of these. Carrigan, however, will resolve the issue for now. That's an important one. Mousesports find their 6th.
I thought there was a chance there. They had 2 players remaining in B after 2 kills were given away. The boost, I feel like if he maybe had a bit more trigger discipline, could have done a bit more of it, but he was worried that the player was going to check the corner, take him down, had to take the chance, and it doesn't work out.
And realistically, with the stack that they had on that bomb site, even with JW going down within the vent room, that was the bait. That was like, oh, he could be playing cat this round. Let's go B, let's go B. The fact that Flusher falls immediately after jumping up towards the apartments area, that was really the crux of that round. So they'll buy back in, 7-6. They want to fight mid this time.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be called off. We received word, we had a little light freeze on Crims, but no damage was inflicted, and therefore we can just get straight back into the round and start all over.
Just like that. No problem at all.
Magic.
Yeah, it all works out. We are going to see the round 14 come through momentarily. Money available on both sides. See, the impact player of round number 13 was Crims. Indeed, with 2 kills, wasn't enough to win the round, however. Good shift from him so far. Solid work. 17 kills.
Jeez. They're all so capable of it. This time, it's worth mentioning, as we continue to take stock, that JW still has had such a low amount of contact. I mean, 3 kills, 5 deaths in 14 rounds of play. He's just been a silent sailor floating along. Not this time, though. Quite the opposite of silent, plucking Carrigan out of the air, but it lands in his calf, and that's just insufficient. He continues, catches the frag. Brolin could be tested, but Chris J, he's having nades thrown in his direction, all angles. He's looking for a safe haven, doesn't want to be exposed, and you can see Golden, he's trying to catch him.
Yeah, he'll decide to back off. They baited out a lot of utility there. Smokes, incendiaries, flashes. They want to go back to B. They've got a 5-on-4 advantage. That could be a nice place to finish up. For now, though, plenty of time. Sending the all back towards T-spawn. The bomb's there as well. Smoking towards window, I believe, or short. We'll see which one it is. It's going to be the former. And when's their final play going towards? They have got a player at A ramp. That's going to be Rops, I believe.
Oh, Crims, this could be everything right here. If he jukes them in the smoke, if he's able to get... Oh, they're not peeling through. They're holding back.
Frozen's checking it, but Crims, he nutmegs them. There was such a setup from Mouse. It was all hinging on Frozen, but still they find the frags. Flush is gone. Crims shut down by Chris J's Galil, and now Brolin, they're coming towards his site. He's done so well with the multi-kills here on A. and he's continuing to try and find a second. Leaping over the smoke through the box, he connects. Bomb goes down from Voxic, but he's made it competitive. Brolin, the babyface killer's found 2, and maybe, just maybe that's enough for his teammate Golden to clutch up. 6 HP in his exchange. 1 bullet from the AWP of Carrigan will conclude, but it's Golden to find it, and Brolin and Golden, with their powers combined, pick up the 8th for the Fnatic boys.
It looks so destined for a Mousesports round there, but Golden fights back. It was the one-on-one battle against the AWP as well, and the bomb placed as it was, you would think the AWP has the advantage there, but Carrigan, 17 points of health, 1 bullet would do it, and instead of ducking and weaving and checking the bomb every now and then at intervals, he actually just checked it face up, and Golden, he hits the shot, job done.
This spree of rounds, this 6 out of the last 7 that Fnatic have been able to post, all started with that low-buy situation. JW hopping out the window and killing Chris J in the underpass. From there, they spiraled around with Famis's. They're able to pick up and upgrade, and here, they're looking to potentially 9-6 this half.
Yeah, they were 4-1 down.
4-1 to 9-6.
JW hasn't been tested too much in middle. He's either been zoned out by his own teammates in Incendiaries or smoked out. Hasn't really had much of a chance to show us what he's made of. Same story for Voxic, really. Only got 7 kills. Europe has been quiet on Mirage so far, which you don't say too often. Flash over, falls back. JW still fires off the shot. It's going to be the A execution there. Final round. Smokes towards CT spawn, jungle and steps. Molotov is sandwich, Shadow. You normally see Rops towards a palace position. Could even go for a contact play yet. Worked out before on the pistol. There's the flash, in they go.
Freddy Crims finds the first. Chris J to trade, Roland to swing. Spray doesn't work out, 3v3. Not for long. JW back to fill the gap. Traded by Rops on his palace position. We were talking about it. A double gives Mousesports the edge. Final round, final map, first half. Flusher set up for a 1 versus 2. Certainly not impossible. Smoke, kit, the whole shebang. A full set of 100 hit points. He's got the equipment he needs. It's going to come down to the execution. Does find Carrigan at the cost. And he already has a good sneaking suspicion as to where Rops is.
Remember,
he's got a smoke.
We said Rops is always in that palace position. Drops the smoke, trying to bait him out. It's a deep smoke as well, so he has no vision over the top of it, but he doesn't touch the bomb. Flashbang goes in, touches it, but Rops will take the round. We have ourselves an 8-7 half in the 5th and final map of this grand final here. We split it right down the middle, and it will be Fnatic. With 8-7 lead here, this all culminates after this break.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow got 'em coming back? Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. Yeah. Girl, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. Bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll.
A single half of Counter-Strike to determine who will be our Season 11 Pro League champions. Overcoming adversity, compromises across the board, but Fnatic and Mouse Sports have overcome it all. 2 apiece. One half, Mirage, and it couldn't be closer. 8-7, Mouse Sports a 4-1 lead, but equalized by Fnatic heroics. JW up to his antics, double knife kills in a single round. It has delivered in what you promised, Henry, and I'm sure we've got another half of exactly the same.
2 decoys spotted, by the way. Chad, decoys are a big conversation in CSGO right now. Brolan and JW
He's lining up a decoy.
They're setting up a bit of a fake here. Some sort of execution of beta utility. We've been talking about it. So Astralis started this idea. So where are they throwing them towards? They're going to make it look like the pillar smokes are coming in, trying to bait out utility at this point. Is there a reaction? There's not actually much. You can't see any CDs peeling away. They have full mid control. And now they know it's decoys. This has to be a quick pounce for Fnatic towards A, and in they go.
Yeah, just hoping if there was CT utility, but that only utility's on Chris. He went for the smoke and the kit. And well, if the bomb does go down, he's got it in the right place, that's for sure. What a shot from Chris J. 1 bullet fired, 1 body dropped, bomb down. JW, he's been sitting in the smoke this whole time, trying to nutmeg, but realizing that a passive stance could be the wiser choice. Rare to see him fall out, and you're right. Double nades with the bomb down.
Because Chris J has a smoke, he's going to defuse, they'll double nade the bomb. That's their big plan here. That's where it all culminates. We'll see whether they actually land the shot.
They have to surely cut down a couple of these Mouse Sports members. They're not going to have an uncontested stance, and there goes the nades. And it works! It actually works! Fnatic, they're going to take the pistol. Oh, the airstrike. Frozen's on it. Frozen's on it. Frozen can get it, but Crimson stabbed him. I'm losing my shit. They're going to win the round. Fnatic with nades and knives find 9.
That is insane. Have you ever seen anything like it? A double HE onto the bomb, being diffused. I didn't think that would even find a kill. It does, and then a stab to deny the fuse once again. Fnatic winning in true Fnatic style. That is insane. Crims and
off the balcony, knife out.
Knife out after getting this kill as well. The knife, he just
ignores
avoids him. He just avoids him.
Oh my God.
What in God's name?
Not only that, the way that they threw those nades was so clumsy to have to peek around the A ramp.
I thought it was rebounding off the wall.
I thought they might have like a stack or some kind of
I assume there'd be some
lineup.
sick lineup, like on Train, for example. He bounced off the door, lands on the bomb. They would have to just run out the nades in hand, hope for the best,
Have a go.
and just throw them in, and it worked. It worked.
And then get another knife kill. I mean, I don't blame them for calling a tactical timeout. That was chaos.
Let them stew on it. Carrigan at one point did this to Fnatic when he knew he was going to win. He called the tactical timeout just before it was about to end. And now, a chance then to stew over that. A couple more knife kills thrown in, grenade kills.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, I told you the half would deliver, and it starts with a bang. Let's get this one started. A force buy from Mouse, round 17. Will we see Fnatic take those back-to-back, but not only Season 1 and 2, but then come back in Season 11 with a victory to be the first team to have 3?
Yeah, it's been a while, but Robs, he does get the opening kill here. Desert Eagle, always going to be deadly on Mirage, and they've fully invested into the round. They've got themselves a 5-on-4. Christian down to 8 HP, but at this point, Robs has managed to fade away. Full control of B for now, though. Golden inquires about his presence. Smoke down. Can't really do much about it. Might have to fall back and go towards A. His teammates certainly are.
All these rounds have been so scary throughout all of the Pro League and the Deagles. Well, no one's done it better than Mouse Sports, using it up close and personal like a shotgun. We heard it from Rops's mouth.
Testament to that is the fact that he's actually holding with the Deagle and the UMP on his back. There's some evidence for you. Right there. Still, 4 versus 5. Chris J just a scrap of health. Golden looking to try and present some mid-presence, hoping to get the CTs active, but look how silent the map is right now. It's fallen dead quiet.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Fnatic a little bit rattled here. They have got Deagle presence towards the Palace position. That's Chris J looking for 1 kill. Voxic might have to go for a little bit more than that. Spots the arm, nails the shot, but can't find the kill. Chris J still in position to find a frag here. Low HP, they haven't checked him, and Crims will take him down.
He had so many options there.
Stops
Too
the plan.
many.
He
If he can stop it, it's not enough, but that is just one man. They know where he should be. Brolin typically in Palace, Carrigan staring, smoke's thrown. They know exactly where he is, and he reveals it. He has to throw bullets down range, but now they know, and the defuse was just 100%. I don't see any way Brolin can contest this. He's just going to try and keep hold of his weapon, heading towards T-spawn, and he will get away with murder. He'll keep his weapon. Mouse Sports take the 8th.
Well, it was an exciting pistol, an exciting second round, and what's in store for the third? There will be a Krieg for Brolin saved over. They got the plant down there, so there is an option to buy into this that they really want to, or they take the eco, and they'll get $1,900 each next round. That still won't be enough for a buy, really.
I think they should force behind this. They should just go all in behind Brolin's Krieg.
Yeah.
We've seen him time and time again just stroll out onto areas of the map and crack open bomb sites with that weapon, and he's got his favorite right here, right now. So they're not going to go for the full commitment behind this, just a couple of upgraded pistols. The flash on Crims, maybe that could set him up. Oh, the timing!
Oof. Damage inflicted, no kill found.
Robs is so lucky that he was going for the bricks and not the outside fence. That's jump. He does live to tell the tale. Safe and sound, and now tucked away in his hidey hole.
Chris J, Deagle, of course, fighting fire with fire. Saw this a lot in the previous maps. Gun rounds, he wants to keep the money strong, I assume, for Voxic, make sure he has the AWP at all times. And we all see now Fnatic with 1 smoke. A Brolin, Krieg. So what can he really do? Smoke spawns, smoke steps. Or just walk in.
I feel like Brolin wants to fight CT. He doesn't
Yeah.
smoke CT. He's got the weapon for that fight. And as that smoke fades, there's still so much time. I have a sneaking suspicion Chris J is winning this duel. Flusher going to have quite a lot to deal with. As soon as he comes around that corner, he's going to be looking to pre-aim stairs, and then he's going to get a face full of Chris J's Deeg. Oof.
There it is, a beautiful shot from Chris J. He won't recover anything more. They've only got pistols on the other side. The smoke, though, forces their hand. They have to push off this, and Brolin will deliver.
Chris J's done everything he can. That's his contribution concluded. And now Rops has to finish the job. Does so into the first. Crims with no health, peeking into a rifle. And now JW's causing mischief as well. Can't see him. Nice adjustment. Woxic does flick enough to conclude Crims' round, 2v2.
This wasn't a force buy. This was an eco with 1 Krieg saved. Ooh. Tremendous damage inflicted towards Golden, and now JW, 2 versus 1 towards that connector. They know where he is, but Carrigan, he finds him just before the smoke blooms. They're going to recover the AWP or the Krieg. I guess both will do, and he's got a full defuse there, no problem whatsoever. It's going to be 2 in a row for Mouse Sports. But Fnatic got the bomb down there. They've got plenty of money. Remember, they didn't invest in that round. They managed to bring it down to 1 versus 1, so they've certainly damaged the economy of Mouse Sports, but a beautiful shot from Chris J. Open things up. They got the bomb down. 1 versus 1, but still, unless they win that round, doesn't do too much for them.
Well, Carrigan's nade there was only made possible by Woxic with the jumping scout tag, right? So that round right there was down to a knife's edge. And as we flick on forward, the guns will come out. The plants have been fantastic. The economy, that's not the problem right here. It's all about rounds. We're 9-9. There won't be any saving. There won't be any hiding. It's the last map.
They're doping. Pulled it out. Woxic's not going to find anything with his, but Chris J's taken his responsibility over to the CT. 3 members of Fnatic starting to forge a path towards A through mid. At least that's what Brolin is suggesting. He will take control of this and call it clear. That's step 1. Frozen. Ooh, he might be stepped over. Down to 6, but he does manage to get away.
No deaths yet. Brolin, though, looking to change that. He's in towards connector. Bomb to be recovered by Golden and T-spawn. Spread across the map. Fnatic giving up 2 rounds to this CT defense. Means the double orb setup is out. Voxic and Chris J. No Desert Eagles this time. JW 6 and 10 right now, walking in towards the B apartments here. The orb scope pinned on his position. If he goes any further, could be taken down. This could be oh, he nails it. Oh, how's he done that?
That's an AWPer who knows the AWP lines. It was so ridiculous. It's crashed the computer. Back in, though, fortunately. Big up to production. JW catching Carrigan as we try and piece this one back together again, as do Mouse. Towards the side. This is when you know Fnatic's T-side's going well, is when the bomb's on the other side of the map and they have control of the other side. Like, that's what it looked like in their victories.
Yeah, you could just see how they were happy to limp in and take all these individual duels. It comes down to hitting the shots, but there's still a chance for this one to turn. 3 members alive, 16 seconds, they're going A.
They're actually committing A, despite JW calling it clear on B. They know they're going to have to be hiding in the site. Brolin's done well, but Crims has caught the frag he needs to. Frozen's just waiting for his imminent doom. And another for Fnatic, double digits.
I can't believe JW wins that duel. Woxic had the AWP ready in his position. He somehow baits out the shot, gets the body shots in there, calls B's clear. They still go back towards A and win the round. It shuts down the finances here of Mouse Sports in the 5th and final map here of the grand final. They're going to have to call a tactical timeout. Mouse Sports is their first. You can see them have $2,000 per player. That's about it. Even Chris J's feeling the financial burn. He's normally so frugal.
This is all made possible, right, by round number 3 coming down to just one individual surviving, right? It was Carrigan winning out that one-on-one situation. Yes. He gets that dunk nade. So they're automatically put down into the doldrums as far as their economy is concerned. And
Chad, they're buying.
He doesn't have armor.
He's gone for a glass cannon M4.
I can't say I've seen
Is this a rage buy?
That before.
What's going on?
He's dropping it over.
Yeah, okay, so they'll go for two hero rifles. This makes more sense. Okay. Wow. This is Mouse Sports making quite the commitment in round 19.
This is almost like a shove all in here. Yeah. Because if they don't convert this one, it's 1,900 in the next. That's going to mean they're going to have to take another save. Because there's 2,400 in the follow-up.
Then 12.
Huge opportunity.
This is Fnatic's chance, and already they've squandered it. Mouse Sports, they charge straight up middle, and they've lost Chris J. One of their 2 rifles, the 2 pillars of round 20 success, gone.
Robs is in front of the Molotov here. Well, Brolan, he's taking care of business. Any storyline to this round is completely nullified at this point.
I'm baffled.
And yeah, it was a very strange investment. I'm not sure why they've done that. It's not like it's do or die time right now. They didn't have to invest. And rushing middle with no utility, Brolanders dispatches them.
Could you theorycraft with me? If Carrigan had accidentally bought an M4 because he misread the economy.
They can't restart.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
But by buying that rifle, would you be better off just letting it go, having one Kevlar vest and someone having a go than buying around it and crippling your economy?
Probably, because look, what we're painting here, if no damage is done, assuming the way this round is going, it's just a clean sweep. Everybody stays alive or they lose 1 kill. Let Robs keep his deagle. Let Frozen keep the scalp. That's all fine. I wouldn't be worried about that going forward because as we painted, 1,900 in the next. On the CT side, that's not enough to get you anything, right?
Just to know, that's in the next round. They're currently at the absolute bottom of the barrel in terms of loss bonus. That's even second stage after losing this round. So they'll get 2,400 after that. So they've got a full eco coming up in the next round. They've lost that scout. Robs hasn't even got armor. He's got a kill, so he has $300. You can see his teammates at 0. They'll have 1,900 next, full eco. No doubt about it. So that's going to be a 12-9 after that point. So it's going to be 12-9 for Fnatic. And at that stage, the money still will be recovering. They'll be able to buy up, but there'll be compromises. It's going to be a difficult situation now for Mouse Sports to operate within.
I'm just trying to think through it, right? So 1,400 was as the loss bonus going into this round right here, right? So when you think about that, they were going, oh, well, we're probably in double eco territory anyway. But considering they won the second round of the game off of Deagles and Smokes, you could have given yourself 2 rounds with Deagles, right? Yeah. You could have had 2 rounds back-to-back with Deagles. Now here they're eco again. They didn't find any impact whatsoever in that round, and it didn't look organized. So if you're going to have those rifles and you just run them out into middle, you want to have something behind it, some flashes, some smokes, an idea.
We did say this was the last hurrah for Brolan.
Yeah.
And he's certainly getting his money's worth out of the Krieg.
Yeah, I think that round is a perfect example where Mouse Sports just pushed all in and Brolan's Krieg said, cool.
Yeah, I'll take that. No problem.
This is 12 now, right? Assuming that the Deagle on Robs and those USPs don't get anything done here. Assuming this is 12, you look at this, 2,400 in the next round. Yeah, and Frozen with 2,400, he's only going to have just enough to buy. So does he have to drop down and buy like a Famous? Does he make another, sacrifice with a UMP, something along those lines?
They might be better off even just taking a partial buy in the next round, just going the Deagles, just thinking like we are better off getting a double orb set up out here and winning with everything we possibly need. I'd rather go down swinging in that manner than force buying into FAMASs and M4s and trying to scrape rounds together.
Yeah, because if it's that limp buy, right, they're going to spend all their money in the next round. Everything will go because they need to buy whatever they can. And then within that following, they still won't have enough for another buy, right? So that's at that point, if they lose the next gun round, they're already conceding 13.
I mean, Mouseport, this is the issue with the CT side, and it's such a crucial point of the game, is your financial decisions have such long and painful echoes if you're punished for your choices. And at the point, we summarized the fact that we're here in the 5th, that it's essentially now just one map, a best of one for everything, for the title, for the prize money, and for the points. JW, he is just on a mission at this point.
Yeah, look at his teammates planting at A, and he's got 4 players contained within B, and he's happy with that. Got the kill, bombs down, he knows they're stacked in that bomb site. Let him keep their USPs. I don't need them.
Let them eat cake.
Will have to make noise to drop off of this position, so he will be given up if he does decide he wants to... Oh, never mind. Crim's going for the wallbang, offers up an AK.
There you go.
That's something. Worth that, and well, he only gets to keep it for a second. JW did fall elsewhere as well. Perhaps some rifles to be retrieved from Mousesports. Perhaps some light at the end of this tunnel. Chris J's found it. We'll keep it. We'll do his best to do so anyway. Woxic wants one as well. There is a low HP on Golden, but he's managed to get himself out of dodge unless he gets exposed to window. He does, and Frozen takes him down. So a couple more weapons taken out of Fnatic hands, and another one found by Woxic. Yes, he keeps it. That's something.
That's great, actually. Look at the money before they've bought right now. 4K, 4.7, 4.3. Yeah. Look at that. These saved rifles are everything now. It means that multiple players can have full utility, whereas before that wouldn't have been the case. So Fnatic, with what looked like a flawless round, getting a little bit sloppy towards the end, it could come back to bite them.
There was no reason to hunt that. They were full eco. You knew that already. Yeah. And you've given them 2 AKs to close that round off. That is actually a bit of a mistake, a bit of a nightmare. Mousesports are back in this now. Because of those costly mistakes. The fact they've offered up 2 rifles for free. You can see they've actually got residual cash here. Voxic still has 4,300 before he buys his grenades.
Makes the AWP a realistic goal for the rest of this half.
And Chris J doesn't buy any grenades, just to know that. He's got a flash with $3,500 behind it. He's going for an aggressive push here. The reason he hasn't bought grenades, he wants to go for a kill somewhere crazy, like top or middle, and he's going for it.
Oh,
swinging for the fences. Let's go, Chris.
He's got it, and Frozen just strays through the smoke for 2. Mousesports, they have made quite the announcement of their buy here in round 22. It's already over unless J-Dub steps into the crosshairs and Frozen taps away. So silent, yet so loud in round 22. He finally arrives. They needed him, and 4 kills from Frozen. Impact player, that's for sure.
They're going to remember those AK-47s now. They won't make that mistake again, let me tell you. Oh my God, Chris J, I love that. The fact he didn't buy any grenades, you could just tell. He was sending it to the moon at that point. Runs up towards middle, but it's Frozen getting all the aggro here towards short, tapping away the AK-47 and manages to close out the round cleanly. Gets double digits from Mousesports here, and now JW down to just a Desert Eagle.
The Chris J.
Tables have turned. the Chris J is out, you're right.
The chance for the punish again is on the cards here, though, because even though it was a clean round, Fnatic win this one. Mousesports back down to the $1,900 loss bonus. They're keeping them in the pits of despair right there. And Roland, the opening on Frozen, the hero of last goes. Crimson Flusher combined for another. Woxic under the balcony does his best to delay the push, but...
But with him and Rops, there's a real chance. How does Crims hit that?
I don't know.
Just the tip of Rops' head showing.
And he drops the smoke and he's away. He's out of there. They're going towards B, and there has to be one player that stays at the A bomb site. Carrigan, he'll be alone towards B.
Oh, do they know? Is JW aware that it could slip through the backlines? They must know short's open.
What, you reckon he's going to do the full move? No, actually, going back in towards the kitchen. I thought he was going to go all ladder round to short flank, but no.
Oh, Carrigan has a smoke and a flash. He's already dropped his smoke towards short. They know where he is now. The Eagle won't quite connect him, but the rifle should.
Yeah. Nerve-wracking for a second with the missed Deeg, but all good in the hood. Bomb down 4 versus 1, so Woxic, despite finding the first frag on A, the bomb down B, and Crims is already way further up than Woxic was anticipating. A third for Crims in that one, and that puts them at 13, 3 rounds away from Fnatic being your ESL Pro League Season 11 champs.
Oh my God, this could be it. There is another buy available for Mouse Sports. A double up setup comes out. Remember, they did manage to win where they saved AKs before, so there was plenty of cash available. Christian and Woxic, the latter, not delivering here. Bottom fragging for Mouse Sports. He's supposed to be one of the superstar AWPers. We said he can be MIA sometimes. This is the worst possible time for him not to show up. Chris J taking matters into his own hands. He saved the day plenty of times before Mirage. It's a very infamous moment. He's got a gap in the smoke to work with here. Sees the foot, doesn't nail the shot.
Oh, he did hit the second though. Golden straight through the boxes. Catches 50 caliber into the thigh. Down to 44. Sentry on the way for Rops, his location. Frozen tucked in. He is catching a couple of nades of his own creation. Now, here comes Fnatic. It will be an A commitment. Rops losing health as well. JW just crouches. Crab walks in. Woxic, that's a big frag. And then back and forth we go. Mouse have the lead in this one. The trades favor them. There's so much time left on the round, but Fnatic, they're kind of committed to A. Up Tetris. Golden looking for a frag. Chris J still on short. He can support A from here with the weapon of choice of the AWP.
So tense here. 3-on-2 though. Brolan been exceptional in this series so far. Chris J with the AWP towards short, and Golden, he'll make the first incision. Chris J though, he can't deny the plan. It's looking likely to go down on the CT side.
Yeah, Brolan got across.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No. Oh, he's actually taking the fight. Brolan, Krieg versus AWP for one last ride. And he does force Chris off the angle. He has inflicted non-lethal damage, but close enough. And now a 2v2. It's actually down to Carrigan. And those shots don't hit. That was his chance.
There is a smoke for the bomb, though. That makes things uncomfortable. And Brolan going for the full around the world here. Going to set up flashbangs for his teammates. So it's just going to be Golden to fight first. Brolan to clutch.
Well, it's kind of obvious where he's coming from. The low HP players on the bomb. A spray would do. One bullet would do. And 14 found. Brolan. 26 on Mirage. He was bringing the frags he needs to, delivers and pulls them across the line again.
The rookie playing years above the level of his experience right now. That's insane. What a clutch that was. Set up the flashbangs for his teammate. Gets the spray for the smoke as well. Holds his nerve. It's JW's the impact player, but it's going to be Brolan as the savior. We are one round away from championship point here, and Mouse Sports are financially ruined. They have $2,500 per player. They're going to get $2,900 on top of that next round. Chad, what do you even do here? It's pick your poison time. You're going in, you're taking the eco, a Deagle round.
They got across the line yesterday versus Stralis with Deagles. Maybe they're going to give that a crack again.
I think that's all they can do.
We can see 4 picked on up. Woxic yet to purchase on Into Anything. As we've mentioned, he's had his troubles with the AWP. It's now a problem of even being able to afford it. So they get 2,900 in the next round. They should be able to get it on up, but that's going to be last chance saloon. That's putting all your eggs in one basket right there. And on the other side of things, Fnatic, well, they've got Flusher on that Mac 10. They know that things are bleak on the side of Mouse Sports here, and he will just be heading to his well-known position of Palace, seeing if he can find any information, but it's towards middle where Mouse are drawing the majority of their attention early.
One more round for championship point. And to get there, they need the best Deagle armor. They will then have 5 lives to close out EPL Season 11.
What a ridiculous turnaround Fnatic have had. A career of highs, the highest highs, and arguably some of the lowest lows.
At some points in this organization for CSGO, for sure.
Yeah, they had to swallow their pride for a while.
An identity crisis. They had a revolving door of different players coming through. They couldn't find their footing. They lost the core. But now, they're back and potentially stronger than ever.
They found their passion. They found that fire that will drive them on. And the fire behind B site drives them further into the crosshairs of Fnatic. Chris J. That is the bomb. But Flush's position in Palace should prove to be too much. Carrigan, however, finding one with his Desert Eagle. It could put a rifle in his hands, but he's got such a marathon ahead of him.
Yeah, he's got to get his running shoes on at this point. He's going to have to go for it. 2 versus 1, Molotov Dow. Goes towards a murder hole, and it might be quite an appropriate name. You can smoke the bomb, make things uncomfortable, force their hand. That's about it.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal for Carrigan. Fnatic, it's down to them. If they misstep, there's a chance.
Can he do it this time? Carrigan has had remarkable clutches over the years. We always say he can always find something out of nothing. It would take a 10-second defuse. The first frag is hit, smokes the bomb. He's going for it. All 10 seconds for Crims, shutting it down on for a 30 bomb here in the 5th map of a best-of-5 grand final. Crims is showing up. So is Brolan. Your Crims at the top with 29. Brolan with 26. We haven't got anyone posting huge numbers apart from Carrigan and Robs, and that's not the name you want at the top, Chad.
Yeah, we said earlier in the season when Carrigan's having to desperately run on in and go for entry frags and he's top fragging, that's when the other individuals aren't showing on up. And here, well, Fnatic, they've been able to keep Mouse under the thumb. They're getting revenge for Season 10 finals. It was a 3-0 in the best of 5. This time around, we're getting all the maps, and it's quick.
It's looking like this could very well be Chris J saying no, not yet. So is Frozen. He roars it from the top of his lungs. A quick 3K with him and Woxic's powers combined puts Flusher into a 1 versus 4 so early into round 26. He's going to get spotted. Yeah, and then straight through the wall. Robs will neutralize.
Well, a nice aggressive maneuver there from Mousesports. Now 4 lives for Fnatic. There's Frozen, the impact player around number 26. Money still there. There'd be some compromises. This might just be a deagle round from them.
Yeah, the thing is, because they didn't do any damage in this round, then they shouldn't buy. If they took, 2 or 3 players and they knew that CT-sided economy was still a little bit hemorrhaged, then they should be forcing on in. But here, without that damage, they won't. It will be the hero AK for Crims, though, and considering those 29 frags to his name, that might be all it takes.
We'll see. The Desert Eagle will strike first, but no kill found. Receive 75 damage in return. Bomb down towards the B apartments here. 1 round for Fnatic to lift the trophy once again for a 3rd time. And Crims, an icon of Counter-Strike at this point.
Last
29
season,
kills.
It was like the resurgence was coming, right? It was like Season 10, Fnatic were in the finals again. Is it really going to happen? Mousesports dashed their dreams, as you highlighted. Well, now, just 1 season on, they could do it with Deegs. Robs under the balcony is the only A defender active. Woxic's responsible for middle as well. You can see he's darting between the 2. Bomb far away from a bomb site at this point. You can see Brolan yet to commit to retrieval of it. So Fnatic happy to run this clock down, let the CTs make mistakes. But at this much on the line, Mousesports, they know that every move they make could be the difference between lifting a trophy and that wooden spoon they consider the silver medal to be. Spotted. Crims with this hero. AK does manage to inflict some good damage, and if I'm the CTs and I see an AKB, I might start considering that to be something worth rotating towards, at least pulling out some utility.
It's a good point, Alex. You can see them adjusting now. Flusher avoids the flames here. There's no sound cue.
They know where Robs is.
This could be the kill. Robs will get it, but Crims finds one towards B. There's still a chance they close it out right here, right now. There it is, a 3-on-2. Voxing needs both of these frags. Nails are first. Brolan's low. 10 seconds, so has to cross. He has no choice, and down he goes. That will be the round. Crims is too far away.
Yeah, Woxic saves the day. My goodness, 2 crucial frags. He will find the 3rd as well. He needed that. Quad kill total, but Woxic finding the impact frags on the hamstrung Fnatic. They limped across the site. The clock was his best friend. They had to cross. There was no other option.
This time it's a curious economical decision from Crims, who only was left with, what was it, 3,500? So he won't be able to get the AK. I'm pretty sure I saw him snap lock in the Deagle with armor and utility behind it. So, this one, it could, well, it feels like it's got overtime written all over it with the
I think so.
last few rounds.
I hope so. We haven't had an overtime yet. Over 4 maps.
Would be an appropriate time to get it kicked in.
I told you, boys, the 5th map in a best of 5 is where it always kicks off.
Kicks off? We have to have 4 maps just to kick off?
This is the one.
All right, I mean, it does feel that way, that's for sure. Crossfire established on A. They're going to be going for Chris J aggressive into Palace position, so he can catch anyone that wants to fight Woxic. And, well, Woxic's got ramp on lock, and that's exactly where Fnatic are coming. Here comes the first frag. Who's taking first blood? JW nutmegs him. Crouched in the smoke as it fades. He's expecting another 2 frags. Mousesports, their dreams of a grand final, getting ripped out of them. JW's done it all. 3 frags. 2 remain. 1 remains. It's all on to Carrigan. Fnatic, 5 maps, but I think they've done it. The Flusher frag confirms it. And Fnatic have managed to convert full 5 games, a full best of 5. But we have our champions, Fnatic, 3-time champions, no less. Your ESL Pro League Season 11 champions, Fnatic. My. Mousesports fall in the 5th. We can't quite have them lifting the trophy. It feels a little different than how it would normally go down. Normally a crowd celebrating.
There was enough glitter though.
There is plenty of confetti.
We had plenty of that.
There is no doubt. We have no absence of confetti, but yes, Fnatic. And I don't want the situation, the fact that they aren't lifting the trophy themselves, to have any ramifications outside of that just being a slight asterisk at the end of their win. This is not going to be an excuse for anyone that didn't make it. This is nothing more. Fnatic played the best Counter-Strike, not only today, but over the course of this month of Pro League.
So much Counter-Strike has been played. And Fnatic, it hasn't been a perfect run here. They didn't look like the best team in their group at some points. It looked like they were going to be tripping over, falling, stumbling in the playoffs, but they've managed to do it. That 5th and final map, Crims goes above and beyond and proving the old boys can still do it, Chad.
I think we had 162 maps of Counter-Strike just in the European division alone, right? Best of 3s throughout. We had all the games going all the rounds, it felt like here. But Fnatic, what I am the most excited about with this victory is the fact that they did it with entertainment.
They did it their way.
The #1 priority, right? Like, I'm not kidding here, because they showed some flair and personality with it. They're doing things that they probably shouldn't be doing and getting away with it. And then when it got to the grand final, we still got some shenanigans, not as many as I was hoping on for, but we got some great Counter-Strike, right? And the fact that they're still able to string out and take 1v1 duels on their T side across the map and make that work when Counter-Strike's looking so formulaic and fundamentally sound, and they're still kind of breaking it in that way. That is what I love to see from Fnatic, so good stuff.
Shout out to Brawlhand as well. 17 years old and playing like that in the grand final in the 5th map as well. 2-on-1, so the smoke was down, the pressure couldn't be higher, the stakes couldn't be higher, and he's delivering on all fronts there. It might be the last time you see him with the Krieg in his hand, but he's got a bright future ahead of him. That was a fantastic
there's zero down my mind. Brawlhand has definitely made quite the statement on this stage over the course of all of actually stage 1, stage 2, and of course here in the grand finals. That performance on Mirage is exactly what you needed just to prove that he's capable when the pressure and when the games and the frags really matter. I do also want to highlight, not only have they managed to do it their way, their style, but like you mentioned, people got angry that Astralis held the top spot. They felt like it was boring Counter-Strike, right? I see Astralis as the student that's like good looking, does all the sports, got straight A's. That's Astralis. But I think Fnatic are the straight up leather jacket. They'll do it their way. They'll ask to look at your homework last minute, but they'll still do it their way.
I know what you mean.
It's
like
truly,
that.
honestly, Fnatic, they have regained and recreated the bad boy of Counter-Strike. It's coming back. It's a name to remember, and it's a name that doing it their way hurts. Mousesports losing that one out, a double knife kill in the 5th map, and all of that good stuff.
I love the knife kill as well.
The pistol round in the second half.
Double nading.
With the nades and the
that was one of the
Crims
craziest
and the
rounds
smoke.
ever. If we get to talk to him in an interview afterwards, we need to know, was there some sort of different idea there? The grenades were supposed to have a lineup to them. What was going? He ran in blind, smoke was down, a couple of HEs there, enough to kill the diffuser.
I mean, there were so many plays it can sometimes be hard to quantify, but fortunately the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays is a good place to start.
Oh, it is.
It's a good place to look and find exactly which frags caught our eye the most. Now, I don't know exactly which ones have been selected, but you guys are going to go and discover along with me.
I guess we'll see what comes up, and it's going to be Boxic to show us what he's made of here on Overpass. You can see the scoreline not that forgiving, Chad, but he certainly kept fighting tooth and nail to the very end.
Yeah, and we were saying that this was quite important going forward there. Woxic picking up a big 1-on-3, potentially going to help out his confidence. Now, maybe not the series he would have dreamed on there, and especially reflecting on that last map, but a good clutch nonetheless.
Yeah, and there's more where that came from as well. Another candidate, this time Carrigan from the Mousesports, a 4K. He was, to be fair, just walking into the A site and dominating.
So that's 2 Mousesports players so far. I'm wondering if the Fnatic boys will start to turn up. Carrigan did have an influential series there, and unfortunately, Chad, we did say it a few times, if he's the one near the top of the scoreboard, that's actually not good news in a best-of-5 grand final. You want him middle of the table, sure, having impact. You want your stars to shine brightly. We didn't really see that in the 5th map.
Unless you're winning 16-1.
Unless you're doing the 16-1. That's a good point.
Yeah, okay, fine. But there was also Flusher. Keep your eyes on him. We get to see his action on Dust 2. He managed to collect an ace, and this wasn't even the only ace he managed to pick up during this series. Nice, clean ace at a crucial moment of the game that continued to close the gap of Dust 2. Now, Flusher, he has had his fair share of frags, some with weapons, and some with, well, okay, you could call them a weapon. I would call them something you cut your dinner with, but knives did come out again, and Flusher, I think that's our final submission.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
And it's a crowd pleaser as well, to be fair here. He catches 2 of them in the night with the back turned, and it's going to be $3,000 farmed there.
That's the winner.
That's the winner.
That's
It's got to be, right?
It should be the winner.
It's got to be. It's too much. It's too much to handle. A lot of fun. And the 5th map as well. You don't see many players going for that. It's maybe the 1 knife kill with the double. Oh, I love it.
It's too good. It's too good to be true, and you can see over there. you can go cast your votes over at Twitter. ESLCS is where you do it. Nice and easy, and we'll be checking in with them very soon. So go ahead and quickly check in and let us know which one you think was the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play.
I'm a little bit concerned that I came in early this morning. I printed out all the masks of both teams. I had them ready for us to run out there and do the trophy.
Yeah. You have the jerseys ready?
Yeah, and I got called off last minute.
Honestly, I will kind of be very remiss if I go my entire life without experiencing an esports trophy moment.
Have they got to kill out the confetti now and do it again?
Well, Alex, hold up. Alex, take your headset off, put it down. I'm derailing the situation.
Here we go.
Run out there, and Henry and I will cast you lifting the trophy. Yeah, go. And it's the last round here. Machine, he's left in a 1-on-5 situation. They all line up. The AWP. Henry, I've never seen anything like it.
It's Machine doing it once again. It's 1-on-2 situation. He nails it. The trophy is his. We lift it up, and he takes the gold medal along with the trophy. Unbelievable scenes here. And that's goodbye from Machine, hopefully for the rest of the evening.
Now, we've messed up because he's the guy who talks to the producer.
Yes, we don't know what's happening right now.
And we just kicked him out of the studio.
Yeah.
So hopefully he can come back, bring the trophy with him.
I think he assumes that's him done now.
Okay. Well,
you and I could do an interview.
As he comes, let's get the interview going. He's coming back now. He can bring the trophy and we can. Oh dear, I know who we've got for the interview, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to kick this one up. Alex is coming back. He's whacking that headset on. Lifted the trophy for the youngster himself. Here we go. Alex is back. Now Brolin's with us. I don't know if you saw that.
Hey, Brolin, I've got your trophy for you, man. I'll get it in the mail.
Yeah, I gave it to me.
Yeah, I think. Do you get to keep this one? Do you take it in turns? Who gets to keep the trophies?
I don't know, actually. I think the office in Fnatic will keep that one.
I think you should deserve it, my friend. You put in one hell of a shift there in that final map. The last couple of rounds as well, managing to get close to 30 kills there. How does it feel right now? As someone who's younger you and as someone who's maybe on their rookie year as well, to have this sort of level of performance in a grand final, pick up the trophy. Can you explain how it feels right now?
It feels very good. After that revenge from Medanza, it was smart. I think it means a lot for us. I'm very proud of the team after the slow start in stage 1. So yeah, it feels amazing at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the mindset, I imagine, when you're in a best-of-5 final, you're heading into the 4th map. You've just seen this team push Na'Vi, Astralis, all of them on Nuke. And Golden said to us, he said, yeah, I think our Nuke, what was his exact wording?
Our Nuke is the bomb.
Our Nuke is the bomb. Did you start to feel that your Nuke is the bomb after a 16-1 in a grand final?
I mean, we kind of threw vertigo, if I say so. So we said after that little break that we know that we should have won it. So we just keep the grinding and we just talk to the team, and then we just come back into the 4th map, and yeah, it went very well, actually.
We had some of the craziest rounds I've casted in a long time here, Brolan. Can you talk us through the pistol on Mirage there? You had the double HE setup there. Was it always designed for the post-plant scenario? Were you trying to aim those for a CT spawn player, or was it always for someone trying to defuse the bomb?
I mean, it depends. It's usually Golden and the Flushy who is buying it. I just random pick it up, but they usually need where they are, and we didn't see anyone on A site, so we said, well, yeah, we're gonna need the plant here. So yeah, we just went up slope and dominated him.
Bro, were you scared picking with the nade from that angle? Because we're watching that. It was chaos. I was like, they're running out dry with nades in their hands against CT's retaking.
Yeah.
It's freaky.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We said we did not have that good positions, so we said that we need to do this, and I think they will come into the flank in mid. So I think the only option was to nade the plant, and it went good. So yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, Brolan. I'm sure you guys have got a nice team talk, a debrief after that one. But you are a champion of ESL Pro League Season 11, and no one can take that from you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, Brolan, just one of the 5 that lifted that trophy. Actually, well, one of the 6.
Yeah, you're part of that team.
Technically, I lifted the trophy before Fnatic.
I'm just
saying. How did it feel?
It's heavy. Heavier than I anticipated. I thought it would be...
You didn't break it, though,
It's surprising, no, because as soon as I sent him out there, Henry, I was like, hold up a second. Did I realize who I just sent to touch the trophy?
Okay, I see what you're doing there. The world's clumsiest esports veteran right here, ladies and gentlemen. But it is safe. I consider it safe. And the results are in from your Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. Let's have a quick look at what they are. We had 4 options for you. First up was Woxic with a 4K and a cheeky 1v3 as part of it. This was actually probably what second in my mind. I really thought this was a very high impactful clutch. He didn't quite convert the overpass.
He definitely did not, but still Carrigan was showing us he's still got it, and he was performing out of his mind today. And Dust 2 especially, Carrigan looked fantastic. We saw multiple moments like this from him. This was just one of the few as we move on to Flusher now, Chad. He had his moments as well.
Well, he's going to win either way, isn't he? Because this round right here was a fantastic ace, another one that's in vain, or you're going to see the better Flusher kills coming up next. And he didn't even need to shoot any bullets here as he finishes off that ace on Dust 2. Here's the knives. Now, look at the scoreline, 6-5. Things are pretty dicey still at this stage, but Flusher, no troubles. No, he walked all the way from underpass there just to get those kills.
And he managed to get a load of money, get everyone hyped up, everyone excited. I feel like that's my winner. The votes have already been counted now, so I'm allowed to say that, I think.
You are
Alex,
allowed.
You can reveal the winners now.
Oh, what an honor. Thank you, Henry. The results are in, and Flusher's double knife does take it. What? I didn't see that one coming. Yes, Fnatic, they told us they're entertainers, and it seems that your votes, oh, I love this. You get it in slow motion, so you get to see it one more time at a crucial juncture of the game. He gets an extra 3K and makes sure that Voxic and Robs, I will highlight, by the way, Voxic probably one of the most emotionally driven players we've met. If he's getting stabbed in a grand final, he's probably not going to be too happy about it.
I think Flusher's name, we need to rename him to something to do with the Money Man.
Yeah, or Tilter.
Think about what he was doing on Nuke as well. On that Nuke game, there was a 16-1 scoreline. He used the MP9 for the lion's share of that first half and obliterated
on
them.
Vertigo as well.
Vertigo too.
Same thing at B-side. He was taking one-on-one duels against AKs and winning the majority of the time. That was nuts.
Yeah, good
I forgot
stuff.
Vertigo was even a thing. It was such a long series, but still, he was going mad.
And I just want to reflect, they won that first major in December of 2013. So we're going back quite a few years.
So season 1, season 2, and season 11 champions. Fnatic. Yeah, it's a pretty damn good turnaround. They continue to flex, and the core 3 demonstrate that they have not run out of steam. You can see this is it. This is essentially the entirety of what you've witnessed over this month of Counter-Strike. It's been such a journey, a holiday with us and you and everyone else. It's been a journey of sorts. And what's jumping off the page to me is that Fnatic, they started in a stacked group. We had the Curveballs, Complexity North, Na'Vi, all within their group, but they sailed on through. A play-in, no issues versus NIP, who actually dominated them in their overpass in their opening stages. And then, by dominating so much in the stage 2 groups, skipping the entire semi-final, and Mouse Sports, though they could beat Astralis, Fnatic were too much. That's the storyline of ESL Pro League Season 11.
What a story it was.
Yeah,
a role reversal there in the grand final. Fnatic showing up in spades in the 5th map.
Yeah.
A beautiful 5th map as well. Very competitive. No 61s there. Always delivers.
Yeah.
Mirage, very good stuff. Very entertaining. But congratulations, Fnatic. Commiserations, Mouse Sports. Put up a good showing in the end. Wasn't quite enough. Need a few more stars to shine brightly there.
They certainly did. And the star that shone brightest is, of course, your CS Money MVP. We asked you guys to cast your votes. There were 4 names up for contention. Of the Fnatic side, we had Brawlin and we had JW. It seems like you guys went for Rops, caking it from the Mouse Sports camp. He did put in quite the shift over the course of the entirety of Pro League.
Yeah, his rifle, especially his AK-47, in the last 6 months or so, has been world-class. It's been right up there at the very best. Towards the tail end of 2019, really started to notice him finding that world-class form once again, and he has carried it through to 2020. He's looked fantastic. Didn't quite see in the last couple of maps there, but still, Robs, for me, that's a fair shout.
He was the only player on his team to go positive over all 5 maps right there, and when you throw that 16-1 drubbing in, everyone's stats are going to be tanked quite down. So for him to be plus 18 after 5 maps of Counter-Strike, a long day in the office, he's going to be pretty upset that they didn't get the victory, but his performance throughout has been great.
Yeah, so he's definitely up for contention. However, the way CS Money want to do this is they put one MVP versus the other. So you'll be casting your vote now for the second grand final. There'll be candidates provided by Trace, Harry, and Hugo, because there's a whole other best of 5 coming up. We're chopping and changing the crew. You got Stunner in my spot, and over there, Harry and Hugo going to be giving you all of that casting goodness. We get to see Liquid versus Evil Geniuses, and it's just around the corner. Grab your water, grab your snacks. They'll see you in 5.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
It's 2 boxes to get by Nico. Diamond's a god! Go to Blades on the ramp though. He knows he's there.
I make a hit I can't miss. Damn it.
You home? Can't you come over?
Ayy, I know my way to the paper. All of my women look tailored. It costs a few thousand, it's tailored. Can't drop a dime to save a wall. I'm in the room with the bosses. All of our pockets look gorgeous, ayy. You'll see the boys in the Forbes, ayy. Constantly plotting, we want this, ayy. I need my bag and clips extended, ayy. Blast you haters to fragments, ayy. Got no time for the cameras, cause I might just pull the extension, ayy. Young, back to the basics. Get in that bag on occasion. She top it until she get brainless, hey. Damn it, I love to be famous. Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack it, so what am I capping for? Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
Ayy, I got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing else to prove. I see they all tryna shoot. Ashamed though, cause I'm bulletproof. Can't touch me, I'm up on the roof. I'm catching bodies, hiding all the proof. I make them disappear like poof. Just like that, you're gone for good. Little baby say she want the wood. Man, I'm so misunderstood. Done playing games when you want the goods. Really did start from the bottom. Those moments can't be forgotten. And they been trying to see how I got it. Just know it ain't the least I bought it. I bought it.
Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack it, so what am I capping for? Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Hey, way too fast. I got the goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. Yeah. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gather around yonder right here for this matchup of the Evil Geniuses taking on Team Liquid once again, but this time, things are significantly different as we look at our grand final. Welcome to the conclusion of the ESL Pro League Season 11. My name is Trace, and alongside of me will be some awesome lads in that of Harry and Hugo, and they are ready to get into this best-of-5 grand final. Liquid EG, Liquid has a map up in this series, and currently, Liquid also hold the numbers advantage when we think about just how many times we've seen these teams go toe-to-toe. Harry and Hugo are going to help me summarize and really get us into the game here. So where do we want to begin?
Yeah, man. I mean, there's so many places we can begin, right? This is the third time we've had these two teams match up. Liquid, they've won it every single time thus far. And from what we could tell, it was only getting more and more dominant. Coming into this grand final, they've got themselves a one-map advantage. I think the real storyline we're looking at here is if EG are able to somehow come back into this final, you know, take us the distance, get it done, I think it would be a real, you know, like memorable one, just for how much his team has improved and perhaps how much of an impact Zeus has had in being added to this roster.
Now, there's also an entirely other component to this, which we will get into. We're going to go a little bit deeper down that rabbit hole. But for the time being, I want to tell you about our CS.Money MVP that will be awarded at the end of the day. Now, we've identified some players that we have really looked at as MVPs, as stars. Elige is going to be one of them. He is certainly not the only one, but someone that is helping carry the torch over on the Liquid side. We continue to look at his play time and time again, and he continues to be a game changer, a playmaker within the Liquid squad. But he's not the only one over there in the Liquid camp that's really making things happen. We do have that of Naf, nasty guy. But ultimately, this is a guy who finds himself really ratatouing it up across maps, huh, Harry?
Yeah, he's pulling at their hair. I know that was meant for Harry. I just want to steal it away. These are the top 2 players of the Pro League so far over in North America. If you look at just racing alone, these are the guys that you want to be looking to. And they've really been stepping up. Naf, more than comfortable online, and that's been proven since day one. And Elige bailing Liquid out of situations where they do have trouble. When we've seen Liquid take into overtime, take into 3-map series, it's Elige coming out with 90 kills in 3 maps and really just storming the fort.
Yes, Naf, but you know, we have to continue on. We have to go a little bit further here, Harry. And I know you know a thing or two about Breeze. Is he going to be upset that the Krieg's nerfed?
Yeah, I mean, he might, but I tell you what, man, like, Breezy's been such a treat to watch in the server. He's been doing the damage with a bit of everything. We saw him kickstart onto our screens. It felt like with a bit of secondary AWPing on this team, and he looked phenomenal with that, and he was just able to keep this face up, this big performance. Now, we talk about AWPs, and when you talk about AWPs in EG, you can't not talk about Cirque. He is the wild card in this team, in my eyes. He is the guy who has delivered some awe-inspiring performances in the server, and has very much kept EG afloat in this one alongside Breezy. I think it's really been these two driving it home for EG.
Yes, and you can head over and vote for your MVP over there for CS.Money, or buy CS.Money rather, over at ESLCS Twitter. So that's at ESLCS. It's a pretty easy one. We've been saying it day in and day out. And this is where you would go to vote on a multitude of things. But this time it's going to be that MVP brought to you by CS Money. They get a pretty sweet care package, if you do say so myself.
Yeah, $10,000 in skins. You can't really say no to that one. That's $10,000 in skins.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is. That's a lot of skins, and a lot of you are probably salivating over that. But what you should be salivating over, what you should be getting your appetite ready for, is this grand final that we have on our hands right now. Speaking of which, that's Liquid versus EG. We've seen these teams go back and forth time and time again, but now we get them in the confines of a best-of-5 final. Now, Liquid start this series with a 1-map advantage, which is something very crucial to note as we start to talk about things like maps and just the conditions at which it takes Liquid to win this, or EG to come back.
Yeah, of course. That's really great for Liquid, because now it means, you know, we're in a world where Liquid could be one of the first teams to 2-0 a best-of-5 final. You know, that's not an easy feat, of course, but, you know, being up a map due to coming from that upper bracket, that's where they initially defeated EG, knocked them down to lower bracket. We saw, you know, the second game between these two teams, and this will be the third and final one, the finale, the answer as to who is the best in North America. Right now, it's looking like Liquid. They're keeping up their appearances from the last couple of years, but EG, you know, they have made these series competitive. Yes, okay, last time, maybe not so much. They did get 2-0'd, but when we saw them take on each other in the group stage, that was a 3-map, but that was a 16-14 and 16-13, and I'm sure you guys remember that double overtime on Inferno.
Oh, yeah, of course. And yeah, when you do go back and look at it, you're just seeing that 1-map blip right there. And across BO3s, that is not a whole lot when you've lost the BO3 anyway. So Liquid certainly heavy-handedly running the show between these two teams currently.
Yeah, and I tell you what, like in NA and in EU, right? Like early on in the Pro League, everyone was looking at this, through like the standard scope of, oh, it's online. And we had a lot of upsets early on. But the best teams have risen to the top in either region, right? You think about EU, we just had Fnatic Mouse Sports. That's the rematch from Pro League Finals last year. Here in NA, we've got the two best North American teams about to go down head-to-head. Everything has kind of come together exactly as should have done. And Liquid are trying to show that they are still this dominant powerhouse in NA. EG, they're trying to make a case for themselves.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we talk about EG, we look at this team, and Harry, Hugo, I'm gonna let y'all finish, but we all know that Furia could have made it to this grand final, but they didn't.
No, and they didn't. That's what matters most, right? EG do shut them out of the door. That was a team that looked like they were improving, leaps and bounds every single matchup. They even beat Liquid in that opening day, and they were one of the only teams to do it alongside Swole Patrol, funnily enough. So, yeah, EG were able to take down Furia. Both times they played them, of course, guaranteeing them this grand final spot, but they are still down by a map trace. They've got to work even harder if they want to take this win here. And Harry, you mentioned last season of Pro League Finals. Well, last season of Pro League Finals, we saw both these teams, EG and Liquid, fall out in that 5th and 6th space, losing the quarterfinals to, oh wait, who was it? Mouse Sports and Fnatic, the two finalist teams, and again, the finalist teams in the EU this season. So many storylines to talk about, so many repeating factors to follow, and I can't wait to see where this one's going to go.
Yeah, and I think for EG, another interesting thing to talk about, something that we touched upon a little bit already, is obviously they've got Zeus now in the crew, right? And they've got a sick man in the form of him as a coach. He's been chiming in. We learned that yesterday, just helping Stan with the calls. And he proved to be pretty instrumental because if you remember, in that Furia game, Liquid were what? 14-8 up, and they almost ended up throwing that second map away. They narrowly closed it out 16-14. And I feel like in amongst all of that, Zeus would have been instrumental during the tactical timeouts called in by the EG side. So, looking at this matchup, it's very, very interesting. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of moving pieces. And I mean, really, I feel like this could go anywhere at this point in time.
It really could. And, Hugo, we're going to look a little bit further into this. We're going to start to take a quicker picture of how the path is that this team got here. EG showing some, at least pose, some poise and some prominence. But do they have what it takes? They've gotten this far. Do they have what it takes to beat Liquid eventually?
Yeah, I mean, you can't count them out, right? They're in the grand final for a reason. They're the second best team in this region. And yeah, you can't count them out. But that being said, map advantage really does hold a lot of weight, especially considering Liquid have consistently been winning these head-to-head series. Of course, I think we might have Dust 2 come through in this veto. It makes sense. It's one that Liquid have leaned towards a lot this tournament. And while they feel like it's fine for them in interviews, we've even had them struggle. We've had them lose that map. They bottled a 14-8 lead on Dust 2 to EG the other day. So we know that EG can take these maps away, and that could certainly level the playing field. Another factor to talk about, Harry, you mentioned Zeus. Well, he's been around the guys in Liquid. He's been in a roster back with Nitro, Liege, Naf, and Taka, right? That's 4 of the 5 current players. So there's definitely going to be some history there for Zeus. There's definitely going to be things that he can take away and give to the side of EG.
Well, let's flash it back a little bit here to that Dust 2 game. You want to talk a little bit about Hugo? Well, guess what? I got it loaded up for you right here.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah, thanks. Put it together myself.
Yeah, that was a stomp for Liquid initially. I mean, you can see the scoreline as we go through the highlight package, right? It looked like a Liquid game. They're really comfortable on their map pick. It's one that they've tended to pick despite, bad performances if you look at least statistics and head-to-heads, getting swept here in the Pro League by some teams. But, they had a huge lead. They bottle it. EG pull it back. It still goes to a best-of-3 series that ends the way of Liquid. But, just to show EG can make this competitive. It's not a one-man army.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like, because we have already seen these teams play twice, and it has been Liquid winning those series. While that's a good point in and of itself, I think it's important to realize that every one of those series was down to the wire, right? Like Nuke has just been a gradual improvement from EG, right? First time they faced Liquid, it was 16-13. Second time they faced Liquid, it was 16-14. It's getting closer and closer. And same kind of story with Dust 2, right? They've always been these full 30-round games. So in EG's mind, it's always been the case, and we even, kind of heard this firsthand, that they've gotten close, but they haven't been able to get it over the line. And you can't keep saying that. So eventually they have to turn it around, and they're hoping they can do it here in the grand finals when it matters most.
Yes, and what's going to matter certainly in this affair is going to be the map vetoes. Again, this is best of 5. Liquid have a 1-map advantage. So we need to start at least discussing, looking at, and maybe taking a gander as to what our maps are going to be. Again, possibly 4 maps played today. It's not going to be 5, possibly 4. And that would really mean that EG pushed it to the brink here. Or if you're Liquid, you just pick up 2, you call it a day, you go cash or check, and you're on your way.
Yeah, that'd be nice, of course. You know, I can imagine we're going to get the same 2 picks coming through of Dust 2 and Nuke that have been the same picks for both these teams across both times they've played. Now, obviously, you know, it is going to come through with ban each and then 4 picks just to follow. So, you know, it could go either way, really. Liquid, if they have a dark horse, if they have something that they've been working on behind the scenes in all of this off time, all of this time at home, maybe they'll pull it out in the grand final. It's a perfect time to do so. What else have you got going on?
Yeah, pulling it out in the grand final. That's just about the best thing that you could possibly do. I'm going to go ahead and start to pull out these videos right now. We're going to see the band train of Train.
Yeah, and Overpass going as well. Same vetoes as we assumed coming into this one. I can imagine Liquid pick Dust and EG pick Nuke.
Yeah, and I imagine there's going to be an Inferno left floating around in there. That's usually been like one that they've been pretty keen to just leave in. Usually it's a 3rd place decider though, so it's going to be interesting to see if that comes in at the very, very end. Obviously, the final map would just be the one that gets defaulted. The one that would be left over is just left to Liquid as their advantage in this series.
It does really change the strategic aspect of picking these maps. Dust 2 is going to be first picked by Liquid.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we expect, right? That's been their go-to in this series versus EG and a lot just in the Pro League in general.
I wonder where Vertigo's coming through in this series, right? Oh, EG goes straight for it because that's a risk, right? Like they looked really good on it yesterday. They took down Furia, who had an incredible game versus MIBR, especially on that CT side. But we know Liquid, ever since Vertigo got added to the map pool, they've been playing it. They've been all over that map. So EG, yeah, I like the risk, but will it be a reward? I don't know.
One of the things I kind of like about this, the decision to not pick Nuke, is obviously with no more bans left, this is kind of, you know, like normally it's been EG's pick, but Liquid are the ones to pick up the map. And so I like the decision from EG to just float it because it's forced Liquid to now pick Nuke as this 3rd map in the series. Cool. And that's exciting because, as we say, this has been EG's go-to whenever they've faced Liquid. So I like the kind of, you know, you tempt Liquid to make that decision here. And now Inferno coming in as the 4th. So there we go. Those are the maps. Dust 2, Vertigo, Nuke, and Inferno. Vertigo being the new addition to this series, the one that we haven't seen these teams play on yet.
Yeah, I'm glad we have no Mirage as well. Like, it's a middle ground map. It's one that we've seen maybe far too much over the NA side of things. So I'm happy to stray away from it.
I'm pretty sure the whole world's excited about that. Not as excited that we didn't get Anubis in here. No, I'm kidding. That's
save it for later.
Very well, you know, on the cards at the rate things are going. We're going to be taking a look here between these 2 teams, at least they're head-to-head. You've got EG Liquid. We've got our maps, Dust 2, Vertigo, Nuke, Inferno. Not going to be a 5th in this best of 5, as Harry said, as Hugo said, as I've said before. That's because Liquid coming here with a 1-map advantage, needing only to win 2 maps to win the whole enchilada. And speaking of the enchilada, the Pro League, well, that's a pretty sweet prize to take home.
Yeah, no one wants to go out in second when there's 90K on the line for first place here over in North America. Second is 45, so still a bit of chump change, but yeah, I mean, who wants half?
Now, chump change, 45K chump change.
That's Hugo
Byron. Hugo Byron guarantee right there. Let's begin to, I guess, take a look at how you guys are going to approach this. Like, who are you going to be going for? It's obviously hard to say that, you know, EG are going to come out and, you know, trounce that of Liquid, but who do you have?
I mean, it's a safe one, right? I'm just going to pick Liquid. They got the map advantage. They've won back-to-back games. You know, they're looking really, really good. So I feel like it's hard to go the way of EG.
Yeah, and then we're going to have to keep our eyes on that. For the meantime, don't jump the gun. We're going to be jumping into a pro tip brought to you by a former Future Pro.
Hey, Future Pros. Back with a more complex pro tip today, which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute, you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke, you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit.
And you can count on that being a pivotal part of the action here on Dust 2 as we look towards that first map of the series. Long control, always present, always something to be a bane of existence. But speaking of existing, now is the time to really live the moment. I want to know who you've got. Hugo, you started to break the ice there, but really, who do you have?
Liquid. I'm staying with it, Trace. You can't. I know you want me to flip-flop. I'm not. I'm staying. We've got Liquid all the way here.
Do we?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go down the Liquid route as well, right? These guys have been looking good. They've been building. They've been looking better and better as Pro League has gone on. They've got a 1-map advantage. I think I'm finding it hard to look at EG I think they've got the talent, they've got the potential, but I think being a map down is the thing that makes them have a real hard time here in this grand final.
And I think you're onto something there. I think about, when it comes to my pick, there's the evil geniuses. But moreover, more importantly, I've got Team Liquid in this one alongside of these guys, alongside of the same sort of notions that they have what it takes. They have that already a map advantage. You got to think that's some weight stress relief, if you will. And moreover, so I've got to go Liquid. I wonder who Rushley has, though, if I really had to think about his prediction. Imagine that, the evil geniuses. And speaking of predictions, there's a guy here that has his own predictions, Mr. OJ Borge in my studio. Hot damn, OJ.
Yeah,
hello,
baby.
my friend.
How are you?
Hey, man, it's been a while. We miss you. We love you. Glad to have you on the show.
I miss your face.
Yeah, we're
Nothing
we're
else.
right here. We can see your face.
That's it.
OJ, I think it's only appropriate that we do this the right way. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Do you want my prediction of who's going to win this? Come on, say my prediction.
Not quite yet. Like, maybe, I guess you could give me your prediction. What do you got? Who do you got?
Okay. I think it's all about who can master the economy the best. So in that, it's got to be Team Liquid because they've been in those pressure situations before. Plus, they know how to play banana.
Now, I was wondering when the banana bit was going to come in there and when that started to make sense, but I see what you did there. Now, a little bit away from the grand final, OJ, what have you been doing? I imagine you're the type to get a little stir crazy.
Mate, the weird thing is, obviously, when I'm not working on esports events, my job is a radio presenter. I do a nighttime show in the UK for the BBC. Really, I found that in this time of social distancing, my life is socially distanced anyway. I still go to work and see no one. In the day, I've got 2 kids who I look after. I don't see anyone there. So basically, my life has not changed. Yes, I'm going a little bit crazy, hence why I have a ton of bananas in the house to keep me sane.
Yeah, and that does make sense. How is the show going? Does it seem like something that you're staying busy with there, OJ?
It's all right. We're trying to keep people safe and try and keep people entertained in the middle of the night. And may I say, I'm wearing this lovely shirt right now, which was suggested to me by Chad Burchill, who is my new style icon.
Okay. Now, I would ask for brands. I don't want to jump over any lines here, OJ, but I am very curious. What was it about this shirt in particular? What was it about Chad's style, even more importantly, that really got you in the go
He
there?
just looked hot in it, mate. He just looked hot in it. And when Chad looks hot, I want to look like Chad.
Yeah, I think that does make sense. I think that makes the most sense that I could have ever possibly thought of. So we got EG, we got Liquid. If you had to pick a favorite player in the server out of the 10 of them, just say one name, OJ. Any name will do.
Man, I don't like to choose anyone. Listen, I am Switzerland when it comes to this sort of stuff. I am absolutely neutral. I won't choose a name.
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty maniac sort of astounding standpoint right there. But hey, OJ, I know you've had your fair share of Toblerones around here, but I think you owe us one. So what do you got for us?
What do you want? A Toblerone?
Not a Toblerone per se, but perhaps you could maybe get us in the match for old time's sake.
Oh, you want me to do that for you? Okay, right, okay.
Please.
Now, listen, I would normally give you my full shoutiness, but I can't because I've got 2 kids asleep upstairs. Right. I really can't wake them up. So what I would like to say is, wherever you are in the world at the moment, computer games have been our savior. Counter-Strike has been our spirit animals. So I have to ask you this question. Are you ready? Oh, yes, I believe you are. So come close to the screen, come as close as you can, and I'm going to do this in my most extreme way I can possible. And I just have to say, are you ready? I'll take that as a yes.
Look at the mask and what are we doing? What's on the record? I'm just living my life while you relax. Taking the back to the
Just the pistols to play with. They needed the kill. Guardian's got to make up for it. He's tapping in, but he can't find it. Fallen's on the defuse. Fallen is on the defuse. The lineup, he's still there. It's done. He doesn't have the ammo. He doesn't have the ammo. He's on it.
square it off in a best-of-5 grand final. The ESL Pro League Season 11 has all culminated to this. And in the words of OJ Forge, where he couldn't get loud, I can. I'm going to ask you one time, are you ready?
Let's get it on. Straight into the pistol round here. EG on the T side of things, and they're going right into the B bomb site, or at least the tunnels to kick things off. Liquid on the defense. Very heavy setup towards middle. They're about to realize exactly what's going on, and they've got the flank coming in from lower.
Yeah, Naf gonna try and hold the line. Flashbang in from Nitro, and everybody's blind. Naf puts 2 on the board. Nitro ready, waiting, raring to go. Puts up one of his own, and this B-bomb site does not belong to EG. It's only Stanislaw left, and they barrel through the smoke after him. Team Liquid, they're gonna get the pistol round on the board and go 1-up here in their map pick.
Yeah, perfect start. I mean, Liquid, like you said, map advantage in this best-of-5 grand final. Dust 2, it's been good. It's been bad to Liquid. It's been everything in between, but they can't afford to drop it here today. EG, not going to be forcing things up going into the second round. It's just a standard eco. Glocks out and about. Liquid looking to make some money, keep it clean, keep them keen. And EG just holding off here with the Glocks, waiting for Liquid to make a mistake.
And EG may be using this like a bit of an existence style timeout, right, to address how they want to approach this coming round. But this is a chance for Liquid to find a clean conversion, and that's what they're going to be looking for here. They do get a couple of players down catwalk on the EG side. One of those looks to be Cirque. He's already tagged up. It is only the Glocks in this round, so you're really not expecting much from EG. Anything they can get is a bit of an achievement in and of itself. And right now, it's not looking good for that. Mid control's getting held. Cirque still has catwalk, but no one else is nearby, and this is a very, very slow round from EG. Hoping that Team Liquid over-aggress, and that's the thing. This isn't group stage anymore. This is grand final. I don't think Liquid are going to get caught pushing the issue more than they have to. They're just going to hold. They know the pressure's on EG right now.
Especially with just Glocks. I mean, it should be a clean sweep here for Liquid in the second round. EG stalling as long as they can, and of course that does often bait out utility from the CT side. Even those little details can force expense out from Liquid, burn their cash down in the long run. Right now the bomb's walking into B, but Stan goes alone and dies. That's going to be the round done, as we would expect here, with nothing to play with, nothing to play for. Naf gets a double, Elite cleans up the job, and it's Liquid going 2-0 up. Standard stuff, no losses in that round either. No bomb plant for EG, but they will be buying up moving forward. Remember, for those wondering, this is going to be played on the old patch. We do have the Krieg in full effect. We don't have the jumping Deegs, at least not yet.
Not yet, but everybody and their mama's looking forward to it. You can guarantee that. Adding a little bit of pace and a little bit of spice to the game. That Deagle already vicious, but it's apparently got a little bit more bite now. And there you have it. It's going to be that of the Evil Geniuses occupying this lower area. All 5 players from their side really taking up this B side of the map. And so far, no one wants to play along. Not from Liquid, not from EG.
Ooh. Oh dear, it's a bit of a mess. The scout tag is not enough as EG find the kills in middle. They take the advantage and they set up for the B split. Nitro, he turns around to fight Door and he gets shot in the back of the head. Stan pushing smokes in through the B site, and it's a mop up for EG. They absolutely slaughter the rotations of Liquid and get themselves on this T side. 3 kills from Ethan, and that's what we really love to see, right? This guy has been hit and miss. He's been slow starting, and you know, as we've gone into the Pro League, he started off more and more matches with high scores, and that's what you like to see. Don't want Ethan going off cold in this grand final, but he won't right now. 4-2 up on this T side, getting EG their first round.
Yeah, you look at this grand final and you obviously identify a few key players here. You know, one of them is going to be Ethan. One of them is going to be Breeze. You look over on the Liquid side, you could say, okay, well, maybe Twist shows up. Naf and Elise do what they do best, but really and truly, neither team can afford to have slow starters on their side.
Yeah, I think this entire grand final is a lot less about identifying the key players that are consistent and more looking at the ones who have been kind of hit and miss, right? I think Ethan is a good example of that. If he is able to find his footing, then this makes this EG squad that much more terrifying. And likewise, over on the side of Liquid, I would say, you know, Stewie or Twist could just as easily fit into that category, right? Where they've both had some games where they've looked incredible and then others where they've fallen off completely. And this is the time where you want everyone firing on all cylinders. And so the fact that, you know, we've already had Ethan delivering in that last round sets us up nicely for EG at the very, very least. Cat control taken here by the Evil Geniuses. Cirque and Tarek back-to-back with the bomb over here in mid alongside Stan and Breezy. And with 4 players grouped up on Catwalk, still Ethan back in the lower tunnels. There's 2 ways this can go. Ethan's either here as a lurk to keep these players at B, keep the attention there, or we see EG what they do a hell of a lot. They go ahead and throw these smokes that you would if you were executing into the site along with a CT smoke, and they try and drop a man down behind it to deal with the player in CT. Now, they know they're only up against pistols in this round. I don't think they want to take any unnecessary risks, but maybe it's not about taking risks. It's just about taking heads off. As Twists and Nitro, now the last 2 players alive, at least this danger's been mitigated nicely by EG. They were able to get control over that situation once again. There's a timing in which Ethan could get shut down, but he's, I was going to say he's ready. Well, maybe, but not quite. Nitro does find him, and now armed with an AK. If they can do any more damage in this round, they're going to be feeling very good about that. Cirque arrives, gets it back under control. 4 for him in this round. And EG going to get us all tied up at 2-2. An investment looming for Team Liquid. The AWP bought out for Stewie 2K. And so we're going to get to see him try and go head-to-head with Cirque out of the gate. Naf also purchasing up the AWP. These have been, you know, 2 of the players that we've seen donning it for Team Liquid a hell of a lot. Naf had some fantastic performances on this AWP, especially in the beginning of the Pro League. And my word, that is not the start you want if you're Team Liquid. Nitro gets caught crossing over towards middle, and there could just be a bit of a commitment here from Tarek to see how much more pressure he can get over at B. He will get shut down trying to do that, and so this is now a 4-on-4 once again. Team Liquid, they wanted to get an equalizer, and it was delivered to them.
Yeah, certainly didn't expect the AWP to be playing close tunnels there with that dribble smoke. And Liquid, they got 2 AWPs into this 5th round, and still the second one yet to be seen. This coming up from the pit, doesn't get the kill. Breezy's going to spot him first, and EG keep the advantage in this one. The advantage that was started by Ethan dropping Nitro through the doors off spawn. Long finally been taken. We've not seen much control here to start this map off, but EG are going to be shifting their way up towards the A site. Cross smokes can come down. Stewie might be in a world of hurt if he doesn't reposition. He's not getting lurked on the catwalk just yet, but if he peeks out wide, there's an AWP at the backside. He does drop Stan up close instead and falls back to play the plant. Nice shot from Stewie, doubling up with this AWP, and it's left Cirque in the hot seat.
That it has. He's going to cross. He's going to get tagged on it too. 72 HP, Stewie. Has the setup, has the lineup, has the shot even, and that puts another round on the board for Liquid. They find themselves at 3-2. Stewie 2K with 3 kills in that round, as you can see here, of our impact player in round 5. Good stuff by young Stewart, youthful Stewart 2K, young Stu. Many names this gentleman has.
The smoke criminal.
But the one that you need to know is the highest earning NA player of all time. So now, moving forward, we look and see what else he can do with this AWP in hand.
Yeah, this time Nitro safely gets to B, which is certainly a nice feeling. Gets to play this round for a change. EG won't find him with the Kriegs because, well, they don't have it. Double Galil, triple CZ is not the prettiest buy. And so this is certainly going to be a B take for Evil Geniuses. The question is, do they want to split it in through middle? They've been pretty successful in these mid plays, dropping Elige in the CT spawn and often trading their way to the site. Right now, Elige plays A, and Liquid just spot it from the doors. They are not poised too well for what could be a mid to B. And that means that players need to step up and get multi-kills, the both of them, if they want to hold this site. We know how hard that retake can be on B.
One good thing is Elige playing the crossroads with this Krieg has Stewie alongside him, and these are both devastating scoped weapons that could maybe help out with this mid to B, but they haven't been able to find anything. And EG are already up close. Naf and Nitro hold the line for a moment, but only for a moment, as the B bomb site now does belong to EG. Ethan is still lying in wait down here in mid, and he catches Twists up on the catwalk. Elige and Stewie now throwing into this 2-on-3 retake. The bomb is down for EG. It's planted for tunnels, and that's where Ethan finds himself right now. This is a very hard round for Team Liquid, and they know it. It's not one that they have much of a business going for, so they're going to back on out of the bomb site. EG, they get it done with 2 Galils and 3 CZs in this round. they're able to put a third on the board.
Yeah, that lower lurk from Ethan is excellent, right? That's the one that single-handedly wins the round, because while EG trade effectively into B, Naf and Nitro getting a killer piece, a 3-on-3 is not enough. And, you know, Liquid could have won that on the 3-on-3 retake, but Ethan lurks lower. He catches off that long rotation to Twist, and with that kill, Liquid are down a man, and with no way to get back into the site. Stan was wallbangable. He was playing with 10 health right next to the door. That's a risky position, but he won't get punished for it, and Liquid will have to forego that round. Forced by coming back in from the CT side. EG got it done with not a lot in the previous, and now Liquid have to do it right back to him. Stewie on that AWP. There should be a Krieg dropped around as well, so... no, I guess not. I thought Elite should saved it from the previous, but instead it's Twist on the FAMAS, so... Stewie blinded on the long cross shot. He's only going to get tagged down to 20. Will live to fight another day, and with that AWP, doesn't really matter with your health. You're going to be able to hit those one shots regardless, as long as you're fast. And Stewie certainly is. There's the Krieg. Elite finally found it. I wonder where that had gone, but he picks it up in the CT spawn and comes back to play with it. 3 rifles in this round for Liquid. Now a far better opportunity.
Yeah, speaking of opportunities, it's going to be Cirque posted there on the mid doors. Meanwhile, the AWP of Stu is just kind of floating around here on this A site. He's going to transition off of watching long, start to help on Catwalk. Twist turn for the anti-flash. Meanwhile, Evil Genius is still pretty back. Still pretty far back in the map, at least. Stu with a very aggressive angle now. And any second now, he's going to get that contact. I'm pretty sure they saw his shoulder, maybe. Stanislaw will be the first to peek, and that'll prove to be a fatal error. Worse than a blue screen. Tarek also makes the same error. They clean him up on Catwalk. Stu gets 2, Twist with 1, and Shiss Breeze.
And gone with the wind. He's going to have to save. There's not really a whole lot he can do here. Coming in from lower can net him some kills here. Liquid have discounted this position for the time being, but the more time that passes, the more opportunities that open, the more positions Breeze could be in, and so Liquid will start to reconsider. But the question is, when does that penny drop? Oh, it's not dropped for Breeze. He's going to back up. And good timing for him, because Elige is coming right back up the tunnel. So Breezy might have just saved his own life with this play. As long as he can hold on outside of the tunnels. Nice off angle to cover him from that position. And 10 seconds means Elige shouldn't be able to stop this.
Yeah, it's not penny dropping. It's penny pinching here for Breezy as he holds on to the Krieg. Wants to try and keep this economy in some shape over here on the T side. Now, truthfully, I think it's left him in a bit of a weird spot, right? You're in one of these situations where Breezy won't have a buy looking forward. Even Stanislaw is looking a little bit limited. And so you might feel the urge to force buy here if you're EG. You can certainly make a case for it, and they've done it. They've gone ahead and thrown some weapons into this round. AK on Ethan, Breezy with the Krieg held forward, and Cirque a little alongside it. Now, this was enough for EG to find a round just 2 ago. Will that be the case now with this full utility double AWP setup over here on the CT side? Liquid are in their element right now.
They had even less last time. Think about it, right? It was 2 Galils, 3 CZs. At least they've got an AK and a Krieg now and a 3rd rifle to play with. So this certainly makes them lean towards that mid to B play. And I think that one should be fairly obvious from Liquid, knowing the economy. They've set up for it. Nitro's got a better position to deal with mid, but that does leave Naf alone. Last time we had this mid to B split, Liquid got hung up not knowing how many players were coming from which position, and they got a kill each. That was it. Now it's a tunnels play. Now it's a fast push, and Naf is ready for it. Drops a first with the bomb, picked up. Nitro stops another, and the rest are all inside of the B site. Naf can't do anything more, and Nitro will have to pick up the pieces of this round. He's done so at least for the time being. Elige with a swing on the rotation, and Cirque alone is at least scavenged an AWP. But what can he do with it? Not a lot.
Yeah, and the idea there, obviously, from EG, they drop a lurk smoke. The response from Liquid is a Molotov in their path into the site, and then after that's already kind of taken place. It's one of those things where the mid to B smokes have dissolved and the hit will come in. So there you have it. Another round for Liquid. And a pretty sweet shot there from Nitro actually to end the round.
Yeah, it's actually fully broken EG, right? The force buy doesn't work out this time, so they're back to the Glocks and the P250s. Should be a bit of a clean one for Liquid. No reason to aggress too heavily as a CT here. And actually, it's a good timing on the back off out mid, but will timing be the problem for Naf? He looks back, he does spot it as EG get closer and closer by the second. Naf has to be very careful going out wide here, and he's just going to force the fight with a pistol. Works wonders, no armor, means a quick kill for him, and Stewie's dealing with this cat play as well. He gets a couple of kills off this AWP, and Liquid is storming on the site. Stewie's looking really, really good as well, and that's certainly something, you know, in the plus side for Liquid, going for very audacious plays with the AWP. We see him pushing cat smokes as well against some of these EG players, and he's 9-2 right now. Again, the impact player for that round.
Yeah, and you know, I think another guy to be keeping an eye on is Nitro, delivering a good performance right now, right? He finds himself third on the in the server rather, and I don't know. I always feel like whenever he's feeling it in the server, you even tell that in the decisions the team is making as a whole, right? Like, and that's not too uncommon for IGLs. As their performance is better, it feels like there's kind of less stress on them to be focusing on all the moving parts. You know, if they have full faith in everyone on their team hitting their shots and holding their positions, you have a much easier time as the IGL, and that's only going to be now reinforced with him looking good over here on the CT side.
And in the moment we look at this U.S. Air Force tactical timeout, and it's going to be taken by EG. It's not going to do a close, but you can imagine that they've looked to get things back on the road here after being down currently 6-3. Now there's a lot of questions, I imagine, or at least questions that I've received about why Liquid has one tick under their name for a map. Does anybody want to take that one?
Yeah, best of 5 final here, Trace, in the ESL Pro League. And of course, the team that came from the upper bracket was Liquid. They won that match by beating EG earlier in the tournament. And that has therefore given them a map advantage for this best of 5. They only need to go 2-0, and they can win this one nice and quickly. They can make it almost like a best of 3. But EG don't want it to be for free, and they've only got 3 to their name right now. But a man advantage and good damage off of the grenade to Elige has set EG up well in this round.
Oh, especially with Team Liquid pulling an extra rotation over here towards the A site on the back of Stewie getting dealt with, and this has left a real gap that EG can now look to exploit. Naf is all alone here at the back of B. He's got to try and stand the test of time with this AWP. Molotov goes in, but it's not for the back site. Naf gets one, but immediately shut down. Breezy deals with him on the Krieg. And for the rest of Liquid, they're already locked out of this round. There's no chance they can go for it. If Naf gets 2, maybe you're tempted, but it feels like one of these rounds where, you know, if Naf doesn't pop off, hold this site down single-handedly, it was always going to be a save. Team Liquid hold on to the AK, the Krieg, the M4, and EG put their 4th on the board.
We're seeing the typical T side of Dust 2 where you just abuse B round after round, and what that's going to do long term is it's going to make Liquid adjust their setups. They're going to have to start running, you know, even double B solo mid holds. We see Elige a lot of the time in the CT spawn. This map, he's been, you know, catering to the A site with these heavy long setups and even supporting Stewie towards Cat. So Elige, being that float player, needs to maybe consider rotating, but that's exactly what EG want, and that's the problem here for Liquid. They don't want to play into the hands of EG and then get long rushed and not have the players on that side of the map. So, yeah, right now, Breezy, you may be having fun, but it's early days. They could still have money to put into this round. But EG are at least building. 4 on this T side, it's a nice start. How much more is the question?
It's not quite time to stop just yet. Not for Liquid. As many rounds as they could possibly put up on the board would certainly help their case. Let's go for a 2-1-2 setup here with Elige finding himself in middle. Search still hanging around for the pick, but doesn't find any success.
Yeah, and there is a setup change. There's Liquid leaning right towards B coming into this round. They know that EG keep going for these mid to B plays, so will that continue to be a factor? If it is, Liquid should have the recipe to shut this one down. Elige is so good with this pre-nerf Krieg, and he's going to be ready for them to walk right out middle. A awful off angle to deal with if you're Evil Geniuses. By the time you get this far up the ramp, you're focused on the door, you're carrying a window peek, and Elige, he sits close on the scaffolding. Right now, though, it's not looking like B. EG are taking that cat control. They're going about their business, trying to feign a bit of an A play, but I have a feeling this one will end back and lower. Although, as I say that, Ethan decides to leave the tunnels and go back towards T-spawn, so EG are grouping up for this A play once again. They've got Liquid right where they want them. Double setup on the A side. The conditioning is already taking its effect, and EG are looking to win a round over on this A site.
Stewie's going to drop this Molotov onto bricks. It's going to put a little bit of a thorn in the side of Evil Geniuses. Meantime, it's the contact here from Twist towards Long.
Nice.
Gets one, looks for the second. Stewie's going to be there to help him out, and that's going to push EG off along for sure.
Yeah, now you're relying on these catwalk players, and Stanislaw will provide. At the very, very least, he's carved a path into the A bomb site. But Cirque, with the bomb, who is rotating in late from Long, gets dropped by a Liege. And now Tarek on the chopping block, trying to get control of the bomb. And he has got his hands back on it with this double kill. Now running into the bomb site. 7 seconds. I don't think he can get there in time, so they're hunting for the kills. And Liquid are just hiding away. It's all gone wrong for EG, in spite of Tarek's best efforts over in mid. A 7th round on the board for Liquid, and that is where, you know, you got to look at these players at Long. A stellar job to force this rotation, send the bomb back through mid, and everything falls apart.
That's a crucial detail, right? It's Stewie coming into support while he leans away from the catwalk, which is such a risk considering he is the only player that can watch that position. Not only does he save Twist's life by getting that kill, but that makes Cirque go, well, I don't want to walk into this double setup. I've got to go rejoin my team on catwalk. And as that happens, Liquid, they know it's an A-take. They've aggressed in through middle. Tarek, he gets his first 2 kills of the entire map right there. Great kills, but unfortunately not enough. He hunts, he chases, but Liquid hide, and they get 7 on the CT side. Fast play for Stan. He knows they're in the pit. Twist has been at every single round, and they'll deal with him. Those are those long smokes that we saw from Rush before the game. The future pros, well, the current pros are using them as well. Stan's going to get a kill through them, and somehow, some way, EG have turned this round miraculously into a 5-on-3. Liquid, you know, right now, it wouldn't even be a bad idea to just gamble, pick a site, and, you know, lock it down. And if you have the wrong site, then you just save. But unfortunately, they're kind of stuck in their position. They've not got a lot of money. Cirque definitely saw the barrel of the gun of the player on the site. And so EG have the info that Liege is here.
But they don't molly him out, so to say, but he is holding for him. Ooh. Now for sure the cover's gone. Cirque takes the shot, Liege stays alive, but good for 1. The trades are going to go in the way of EG. You're right, Liquid way out of position there. Really, for any sort of an idea of a retake was not in the plans.
And that's why the save would have been great, because now, of course, I think Liquid are going to buy anyway. They got 3 players with like 5 or 6K each, but you got 2 players on 2,400. Like, that's not a good situation. That's going to leave you with one of the forces where you have pistols, you've got CZs or Deagles in play, and that's not pretty for Liquid. So certainly worth buying here, but look at the result. An AWP, 2 M4s, and 2 pistols. You know, you got to hope that EG don't find these early pistol players and take them down. That 5-on-3 is so hard to convert as a CT, because you know EG are just going to trade their way into the site as they did. That's a great start though. Nitro dropping Tarek in no man's land, and that gun might be retrievable later on in the round.
Oh, Ethan, in the meantime, trying to make a bit of a ruckus over here at B, but he has given himself away there. Now the smoke falling, that sends him away. Still 3 players for Liquid over at this B side of the map, and Stewie being one of them with this AWP. You'll note now that numbers 3 and 1, that's Nitro and Naf, looking like they want to try and push their way into these tunnels. And this is a huge bit of information for Liquid to grab. Now they know that the tunnels are clear, and EG, usually, if you want to try and go back to B at all, you keep a man in those tunnels. So this is just a mid to B fake with the A execute. Liquid, they have the information. Naf has flanked the lower tunnels, and now EG, they know. They're like, oh damn, they're behind us. They know we're going A, so we've got to pick up the pace. We've got to get a move on. And they try and hold for these rotations. Nitro's got his hands on an AWP, but it's Naf still putting up numbers. Breezy does what he can, but you can't get past Naf, who shuts down 4 to put an 8th round on the board for Team Liquid. 8-5 in a round where they only had those saved weapons and a couple of pistols around it. Liquid are going to be very happy with the results of that one.
It's so great to see this information gathering that Liquid are going for, right? They ascertain the fact that Ethan is a lurk there in that round. They see him in the tunnels. He backs out as they smoke it off, and Liquid go, well, there's no way they're hitting B if Ethan just bailed after spotting a player in B. So they push in through that position. They get the flank, and once again, Liquid have all the information. EG know it as Naf gets a kill, like you said, from lower. And, well, what can you even do there? You're trapped inside. You know you've got a flank behind you. You know Liquid are coming in on rotate. You want to try and force a plant, but Liquid won't allow it. 8-5. The CT side is really coming together, and EG with a bit of a force. They're saving some money for the last round of the half, but they're still looking to find damage in this one. It goes both ways. Twist flashed out. The spray is good as a second flash comes in from Stewie. It's not just the flashes from Stewie, it's the utility as well. The Molotov burns out a 3rd man and puts Liquid in an unlosable round, you would think.
You would think that. But if there's anything we know about Liquid, well, perhaps it just goes without saying. Breeze going to be the last one to fall. 5 alive for Liquid. They're going to walk away with all of their weapons and some Kriegs, too, to be exact. Again, this is the pre-patch to what the current version is. So this is what we've been playing on this entire season. It was ruled by the CSPPA and ESL that we will play on this patch. And you do love that.
It makes sense, right? At the time the update came out, there were only, you know, one BO3 and one BO5 left in each region. Those are 2 matches. There's no reason completely flipping things up, you know, halfway, or not even halfway, 95% of the way through the season. We're a month in now, Trace. You may as well finish it on what these players know.
If Liquid managed to 10-5 this half, this will be the best CT scoreline they've ever put up against EG in Dust 2 in the Pro League. So, you know, you might not think they've played each other many times, but this is the 3rd time they've matched up. And thus far, the record was set at 9 rounds for Team Liquid on the back of this first half. So is history going to repeat itself? Is it going to be another 9-6? Or are Team Liquid here to take a trophy? They do deal with Cirque over in the tunnels, and Naf tries to readjust there to deal with the second man on the cross. He's just firing in, just keeping the pressure on to these B-site players. In the meantime, they try and get out through middle, and oh no! Nitro has dealt with both players there. Breezy and Ethan suddenly throwing in to a 2-on-5, and even at the realm of the B-site, it's a 2-on-3. It's overwhelming odds stacked against them, and it's too much for them to get past. Team Liquid 10-5 this first half. Storming start, moving now into their T side of play on their map pick. Can EG haul it back and split this 1-1 to kickstart the grand final, or is it going to be Liquid moving 2-0 up? Join us after a quick break to find out.
Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane, always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Let's get it. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
And so far, a stifling first half performance here from Liquid. 10-5 is the scoreline. We look at Liquid trying to switch it over to the T side. But for the time being, it's the Evil Geniuses on the back foot, down by 5 rounds. They're going to look to pick up this pistol if they want a fighting chance at this first map of this best of 5. Again, Liquid already have a 1-map advantage. The next map being Vertigo, and then Nuke after that, and we have to go all the way. It's going to be Inferno. So welcome back to the grand finals for the North American region of the ESL Pro League Season 11. We love to have you. Take it away, Harry, and you go.
Yeah, after Liquid bottled a 14-8 lead back in the group stage against EG on this map, I don't think they want to fall apart here. They're holding a 10-5 in a pistol round should and would push them over the edge, you'd like to think. Solo B set up here for EG with Tarek at the back of the site, or sorry, Stan rather with the USP. He's going to have support from Circle on that rotate, but right now Liquid are looking to go hot into the site.
Yeah, bear in mind Breezy and Ethan's position over here on the catwalk. Tarek is even holding long from Cat, so these are very, very fast rotations that can come through in toward this B bomb site. Is that going to make up for there only being one man here for EG? However, these smokes go in, the Molotovs to follow. Stanislaw trying to get himself out of danger. He's somehow still alive. There we go. The death does come swiftly to Stanislaw. Everything's going in favor of Team Liquid. Dear. Ethan's gone, and it's only Tarek left all alone. The rest of his team have fallen, and Elige with a hat trick in the pistol round puts an 11th on the board for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Elige is gunning for that MVP alongside Naf, those two top of the server right now. Even in that last round of the first half, we had Elige playing that balcony position outside of the B site. Nitro came to deal with the mid to B, and he kills both players, stealing them away from Elige. Well, no stealing these kills. Elige will find 3, pushing fast into the B site on the pistol. And Liquid, they've just kicked off the second half. Things are going to get very, very difficult for EG now, and they begin things with a force, looking to turn the tide early in this second half. Will be easier said than done. Ethan's going to clear out the tunnels, though. There's 2 players here already. Tarek is coming from upper, and so right now, EG know that Liquid are taking A. They're taking long, and that information is very clear. Tarek, 2 and 15. He's on this big flank. There's a world of opportunity for him here, but the CZ certainly not the best at range, and Nitro is holding this right now, so Liquid are aware of the possibility.
When they might make quick work of these pistols. Stan gets boosted up into the site. He's really got to make a difference now, and he might be able to. He definitely had a chance, but somehow, some way, they've dealt with him. And now for Tarek and Breezy, the rest of this round just feels like a formality, and Liquid, they're even considering hunting. They do decide, like, all right, maybe we won't. You know, we've got some bad memories of Dust 2 as well as the good ones, and they will allow these players to hold on to these weapons for the time being. I mean, even that's not really much to go off of for EG at this point in time. It's going to be 12-5 in favor of Team Liquid when this round draws to a close. No money left for EG in the follow-up, so the likelihood is that we see this go 13-5 in favor of the Liquid boys. And at which point, you know, EG, while we've seen them go on comebacks of kind of similar proportions versus Liquid throughout the Pro League thus far, this is going to be one of the most one-sided ones that they will have to attempt.
Yeah, and, you know, looking forward, right, we do obviously have Vertigo, the pick of EG, coming into this series, or the first pick at least, and, you know, that's coming up after this, but I worry for them, right? It's a cool Dark Horse idea. We know that Nuke has been really good to Liquid, despite EG picking it both times in the series when they played in the past. Liquid have won that both times in 29 and 30 rounds respectively, so close games, but still Liquid games. And, you know, with Vertigo, EG are trying to throw a spanner in the works. I wonder if that will work against them, as it could lead Liquid to just 2-0 this series. And that would be such a shame for EG.
It would be if you think about, you know, just the crawl that they had to take to get back here. They had Furia yesterday, and, well, Furia showed a little bit of heart. They showed a little bit of skill in the server, but it was no match to the Evil Geniuses yesterday. Certainly a team we're going to have our eyes on is the best team in Brazil currently. But they are not here. They are not in this grand final. And what is in this grand final is a pause. I'm waiting to get a little bit of an update here as to what in earth is going on. But in the meantime, or the meme time, rather.
If I had to hedge my bets, I feel like Stan is the reason for this pause. I saw him jittering a few rounds ago. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just throwing my shot into the dark and
pure
hoping
speculation, of course.
Pure speculation.
So everyone, let Stan know that you're really not happy about. No, obviously not.
But. Yeah.
Well, it's it's not actually your day, Harry. I wouldn't suggest you going to play the lottery or anything, because it's actually Nitro losing power. Now, let me just check on something here, but I can tell you, as another Southern man, you know, Nitro's a Southern guy. He lives in Louisiana. These things tend to happen where it's weather, thunderstorms in the afternoon that are just ravaging. So maybe we check the weather. Perhaps that's what caused it.
Trace now bringing a whole new meaning to the Weatherman segment in CSGO.
We got our green screen out back. We'll set that up.
How's it looking, Trace? How's the weather in
Meteorologist
Louisiana?
checking in now.
Now, I could have my cities wrong, but perhaps there's a tornado watch. I could be wrong. I could have the absolute wrong city here for Nitro. I'll take a look. You guys just carry on about your lives.
Nitro's certainly not hoping to get swept up in this series. That's safe to say. And Liquid, they're doing the beating right now. They are a whirlwind of death on this T side.
Yeah, you know, we've already got, I tell you what, right, we got Naf and Elige as 2 players who are looking to take home an MVP title. Now, there's only room for 1.
Yeah.
And right now, Naf is making a very good case. That's the thing. For those of you watching along at home, this isn't your average grand finals. You need to be watching this not just as spectators, but as judges of character and of performance of these guys in the server. You know, we've got 4 potential MVPs in the form of Elige, Naf, Breezy, and Cirque. You can head on over to the ESL CS Twitter to vote on that, and the winner gets themselves a skin package worth about $10,000.
When we say winner, we don't mean the player.
Money.
We don't mean the player, we mean the person who picked.
It's true. A vote is what they call those things usually.
Yeah.
And that's at ESL CS Twitter. We're going to pit those head-to-head, too, against EU and NA. It's going to be pretty sick. Can't wait for that to all go down. But, yeah, so I guess I got the city right. And if I'm reading this right, which, not a meteorologist, but it does look like there is a strong storm. There is a tornado watch even in Mr. Nick's backyard. So that is rather unfortunate for him, but these things happen all the time in the South. I'm from Alabama. He's from Louisiana. We're basically cousins.
It's a very close relationship between you two then, I'm sure.
But yeah, I mean, you know, we're cool. We speak to each other in different language, though. You guys wouldn't understand. Sorry. You wouldn't get it. Let's do this, though. I'm thinking just to kind of keep the momentum at an all-time high, just to kind of keep things where we are, we can go to a little bit of a break. We can come back, and we can probably see Liquid conclude this map. But as it stands, we're waiting on Nitro to get power back to his home. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we're going to come back with the remainder of Dust 2, BRB.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not been fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
What you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shorty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that boofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next, on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shorty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
see the world. Aren't we all insisting to be small? Set aside your subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sides, we go inside. The many is the one. You build your walls of faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insisting to be smooth? Yeah. I'm watching from Paris to Popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well, then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
You thought that I was blind, but to be honest, I don't mind. Cause I don't feel the same way I used to do. Every time I see you, I know the truth. Cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you ran away. I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can see my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah. I don't care as if, cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you ran. I know people come and go away. Sun is low, that's my time to shine again. Cause baby, every fucking time you play me,
You call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a exit, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Don, it's why you sad. I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it, you sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face.
yeah. Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, it's going down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort, yeah, your corpse getting severed, the industry dry as a desert, do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better, straight W's, that's my letter, don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy, they tryna figure out what's on our plate, infinity sideways, we already ate, skipping this basic, skipping this classes, stay out of trouble, now I can relate, nevertheless, again, I'm doing great, I just finished this thing, ain't no debate, you ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate, yeah, I take my place at the summit, I can't wait till we counting them hundreds, I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming, and some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running, but very soon I'ma run it, I demand it, man, I want it, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy.
We're going into the game. Enough foolish business, enough funny business, even at that. We're back into this grand final with Liquid and Evil Geniuses squaring off in a best of 5 with EG down one map at the very start. That means Liquid coming from the upper bracket will have that advantage. And that does mean we get back to the game after a short hiatus there from Nitro, who did run out of electricity because of a tornado. Here we go. A good setup from Naf. Finds one with ease, finds two with ease as well. And he's not going to stop there. Tarek wants to press the envelope. He's the only one left alive for the EG side. So right back from the break, we see Liquid picking up a 13th round on their way to picking up this first map. My name's Trace Saranthus. Alongside of me is Harry and Hugo. And I'm going to take a breath now.
Big fan, Trace. Keep it up. Yeah, 13-5. This is the start and the end of what could be the opening map of this best-of-5 series. Well, it might be a quick one from Liquid if they can keep it up. 13-5 right now. 3-0 on this T side after a 10-round CT half. The first, and what could be one of the last buy rounds for EG if they don't pick it up here.
We could. A little bit of a spot down middle with a Galil. Not known to be that mid-peaking weapon, but hey, in this instance, Ethan comes out with 62 HP. And it's Liquid. They find a little bit of positioning up catwalk on the back of Nitro.
It's funny you say that, but I'm pretty sure Naf was the guy we saw get the Galil kill down through mid a couple of times, as wild as that statement is. He's been pretty good at it on Dust 2. And even in this round, he's able to get away with some damage onto Ethan. Now, that hasn't really shaped up in any big way for Team Liquid. They do get mid-control in this round. They're holding onto the tunnels. They've got catwalk. They're looking pretty. They're looking good. They're set up nicely in this one. EG, with 2 players down here in CT. I'm, of course, talking about Stan and Tarek in these 2 positions. They're going to be able to float between mid and this A site, and that's going to come in handy because Liquid, they've just faked this catwalk play. Now they drop down to middle, and this is where this double CT setup could do some favors for EG, but it also could hold them back because Tarek's got to do a lot from this boost.
Dear.
He's the only guy who can help with mid, and he actually goes through the smoke. No one's watching it. Tarek's just done so much damage, and finally the kills come in. And now this double CT setup had to do a lot because there was only one man at that B side of the map as a result. Thankfully, EG have been able to keep this with a man advantage. 3v2 in the retake of this B bomb site. All 3 players down in middle. Cirque not going to move from CT. He's holding for Team Liquid to try and take this peak, and they are not doing that. Twists clears the tunnels out and does best Breezy in the head-to-head. Pressure's on now for Stan and Cirque, as this is even odds in the 2-on-2.
That util is going to be problematic, but Stan is going to be able to walk right through it. The smoke doesn't go into the door, so Stewie has to hold the line. Dinked on the first fight. He's the last man that stands, and Cirque will finish off the job. Unfortunately, oh dear, no kit. It's going to be close. I think they just about have it. Stanislaw should have the round locked in for EG. Down to the wire, but a 6th round taken. Oh,
so close.
Very close.
And if you're EG, that's the round you need to jumpstart back into this game because, as the story is told, it has not been the prettiest side for Evil Geniuses. And that's exactly the story we're going to get. So they get a good retake here. They do just narrowly get the defuse off on the bomb and put themselves up a 6th on the board. Again, welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 11 Finals, everybody. for the North American region, that is. We had the EU region before this. Saw some fanatics do some really strange stuff in the server, and, well, somehow, some way.
Yeah, I mean, getting that rematch versus Mousesport, who knocked them down in the grand final of last finals in Season 10 in Unza. Well, this time Fnatic come out top trumps. Will Liquid be able to trump the side of EG? We'll have to wait and see. Naf's on the Krieg. He's had a great game so far, and he spotted a player up in the window as well. It's a fast mid to be approach here from Liquid. They're not going to be slowing down, but the spam is good. Stan is good. He finds a kill, and Ethan holds the line, drops the bomb into B, and this is getting absolutely torn apart. Liquid are being melted on this B site, and with only one kill from Elige, nothing else is put up. EG begin the comeback.
Yeah, 7th round now on the board and starting to get a grip on this B bomb site, REG. It's not been this free real estate that Liquid were able to grab earlier on in the start of this second half. EG chaining 2 together, setting themselves up nicely to make this comeback feel doable. And it's never really felt out of the question here on the Realms of Dust 2 for EG. I mean, we've seen them attempt comebacks of this size, of this scale before. And generally speaking, it's gone pretty well for them. Now, a partial investment here for Team Liquid is you've got Elige on a Galil. The rest of the guys donning some pistols around it. Stu, even with that scout, he tried to challenge the mid peak. They get tagged on the back of it. So now Team Liquid looking to work this mid control. Twists leading the charge over towards short side. Has Elige behind him with this Galil. Cirque is set up here to try and deal with these players as they cross out onto the catwalk, but sneaking below. And Elige as well. They know something we don't. Twists is one step ahead. Cirque gets deleted. He never even sees it coming. And now the pressure's on for Tariq and for Breezy. This Krieg has got to hold the line, and Tariq can't see anything. He is so blind. Tries to get up, but Nitro shuts him down. And now Breezy, Stanislaw, and Ethan left to try and get a leash back on Team Liquid. But Stewie from beyond the grave burns out Ethan. Stanislaw with a double, and it's Naf all alone in a 1v2 that's suddenly been stripped away from Team Liquid. Stan and Breezy, they've stood tall in what was a 2-on-5, now 2v1. Can Naf do it? Armed only with the Deagle. First shot onto Stanislaw. 25 seconds left on this clock. Naf gonna play this one down to the wire. Up onto the catwalk he goes. Breezy still tucked away inside of the site, playing on the ramp. Oh, Naf saw him, but Breezy gets this shot off. An 8th round on the board for EG. It comes down to the one-on-one, but they're able to get it up there. However, investment coming back in from Liquid. Let's not forget, this was only pistols and that one Galil in play.
Honestly, such a sick round from Liquid. Twist, I love that play, ducking below the cat angle and getting behind Cirque, getting a kill, and Naf just firing off with the Deagle as well. So close to closing it. He is the top performer right now. He is one of the people we are looking to potentially take that MVP spot here for Liquid. And with performances like that, it's well and truly putting Liquid in a position to do so. But they lose the round at the end of the day. It was only an eco. Liquid made the safe decision to not fully buy when they had enough for 3 or 4 rifles. They wanted everything. They wanted the AWP, and they wanted all the util behind it. So pistol armor in the previous, and now they get everything they want. Lee's close in the mid doors, has got to be careful with that smoke spam. Tracers will reveal his position, as well as the clear audio. Ollie and mid, the EG are tucked inside of their sights. 2 towards B, a 3rd in CT. He's going to send the smoke across towards a catwalk so Liquid can safely set up outside of A.
Yeah, Liquid very wary of crossing this bricks area. And the chances are that the Cirque, the big Cirque, the big Bulgarian bulldozer, as they once call him, we'll have the drop. We'll have the first shot. Tarek's going to slide his way into the site, and that's going to leave Breeze to defend long. Liquid, very, very sneaky, sir. He's picking up the bomb. But where will they go? They've got some real estate on catwalk. They could try to run it up catwalk. Or we could see a mid to B come out late. That's only on the back of some smokes that still exist here for the side of Liquid.
Yeah, with these 2 players long, getting past this hold of Breezy, no one checks for it. Naf walks in, and now while they know he's there, Cirque is able to re-peek, and my word, in a matter of seconds, every single one of these frags has gone in favor of EG. Elige is the last man left standing, and he doesn't spot. It's ugly, it's not pretty, but it's a 9th round on the board for EG, and they're feeling good about that. It's a flawless round as well over on this CT side, and the implications of that cannot be understated enough, right? For EG, it's huge. It enables this comeback to continue, even if they sustain a round loss, and that's massive, right? You don't want to be in this position where you've started to get rounds on the board, you've got 4 in a row, but because they've been close, you lose it, you've got no money, and Liquid just run away with the game. They've now dodged that over here on this CT side. EG have set themselves up nicely, even breaking the economy of Liquid in this round. So a real shot at reaching double digits here for the EG squad.
Pop flash through long. Liquid going to go through the smoke with these pistols, but there's no one here to receive. EG set up with 3 inside of the A site is quite the commitment here as they take catwalk. With only 1 man in that position, it should be an easy fight for EG if they check it. Tarek will. He's very aware. Stewie is not going to be outplaying Tarek today. Tarek, impact player of the previous round. Nice to see him warming into this game, considering he took about 10 rounds to get his first couple of kills. Liquid, they're going to bail from long. With Cat being gone, they know that EG have not only the info, this is a long take, but also all the positioning to shut it down. And Liquid with almost no utility to stop that. Only 1 smoke on Nitro. That is going to be going towards B, where you imagine this play ends up. Ethan can spot mid, fall back into B very safely, and that bit of damage will just send him packing. So, if anything, has only reinforced this B site more for EG as Liquid set up with the pistols. Might even have to go through the molly if they don't. The rotates are going to be here in time. The spam is there. Stan's done the damage. He'll finish the job with a pistol, and 1 by 1, Liquid will fall. Dear oh dear, Stan, even in through this smoke, Tarek will finish a round. It's going to be, again, EG on this board. 5 in a row on the CT side. Tarek keeping up appearances, and having players like this warm up into the second half is only going to do EG good.
Last bullet Stan. He does it there with USP. He did it in the first half with a Galil shooting up long as a T, and then, well, gets the last kill. And again through a smoke in the first iteration, too. Either way, tactical timeout. Brought to you by the U.S. Air Force for Team Liquid. Now they're going to probably try to mull it over. Not so much mauled it over. You can't really be maulding if you're winning. I think that's how that works.
Well, I mean, they're winning, but for how long, Trace, is the question. 5 in a row for EG. The mold might be coming. It might be growing. Because right now, Liquid are slipping away. We've seen them lose a 14-8 on this map to EG in the same half. So anything is possible.
Yeah, and you know, this one might have been 13-5 at one point in time, but that feels like a very distant memory at this point, right? EG, well and truly back in the swing of things. In this round, there's even been a fast cat boost to try and get Cirque set up here with the AWP. Now, I think Elige jump spotted that and gets the information that the AWP was here. Yeah, they now look to assemble this boost to deal with it. Cirque has since moved away from the catwalk. So Team Liquid, they've kind of cleared this out from a distance, and now they might look to extend their real estate into the catwalk area. 2 players down here in CT once again. That's going to be Tarek and Stanislaw. This has been a bit of a go-to. And in this round, Tarek will complete the cross over towards the B bomb site. Team Liquid setting up in middle, but this doesn't feel like a mid to B. Not with Naf still lying in wait over towards long doors and no one keeping this tunnel's control. But just as I say that, Stewie now goes back and Naf starts to peel away from these long doors. Definitely feels like it's got the potential to be this catwalk fake into a mid to B once again from Team Liquid. It's something that was pretty successful for them in the past.
That's what EG is set up for.
They're going to have to look out for the side of Cirque's op over here on EG. Now, that's going to be A, who's trained on long right now. Currently, no real pressure there. It's just Naf, Nasty Naf himself, just holding it down. But he's going to transition, look back towards catwalk after that smoke blooms. Flash him off, and that's a good start for Liquid to get back in this round.
Oh, Cirque, he had to hit that opener rather. He only gets 1 shot off before he falls back to long. It's a retake setup for EG. They've got the kits, they've got a good amount of utility, and of course they've got 5 alive. 10 players up in the server as the bomb gets planted. The time is the biggest problem for EG. They can't afford to sneak forever. Naf's on this lurk. He's coming in late, and they've started to completely discount this position. They're not even considering the long flank at this point in the round. Cirque's going to turn back, but he doesn't spot it. Stewie with the opening kill, and it's all falling apart. Stewie with 2. There's the flank. It's not even needed. Naf just gets 1 on the AWP of Cirque, and it will be the round coming in for Liquid. They don't even take the AWP. They keep it going with the Kriegs. They are treating them well after all. 14 rounds. They break the curse of EG, most importantly, with that cat take. And Harry, like you said, that looked like a mid to B at one point for Liquid. They fall back into the cat play. EG was set up for a mid to B. Yeah. They thought exactly that was coming through. They moved a player from CT over towards that B bomb site to defend, and with 3 in the B site, they had to play retake, and that's so hard to win.
Liquid just 2 rounds from securing this first map. Don't let that fool you. The Evil Geniuses certainly have some bite in them. They're going to have a double op setup on Stan and Surf. He's going to play up close long. Now, this was a problem in the last round because Naf, the dirty man that he is, walked out real late. Sort of real late.
Yeah, and a very slow beginning here for Liquid. You know, not wanting to give away a pick early on, and this is the right read, especially considering this double AWP setup has come out over here on the CT side. It's going to be Stan donning that alongside Cirque. Now, Stan obviously playing over here towards the B-bomb site. He's going to be looking down towards mid for the time being. Team Liquid, they've got the majority of their players down here in the lower tunnels. You've got Naf holding on to long doors, and they'll leave Stewie behind to hold on to the tunnels once again. Exact same setup as the round prior here for Team Liquid. And is the game plan going to change this time? Because Stewie has once again left these lower tunnels. This time EG, they haven't got 3 players stacked over towards the B-bomb site. And so I almost wonder if this is going to be a fake for Team Liquid, or if they just commit, right? If they commit, they're running into 3 players here, and with only 25 seconds, they don't really have many options. They have to just go for these kills on A. And Cirque, trying to hold the crossroads, gets flashed off. Flashes everywhere. Breezy has been allowed to reposition over here on the ramp in the meantime, and he takes this round into his own hands. It's only Stewie left, and there's no time for him. EG, they're able to hold on to A. They keep Team Liquid at bay, and they put an 11th round up on the board. This is where, as a result of them winning that one flawless round earlier on over on the CT side and building up a bit of a bank account and then still finding success on the back of it, has really come back to help EG out in long in this game to the finish line. 11-14, 3 rounds behind Team Liquid again. And a real chance to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, they've got the money, and look at what they've done with it. Double AWP, we know how many players on EG can pick up this weapon, and Stan is going to take it for the time being. Spam down the mid doors will find nothing with these 2 Kriegs in the hand of Liquid. They have leaned away from the AWP in this T side so far. That might change once they get a taste of the action that EG are bringing to the plate. Where will they find these AWPs? That's a question. We've got one sitting at the back of B, and Stan. Cirque, of course, pivoting long and short. Right there in the previous round was EG setting up, better for the A play, right? Last time we saw Liquid go up catwalk, they were walking into a double setup. EG had 3 towards B, and Cirque was gambling on long. He only got the chance to take 1 shot before falling off into a 10-player retake. 5-on-5 alive in the post plant. This time they actually have the players on the site to deal with it. And Breezy and Cirque shut it all down. So a different setup and a new chance. Cirque, once again, is back in this position. He's got to avoid the flashbangs as Liquid set up towards a catwalk. They've yet to commit. They've gone quiet, and EG know at any point they could drop into a mid to B. So it's important to focus and just wait for the cavalry to arrive. They're going to throw Twist down below.
You would think so, but look at Tarek. Look at Tarek's spot right now. If they do try to jump off into CT, this is going to be a little bit of trouble. Oh! Unless they go towards A. Tarek's going to storm through that smoke after Twist takes down Cirque, who was the long player. That does leave just Breezy over there towards Pit, but that's a free bomb plant for Elige and company.
Yeah, the retake's on now for EG, and a lot of this hinges on Tarek and co finding something from this CT position. This is such a horrible fight to have to take as well. I mean, there's just so many angles you've got to worry about. Tarek, along with Breezy, have at least opened this up. Ethan now comes in. Naf trying to hold the line, and oh my goodness, down from the depths of mid, Team Liquid. Woo. They'll get a 15th on the board. Naf might just look to end this map with a bang. Wow. The Krieg in all its unnerved glory shuts down 3 on the cross.
Old patch, baby. That's the last time you're going to see that spray down.
And that is Naf saving the day right there for Liquid in that round. You talk about what could happen on the outset of that. They pick up the round. But moreover, we could look at just how this would go down financially after that.
Naf, man, the non-stop action he's been providing this game is unparalleled, unrivaled. And EG, they may just get thrown out of this game. That was their chance to make this a reality, but Naf is going to strip it away from them, and Twist finds Cirque right through the doors. Liquid with the advantage up against map point.
Second time now, Twist has been able to beat Cirque in the head-to-head to secure an advantage for Team Liquid. And when they're only up against the Pistols, they're feeling confident and everything more. It's Stan and Ethan, 2-on-5 to try keep the dream alive. The P250's doing damage, but it's not going to be enough. And Stanislaw, all alone, down in CT, armed with nothing more than a CZ. Surely this is undoable. They know he's here. They've got him trapped, and they shut him down. Team Liquid, they take their map pick of Dust 2, 16-11, the most dominant matchup that they've had on D2 versus EG here in the Pro League. Vertigo going to be coming up after the break. It's EG's chance to try and bounce back. Can they put a stop to Team Liquid, or are Team Liquid going to get this best of 5 done in 2? Join us after a quick break to find out.
My mind is a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your
A marvelous matchup turns out to just be a straight up marvel, that being NAF. They're doing everything that they have to do over on the Liquid side to bring this one full circle, to bring it to a reality. And right now, that is what Liquid have in front of them. A first map victory in this best of 5 where they already had a 1-map advantage. Now just 1 map away from winning this whole enchilada, from getting the big taco at the end of the day. I got Harry and Hugo here with me, and we're going to talk a little bit of counter. And in the meantime, catch you up with all the updates, which are NAF destroying people, doing what he has to do to keep Liquid in this game.
Yeah, I really feel like NAF there just stops overtime from being a reality with that one play with the Krieg in all its unnerfed glory. He just lets loose and hails bullets down over here towards the crossroads. And obviously that 3K spray down propelled Team Liquid to a win here over on Dust 2. And that's the thing, like, you might have been looking at it and thinking, oh, well, Liquid, they were pretty far ahead to begin with. Well, these kind of leads have been notoriously tricky on this map for Liquid to close out. So the fact that we have NAF standing tall, answering the call, and looking good in the server, Liquid are probably feeling great after that one, man.
And that's the numbers he ends out on with. 27 and 14. We're talking 104.9 ADR. He's not the only one on the war effort over there. You also, you have to give some commendations there to the side of Nitro, who actually did pick up all of his stuff and relocate so that he could finish playing the match. That alone, that's pretty MVP worthy, if you ask me.
Yeah, how do you keep your head in it, right? Like disconnecting your PC, unplugging everything, getting it in the car, going away, putting it all back together, and then getting right back into the match and then winning it. That's respect to Nitro, respect to Liquid. Obviously a bit of a grind right now for these guys, but they've already taken on EG twice here in the Pro League, beaten them both times, looking like a third right now, a map away, Vertigo around the corner. It's one that, of course, EG have made a mainstay, but Liquid have played it since day one.
Yeah, I think a big talking point as well is, Twist and Stewie, they've been a bit hit and miss for Liquid throughout the Pro League thus far, but both of them showed up in this map for Team Liquid. Twist especially, right? His opening duels were looking stellar there, especially in the T half. In back-to-back rounds, right at the very end, he's able to best circ to take mount advantages for Team Liquid. Stewie was looking fantastic on the AWP as well when he was picking that up. So, yeah, I think Liquid are in a great spot right now. For EG, one thing that we can look to that I think was pretty promising is that they were able to start to get back into that game after a very, very dominant first half. And I think, heading to Vertigo next, that's going to play in their favor.
Yeah, and speaking of playing in your favor is something that you can do over at ESEA, where you can get 128 ticks of pain. That's right, you can get all the tick rates, and over there on their servers. Make sure you head over there, check out the placements. I'm pretty sure that these guys did it. Do we want to go over what you guys got? Or
yeah, I mean, rank S, obviously, Trace. Nothing less.
Well, we all have something to look forward to. And for me, it's this next map of the series. Evil Geniuses, Team Liquid, still going at it right here for this best of 5 grand final for the North American regions. Boy, you better believe it. We'll BRB.
And with the little guns, it's a big
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
There's 2 boxes to get by Nico. Diamond to God! Go to hit this. On the ramp, though. He knows he's there.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back your back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I got a goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. Yeah. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash.
Welcome back to the matchup at hand, which features Liquid taking on the Evil Geniuses. Liquid picking up this first map. They already had a map advantage coming into this series, and yes, that is right. It does net them a 2-0 appearance and start to this grand final. Now, we had a grand final earlier. It featured these guys. They were doing all kind of stuff, and really and truly, went pretty well for them. So perhaps Liquid can do something of the same sorts around here. I do have, of course, with me Harry and Hugo. They are ready to get into some Counter-Strike action, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this series has already looked fantastic, right? Dust 2 was already pretty close, and I'm sure Vertigo is going to be even closer.
Yeah, and speaking of being close, we're pretty close to the source right now, the guy that has all the secrets to Peaker's advantage, and his name is Davey. We have him on the line with us, and he is ready to talk a little bit of North American Counter-Strike. Davey, my friend, what do you diagnose this as?
I mean, I'm kind of surprised, actually. I guess not necessarily, but the EG keeps letting this Dust 2 through. And maybe when they actually played for the first time back on April 3rd, EG was able to win it. But since then, the last 2 series now, Liquid has looked pretty convincing on it. I think that Liquid's T sides look really strong, and EG hasn't been great at having an answer for it.
Davey, I mean, we're jumping the gun a little bit here, but I want to hear your thoughts. We've identified some MVPs so far in the Pro League, at least on the side of Liquid. Lige and Naf have been some of the top performers. And for the guys on EG, it's been Cirque and Breezy who've been carrying the load. You know, I want to hear it from you. Who's your MVP for this season of Pro League, at least in the NA side of things? It can be either team. It can be any player. It doesn't have to be one that I listed.
Yeah, no, I'd probably go with Lige too. He's so consistent, and just the way he plays, it seems like he almost is never making any mistakes. He's very, very consistent in his style of play. He fits this Liquid style so well. He's played there for so long. Him and Nitro work so well together, and just the consistency he's produced over however many years now is insane. And I think he's played unbelievably well, and he's been a huge X factor for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, with Vertigo coming up next, both these teams having a pretty topsy-turvy time on this map throughout the Pro League thus far. I'm kind of curious to your thoughts. You know, what do you think the win conditions would be for EG, and what should we be looking out for on this Vertigo map?
Well, based on how Vertigo plays for the most part, we should be looking at the classic strats of go A or go A, and then every now and then we should see a go B come in there. So I think if we see that a lot of tactical depth coming out from EG, a little go A, a little go B, that would be their win condition, is to make sure you go to the bomb sites and plant the bomb.
Yeah, and you know, Vertigo, it's going to be that CT start for Liquid. We're almost ready to jump in this game, man. I just want to kind of ask you, first kills well in the way of Liquid. Is that going to be the you know, the thing that really gets them in the chair here?
I don't really know if it gets them in the chair. It'll get them close to the chair. Depends on if they want to sit down or not. But I think that the one thing they have on Vertigo is it's kind of hard for oppers to get dominating on CT or T side for that matter. So I think that they'll be relying on Lige to get those entries, Lige and Naf, because Naf does kind of like to lurk around. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like on this map, it's not going to be as one-sided for entries as it was in the previous.
Hey, Davey, you mind building some hype into this? You hear the beat drop? You mind building this one up a little bit?
Oh, I don't think I really. It sounds like a terrible idea. I'm going to be honest with you.
You're already there. Oh, well, all right. Well, opportunity miss. Thank you so much for your time, Davey. Check out his podcast, Peaker's Advantage. We're ready to jump into Vertigo. Liquid and EG squaring it off again. Harry, Hugo, take it away.
Yeah, pistol round already beginning. And Stewie over here towards the top of the ramp. He's trying to look for feet. This man, not a foot fetish that he's after. Instead, he's trying to get some information down here towards the bottom of ramp. Cirque gets run boosted across. No tippy toes for Stewie today, and he will move back into the bomb site. He sees them get out towards ramp and just concedes it immediately. Now, EG, you know, we heard from Davey. They've got to go A or they've got to go B. Those are his words.
Those are the options, actually.
And
more often A.
Well,
B,
in this pistol round, it looks like you might eat those words, Hugo. EG setting up down towards the B ramp. Starting to creep up now.
Ooh.
And with a Lige getting dealt with over in the window, the pressure's now on for Team Liquid. Over at the B site, Twists and Nitro will answer the call. And, not quite going to find that shot onto Ethan. In fact, they actually go down on the back of him. So now it's only Stewie left in the blink of an eye. In a 1v2, does have an Incendiary to try and divide these. Tarek's already gotten past him. And 3 kills for Tarek in the pistol, 2 for Ethan, and the pistol round on the board for EG.
And you look at that round, you say, you know what, Twist, my goodness, he had all the holding power that he needed right there. He held on for so long at the B ramp side of things, and then ultimately it just spirals out of control. He can't get away from the fights he's already engaged in, and then before you know it, it's just do in a 2v1 that loses?
Yeah,
so.
it's that flank out mid that does all the damage, right? Tarek, he starts off with 3 kills in this map, and considering the slow start back on Dust 2 for him, this is certainly the recovery that EG needed. A pistol round, a start in their favor. They weren't quite gifted that back on Dust.
Wasn't a whole lot of gifts there for EG on Dust 2, it seems.
No. Liquid were more about taking than giving. But will they take this force by round? As they put in Deagles and CZs, bit of Kev behind the rest, and heavy rifles for EG as they look to deal with Naf in middle. It's a quick kill. Well, they expect 2 players so close, though. Falling off the box is Elige, but he is going to be supported by a teammate. Only getting away with 1. Nitro drops Cirque. Elige goes back in for the fight, and he does deal a decent bit of damage, but Tarek falls out safely, keeps the creep.
And Breezy might have this whole round ready to lay to rest. Instead, he takes his eyes off of CT, all but for a moment, and that allows Stewie to swing on out and deal with him. Now, there's the flank from Ethan to keep this round under wraps. EG get their second on the board. They find this conversion with, I don't want to say minimal casualties, but, you know, not very many. 2, they at least make some money over here on the T side. And that was the force buy from Team Liquid, all bar Mr. Stewie 2K, who's looking to save some money to bring this AWP out over on the CT side. EG, they should find this 3-0 lead. There's a flashbang purchased up on Stewie, so keep your eye on like a ramp push. I'm imagining that's going to be the decision. With this flashbang, he can flash the rest of the guys into these peaks. And yeah, they're just going to hold, wait for EG to come to them. Stewie throws this flash, and then the USPs were meant to overwhelm it. But that does rely on the play coming in towards A. And as we can see, for the astute viewer at home, it's a B play right now.
Yeah, this was actually, I'm really excited by this game already, right? Because when Liquid took on Swole Patrol earlier on in the group stages, they actually lost on this map. And one of the reasons for that were Swole Patrol were really good at taking this B bomb site, getting those wall of smokes down and planting. And you know, you're more commonly going to expect these A plays. That's what Liquid set up for there. And they were too far away to even control that B bomb site. So if EG really abuse B, Liquid are going to have trouble retaking. That was the problem for them versus Swole Patrol, although some time ago, and some time to change and fix their mistakes. But right now, EG sit 3-0 up in a very comfortable position. Cirque is still on the MAC-10 into the first rifle round, but with no one on head armor and Naf on glass cannon, that MAC-10 could certainly churn up some kills.
Good. Fast towards B ramp seems to be the order of the day for EG once again. Now, at the very least, this is surely going to prompt a rotation out from Team Liquid. And it already looked to do that. Nitro is moving away. He's actually gone back to the A side of the map. And is that going to be a decision Team Liquid come to regret? Twists still ready to rise to the occasion if needed. He's got teammates in middle that could look to assist with flashbangs. For that, you're looking at Naf. Also, as that AWPSer could look to come in for a bit of a daring window peek.
Yeah, look at EG just kind of toying with Liquid at this point. They're hanging out one of the big choke points over here for the B site. Here it is. They're finally going to commit.
The rotates are in, though. Liquid have 3 players inside of the site and a 4th in middle. Twist is in the Molotov, but he's going to get a kill off before he goes down. Good damage on the second as well. This Molly stalls the push from EG as actually Nitro goes right into it. Naf is going to get a double with the AWP, a collateral as he follows up with a 3rd. The bomb dropped, and Breezy alone has to clutch it out on his own. He's got the damage, and he converts the kill. It's just Stewie left up in CT spawn. Breezy doesn't know.
Yeah, no armor, no problems for Naf as he chains together 3, but this now leaves Stewie in the hot seat. 1v1 versus Breezy on the other side. Breezy is one of the players up for that MVP slot here in the NA region. He's going to look to try and show us exactly why in this 1v1. Bomb planted. Stewie now the man on the clock, coming in through CT. Breezy trying to reposition, and the moment he looks away, Stewie swings on that peak.
One thing that you're going to see a lot from Liquid in this game that really helps them in this round. Yeah, good BM. That. Yeah, keep it up.
Don't jump off, Stewie. Do it.
No, don't take the MAC-10. No, Stewie holds this very aggressive angle down A ramp. We're going to see it a lot from short side. And what that does is if EG keeps setting up outside of B there, they have 4 players down bottom B. They think Liquid don't know, but Stewie has the entirety of the the A ramp under his control. And he goes, well, it's clear they're making noise below B. Let's throw some rotates in. Liquid have 4 players towards B if you include the man in middle. And, you know, EG walk into a heavy stack, a heavy setup. It, of course, gets close. Nitro doesn't get away with a kill. Twist gets traded after 1. There's no multi-kills from Liquid until Naf gets in with a 3-piece. And Stewie's there to shut it out at least. But, yeah, I mean, despite Liquid having 4 on B there, it still gets far too close for comfort. That being said, a round's a round. They're on the board. Not going to keep on the second AWP, though. Just 1 for Stewie. As he goes back towards his A side of things, Breezy going to look for a kill up B ramp, but he doesn't want to commit too early, knowing a window player can easily end his life while he's attracted towards a player on the site. That is Twist, waiting in the wings. He's got Nath supporting as well. That's excellently identified by Bastion, our observer for this series.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part about this Liquid team. You look at it and you see the AWP on Stu's hand, you're like, what the hell's going on here? Isn't that normally a thing that Nitro dons? No. The realities are that basically Liquid can put an AWP just about anywhere on that lineup and they'll find some success with it.
It does feel that way. Stewie's really been good with it this season, though. Like, we've seen him on it more and more than ever, really, for Liquid. So I've really enjoyed that. Very flashy on Dust. And finding the clutch that Liquid needed to get on the CT side. Will it all be in vain, though? Will it be a quick reset by EG? Well, nothing's going quickly in this round as they hold this steadfast default, stand again below B with the bomb. EG want to make a bit of a consistent effort on this site, and I kind of like it, going away from the traditional meta of just blasting a ramp with utility and manpower.
As Davey said, the typical strat of go A or go A, but sometimes go B. Here we are. It's going to be that B hit. Nice little crack in the bomb box there. Twist getting flashed, though. Unaware as Naf does the brunt of the work. Hello is right. Twist stays alive in here for a real long time. But look at this boost. I'm disgusted. The timer's already ran all the way down. Just about no time left. And Breeze all on his own. Naf having a stellar round. A very crucial performance there in that round.
It's not even fair. He's killing them without seeing them, Trace. He's burning them out with mollies from 100 to 0. You know, he stomped last map. He's already starting off in the same vein here.
But maybe that's the thing about Naf. You know, maybe he has such sloth-like characteristics that he sees life a little bit slower.
Yeah.
But in a good way. He's able to slow time down for himself.
Like how flies can react really fast, right? Because they perceive time slower. Now fly, wow, it's all come full circle.
Oh my
Forget sloths.
Yeah.
He's got like 19 eyes, and he's looking for a win for Liquid in this round.
There's one thing we know about flies, it's that they got 19 eyes. And that's the age-old saying. So 3 players up through the ramp here.
Also, fly spread disease. Keep yours closed.
Jesus. Yeah, maybe yours, Chris.
Talk about letting the flies in right here. So far, Evil Genius is just buzzing around. Can't seem to find their way into the site. Nitro's gonna get mollied off there at the sandbags, but uses smoke right away.
Oh.
This is gonna get weird.
Yeah, great utility from Liquid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, pretty big shout out to Elige there for throwing the flashbang that allows Nitro to exit. And this can have like a double-edged kind of benefit for the side of Liquid, as EG now still have to somewhat consider that sandbag's position. They're still set up over here on the ramp of 3. Cert gonna lead the charge with that peek, and he does find some damage onto Stewie. Now there's a mess of smokes down in the bomb site, and this has really cut down the angles for Team Liquid. It's gonna allow this bomb plant to come through for EG. Now they might be 3 on 5, but the HP is low on the Liquid side. Stanislaw opening up with 1, still gonna look to go toe-to-toe with the heavyweights in the bomb site. Stanislaw now starting to exit. The time on this smoke looking limited, and actually flashes himself through. Holds the line, flash out from Liquid, and they do clear out Stanislaw. Now tapping the bomb that forces the peak. Ethan's got to do it all, and he does chain together 1. But the kill comes in from Elige. 3 for him, and a 3rd on the board for Team Liquid. They'll tie this one up at 3-3. In spite of EG's best efforts. And with that victory going the way of Liquid, the money is now back down to a very awkward spot in the EG camp. Even with this bomb plant found, it might just have to be a partial investment here.
And, you know, just to keep things on the right track here, just to keep the slate clean, I'm aware that the fly, in Nafly's name, is an ode to a fallen friend. So, all respects.
Yeah.
But in this moment, it's going to be the evil geniuses who have fallen to the wayside financially. They're not swimming in cash anymore. Stewie 2K is going to ring out with that AWP, and that's a good start in this round.
Yeah, the sandbags position again doing work for Liquid in this round. EG level pegging 3-3, but might be knocked down a notch in this one. Only CZ's armor. Bit of utility, but nothing to boast about here. They will be looking to take middle. Naf with the grenade can find significant damage. A spray as well slows him down in the corner, and Stan takes a bit of a beating. He's going to walk into this orb now. It will not be getting pretty. Breezy does get an opener on A, but that doesn't force a rotation. It does force Stewie forward, though, for some reason. Naf now has to pick up the pieces of this round alongside Nitro. The spray is not there for the conversion. Breezy's still up, and he is firing on all cylinders. Third kill in the round for Breezy with a Deagle. 7 points of health, and Twist knows exactly where they both are. He's got the drop on them. Does he have the kills to follow? No! Breezy! Wow. Oh my! He's saved Evil Geniuses on a half-buy.
And this is with the pre-buff Deeg as well, right? This isn't with, admittedly, no crazy jump shots from Breezy in that round there, but he shows up massively in a round that EG had absolutely no business winning. Breezy takes down 4 with the Deagle to make this round his own. And so now a 4th on the board for EG, and no money on the Liquid side. It is a complete role reversal here. A mid-push looking to be the order of the day. Cirque could get pressured, but that's where Taric comes in. He's the fail-safe here. If Cirque misses that shot, something he doesn't do a hell of a lot, Taric is able to mop up these kills. And now Alish still floating around the mid-area. He's been spotted, not where you want to find yourself, not with Taric's Krieg on the other side. And EG now sat very comfortably in this round. 5-on-3 up, some control over towards ramp, mid-control going their way as well. This is really going to spread the already lackluster defense of Liquid thin. And so this should poise EG very, very nicely to take a 5th round and keep it clean as well.
Yeah, both these teams actually have better T-sides on this map, given the matches they played this year. 56% of the rounds the EG win are on the T-side, whereas even for Liquid, it's 58% of the rounds they win on the T-side. Of course, some of that being the Krieg, certainly, but we do have pre-nerf here in the Pro League, at least for this grand final, so things are going swimmingly for EG. A 5th round around the corner, as are Liquid, looking to try and make things costly. Twist is 4, so he might just want a full save instead of full send. That's what Stewie's doing on the A side of things, looking for kills with the Deagle. There's a player tucked into his left, and he won't get given any more opportunities. Has got to clear this corner, but who would really at this rate? Everything he fears is on his right side, except for Breezy, who comes in from the sidelines, and will keep EG in this round nice and clean. Should have the shutdown as well. Twist even looked to do damage, but he just loses the little he had, which was Armor Deeg. So now Liquid will be buying up, and Twist will have nothing. I would have actually loved to see him just save the Kev. Regardless, it's not like he can buy up much anyway. It's just going to be the same story, another pistol armor, as Liquid full buy into this round. One thing Davey talked about coming into this game was how it's difficult for Orpers to really get going and start streaking and stomping on either side of this map. That's certainly the case. Cirque had a really rough Dust 2 as well. He was 2-8 in opening duels, often dying to Twist, as you pointed out, Harry, with the rifle. And right now he's 1 kill and 5 deaths. So certainly not what you like, but the Orp finding coming out for Cirque, and we're going to get to see what he can do with it. Liquid won't have the money for it just yet. So where does Cirque go? Not taking that immediate B peak. Just holding on to it instead. Stewie aggresses towards the ramp, but that's exactly what EG want with some of these slow plays they're going for. They are, again, centered outside of B, though, so Stewie, if he times it right, he could come in on a massive flank to get behind EG as they execute. Great utility from Liquid.
Yeah, the one thing that scares me is the only player who isn't fully armed into this round is Twist. He is, as of right now, the... they go toe-to-toe on the boost. Taric comes out on top, as you would expect. Damage done by Naf there through the smoke, is able to get away with a little bit more. They know he's here on the generators, and he's generating a lot of power in this round as Naf Nitro swings on him for another, and Cirque gets cut down as well. Team Liquid They get a leash back on the Beast in that round, and they put a 4th up on the board.
And right there again is the value of these aggressive A-holds. Stewie, he does it with the AWP earlier on in the map when he won that 1v1 clutch versus Breeze, and he does it here just by taking a foothold at bottom forklift. When Liquid have that control, you see Nitro and Elige immediately begin a rotation, and they go in towards B. EG are walking into a stack setup, and to make matters worse, Stewie did come in on that flank. He timed it well, and he gets a final kill of the round. So Liquid, they are reading the situation well. If EG don't have that forklift control, they're going to continue to be dealt problems from Liquid and walk into bomb site stacks. So that needs to be a mainstay here on the T side. They need to have someone there, at least early, putting the pressure on and sending Liquid back into the site. Stewie, again, looks to force fights. But does he realize they are around this smoke? That can be often a one-way for the Ts. Luckily, no one can see through it right now, but Stewie is hanging around.
Yep. Tempting fate, almost. Ethan's going to be on the other side of the smoke, and it's dissipating. This is going to get real scary in a second for Stewie. Yep, there it is. So I think the AWP fell off the map, but we're not entirely sure. Doesn't quite matter at this junction, though. Krieg's out in full force. 5 to be exact for EG.
Are they about to boost window? I think Liquid are. And oh my goodness, they're going to catch the mid-wrap. Wow. Oh, Elige has cut it down. I could see them getting ready for the boost. And if there ever was a time to pull it in, it is there. They pulled the rug out from underneath. Oh no, Naf, they haven't seen him. He's delaying it. Oh, he's waiting. Dude. This is disgusting. So and now he executes. He buys so much time. He denies the bomb plant. And he might have just snatched this round away from EG. Wow. Naf, the hero, arises to the occasion. A 5th round on the board for Team Liquid. And just a great bit of decision-making across the board, right? Naf denying, delaying, and playing that to perfection. Elige & Co. assembling that boost with seconds to spare to cut down the mid-rotation. Those 2 guys in A for Team Liquid were screwed if those kills didn't come in because no one was watching middle. And so Team Liquid, they salvaged that round. They've tied us back up, and once more, this kind of battle for the economy continues between these 2 squads.
So back and forth. No one's streaking more than 2 or 3 rounds together. It was 3 for EG, 3 for Liquid, 2 for EG, 2 for Liquid. Will the curse be broken? Will we have EG back on the board here? They've already won an eco. It was off the back of Breezy's Deeg, and he needs to do the dirty again. Naf, though, oh, he's nasty. He's holding down the line. He's got 2, 3, 4, as the spray down is so easy. Just Stan left up. And EG made quick work of in this eco round. That's a ridiculous kill for Stan. How on earth does he Glock down Twist from such a range? But it will be a round for Liquid regardless.
How on earth is the question you might be asking yourself. Well, I'll tell you how on earth that you can win what's inside of the MSI mystery box. Here's the question that was poised for you all at the beginning of the day, and you can all participate over at ESLCS. Here is the question. When Cloud9 won ESL Pro League Season 4, who was on the roster? Now you see the options there. Head over to @ESLCS Twitter and make sure you follow the rules. We're going to be doing a little bit of a giveaway. So far, we've given away a GTX 1660. We gave away a curved monitor yesterday. Pretty sick stuff for MSI. Going over that after the series concludes. Anyway, back to the action.
Trace, you know the Cloud9 guys a bit, so...
I might know the answer to that question.
Yeah, you might. Just maybe.
I might.
Possibly. But we'll leave it up. We'll leave it up to the viewers to decide. Don't want to leak too much. Want to make them at least work for the box. The mystery, the magic. Well, there's no mystery in this round. EG are being loud and proud about their A take on this A site. Nitro's already dead, so EG may as well just commit, try and get that post plant down and cut off the retake from Liquid. If you can fall back and get players back on the ramp and short side with an open bomb, it's so good for the team. Stan always falling off the box. He's going to get tagged, but luckily does survive that engagement. The bomb gets planted, Stewie gets burnt out, and this retake, it might not be possible. It might just be a save. Tarek doesn't want to let them get away with their guns or their lives, and he will take both away from Twists.
Yeah, just 2 flashes of smoke and a 2v4. Albeit EG do find themselves a little bit low, but this bomb is going to be going off. They are going to hold on to this M4 and this Krieg on the side of Liquid. And, well, that does put us right down the middle yet again, 6-6.
Yeah, and already, I mean, this, you know, we wanted to see the second map be a hell of a lot closer, and it is very much delivering. It has just been these teams trading a couple of stints of rounds back and forth, and that's set to continue with EG now putting another up on the board. We've commented on how it's felt like a battle of the money over here for both of these squads, and that is almost set to continue. I mean, you can see, especially for the Team Liquid side of things, having to reinvest on those few players that did go down. only keeping 2 alive has made all the difference, at least in the long run. And so there's a good chance for EG, if they pick this round up, that they can run away with a bit of a lead here looking into the second half. And I feel like that's going to be needed if they want to long this grand finals out. Naf, go on, do it. Oh, he's done it!
The flash
Shuts
actually just
down.
kills Stan.
Yeah, that's so upsetting. He tries to fire based on timing, anticipating the peak coming on through, and that leads to Stan's demise. Oh my word, what a way to take the man advantage. Stewie's going to extend it further. Once again, this ramp aggression from... Oh my goodness, what is happening in this round? Naf, put the AWP away. Stop. Give them a break. It's too unfair. Oh, Breezy does at least put something in favor of EG. It was about time. As he shut down Elige over at the B-bomb site, now has to go toe-to-toe with Naf. And, well, not the guy I would want to be facing anytime soon in this round.
And look where he is. He hit the timing. He just beat Breezy into the site. There's no way they know he's at the back of the quad with the AWP. They just saw him in middle get 2 kills. So Naf, element of surprise, and he will say goodbye to Breezy. Deeg is out to clean up the round, but Tarek will stand tall for a moment at least. If they can deny the plant, that'd be great. And there's a player in the site he's not ready for. Twists, closing it out and saving the AWP for Naf. Certainly a powerful save considering how this game is going for him right now. Look at this shot. Blinded, like Harry said, timing shot, hoping someone's going to peek, but no, he just wall-bang Stan out from the ladder room.
And then this.
Bang. Headshot.
Ridiculous. Now, let's go a little bit further here on the NAF train. NAF currently sitting at 27-14 on the first map of the Series of Dust 2. And it was Liquid that picked that up 16-11. So that's something to consider by itself. Now, you look at what he's doing on this map. He's 17-8 with this AWP. The man can't be stopped.
Someone told Naf that CS Money were giving away skins in the MVP award, and he's like, mate, these are mine. Elige ain't getting his hands on them anytime soon. Obviously, they're the 2 names we're looking at for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Up for that MVP spot. Naf holding for the mid-cross once again. Does Tarek want to test the waters?
You won't.
Because they're looking choppy right now.
Don't flash it.
Oh, Naf, very patient. EG learned that the hard way when he denied that plant over at the A site just a matter of rounds ago. And so Tarek will back out of mid. We don't get to see that standoff continues. He concedes and looks to join the rest of EG down here at ramp. Stewie lining up this flashbang for Nitro. I imagine on the re-peek. I imagine he's going to peek once, get the attention, Stewie flashes, and then Nitro swings out wide.
I think Nitro made the call to Stewie that, okay, dude, I'm not watching anything. Got to be careful. Stewie is just standing there exposed to the site with a flash out. But as you can see from Nitro's position, he can't see short. EG could just walk up and take A. So Stewie has to be aware of that. So good communication from the side of Liquid as they get ready with their guns out. Grenades can follow. Nitro, most importantly, he has this nade and this Molotov. When EG go for a plant, as Liquid are hoping they do, they're going to double nade this site. Sui's actually already used his HE, but it does leave him with a Molotov regardless. And here come EG, here come the cavalry. Nitro needs to make sure he stays alive to throw this utility, and the burning has started. Ethan gets mollied out of the site by Stewie. Full HP down to none. And now the retake starts here for Liquid.
Stan going to try and force the issue, takes these fights, and Stanislaw and his CZ are deadly. They've left it in a 3-on-3. EG can't contain the massacre though, and it's all onto Cirque. He's a long way from this site. He's not going to get there in time. It's an 8th round on the board for Team Liquid. Cirque not even given a chance. Almost gets finished off at the very end. My goodness.
Yeah, it's a shame to see Cirque so silent, but EG really just haven't had the money, right? That's been the back and forth effect of this game. They're just, forcing, sometimes even winning them and getting good money there, but Liquid have been destroying in the rifle rounds, and that's left Cirque with minimal orbs on this T side. Now he has the money for it, he just sticks to the Krieg, and that's because Liquid haven't been fighting him A ramp. They haven't been giving him this pick. A nice passive A-side setup in the past for Liquid. Will they go back to peeking and prodding and getting in the face of EG? It certainly seems like it. Utility going up fast, but Stan is faster. Through the smoke, Elige is gone. That's a huge kill for EG, who want this 7th round of the half, putting something on at the end.
Yeah, having something here to show for yourself going into the next half would be all the difference maker. However, 9-6 still potentially in the cards here for Liquid. As Naf has proven, he cannot be stopped. He's hot.
Yeah, Ethan's a little too hot as well by this Molotov. Getting tagged by it. Naf's gonna bit of an exchange over towards the wallbang spot at ramp, and Stan comes out on top. And amongst that madness, Ethan pushes up and deals with the other player over here at A. So right now, this site is almost right for the taking. However, Naf is looking to to dig Team Liquid out of this hole. He's repositioned to keep an eye on the elevator room with 2 players here. They are more than ready for this peak, and Cirque will shut it down. Twists all alone, back in CT. He knows only where one man is and was not ready for Breezy so close. We are split almost right down the middle, 8-7. Team Liquid narrowly in the lead, but EG are hot on their heels. This second map in this grand final series could go anywhere. Can EG get back on top of things here to take us the distance? Join us after a quick break to find out.
There's no defense. I'll buy it if I want it. On this day, I take my place in this legacy of dust. I ricochet all in your face, and it quenches my bloodlust. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can break me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can break me. I let you try to take me I got you in my crosshairs. I hope you like the taste of pain. The only thing between me and you is a bullet with your name. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can break me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can break me. I let you try to take me
It's time for the second half of play here between Team Liquid and the Evil Geniuses. So far, this has been the NAF show. Sloths around the world clapping their hands at the slowest pace possible, but they are getting it done, and ultimately so is Team Liquid and NAF. Now, we look at this series, we see Liquid up 2 maps in this best of 5, which ultimately means they could close it out right here. But certainly Stanislaw and the Evil Geniuses have something to say about it. They do continue to fight. They do find themselves at an 8-7 scoreline there at the end of the half, picking up the last round. And I see myself right here in the studio with Harry and Hugo ready to get back into the action.
Ooh. Yeah, you see those GG bet odds, they're leaning very heavily in favor of EG. I can't
Probably
imagine
not
that they're
correct.
right.
Yeah.
So,
Doesn't sound right.
Doesn't look right. Maybe they're just the wrong way around, or maybe those are wrong entirely. We'll go ahead and get that looked at for you all. However, we're looking at NAF, but on the other side of things for EG, I think you got to give some respect on Breezy's name. He's 18-10, second in the server, but top for ADR, 139 in comparison to NAF's 123. So Breezy's been a very heavy hitter here in the first half. Is that set to continue in the pistol round? It's messy, it's sloppy, and it's a 3-on-3 because somehow, some way, Team Liquid have been able to keep this even Stevens, and now they extend it even further on the back of a Liege, getting that kill onto Stanislaw. Ethan and Breezy left a man down, 2-on-3. They don't have ramp control. They do have mid control, however, and that is courtesy of Breezy by the looks of things. Ethan gonna start to crawl back in towards short side. And Liquid, they've just gone silent.
I love this.
They're waiting. They know that EG at some point are gonna be tempted to peek this ramp, try and unlock the little treasure trove of information. Are they still there? Liquid leaving, and has Ethan caught a timing?
What?
No!
ya.
Elige quick on the trigger, and now this leaves Breezy all alone. Now, we were singing his praises. We were saying how important he's been, and if there ever was a time to show it off, it's in this pistol round in the 1v3. Breezy trying to look over the top of this smoke, but Elige delivers in spades. I don't even know how he saw Breezy.
I really hope that we can see that. Can we see that from his point of view? Because that looks like it would have been an insane shot. Now, obviously, the one where they're getting up ramp as well is pretty nuts. This one right here.
Yeah,
well, maybe not that one.
Just all of them, man. He swaps out to the USP. This is the kill on Ethan. Bang. And Elige.
Just a slither.
Anything? Can you see him?
I
can't see him, but Elige certainly can. He's got a feeling deep down below, and Liquid, they might throw EG into that exact same position. 9-7, 2 maps up in a best-of-5 final. Of course, Liquid did get granted a map advantage coming from the upper bracket. They've only played one today. That was Dust 2. Their pick, their win. EG chose Vertigo, and it might be Vertino for the CT side if Liquid can keep this one up. And boy, do they want to do that. They've got rifles in the second round of the half. EG forcing things up, playing a slow one.
Yeah, now, worst case Ontario, it's Liquid that fumble these guns around, lose them over to EG, and then we've got ourselves a spicy one.
Yeah, especially when there's a Krieg in play, right? Giving that over. Pre-nerf Krieg. If Elige gives that one to side of EG, things could get certainly worrying. But Liquid, they're playing methodical and they're playing grouped. 5 alive at the bottom of the ramp. Nitro covering the flank and Liquid moving up slowly but surely. They are walking into a full stack though, so this is going to get dangerous. It's going to get dastardly as trades are in, but the flashes are good for the CT side. Elige bailed out by Nitro. The Mac-10 not even needed here. His twist was fully flashed out with Naf. Breezy, wrong place, wrong time, and 10 for Liquid, almost guaranteed.
Yeah, he's a long way from home, at least in the server. Probably pretty close to home in reality. And Breezy not even going to get given a chance in this 1-on-4. If he can get out of it with a weapon, that's pretty good. But yeah, he's not going to go any further than this. He just hides out back at the toilets. A 10th round on the board for Team Liquid here on the map pick of EG. As Liquid look to set some records, getting a best-of-5 done in 2. If they manage to pull this off.
Yeah, what a way to win a BO5, right?
I've seen a couple of people asking why Liquid started this with a map advantage. And the reason is because in EU and NA, the group systems played out differently. In EU, right, we had 3 groups. We took the best of the best from those groups, compiled them into a second group stage where they then played again. The top one, which was Fnatic, went straight to that grand final without having to play any games. They locked in a slot. That was their reward for finishing first. Second and third place, that was Mouse Sports and Astralis. They then played for that spot in the grand final with Fnatic. Here in NA, however, we went to that second group stage. We have it all go down again, and then they got divided into an upper bracket and a lower bracket. If you won the upper bracket, you went into this grand final with a 1-map advantage.
And that was Liquid beating EG in the upper bracket, right? They knocked them down below. EG recovered by beating the best in Brazil, that being Furia, and then, you know, got a third rematch versus Liquid. Of course, this is, like we said, the 3rd game EG have played against Liquid in this week. Third BO3. Well, I say BO3. This is a BO5, but Liquid could make it a 2-0. Believe it or not. It's around the corner. It's 5 alive. It's 11-7. Liquid get rid of the eco like that. EG coming back in with guns, though. And Cirque on the AWP. That's what we've been waiting to see all game long. 4-12. He has been shut out of this game by Liquid. Same back on Dust 2. He was losing those opening battles. Was 2-8 at the end of things there. And that's so uncharacteristic of Cirque. He has been a tank in this tournament. Right now, going quiet when EG needed most.
Yeah, and us here in the studio at ESL and the folks over at CS Money decided to let you have a say in who is the MVP of the NA region. The choices are between Elige, Naf, Breezy, and Cirque. And you can head on over to the ESL CS Twitter account to vote in that poll as to who you want to take it home. I think Naf is making a very good case for himself right now in this series. Let's see if that continues. Elige, the other man who's up for debate, Kickstarting this round with a fast bit of ramp aggression. Does get a bit lost in these smokes, but he's got teammates with him to dig him out of the hole if needed. Now, EG, very heavy mid presence in this round. That's something to bear in mind. It's Cirque and Tarek here. And for a moment, it looked like they were going to try and push on up into mid. They've decided against that, however. Tarek left here alone, and he does throw a deep smoke into middle. There's always a chance he could give it a go, but he's boosted up here and probably doesn't want to give this position away. Team Liquid still with this bomb down towards ramp. They now start to disengage and fall back into what feels like is going to be a B play.
Yeah.
Twist is already set up here. Elige is now joining him with the bomb in tow. And you've even got a man who was in middle, that was Naf, actually falling back to join the rest of the gang down here towards the ramp side.
This is a good read from Liquid, rather, as EG were so heavily set up on A. 4 players in that position. So, you know, the top performer on the other side is on B, so Breezy can certainly put up a bit of a beating here on the defense, and he's calling for rotates already. There's a man here in the form of Tarek. The setup classes are good. Spray is there. Twist knows where to predict. But does he know Tarek is here as well, playing the smoke like a tank? He's going to come in from the backline. Here's a bomb pot. There's a 2-for-1 here, and he's got them both. Keep up the spray, but Naf will send him packing with a follow-up through the smoke. Naf wants to close this out in 2, and now he's got to do it in the 1-on-2. Pistol out. Cirque finds him and keeps this AWP in the hand of EG. That was a must-win round for EG in the CT side. They get their first in the second half.
Yeah, huge performance from Tarek to get that one on the board. An 8th now in for EG. And once again, similar to Dust 2, it's going to be EG trying to claw their way back into this game. Now, they weren't able to do that back on the realms of Dust. But here on CT Vertigo, their map pick, with players starting to come alive, you know, Tarek really finding his footing in this second half, there's always a chance. And only 3 rounds between them and Team Liquid. So let's see if they can get it done. Take us to Nuke. You can see the maps up in the top right, or at least you could if you were fast. You should be paying attention. Once again, this mid boost comes in. Naf is left behind to hold on to middle and deny any of this early aggression. Yeah. There is a smoke in, and that at least is going to force Naf to reposition here. He's a little bit worried perhaps about players making the run over towards the ladder. Does just go back, status throwing him off.
What?
Oh, don't know how he wins that. The flashbang looked good. He got moved out of position on the back of it, but somehow, some way, he's been able to keep this round even. And a 4-on-4 for EG is right, not necessarily where they want to be, but that was already a huge kill for Stan to get. It looked like he shouldn't have got away with it.
Massive trade from Alicia, not letting Stan, like you said, get away with it. He will get finished off, and the Molotov on the sandbags will clear out further map control for Liquid. They can feel safe on this A site for the time being. Still that double mid setup with Tarek pushed up close alongside the AWP. Tarek's going to begin his rotate back to A, and that is well timed because Liquid are about to execute here. The smokes are down. Ethan getting stuck on them, trying to move them, but you know, very little you can do at this point. They could boost up at the back of the site. Nitro, will he be ready for that fight? They're instead just sitting close behind this utility, and Spam will come through. There it is. Nitro dropping one. The bomb might get blown out of the water. Naf getting killed after he plants. Cirque with the wallbang has kept things even. Elige with the Krieg, though, we know how good he is at finding these tap positions and even spamming the wall to stop EG from pushing into this site. That smoke will cause a lot of problems for Liquid as they need to find a player around it. Defuse can come through. No one's on it just yet. Elige gives away his position. They're going to start to swing on him. They still haven't taken this defuse. Cirque's gone down. They tap him, but it's only a fake. They're going to swing off the back of it. It's Twist to clean it up. Liquid on 12. He's ready on the short side. He saves the AWP, and he saves the day for this T side. EG is at everything they had. The money is going. It's almost gone, and only a few rounds away for Liquid to lock in the grand final position. The victory, rather.
Man, that's a heartbreaking round for EG as well, right? It looked like they had a real chance to get back into the swing of things, and now, you know, the ramifications of losing that round couldn't be more evident. It's onto an eco. And, you know, if you give up 13 to Team Liquid, that's a huge lead conceded. And, you know, you've kind of had no choice in the matter. Only winning 1 round thus far over on the CT side and getting instantly reset on the back of it. Team Liquid continuing to be in pole position here and it should be about to get even sweeter unless these pistols can do the impossible. And there's a reason we call it impossible, and that's because it's not very likely to happen. Elige makes quick work of the ramp hold, and this leaves Tarek in a 1v5. Now, he's delivered us some great moments throughout the Pro League, but I'm holding my breath on this one.
Yeah, this Rage is hoping for a gun, right? Hoping Liquid give him anything, but they'll only fire bullets his way, and that'll be a quick, clean conversion for Liquid. No eco shenanigans for the evil geniuses. Money is back in, but so is a tactical pause brought by the US Air Force. As EG, they have really one opportunity left in this map and this series to keep things going. If they don't win this rifle round, they're down against 14 on a force or a low economy eco. Neither of those are pretty situations. So this rifle round is everything for EG. We talked about how those T-sides are better for both these rosters on Vertigo. Well, Liquid already went 8-7 up on the CT half. So moving into what is essentially their favored side, well, they're in a great position.
And one man who has just been missing thus far for EG has been Zerg, someone who we've said has felt like a wild card, and he can make all the difference in these games. You know, when he's popping off, if he was just delivering, I would say like the level of which we've seen from him throughout all of Pro League thus far, I think EG still have a lot of stake in this game. And so if Zerg can start to find his footing here, albeit a little bit late in this second map, there is still a chance. And he's given an opportunity here with Nitro down towards ramp. There's smokes down. Nitro, the only man ramp side right now for Team Liquid. The rest of the gang focusing on this mid control.
And Liquid haven't even taken mid, really, in this game. So now EG, they've got to deal with things they've not even, you know, seen so far in this map. Tarek gets pushed back by a set Molotov through the skylights. He's, of course, got utility of his own. That's a great molly bouncing off the back wall to keep Liquid out of this position. Of course, he doesn't know if they've crept through it. The info not there for EG. Tarek goes B. Could they be considering a boost up in the window? There's not been anyone putting pressure on the B stairs, and if that continues, it opens up a world of opportunity for EG. We saw Elige shut down a mid play with that exact boost in the first half. Of course, a man is below B in this round. It's Nitro holding on to those rotations, checking both sides of the coin. Twist is hanging around the stairs as well. So Liquid more than ready for any shenanigans that EG want to bring into this one. They are going to be looking to split this B site, though, through middle. Two players here for EG. Breezy, once again, has to show us what he's made of.
Oh, Stanislaw looking like he might even start to cheat his way over towards this B site now as well and abandon this mid position. Breezy does win the first fight. Tarek there to help alongside him. Twists in with the response. EG, they sit a man up. They still have Tarek inside of the bomb site, and he's still laying down the pain. For NAF, there's just simply not enough time to put these kills on the board. And so EG, they've held on. They've been able to keep a ninth going their way. They keep 4 players alive as well. And so a bit of a sigh of relief here for EG as finally they get around cleanly in the bag. But this can't just be a one and done. They have to find success on the back of it. Zerg continuing with this AWP. I want to see him go for another one of these ramp peaks, because while Team Liquid didn't attempt it in this last round, they certainly could here and now.
Stan's got the AWP. I don't know if that's off spawn, so let's see where he's going with it. Back towards the A side of things, and yeah, he has got the spawn for a fast fight. The smoke is down from Liquid, though, and that denies vision. The flash, even more so. Can surely swap this gun back and give Stan an AK. Won't be complaining about that one, but Cirque on the AWP, again, like you say, needs to make matters worse here for Liquid in this site. Elige creeping, crawling up the top side. Ethan's hiding behind the smoke, but once that fades, he is going to have somewhat of an advantage being above it. Elige inside of it. It's a battle of the fade, and Elige will find the shot. Ethan going down. Stan still hiding. Cirque's been picked up. Elige again with a Krieg, showing us what to do and how to do it. Stan has to control the spray, and well, it's a nice try. Elige is just ready for it. He predicts the position, and he finishes off the job. 4 on 2 here for Liquid. Missed flash from Elige, but really at this point, it doesn't matter. EG are hoping for a hero. Will that man be Tarek? No.
No, we get our answer very, very quickly. The hero has to be Breezy, and in a 1v4, wrapping in through mid, he doesn't even have the element of surprise, because if we look at Stewie over at top ramp. He is holding this angle with the AWP. Actually just begins to move away. It's only to reposition, to change position down here towards ramp. And yeah, it's not happening for Breezy in this round. He's just going to try and hold down here at the bottom of ramp. This is 14 on the board for Liquid and a 4K from Elige to get us there.
Yeah. Bomb's going to kill him here, so he will have to leave eventually. The rest of Liquid could hide at the top of the ramp, and I think that's what he's waiting for. He might peek late and kill a player on the shelf. That would be a nice play for Breezy, but they're definitely going to be holding it if he goes for it. You can see the time is ticking. Breezy got to bite the bullet, got to go for it here and now. He's going to go down with the bomb at this rate, and he doesn't even get a kill. So, bit of a weird one. Definitely could have gone out earlier, taken a shot, and even fallen back if he didn't like what he had there. But yeah, he just goes down to the bomb. It seems like things are falling apart right now for EG, and Liquid have all the answers required. Elige is just absolutely storming. It's him and Naf, man. It's a battle of MVPs, and right now I couldn't myself pick a victor.
Yeah, 50 kills between the two of them.
Wow.
And on the rest of EG, there is what? 32. Sorry, on the rest of Team Liquid, there's 32 kills. 50 for Naf and Elige.
It's pretty sick.
My word. And now a US Air Force tactical timeout for EG. This is where Zeus has got to be chiming in, helping out the gang, helping Stanislaw to come up with a game-winning formula, because if they don't, Team Liquid will be running away with this grand final victory under their belt in just 2 maps of play. Team Liquid, man, they always look at the timings to complete these feats, and they just play around with it. They did it back with the Intel Grand Slam, and now they're doing it with a best of 5 as they attempt to get it done in 2. Obviously already having that 1 map advantage into this series.
Yeah, unparalleled scenes. The 2-0 BO5. You love to see it for Liquid, but will they make that dream a reality here? Ethan's pushed down the ramp side. Liquid are holding for this. Deep smoke from EG. Stewie got a lot done from this position in the first half. Some big flanks, but Nitro, does he read this one? He's looking towards the smoke. The Molotov's going to hold him back. He's delaying his own molly to throw potentially into this cubby corner, bouncing it off the back wall. It's one that Liquid like to do. Instead, it's just going to be flashbang. Jump is certainly heard. Not sure if purpose or not, but won't really hold Liquid back. Yeah, they just grenade the position. You can see how ready they are for Ethan to be here, and he might actually just reconsider standing in this spot. Going to fall back to just under the top. He's got support from a short side player that could bait these players in, and Ethan should be able to get away with kills here. Question is, do they time things well? Stan and Ethan, the hold for the series.
Can they rise to the occasion? I mean, this is the question. This is going to have the outcome in the bag. Stanislaw does cut down the first. Nitro trades, and now we look to Ethan to be our bastion of hope, to be the man to get the job done.
No.
But Twists is ready, and Ethan almost gets away with it too. If it wasn't for that meddling Twist down towards the bottom of ramp, Breezy and Tarek 2-on-4 to deny match, series, championship point the way of Liquid, and no kills are coming in. Once again, it all falls onto a familiar face. Breezy dinked on down on his initial peek into the site, and all he can do, surely, is look to hold on to this Famous and armor, which is just devastating. He'll tuck himself in again. But Team Liquid, man, they reach 15. They keep 4 players alive. They're not even breaking a sweat yet. It still feels like they've even got more to show us on this T side if needed. And they haven't needed to yet.
Yeah, only 2 rounds here for the Evil Geniuses on this side. And this is not going to be another one of them. 15 for Team Liquid. They are on the precipice of success, of victory here, taking a title for the ESL Pro League Season 11 North American region. They've endured some losses along the way, but here they are now, right at the end of the road and almost ready to pop off.
Yeah, 1 round away. Liquid, they are looking to do the damage, looking to do the dirty, and EG might not have anything to say about it. The buy is weak. It is not what you want against tournament point. 3 Famases and 2 pistols. EG, desperation here on the CT side of Vertigo. It may have been their map pick, but Liquid, well, they will steal it right from underneath them. Elige getting flashed into middle, and he won't even get the kill. Naf's going to steal it away. Hungry running and gunning for this MVP. Elige needs to check close, and he will. Only a dink out for Cirque. It's not going to be enough. It might just be done.
Yeah, what a statement from Liquid if they're able to get it over the line, and it certainly looks like it. Stanislaw is the last man remaining. All that stands between Liquid and winning this season of the Pro League. Team Liquid, they get the best of 5 done in 2 as they take this one. Team Liquid, your champions for the ESL Pro League Season 11 in NA.
A triumphant moment brought to you here. Liquid really putting them to the test, really getting it done here at the end of the day. Well, it's EG that come out the lesser. They'll have to come back stronger for the time being. Team Liquid are your ESL Pro League Season 11 North American champions. They'll walk away with the lion's share of the prize. They're going to be walking away with their heads held high. And more importantly, this title.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal stuff, right, from Team Liquid. They look good from beginning to end. They get a best of 5 done in just 2 maps.
Insane.
Unheard of, right? They have that 1 map advantage. They come in swinging. They look good. Naf and Elige, they're fighting for that MVP spot in amongst themselves. And wow, just what a statement from the Team Liquid guys. Every series they had versus EG, they got better and better as the Pro League went on. And here in the Grand Finals, they get it done in record time, really cementing themselves as the NA team right now.
Yeah, and this really is a record. It has to be a record. We have to look at that a little bit later because right now, yes, Team Liquid are your Season 11 North American champions, but that is not all. They have actually picked up a trophy here. They've won Pro League before, but perhaps there's a little bit more in the tank. Perhaps this is a glimpse at what Liquid have to show for themselves going forward and kind of silencing all the questions. But it's going to be a while. We have to keep our eyes on that one.
Yeah, you know, you think about their start to the season. They come into it. They didn't look like the Liquid we were expecting. It was a rocky beginning, and they build back up. They get better and better as the Pro League goes on. And I mean, they just show it all in the server for us today. That was a treat to watch, a masterclass from Team Liquid.
Yeah, back on top form, I think, is the most important thing, right? Like, there was never really a debate about Liquid being best in North America, but if there were any haters, any wanderers out there, well, I think this is silenced it, right? They make quick work of EG. They won that best of 5 faster than they won the last best of 3 they played against EG. So that's just a statement in and of itself. Liquid getting it done in 2, obviously with a map advantage in that best of 5, hence the 3-0. But EG, man, their pocket pick of Vertigo falling short. They have a great tournament. Of course, they go through the lower bracket as well and still grind their way to the final. Commiserations to EG. They put up a fight, but Liquid ultimately looking like the best team in NA right now.
Yeah, Liquid showing us just about everything that they've got, but I've got some more things to show you in the form of the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. Ladies and gentlemen, you thought we forgot, but guess what? How could you ever forget some of these monumental plays that we saw across the board right here? And I guarantee you that there's one gentleman that's certainly on this list multiple times. This is going to start off with Naf. He gets a 4K on Dust 2. This is really probably the beginning of Naf just showing up in the series in a huge way.
Oh, I mean, well, you know, can you even put a beginning and an end to it? He was just fluid throughout the entire game. I mean, on that T side of Dust 2, think about the clutches he had with the Creek. He was god.
That's what you want to see?
Yeah, I mean,
you want to see that clutch from Naf?
Throw it up there.
Oh
Why
my
not?
goodness, let's take a look at it. Look at it go.
Yeah, you know, Naf, this was stellar. This is one of the last looks we're going to get as the pre-nerf Krieg, and Naf just showing why it's so strong, why it's so deadly, and why it needed to get nerfed into the ground.
Well, that is a completely different conversation for another time, but certainly one worth having. Now, another conversation worth having is the performance here from Breeze. What he was able to show, what he was able to accomplish here with the EG today, he was certainly a driving force that kept him in this battle.
Yeah, I mean, his Deeg plays were incredible across the entire series. That was a 4K that never should have been won, that never should have even been in touch by Breezy, but he again continues to show us why he was in the running for MVP in this tournament, despite not even picking up the victory. Breezy and Cirque had a fantastic tournament here. Cirque falls off at the final, but Breezy never slows down.
So Naf, this guy goes 53-29 in this series, which is pretty damn good if you ask me, but more importantly, let's take a look at this last footage here for our last nomination. Naf doing some trick shots, like he just shoots a guy through the wall. Like, hello? Is there a wall there? Did anyone see that?
Yeah, and then he follows up with his flick headshot onto Cirque. It doesn't get much dirtier than that, Trace. That first kill as well, off the timing of a flashbang, just blows Stan through the wall.
And he actually gets a third kill in that round with the AWP later on over at the B bomb site. But that one wasn't sick enough, clearly, to make it in. Because those two, man, you can't top those first 2 shots from Naf. That's the thing. The third one's just a run-of-the-mill AWP kill. And, you know, no one even cares about that when you just killed the guy through a wall and then flick to another up on top of the boxes.
That right away kept EG from just wanting to run in there and really contest that mid area on Vertigo. Either way, there's a real contest. It's going on at ESLCS's Twitter, where you can head over and vote right now on this Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play. All the candidates are there, all the nominations are there, and everything you need to know therein follows. So we've got the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play going. Now, we talk about power players. Moreover, this guy, he's a real dirty guy. I'm going to have to give you guys just a little bit of a heads up as to what to expect. This might be one of the nastiest people I have ever come across in all of my time. I'm kidding. He's not that bad. We do have Keith on the line. He has a fresh haircut, and he's ready to talk about some of the things he did today. Keith, you were tearing him up on Vertigo.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I was just gaming, doing my thing, you know.
Are you hanging out like a biker bar right now? What's going on here, Matt? Tell us.
Things are going down right now, but yeah. No, I was in my room. I was out the window. Motorcycle decided to drive by.
It's ideal, right? It's most ideal. So, Naf, listen, man, you guys are champions here in NA. You guys have done it. First and foremost, I want to say congratulations on behalf of us and everyone around. But really and truly, what was the hardest point of the season for you guys? Because there were some losses that happened. What was the most trying part of this season 11 for you?
I think like it was just like us trying to like just get through like the online phase and just playing games against these teams and just like not taking some losses too hard, especially because we got caught off with like some teams, I guess, like with like Swole Patrol beat us and we lost to Furia. So yeah, some of it kind of knocked us down a bit, but we knew that, you know, we're a great team. We've done it before. We just need to keep doing it. So.
Naf, this season was online, and boy, did you look at home, from home, fragging in the server every single day. You know, do you even want LANs to continue at this point? You look so good playing from the safety of your own home.
All right, yeah. I'm a bit online, you know, here and there, back in the home station, you know. But yeah, no, it was. I don't know. I was feeling good. I don't know. I was just playing good, and overall, the team was playing good. So I don't know. There's nothing really to say too much. But yeah, I don't know. I was just feeling confident today. I was feeling good. Wanted to win for our team, and you know, just win for our org.
And do it for the homes. I got it. Hey, I got a real question for you, though. We had this thing happen earlier on in the best of 3 where something like Nitro's like dodging tornadoes or anything. Can you tell us anything about that, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess like he just told us that his power went out like in the middle of the round, and then we were just trying to figure out and wait and see if his power is gonna come back. But then, yeah, he just said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go to a friend's house."
Whoa!
Oh,
no.
Yeah. Sorry.
Naf, it's a family show. You just won a tournament. For goodness sake, can you not, please?
I know, Trace. I'm sorry, man. You know, I thought I was just talking with my boy Trace. I kind of forgot.
Yeah, I know. We usually have FaceTime together. But hey, let me ask you an even bigger question.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that this is the right moment. I'm the only North American around here, and it would, you know, really be an honor if I could lift the trophy for you before you guys obviously see it mailed to yourselves.
Oh, yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, we'll get that going. In the meantime.
Yes, please, Trace. Nobody better if there is a trophy.
Thanks, man. You're a real sweetheart, Naf. Any shout-outs you want to give? You already talked your org up. You already talked a little bit about everything else. So what else you got for us?
All right. No. Just shout out to Team Liquid. Shout out to all the teams that are playing. You know, of course, without ESL, we wouldn't be able to still be here and play online and all that. So huge shout out to ESL for still providing entertainment and us just providing entertainment for the fans and every people sitting at home, you know, and doing their part. So thank you.
What about all the slothers around the world, Naf? What do you think about them?
Oh, shit, dude. Where's my NAF subs at? Where's my NAFers? NAFers in chat.
That was what I was waiting for. I love it, man. Thank you so much for your time, Keith. You guys have absolutely dominated today. We'll be catching up with you a little bit later.
Thank you, Trace. Thank you, guys.
Cool. I like that guy. That's a cool cat.
Yeah.
You guys could learn a thing or two from him. But more importantly, we could learn a lot more from these Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. That's right. Let's run it right on back here and let's take a look at some of this footage. I believe we can show you all of these once more. I asked you to vote over at ESLCS Twitter. Well, guess what? You might be a little bit late. Guys, run me through these plays.
Yeah, Naf, man, he loves a Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play. He is a repeat occurrence in these all throughout. There's a 4K on Dust. Oh, look, who is it again? Naf with the Krieg. This time he gets 3. Makes it look easy. Speaking of easy, You might have heard of Breezy. Here he is with a Deagle, laying down the pain inside of this site, gets the damage done, and is looking real good while doing it.
Who's this?
Hang on a moment.
Oh,
Who's this
Naf.
cool cat on our screen again? It's Naf landing trick shots like it's nothing with the AWP, and you absolutely love to see it. I mean, there's so many good ones to choose from there. I think Naf might have a good chance of winning this, considering he's 3 of 4.
I think you're onto something right there. Let's run the numbers, though. Let's see what they say, because odds are you're probably right, Harry. And if I had to be honest, yes, this was a very, very crucial moment in the map of Dust 2. This is something we saw Naf be able to do with the unnerved Krieg. Yeah. This is absolutely disgusting. Not only get 1, 2, but the third one. That's the game changer.
Record-breaking power plays. I mean, we've never seen someone actually have 83% of the final votes. Of course, you know, he is 3 of the 4 categories. I don't think that's fair, but Nafly coming in at 83% rather, looking good while doing it. And that's going to be the Mountain Dew Amp Game Full power play.
Yeah, that Krieg kill was nuts, by the way, as well, because that stops that game going to OT. It very much could have done. That's what it was feeling like. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's the one that deserved it in my eyes.
It definitely is what kept us in contention, at least. They at least kept this in the way of Liquid, and then they take some of that. You have to think about the momentum bounce back of that, too. Even if you're feeling down as a player on Liquid, that happens. Everything begins to change.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like we could just see the mood increase, right? Like, everyone was already kind of feeling it. Then it slowed down just for a moment on Dust 2, and it felt like EG were getting back into the swing of things. And suddenly, that round comes out. Liquid then close out the game, and heading into Vertigo, man, there was, like, no doubt in their minds that this was their series, right? You could just feel that resonating through the server. They're taking all these peaks. Naf and Elige were having, like, an internal battle to see who could be the man on top at the end of that game. They were rushing kills down that they had, like, no business chasing in the first place. It was just a very confident display from Liquid. And, you know, I feel like mood was through the roof there heading into Vertigo.
Well, let's, you know, not completely shy away from the fact that the Evil Geniuses found themselves in this grand final.
Yeah.
They had to have quite the path up to this point. We saw them take on Furia yesterday, who is not someone to be, you know, messed with or put down in a lighter mood. That's a team with some serious firepower as well. So what do we have for EG going forward?
I mean, you know, they still have a good tournament, right? Like some players don't step up in the grand final. They look a bit quiet. The map pool is obviously going to be better for Liquid, and considering that they had played 3 times as well, a lot of the times you look at that and you go, oh, if you've lost the series, you have a lot to learn, you have a lot to go through. But even when talking to Stan in that interview yesterday, he was saying, you know, like nothing really changes at the end of the day. You're still up against Liquid. They have such a deep pool, and it gets shown again today, right? Like, I think EG commiserations. They really held their own, though, in this tournament, beating all the Brazilian teams and taking on Liquid 3 times, often taking them the distance.
Yeah, speaking of taking it the distance, we've asked you to do that today. Go a step further and help us decide who is the CS.Money MVP. Now, we do have the North American region. We have the EU region. Now, we had votes coming in on both sides of that. We think about it, we look at the NA side, and boy, Elige wins. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Dave even said he thinks Elige could take it. And I think, you know, between Naf and Elige, it was pretty even, honestly. Like, and that's even visible there in the votes. You know, I think Elige, the thing that was so good about him was the consistency, right? Like, every single series, you could rely on Elige to be there in the top 2 at the very, very least.
Yes, at the very, very least. Now, we do get the opportunity to pit both, well, I guess the North American component versus the EU component, which is something that you can do over at ESLCS Twitter. Get your vote in over there for who is the CS.Money MVP. It's all on at ESLCS Twitter. That is where you get your votes in. And there's a pretty sweet prize, if I do say so myself. Do you guys know what it is?
Yeah,
$10,000 of skins.
Yeah, what he said.
Wow, I don't even know what that looks like. How does that even, what does that really even look like?
They sent us the list. It's actually pretty sick. It's just like a combination of, like, you know, you can pick a category, and it's 3 groups of 10K worth of skins combined between knives, gloves, the whole shebang, Trace. All you need and more.
All I need. Well, I think I've got about all the skins that I need. I'm only missing a couple of those sand dunes around there to really have my collection. Moreover, I want to talk about something that's been, you know, pretty close to my heart. And that is the MSI Mystery Box. And now is the time in which we get to pick a winner. This has to be the sweetest prize thus far. When I took a look at this, it was kind of unbelievable. Here was the questions. Cloud9 won ESL Pro League Season 4. Who were on the roster at the time? Now, I'm going to let you think about it a little bit, or perhaps you guys can take a guess.
I know that Trace Stunner Sarantis definitely was there.
No, it wasn't.
Well, then I don't actually know, do I? I just threw that one in the dark.
It wasn't bad. Like, it wasn't a real bad guess. You want to take a shot at it, Hugo?
It's between the bottom 2, but honestly, Season 4, that's some time ago. Am I wrong, Trace?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, top one. Okay,
You
season
guys.
4, mate. I have no idea when that was. You know, we're on like 11 now. There's been so many seasons of the Pro League trade, so much Counter Strike.
My mind is actually only on Liquid at
Yeah,
this
it
point
all just
in time.
blends in at the end of the day.
So check out this box, right? You guys might all be asking, hey, what's in the box? Well, guess what? It doesn't matter if we don't have a winner. So perhaps we take a look at the winner and the winning tweet. Now, there was a lot of things that you had to do, really not that much, but this is the winning tweet. This is how you win it. Now, go ahead. Let's hear it, guys. How do you say that alias?
That's pretty easy, mate. That's Zin7 right there. I think that's how that's going to be said, or at least that's how I've said it. So that's it, as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, they'll be winning whatever is inside of this box. Now, I actually don't know what's inside of here. So Trace, do you want to...
I'm going to be real honest. This is a very, very nice box. And if I had to really wrap something up and give it away, I would. I guess that's kind of what I'm doing right now, and I hope that the wrapping paper finds you well. So let's open the box and see what the winner gets. That's a gaming laptop, everybody. Good grief. You see that?
Yeah, we've given away some sick things, but that one really brings the heat in the last day in the grand finals. We've done a monitor, we've done a graphics card. Now we got a whole damn notebook.
It kind of stings. I mean, I'm looking at this. I'm seeing the MSI GE65 Raider 95F. Now, a little bit further than that would be the fact that it's got an RTX 2070 in it. You go a little bit further than that, it's got an Intel i7 in it, and you already know there's going to be that 9750H. So, good stuff right here. Congratulations to the winner. This is rather heavy. I might put it down in a second. But nonetheless, let's take a look at that bracket. Let's see how it all shaped up there in that Akimomo known as Season 11 of the Pro League. Guys, run us through it.
Yeah, of course, round-robin groups over in NA. We only have one group. 6 teams were here. The bottom 2, Furia, 100 Thieves and Sword Patrol fell out. Those top 4 headed to the bracket. We, of course, had the matchup of Furia MIBR. They were able to 2-0 them. They beat them twice in the tournament. We had Liquid and EG at the upper bracket. Liquid, of course, keeping up appearances, winning that for the second time. And they even finished it off in the finals as EG take down Furia, going through the lower bracket. Team Liquid with a map advantage. And they 2-0 or 3-0, however you want to look at it, in those grand finals. They make it quick, clean, and clinical.
Yeah, the thing that's so nuts about that is, you know, when we'd seen these TLEG matchups back in the group stages, it went all 3. But here, in the playoffs, when it mattered most, they go flawless on the Liquid side. And what a way to make a statement.
Yeah, and that's Liquid building into the tournament. That's all we saw from them. Remember them falling to MIBR. Remember them falling to Swole Patrol. Yeah. You know, like, these guys really built up into the tournament as things went on. Every day, they seemingly got better. Every matchup.
Which is something we could say about players individually. And honestly, at this point, it's kind of hard for us to decipher between the two regions. So what was the best next option? Pit them against each other, which is what we did. We're going to be taking a look at the results of the poll that was put out there, a vote between, I guess it would have been Rops and Elige for the CS.Money MVP award. Now, a really sweet award, all things considered. But here's what we're talking about. We got Elige in one corner, Rops in the other. Yeah. And Elige is going to win the whole fight. How about that? Liquid winning twice over today, maybe even 3 times. You want to count that Mountain Dew Game Fuel Power Play? That's another thing. But Elige, certainly the guy to look at when you think about, hey, what demo do I want to watch? What kind of play style does this guy have?
He's got wins, and now he's got skins provided by the side of CS Money Tray, so that's certainly nice. A bit of bonus bang for your buck on the side of Elige, and boy, did he have a tournament here. Like said, you know, top rated at the end of things, 1.27 rating over the 16 maps that Liquid have played, and you know, when Liquid needed him most, when they were struggling in those 3 mappers, in those double overtimes, it was Elige, the one to find the 90 kills in 3 maps, the one to drag them through the hard times. Naf is obviously there in the grand final as well, but it's Elige taking the MVP, and congrats to him.
Yeah, and you know, Elige, somebody that has been a staple of this Liquid lineup for quite some time. Congratulations to Elige, the original Ellie Giggle, for winning the CS.Money MVP. Thank you so much. Now, there's only a few more things to tie up around here, guys. A couple more loose ends.
Wow.
But I'm looking at you two for this one, and I'm thinking, you got any parting words? I know you've been here all season. Say something, Hugo.
Oh, we got a lot of words. Well, thank you everyone for watching. I mean, it's been an incredible season. We're, 30 days straight into things now, and it's bitter. It's coming to an end. It's kind of sad, Harry. I'm sad to be done, but I don't know. You take it away. You finish off. You say goodbye.
Yeah, you know, I mean, shout out to everyone watching at home. Shout out to everyone here on the desk and the other trio, obviously, as well. And obviously our wonderful production team who have been here throughout the entire thing, working away to keep this show on the road. I mean, considering the situation we're in, this has been fantastic. Yeah. And honestly, it's been great. It's kind of sad to have it all draw to a close.
It is, but don't worry, because in about 2 weeks, we have the road to Rio to pick
Never mind,
right
I'm
back
happy
up on.
again.
And yes, those smiles, those frowns, they can be turned upside down, which ultimately leads me to tell you that this is the end of the Pro League. This is all she wrote. We do write off Season 11, and we do see Liquid picking it up over here for the NA side, Fnatic over on the EU side. I've been your host here. I've been with these guys. I'm living in a house with them. And more importantly, I'm with you every step of the way here as we look to continue Counter-Strike's legacy and what esports has to offer. Speaking of which, I've got a date with that little guy over there. So I will BRB.
All right, Trace.
Yeah,
had a good one.
Trace is taking an exit. He's been looking forward to lifting this trophy all night long. So go on then, put your hands together one last time, Twitch chat, because I got a very special treat for you. It is the boy of North America, Trace Stunner Saranthus, lifting the trophy for Team Liquid.
Shine, shine away from the shade. Another way, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But not away, ain't no going back.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Two boxes to get by Nico. Diamond to God! Go to head on the ramp though. He knows he's there.